Chapter 2209, Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study, Divine Soul Recovering. The earth-shaking loud bangs spreaded throughout the wilderness. The more Lin Changqing fought, the more alarmed he got. His strength already rose to the limits of true God realm, but Yi Yuan relied on array formations and blocked off all of his attacks. Why was this fellow still so strong after being wrecked until like this? I don't believe that I can't crack your tortoiseshell. Lin Changqing's temper also flared up. His aura suddenly soared wildly, directly breaking through to the Empyrean realm. The moment his Empyrean realm's aura appeared, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In this wilderness, he was an unrivaled celestial. On Jingning Mountain, when those fierce beasts felt this horrifying pressure, each and every one of them fled at full speed, all helter-skelter. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. The movements of his hands became increasingly profound. In this cycle of 60 years, Yi Yuan read extensively on formation Tao and refining pills. Even he himself also did not know what kind of realm he reached. But without a doubt, he was very formidable. Through a cycle of 60 years worth of operations, Yi Yuan hoarded many divine essence stones in his hands. It was sufficient to use to lay down formations. Another series of wanton bombardments. But the power of Yi Yuan's array formations actually rose another level out of the blue, blocking Lin Changqing's attacks in its entirety. The villagers were long already struck dumb from watching. Only at this time did they know what kind of terrifying realm Oning's strength reached. It turns out that this is Oning's true strength. My god, our Chen village actually picked up a 7-star alchemy god. Chen Yan's gaze flickered and he said, I'm afraid that Oning isn't an ordinary 7-star alchemy god. Sigh, this day finally still had to arrive. Talking until here, Chen Yan's expression dimmed. He felt that the day of Yi Yuan's departure was probably arriving. Over these 60 years' time, Yi Yuan brought to the Chen village an earth-shaking transformation, bringing them to another world. Presently, their Chen village's strength could virtually sweep across any capital city. In just 60 years, to ordinary martial artists, it was not even enough to cultivate from initial stage Grotto Profound to middle stage Grotto Profound. But Yi Yuan forcefully created a divine lord village. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The more Lin Changqing fought, the more alarmed he became, and the more force his hands exerted too. Right now, he already fused 2 kinds of law powers but was still unable to breach Yi Yuan's array formations. Damn it, failed to stimulate this guy, while I'm forced to use all my strength instead. A trash who doesn't even have divine essence actually forced out my full strength. Is this guy still human? Lin Changqing secretly cursed in his heart. Yi Yuan refreshed Lin Changqing's view on life once more. The current Yi Yuan was simply a cripple. But even if Yi Yuan became a cripple, he still could not find any sense of superiority. Don't care anymore. Serves you right if I beat you to death. Lin Changqing's heart burned with fire, with the strength of second firmament Empyrean directly bursting forth. 3 kinds of fused law power made the void start to tremble. Another series of wanton bombardments. This time, Yi Yuan finally could not quite hold on anymore. Those array formations collapsed faster and faster under the bombardment of 3 kinds of fused law powers. Ha ha ha, see how you be cocky still. This time, I must beat you until you submit. Lin Changqing was delighted in his heart as he said with a big laugh. But right at this time, Yi Yuan actually already shut his eyes. Something's wrong. Lin Changqing instinctively felt that something was not right. Yi Yuan's array formations seemed to show signs of achieving mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject under his heavy pressure. The recoil force became stronger and stronger. With Lin Changqing's eyesight, he could naturally tell. Although the power of Yi Yuan's array formations previously was extremely strong, they were all some scattered array formations that were not assembled. Each and every array formation was disjointed. But now, these messy array formations actually had signs of integrating into one. This guy is actually borrowing me to temper array formations. Freak. Truly a freak. Fine, since that's the case, as you wish. Lin Changqing gave a cold cry and finally drew his long sword. Blue Cloud Truefeather Sword, Lin Changqing's strongest attack. 3 fused power of laws virtually sundered the void. Everyone's expressions changed wildly, crying out in shock. Lu Er even gave a tender cry, roaring angrily, Lin Changqing, what are you doing? She completely did not have time to think too much, running like mad toward Yi Yuan. At this time, she only had one thought, that was to save Yi Yuan. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, his hands instantly firing out several thousand pieces of high-grade divine essence stones. At the same time, an incomparably profound aura of law suddenly descended, landing on Yi Yuan's body. 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven subduing grand array, seal. A cold cry came out of Yi Yuan's mouth, the grand array suddenly formed. In an instant, the entire space was frozen. Lin Chengqing's blue cloud truefeather sword landed on the grand array, but the grand array did not budge an inch. Done with these, Yi Yuan no longer took any action and sat down cross-legged, allowing the aura of laws to descend freely. Inside the array formation, Lin Chengqing cried out in surprise and said, "This also works." This guy comprehended just like that. He suddenly realized that he was still inside the cage and shouted madly, "Let me out, you damn fellow." This 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven subduing grand array was incomparably solid, sealing shut all of the space. His blue cloud truefeather sword was unable to leave behind a mark. Wanting to escape was simply a fool's talk. During these 60 years, Yi Yuan had browsed through no idea how many alchemy Dao records and created God knows how many major and minor array formations. It could be said to have gathered the forte of different schools. These abilities seemed to be imprinted in his body. Even if he did not remember anything, he could still rely on his instincts and comprehend them thoroughly. It was just that in the wake of his formation Dao and alchemy Dao's strength becoming stronger and stronger, he naturally encountered a bottleneck. During these 60 years, all that he learned was overly multifarious, being unable to fuse them into one. But today, under Lin Chengqing's pressure, bit by bit, Yi Yuan finally broke through his limits and achieved mastery of everything through comprehensive study, successfully comprehending this heaven-defying grand array. While on the other hand, Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao realm also achieved success without extra effort and was about to break through to the middle stage ancestor realm. This power of law was the reward for him. Law descending, the aura of Yi Yuan's divine soul grew stronger and stronger. Lin Chengqing cried out in surprise as he said, "This guy's alchemy Dao broke through. Divine soul recovery, wonder. Whether or not his memories can recover." Lu Er had a look of pleasant surprise as she said, "Definitely can. Definitely can." The villagers looked at this scene. Feeling the holy aura coming off Yi Yuan's body, they could not resist prostrating in worship. Chen Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Turns out that this is Anning's original strength. He's not somebody in the same world with us at all." By the side, Asho bit her lips lightly, tears falling from her eyes. When Chen Yan saw this scene, he could not help secretly sighing in his heart. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan finally slowly opened both eyes. Yi Yuan, finally returned. That moment she saw Yi Yuan's eyes, Lu Er knew that her young master had returned again. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Er and said with a sigh, "Lu Er, it's been hard on you these few years." Chapter 2210, Giving a Peach, Returning a Plum. Lu Er burrowed into Yi Yuan's embrace. Shaking her head, she sobbed as she said, "It wasn't hard on Lu Er. It was young master who had it tough." How could she not understand? Yi Yuan becoming like this, he must have experienced a great battle without equal inside that black flame cave. Young master was just one person. What he shouldered back then, who could understand? Yi Yuan sighed again and said, "It's just a pity that I didn't bring Li Er back." At this time, Yi Yuan stepped into the middle stage ancestor realm, his divine soul recovering, and became even stronger than before. The events inside the black flame cave, he already remembered all of them. He and Nin-Origin experienced a life and death great battle, triggering an enormous space-time black hole. Nin-Origin was seriously injured. He was also similarly heavily wounded on the verge of death. Yi Yuan could feel that the power of divine steel injecting spirit in his body disappeared completely. Looks like it should be the golden dragon in his body that saved him at the critical juncture. It was just that, Li Er probably could not return anymore. Yi Yuan was mournful in his heart. He did not know what kind of world was the abyss, but wanting to bring Li Er back from there was harder than ascending to the heavens. There was no need to talk about the might of abyss monsters, the divine race's strength was even above the abyss monsters. Yi Yuan's power alone was too meager. "Young master, elder sister Li Er will definitely be fine." Lu Er suddenly stopped crying and said firmly. Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away her tears, his gaze unprecedentedly steadfast as he said, "MN, will be fine. Even if I trample this sky to pieces, I'll also bring her back. I think that she's also waiting for me." This was his solemn promise to Li Er through the air. Inside the array formation, Lin Changqing yelled loudly, "Hey! Are you guys done chatting? If you're done, let me out." These two chattered for half a day, directly treating him as heir. Yet, this array formation was like an iron cage, he was unable to budge it in the slightest. Only then did Yuan remember Lin Changqing. Hence, he casually waved his hand and dispelled the array formation. Lin Changqing came before Yuan, an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said unhappily, "You this fellow, are really disgusting. Already became a cripple and you're actually still so formidable." Lin Changqing was really incomparably shocked in his heart. Yuan was actually still able to force him into a hopeless situation under such a state. Yuan smiled and said, "Lin Changqing, still got to thank you a lot this time. Without you, don't know I'll have to wait until when to recover my memories." It was really all thanks to Lin Changqing this time. Otherwise, for him to want to reconcile what he learned these few years, he would probably still have to wait until God knows how long. Lin Changqing rolled his eyes and said, "Don't give me that. I didn't do it for you. But speaking of which, what on earth did you experience inside that black flame cave? Why did you become like this? Also, where's junior apprentice Sister Mengli?" Although he knew that the likelihood of Mengli returning was very low, he still could not resist asking Yuan. Yuan heaved a sigh and briefly recounted the events back then. Of course, he skipped over the matter of pulling Ninjarigen into the chaos world and having a great battle. This sort of thing was too earth-shaking. He did not want to let people know. A third firmament Empyrean had a life-and-death great battle with an eighth firmament heavenly emperor in his small world, and he even forcefully knocked the other party down a major cultivation realm. If this matter spread out, no idea what kind of storm it would stir. But even so, it was also sufficient to set the world on fire already. Yuan faced the divine race and abyss monster army by himself, and he wiped out the other party's abyss monsters below late-stage Empyrean realm. This battle achievement could be rated as freakish. Lin Changqing had entered the Black Flame Cave before and knew how strong these abyss monsters were. Even if he fused the power of 3 laws, he could at most fight to a draw with same-rank abyss monsters. But Yuan actually slaughtered so many abyss monsters whose realms were even higher than his with his power alone. Furthermore, he even escaped outside. Closing his eyes, and he also knew how miserable the battle situation back then was. If it were others, even if they had 1,000 lives, they would also have died inside. Lin Changqing suddenly smashed a fist hard on Yuan's chest and said furiously, "Punk, I'll forgive you this time. But when your strength becomes powerful, you have to fetch junior apprentice Sister Mengli back. Otherwise, I definitely won't let you off." Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said coolly, "Doesn't seem like it's your turn to come and say these words." Lin Changqing was greatly enraged, but recalling Yuan's mysterious array formation, he could only pull back hatefully. Actually, Yuan knew what kind of feelings Lin Changqing said this sentence with, and felt very warm in his heart. No matter what, this fellow's concern toward Li Er was not fake. Otherwise, he also would not have accompanied Lu Er to look for him for so many years. "Do you have rank 7 spirit medicines on you?" Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Lin Changqing was taken aback and said, "I do, why?" Yuan said, "Take them all out, let me see." Lin Changqing had a strange expression and took all of the rank 7 spirit medicines on him out, and asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" Yuan swept a glance over the rank 7 spirit medicines on Lin Changqing and said with a nod, "Worthy of coming out from a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda, your finances are still quite abundant. This time, being able to reconcile my knowledge and recover my memories, it's a huge favor from you. I'll help you refine a few medicinal pills. Take it as returning your favor." Lin Changqing's eyes became wide saucers and he said with a look of disbelief, You want to use array formation to refine rank 7 divine pills?" Yuan said coolly, "You just watch." Yuan's feet moved swiftly, one divine essence stone after another shooting out, and started setting up the array formation. Lin Changqing's heart shook wildly. He naturally knew formation Dao pill refinement, but he had never heard before that someone could refine rank 7 divine pills with formation Dao. The higher the rank of the medicinal pill was, the more difficult it would be. The degree of complexity was what normal people could not imagine at all. Let alone that the things involved in formation Dao pill refinement were 100 times, 1,000 times more complicated than directly refining the pill. Many 7-star alchemy gods did not even figure out ordinary pill refinement. How could they have the ability to refine rank 7 divine pills with formation Tao? What on earth did this guy experience these few years? One array formation after another connected together, becoming more and more complicated, and increasingly colossal. Finally, an array formation actually occupied more than half of the village. Such a colossal and complicated array formation, just looking at it gave people a headache, let alone talk about setting it up. Yuan played the rank 7 spirit medicines in the center of the array formation. Casually throwing out a piece of divine essence stone, he gave a low cry, saying, "Formation, arise." The divine essence stone thrown out hit a piece of divine essence stone inside the array formation. Then, it seemed to have turned on the domino effect, the entire array formation was lit up very quickly. Terrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy instantly swarmed around from all directions, forming a massive spiritual energy tempest. Following that, this grand array sent out a magical scene. Inside the array formation, there were the sun, the moon, and the stars revolving without rest, as if it formed a world. Lin Changqing seemingly became solemn. It was still his first time seeing such a magical alchemy technique. His mouth openly widely, unable to close for a long time. No idea how long had passed. Finally, the array formation stopped. A medicinal pill suspended in the air quietly, emitting a thick medicinal fragrance. Lin Changqing's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief, This is an end spirit divine pill. An end spirit emergent spirit ascension pill. Chapter 2211, Large enemy force bearing down upon the border. Emergent spirit ascension pill, rank 7 divine pill. After an Empyrean consumed it, it could improve cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks. It was just a normal medicinal pill. However, a medicinal pill that had reached end spirit, it was no longer ordinary. Lin Changqing was currently a second firmament Empyrean. With this emergent spirit ascension pill, Lin Changqing would not have any more obstacles all the way until he broke through to become a fourth firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, this process would be greatly shortened. With Lin Changqing's talent, breaking through to become a fourth firmament Empyrean within a few thousand years was nothing difficult. But with this medicinal pill, the process would be cut down by at least 10 times. This was also to say that Lin Changqing would break through to the fourth firmament Empyrean realm within 1 to 2 centuries. This kind of cultivation speed, when placed among those in the Empyrean realm, it was simply fantastical. Lin Changqing looked at Yuan and was shocked until his jaw was almost hitting the ground. You freak, how can there be a person like you in this world? Lin Changqing said speechlessly. Yuan smiled and said, with the abyss monsters and the divine race coming into being, I'm afraid that the world is about to be thrown into chaos. After you go back, you still have to warn Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple and let him build up strength. This is to prepare for unforeseen events. I've once heard before that a long time ago, an apocalyptic battle had once occurred before. I'm afraid that the crisis this time won't be inferior to the Doomsday battle. Lin Changqing was startled in his heart, his expression turning somber. Regarding Doomsday battle this term, it was clear that it was tragic to the extreme. Probably when the time came, no one in the Heavenspan world could escape by sheer luck. He nodded his head solemnly and said, You rest assured. I'll send the news back and let Master make preparations early. Rather, the problem is you. You're a cripple now, what will you do? Yuan smiled and said, Relax, I have my own way. Being quiet here for these several decades, I have made some accomplishments. Lin Changqing's gaze flickered slightly, startled in his heart. Yuan did not have the slightest signs of divine essence flowing in his body. It was clearly the symptom of a small world collapsing. The small world was the lifeblood of a martial artist. Even if there was a trace of damage, the price paid would be tremendous too. Considering Yuan's situation, it was likely that his small world had already nearly collapsed and was simply unable to accommodate divine essence anymore. This kind of situation, this fellow had a way to restore it too. Lin Changqing's eyes revealed a half-dubious look. All right, looking at your pathetic appearance, this Empyrean will give you a lift. Lin Changqing's mouth curled as he said. Yuan was not pretentious either, saying with a nod, I'll have to trouble you. His divine essence was completely lost currently, fleshy body yet to recover, a long journey would take great effort. With Lin Changqing this Empyrean around, it was much more convenient. Awning. At this time, Osho suddenly rushed out. Looking at Yuan, her eyes were blurred with tears. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Osho, I've already recovered my memories. These few years, thank you so much for your and Grandpa Yan's care. I'm called Yi Yuan, and I'm from the southern border's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If we're fated, we'll meet again. He and Osho were ultimately not people of the same world. Rather than clinging on obstinately, it was better to cut the Gordian knot. Hence, even if there was 1,000 unwillingness, Yi Yuan did not express it either. Osho could not hold back any more, tears bursting out. In the end, she could only nod her head. She said, chokingly, take care. Yi Yuan said goodbye to Chen Yan and the rest, and then he left together with Lin Changqing and Lu Er. He had a score in his heart. The current Heavenly Eagle was likely long already in a complete mess. The reality was not too far from what Yi Yuan expected. With how vast the southern border was, there would always be some people who were well informed. The demon race's sacrificial temple established a second sage. This matter caused a great sensation. Hence, the southern border naturally knew as well. But later, they discovered that this second sage was actually the Yi Yuan who brought the entire southern border to its knees with his power alone back then. This shock was by no means insignificant. But several decades ago, another news came over that Yi Yuan's died in the Middle Realms, and the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a host of dragons without a leader. With this, everyone's thoughts started stirring. In the southern border's alchemy world, this was a huge piece of cake. But at present, the largest share of this huge piece of cake was grasped in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Tower and the 7 great ancient families. These were 2 leviathans, the others did not dare to provoke. However, the tiny Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became a fat piece of meat in everyone's eyes currently. Because among the 3 forces that grasped the pill formulas, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was the weakest. The Southern Border Alliance began to cast covetous eyes toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with Empyrean Pilljade as the leader. Fortunately, with Empyrean Flutterfeather's protection, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City ultimately made it through many years. But along with the passage of time, the news of Yi Yuan's demise was confirmed. Many discordant voices also appeared within the Myriad Treasure Tower. Empyrean Flutterfeather's pressure grew greater and greater. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was, he was also just one of the southern border's many Heavenly Emperors. With the other Heavenly Emperors joining hands to apply pressure, he also had no choice but to be wary. Hence, these few years, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City began to fall into a precarious situation. At this time, inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, everyone was jittery. Above the top of city walls, Bai Tong brought everyone in Heavenly Eagle, his expression being solemn. In the distance, countless black dots were currently closing in here rapidly. Bai Tong secretly sighed and said, looks like that kid can't make it in time. I just don't know if he's still alive or not. That kid he was talking about was naturally Yi Yuan. His Excellency definitely won't die. Ning Tianping said with a firm look. Bai Tong smiled bitterly and said, whether or not he's dead, I don't know. How to pass this hurdle today? Empyrean Pilljade brought the entire southern border's alchemy world, and they came in a threatening manner. With this, Heavenly Eagle will likely face a catastrophic calamity. The other people's faces turned deathly pale, all having looks of despair on their faces. After being in a stalemate for several decades, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure finally still maintained silence under the pressure of the various parties. Hence, today, the Southern Border Alliance with Empyrean Pilljade as the leader, came bearing down upon the border in a large force. How fast was the speed of the group of Empyreans? They arrived in an instant. Empyrean Pilljade was high up above. Looking down at everyone below, he said with a cold smile, back then, that kid wreaked havoc at the Cloudpill Summit. He was so arrogant and domineering. He probably never dreamed that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would experience this today, right? By the side, the Empyrean Proudcloud who was once forced into a hopeless situation by Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, that punk was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everything and everyone. He didn't place us, these seniors, in his sights at all. This kind of person, dying outside is something sooner or later. Today, we'll eradicate Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and take the pill formulas. This southern border will be our Southern Border Alliance's world again. Empyrean Pilljade nodded slightly. These few years, he had also spent it heavily oppressed. But today, he was going to gain back all the ground. He, Empyrean Pilljade, was still the southern border's #1 Empyrean. Empyrean Pilljade looked down and said in a clear voice, Yi come here. The Yi that he was talking about was naturally the Yunyi who took Yuan as his master. For so many years, he let Yunyi do as he wished. It was actually in order to obtain Yuan's trust. These few years, Yunyi's status in Heavenly Eagle was extremely high and already took charge of the Pill Tower. He was one of the leaders of Heavenly Eagle. Pilljade was clear in his heart that Yunyi must have already grasped the secret of the pill formulas. Everything was within his scheme. At this time, everyone's gazes focused on Yunyi. Heh, Yuan, that brat is a fool. Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson, he actually put him in an important position. Isn't that so? If it were me, I'd have long chased him away. I heard that Yunyi improved at an incredible speed these few years and already reached the middle stage Dao realm. Furthermore, he must have grasped some pill formula's secrets. Quite a number of people were whispering with each other at Pilljade's side. Chapter 2212. What in the world are you persevering for? Under everyone's eyes, Yunyi slowly stepped forward. Empyrean Pilljade had a slight smile on his face as he said with a nod, Yi, this Empyrean knows that it's been tough on you these few years. In the entire Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital, only you are the most suitable to inherit my mantle. In the future, you'll be Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital's master. He was very satisfied with this great-grandson. Putting aside that he was exceedingly talented, he could even win Yuan's trust. Especially back then, he could remain patient and insist on not leaving. It made Empyrean Pilljade sit up and take notice of him even more. Had the right character, had talent, he was naturally the most suitable candidate to inherit his position. Yunyi's expression was complicated. He looked at Empyrean Pilljade and had nothing to say for a while. When Empyrean Pilljade saw that Yunyi did not react, his brows could not help furrowing and he said, Yi, why haven't you come over? Yunyi drew a deep breath and directly knelt down, and said in a clear voice, Lord Great-Grandfather, can you let Heavenly Eagle Imperial City off on the account of Yi's face? That was his own great-grandfather. Empyrean Pilljade's brows knitted tightly as he said in a solemn voice, Yi, do you know what you're saying? Yunyi nodded and said, Master's kindness toward me is as weighty as a mountain. He really taught me pill refinement techniques and pointed the way to a bright future for me. These few hundred years, Yi can be described as thoroughly remolded myself. In front of such great kindness, Yi is unable to betray Master and watch Heavenly Eagle without lending a helping hand. Yunyi's words came from the bottom of his heart. Only all the way until he entered the Pill Tower did he know what was called true alchemy Dao. In these several hundred years, he could be described as casting off his old self and being reborn. The present Yunyi was long already not the Yunyi back then. Furthermore, Yuan did not hoard anything from him and viewed him as a true successor, teaching him pill refinement. A master is like one's father. In Yunyi's heart, he had long already taken Yuan as his elder and treated him as his alchemy Dao guide, as well as treating him as a godlike senior. Making him betray Yuan, he could not do it. Unfilial child, don't you forget your identity. Empyrean Pilljade said furiously. Yunyi's way of doing things seriously made him lose face. It was simply blatant face-slapping. His own descendant was actually standing on the enemy's side. Yunyi had a resolute look as he said, Lord Great-Grandfather, Yunyi doesn't dare to forget my identity for a second. Just like back then, when Master asked Yi to betray Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. Now, making Yi betray Heavenly Eagle, I can't do it either. Great-Grandfather, please raise your hand high up in mercy and leave. Empyrean Pilljade said with a cold snort, if I say no. Yunyi seemed to have long expected it and said in a solemn voice, then Yi can only die together with Heavenly Eagle. As he said, he turned around and returned to the top of the city walls, and stood side by side with Bai Tong. Good. To think that I, Pilljade, was wise for a lifetime, but I actually raised such an unfilial descendant like you. Forget it, this Empyrean will take it as I didn't have you, this offspring. Empyrean Pilljade repeatedly said, good, 3 times. It could be seen how furious he was currently. His gaze turned dark as he said in a clear voice, people in the city listen up. This Empyrean came here today to avenge my enmity with Yuan punk. Those who are Yuan's sworn followers all have to be rounded up in one fell swoop today. But this Empyrean cares about the welfare of every living thing and doesn't wish to implicate the innocent. Right now, anyone who steps forward and surrenders, this Empyrean can spare their lives and let bygones be bygones. In fact, Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital will even have a place for you. Taking revenge was one thing, but what Empyrean Pilljade valued more was the pill formulas. Pill formulas were the future of the Southern Border Alliance. Right now, the Southern Border Alliance was just the myriad treasure towers distributor, their profits being pitifully meager. But with pill formulas, everything would be different. There was also one thing. The medicinal pills that Heavenly Eagle produced, the quality was higher than those at other places. What did this indicate? This showed that Heavenly Eagle's alchemists had high standards. Heavenly Eagle's pill towers alchemists were all pillars of society. Their strength far surpassed those in the same rank. With so many talented people, killing them would be too wasteful. What Empyrean Pilljade pursued was benefits and not slaughter. Hence, before he took care of Heavenly Eagle, he naturally had to solicit some alchemists. Under the Southern Border Alliance's army, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was long already as precarious as a stack of eggs piled on top of one another. Pilljade had faith that as long as these alchemists were not fools, they would size up the situation. But 1 breath passed, 3 breaths passed, 10 breaths passed, no one stepped forward, not a single one. Pilljade's expression became increasingly uglier and he said in a solemn voice, "You all rest assured, with this Empyrean around, no one from Heavenly Eagle will dare to make a move against you all." Southern Border Alliance this side had as many experts as clouds. He himself was even a 9th Firmament Empyrean Peerless expert. This battle did not have any suspense at all. But there was still no one who came out. Empyrean Pilljade, give up on this. No one will go with you. We'll live and die together with Heavenly Eagle. Stop trying to win popular support here. Who doesn't know that you're coveting the pill formulas? Still putting on an appearance here, don't you find it disgraceful? Stop dreaming. Even if we die, we'll also bring the pill formulas into the coffin. If you have the ability, go find Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great ancient families to ask for pill formulas. All of a sudden, a series of noisy voices came from the city. The martial artists and alchemists in the city all let loose a torrent of abuse towards Empyrean Pilljade. Empyrean Pilljade was angered until his expression was livid with rage, and was incredibly shocked in his heart. Could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's civilians were all a bunch of desperate people who did not fear death? Was there such a place in the entire Heavenspan world? Why did these guys rather die than be willing to surrender? Hearing the cursing voices that came from here, the Southern Border Alliance side was incomparably shocked. Are these guys all lunatics? Could it be that they all aren't scared of death? What the hell kind of place is Heavenly Eagle? Why are all of them like madmen? There's actually no one who surrendered. How is this possible? How could they know that for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to have its present cohesion, it was earned by Yuan with his life? Only sincerity could be exchanged with sincerity. Relationships that were bound together using benefits ultimately could not go far. Bai Tong looked at Empyrean Pilljade and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Stop making futile efforts. Yuan, that brat's abilities aren't what you can imagine. Even if Heavenly Eagle Imperial City fights until the last soldier, there also won't be anyone who surrenders. It's impossible for you to bring away the pill formulas too. Using this scheme on Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from asking for a scolding, there are no benefits at all." Empyrean Pilljade was angered until the muscles on his face were twitching. He did not expect this situation from start to end. He thought that once the army arrived, wouldn't a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City tremble with fear and fall apart to pieces? But who knew that these guys were a bunch of lunatics who did not fear death? No one escaped, no one surrendered too. Just what kind of magical power did Yuan this guy have? He was clearly already dead. So what were these guys persevering for in the end? In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Very well. Since that's the case, then all of you can go and die. This Empyrean wants to see if it's really all tough bones inside this Imperial City." Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly. Hundreds of Empyreans and countless true gods charged over, their momentum astonishing. Chapter 2213, The King Returns. Fucking hell, I haven't felt my blood boil with excitement like this for so long. Kill, 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 brothers, kill for me. On top of the city walls, Long Xiao's scarred face appeared especially savage, bringing a group of brothers and charging over. "Everyone, follow Big Brother Xuan. Kill this bunch of foolish humans." Long Xuan yelled, "What are you fighting me for? Follow Big Brother Tian and finish off all of these bastards." Long Zhaoshan was still competing with Long Xuan. Before coming, Yuan gave them a batch of medicinal pills. At present, this group of people already all broke through to the Empyrean realm. Coupled with the dragon race's powerful bloodline, their combat power could not be underestimated. The two camps were akin to two giant curtains in the sky. They were about to gather together very soon. As for Empyrean Pilljade, these Grand Masters, each and every one of them stood with their hands behind their backs, sitting it out and reaping the spoils later. All of a sudden, a figure interjected between the two main camps. Empyrean Pilljade's gaze turned intent and he stopped everyone with a hand gesture, and said with a frown, "Flutterfeather, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that your myriad treasure tower is really going to wage war with the Southern Border Alliance?" On the surface, this was a war between Empyreans. But in reality, it was a group of heavenly emperors controlling behind the scenes. The reason why it was delayed for several decades was because of Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great reclusive ancient families. The Heavenly Emperor faction behind the Southern Border Alliance was competing with these two forces. In the past, due to Yuan this important figure being around, these two forces naturally brimmed with confidence toward Heavenly Eagle. But along with the passage of time, the hopes of Yuan returning alive became bleaker and bleaker. Only then did Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great reclusive ancient families gradually reach a compromise. Otherwise, how could Empyrean Pilljade dare to launch such a large-scale war? Behind the war that seemed simple, it involved tremendous profits. Flutterfeather looked towards Empyrean Pilljade and said coolly, "This Empyrean coming today is only representing myself. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower." Empyrean Pilljade's brows furrowed slightly, showing a look of displeasure. "Isn't this guy causing trouble? You said that it has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower and so there is nothing then. You, Empyrean Flutterfeather, is a high-ranking officer under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, an existence that is extremely likely to become an 8-star alchemy god in the future. If you died here, wouldn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure risk it all to fight with me?" At this time, another figure appeared beside Flutterfeather. It was Empyrean Chaoyuan. "Add in this old man. Younger brother Flutterfeather, I can't let you fight alone by yourself." Empyrean Chaoyuan looked at Flutterfeather and said with a light smile. Empyrean Pilljade's expression changed. Empyrean Chaoyuan was a peak Empyrean mighty expert, his strength being not worse than his. The influence of this fellow's appearance on the battle situation was big. Flutterfeather laughed loudly and said, "Elder brother Chaoyuan, good fellow." Empyrean Chaoyuan laughed and said, "This old man is all alone and doesn't have any fetters. Rather, it's you who could put aside Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure that old thing and come help out. You're the one who's really loyal enough." The two exchanged a glance and both bursted out a series of laughter. Seeing these two people had appeared, Bai Tong and the rest were greatly roused. Empyrean Pilljade was angered until his expression turned livid. He did not expect that this battle without any suspense would actually repeatedly have a sudden turn of events occur. Up until now, there did not seem to be a single thing that went his way. Empyrean Pilljade's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Very good. This Empyrean has always admired Brother Chaoyuan's strength very much. Today, I'll spar with Brother Chaoyuan." As for Empyrean Flutterfeather, their side had a lot of powerhouses. There was naturally someone to handle him. Empyrean Chaoyuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a big laugh, "You hypocrite, only choose to hear the nice things. This is a life and death fight. Who's sparring with you? Bring it on." After he was done talking, Empyrean Chaoyuan's aura was released fully. The horrifying pressure made the hearts of all the martial artists jump. If one's strength did not reach the Empyrean realm, they were unable to even stand firmly in the air. This was a peak 9th Firmament Empyrean top powerhouse. The moment 9th Firmament Empyreans moved out, this battle became bewildering and confusing. Empyrean Pilljade also felt nervous. Empyrean Chaoyuan's aura was extremely strong and actually faintly had signs of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Looks like this old punk obtained great benefits from the Cloudpill Summit last time. Empyrean Pilljade secretly cursed hatefully. The moment Empyrean Chaoyuan released his aura, he became somewhat apprehensive. Once he lost, this fight would really be hard to say. Empyrean Chaoyuan smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Why? Don't dare to come anymore, Pilljade brat." Pilljade's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Who's scared of whom?" Done talking, the power of 9th Firmament Empyrean was released fully. He actually barely managed to stand up to Empyrean Chaoyuan as equals. The great battle was at an explosive point. Yo, so lively. Just as both sides ended up in a deadlock, a voice suddenly sounded out from the void. This voice seemed to be a little familiar. Empyrean Chaoyuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather exchanged a glance, both of their minds quivering. On Heavenly Eagle's side, Bai Tong and the rest similarly felt their minds tremble. It's His Excellency. His Excellency didn't die. His Excellency came back, Ning Tianping said with wild elation. At this time, the void vibrated. 3 figures emerged. There was a youth in white clothing in the middle. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Ha ha ha, it's His Excellency. It's really His Excellency. He didn't die. He came back. What did I say? His Excellency can't be killed. His Excellency is mighty. With Yi Yuan appearing, Heavenly Eagle's side seemed to have been ignited all at once. Their backbone, their spiritual leader, their king finally returned. Everyone seemed to have gone mad, shouting, cheering for the Lord in their hearts. At the opposite side, the Southern Border Alliance's powerhouses were all extremely shocked. They were seriously unable to imagine that the entire imperial city was cheering for Yi Yuan's return. What kind of magical power did this guy have? Yi Yuan's feet stepped on an array formation. Looking at Empyrean Pilljade, he smiled lightly and said, Pilljade, not seeing you for a few years, you're still such a good for nothing. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave Empyrean Pilljade a fright. However, he discovered very quickly that something seemed to be off about Yi Yuan. He actually did not have a trace of divine essence undulation from head to toe. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's vital energy was extremely weak. Clearly, it was a body that was heavily wounded. It seemed like the rumors about his demise were not a groundless rumor. It was just that this kid had a tenacious life and actually did not die. Since he was a cripple, then what did he still take to heart for? Pilljade laughed coldly and said, Kid, look at those subjects of yours. How much they looked forward to your return. It's just a pity that, what awaits them is a cripple. I really don't know what face a cripple like you still have to come back and be their city lord. The moment these words came out, only then did everyone startle awake. They were all immersed in jubilation earlier and did not notice Yi Yuan's abnormality. Now, only upon hearing Empyrean Pilljade's words did they discover that Yi Yuan's condition was extremely poor. There was not even a trace of divine essence undulation. How could this be? The Heavenly Eagle side that was still cheering joyfully earlier immediately fell into silence. No divine essence undulation signified that the small world had completely crumbled. Then wouldn't His Excellency really have become a cripple? The morale that had just been roused on Heavenly Eagle's side was immediately squelched. But Yi Yuan did not mind and said with a faint smile, so what? With me around, Heavenly Eagle is safe and sound. Chapter 2214, Just Running an Errand. Yi Yuan's words made the minds of Heavenly Eagle's people tremble. His Excellency was still so domineering when speaking. No idea why, those words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth were so convincing. Even if he was currently just a cripple. With you around, Heavenly Eagle is safe and sound. Ha ha ha, really making this Empyrean die of laughter. A cripple who doesn't even have divine essence actually dares to say this sort of boast. Empyrean Pilljade laughed loudly and said, the big shots on the Southern Border Alliance's side also all shook their heads one after another and could not help laughing. Trash who did not even have divine essence, why would they take notice of him? But Yi Yuan completely ignored Empyrean Pilljade. With a flick of his fingertips, a pale yellow line appeared between the two main camps. It was as if a line was drawn in the sky. Those who cross the line will be killed without mercy. Yi Yuan's nonchalant words came out, appearing somewhat careless. With this, the Southern Border Alliance's side ridiculed even harder. Ha ha ha, a cripple actually dares to utter this kind of shameless boasting. Everyone, attack for me. I want to see how a cripple can kill us without mercy. Empyrean Proudcloud jumped around the happiest, bringing a bunch of subordinates and rushing over. Wanting to block the entire Southern Border Alliance by drawing a line, you, this cripple, are also overestimating your own ability too much. Everybody attack together. See how this cripple kills without mercy. Quite a number of Empyreans completely turned their noses up at Yi Yuan's threat and brought a large group of people, directly charging over. When Pilljade saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly. Although he was being restrained by Empyrean Chaoyuan, both sides' combat strengths were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's actions were purely messing around. The expressions on Heavenly Eagle's side changed. Bai Tong and the rest were about to rush over. But Yi Yuan turned around and said coolly, "All back down." Everyone's faces changed, stopping one after another. Soon, the Southern Border Alliance army broke through that line Yi Yuan drew. Proud Cloud took the lead and said with a cold smile, "Brat, this Empyrean broke through this line now, what can you do to me? Today, this Empyrean is going to." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's fingers snapped lightly, and he said indifferently, "100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven subduing grand array, kill." Above the void, streaks of golden light lit up, slicing space into pieces like countless blades. Empyrean Proudcloud's words were said halfway when suddenly, his whole body was torn apart. He could not talk anymore. The third firmament Empyrean, Empyrean Proudcloud, died. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sky, miserable cries suddenly sounded out. The dead bodies of countless powerhouses fell down in succession. Powerhouses that crossed that yellow line all died. In virtually an instant, the Southern Border Alliance's side suffered heavy casualties. Those powerhouses who had not crossed the line yet turned pale with fright and stopped one after another. How could they still dare to advance? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with horrified faces, as if they had seen a malefic star. In a short dozen over breaths, there were thousands of Empyreans and true gods that fell. However, they did not even know how they died. Empyrean Piljade's pupils constricted, a pair of eyes glued on Yi Yuan, full of shock. Array formation. In an instant, Yi Yuan laid down an enormous array formation above the void. Those who entered this array formation were all garroted. The problem was, even he, this 9th firmament Empyrean mighty expert, actually could not tell how Yi Yuan laid down the formation too. When did this boy's array formation attainments become so powerful too? Forget about true god realms, Empyrean Proudcloud was a 3rd firmament Empyrean mighty expert, he was actually dismembered like chopping vegetables just like that. How great was the power of this array formation? It was deathly silent above the void. No one dared to underestimate Yi Yuan this cripple anymore. While the Southern Border Alliance army also all stopped before the yellow line. No one dared to take half a step over the line anymore. Empyrean Chaoyuan looked toward Empyrean Piljade with a strange look and said with a cold smile, "Cripple. Hoo-hoo, Piljade, your eyesight is as poor as before." When Heavenly Eagle's subjects saw this scene, each and every one of them started shouting madly with excitement. Even without divine essence, His Excellency's invincible might still could not be violated. Empyrean Piljade burned with fury. Clenching his jaws tightly, he shouted angrily, "Yi Yuan punk. This Empyrean wants to see how many tricks you have. Southern Border Alliance, heed my command. All Empyrean powerhouses, attack together. Annihilate Heavenly Eagle." No matter how strong Yi Yuan's array formation was, it was also impossible to block late-stage Empyrean powerhouses. Those Grand Masters were all late-stage Empyrean mighty experts. It was simply nothing more than wishful thinking for a mere array formation to want to block them. Empyrean Windrider and those Grand Master powerhouses were aware that they could no longer look on with folded arms. None of them thought that this act today would actually be forced into such a plight. But the arrow was notched and already had no choice but to release. Not taking down Heavenly Eagle today, there would no longer be the Southern Border Alliance in the future. Therefore, Yi Yuan had to die. More than 10 late-stage Empyrean super powerhouses moving out, how shocking was the commotion. Let alone that there were even several dozen Empyreans behind them. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Gentlemen, listen to this Yi's word of advice. Withdraw now and everything can still be discussed. Crossing this line, that's becoming this Yi's mortal enemy. From this day forth, irreconcilable till death." Empyrean Piljade burst out laughing when he heard that and said, "From this day forth? How are you going to have any day after today? Boy, this Empyrean knows that you're some bullshit second sage, but that's the demon race's title. Are you planning on bringing it to the human race to threaten us? Let me tell you, today, no matter who comes, you can't be saved either." Empyrean Piljade's voice had yet to fade when a figure slowly walked out of the void. The moment this person appeared, the faces of Empyrean Piljade and the rest of the powerhouses changed one after another. What a terrifying aura! This person gave them an unfathomable feeling. Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse. Empyrean Piljade's pupils constricted and he said in a solemn voice, "No matter who your esteemed self is, Heavenly Emperor Powerhouses are not to interfere in worldly affairs. Let alone that you're even a demon Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that you're planning on making a move against us at the risk of universal condemnation? The demonic aura on the other party's body billowed to the sky. How could Empyrean Piljade not recognize? He already roughly guessed the other person's identity. It was just that he paid no attention to it. Forget about the demon race's heavenly emperor. Even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest came in person, he also would not dare to behave atrociously in the human race's territory. Heavenly emperors were not to intervene in worldly affairs. This was the unspoken rule that all heavenly emperors abided by. Moreover, a demon race's major power running to the human race territory to kill people, once this sort of thing happens, things would blow up. The heavenly emperor powerhouse stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly, "This emperor is Stardrive under Sacred Ancestor High Priest's command. I only came over to run an errand. You all don't have to make a big fuss." The moment these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. High Priest Stardrive. Those present were mostly involved in alchemy, so how could they not know High Priest Stardrive's reputation? This was one of the 11 disciples under Sacred Ancestor High Priest's command. Hang on, what did he say just now? Run an errand. What kind of figure was High Priest Stardrive? Who had this qualification to be able to make him run an errand? Suddenly, everyone's gazes shifted to Yuan, being incredibly shocked. Chapter 2215, Chaos Samsara Pill. Run an errand. Do my ears have a problem? High Priest Stardrive is a true pinnacle major power. Making him come and run an errand. Everyone says that Yuan is the Priest Temple's second sage. I even thought that it was merely nominal. I didn't expect that. His status is actually so high. The Southern Border Alliance's 7-star alchemy gods all opened their mouths wide, looking at Yuan in extreme shock. This sort of thing seriously subverted their understanding too much. High Priest Stardrive was a late-stage 8-star super existence. He had a status that tipped the scales in the entire alchemy world. Such a major power, they did not have the good fortune to meet in their lifetimes too. But such a major power was actually just here to run an errand. However, the following scene affirmed their thoughts even more. High Priest Stardrive gave a respectful bow towards Yuan and said, "Jimo offers greetings to Second Sage." Yuan nodded slightly, but his gazes glimmered. Seeing Jimo this time, he was even more unfathomable than the previous time. "I've troubled you to make a trip," Yuan said. Jimo smiled and said, "No trouble. It is only ought to be." Yuan also smiled and said, "Congratulations to brother Jimo for making great improvements in strength." Jimo also grinned and gave another bow and said, "Coming over this time, it's precisely to thank Second Sage." Yuan waved his hand and said, "Thank what? Being able to comprehend things, that's your lucky chance." These two people's conversations made everyone stunned again. Concerning High Priest Stardrive's strength advancing greatly, why did he have to thank Yuan? Could it be that Yuan was already strong to the degree that he could casually give pointers to High Priest Stardrive? However, some Empyreans were well-informed people. Their gazes flickered, seemingly recalling something. A Grandmaster said, "I heard that Yuan solved the eternal chess game, ask not, in the West Spirit region back then. It was High Priest Stardrive who brought it over." With Yuan solving the game, High Priest Stardrive was watching by the side, he likely gleaned considerable gains. There's actually really such a thing. That eternal chess game, ask not, I've also heard of it before. That's the showdown between the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Someone like Yuan can break the deadlock too. That Grandmaster sighed and said, originally, this Empyrean naturally didn't believe it too. But, High Priest Stardrive came personally. So this matter naturally won't be fake. The demon clan was too far from the human race in the end. There were naturally missing pieces of information when the news came over. Hence, toward these news, these Empyreans were naturally half dubious. Especially that they viewed Yuan's strength as being meager. How could he possibly crack the chess game where Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest faced off? It was just that looking at it today, this matter really could not be any more real. "Brother Jimo, have you brought the things that I want?" Yuan said. Jimo nodded slightly and said, receiving Second Sage's news, Jimo did not dare to stop for a second and gathered the spirit medicines and rushed over. As he said, Jimo took a storage ring out and said, "What Second Sage needs, I will do it on your behalf." Yuan nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you." Yuan's body did not have divine essence and could not even open the storage ring at all. Hence, that was why he needed Jimo to do it on his behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and said to Empyrean Pilljade, "Just now, you said that I'm trash." Empyrean Pilljade's expression flickered incessantly. What kind of eyesight did he have? He naturally saw through Yi Yuan's actual situation with one glance. The current Yi Yuan, his small world had already collapsed. He was unable to accommodate divine essence at all. This kind of person, what was he if not trash? No matter how strong the formation Tao, what was the use if one could not cultivate? He smiled coldly and said, "Could it be that what this Empyrean said is wrong?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Pilljade, today, I'll let you see who's the trash. From today onward, I, Yi Yuan, have the final say in the southern border's alchemy world." Pilljade was startled inwardly. Could it be that this boy really had some method and could recover? But, with his small world crumbling, even if medicine ancestor came, it would be difficult to repair too, right? Not waiting for him to react yet, Yi Yuan's fingertips flicked out like phantoms. One array formation after another constructed in the void. Seeing his appearance, who still did not know that Yi Yuan wanted to refine pills? They all knew that he was using formation Tao pill refinement, but what kind of medicinal pill was Yi Yuan going to refine to be able to let himself recover? However, the brilliance of Yi Yuan's technique and complexity of the array formations made everyone secretly alarmed. The array formations that Yi Yuan set up, they had not seen a single one before. 10 absolute heavenly who. Suddenly, Yi Yuan called out loudly. Jimo flicked his fingers, a spirit medicine flew towards the array formation. The spirit medicine entered the formation and immediately turned into a pile of powder. But the movements of Yi Yuan's hands did not stop and was still laying formations frenziedly. Unreasonable azure spirit fruit, ancient orchid earths and gold. Yi Yuan's mouth uttered the name of one ranked 7 spirit medicine after another from time to time. These ranked 7 spirit medicines were all incomparably precious. It was very difficult for Yi Yuan to want to gather them. Therefore, that was why he informed the priest temple to have Jimo deliver them. Jimo sent the spirit medicines into the array formation very cooperatively. They were refined in the formation. But no one knew what he was doing. Even the strange hue in Jimo's gaze also gradually thickened. With his vision, he actually could not understand what Yi Yuan was doing. When pills entered rank 7, it was extremely rare for people to go and refine pills with formation Tao anymore. Concerning the complexity involved, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Furthermore, there was no one that had used Yi Yuan's method to refine pills with formation Tao. Formation Tao pill refinement was done by setting up all the array formations, and then placing the spirit medicines inside, and letting the array formation complete the refinement process by itself. But Yi Yuan was refining the spirit medicines stock by stock. This kind of method, they had never seen before at all. But every spirit medicine as well as the portion that Yi Yuan sent into the array formation, those 7-star alchemy gods all learned it deeply by heart. What if this was an incredible medicinal pill? It was just that they did not think about it. Yi Yuan dared to refine the pill in front of so many of them. How could he be afraid of them secretly learning? Empyrean Pilljade sneered coldly and said with disdain, "The medicinal theory is utter rubbish. His array formations are too many and disorderly. What kind of bullshit medicinal pill can such an array formation refine?" By the side, Empyrean Windrider also nodded and said, with his small world crumbling apart, "It's simply beyond redemption. In my view, this boy is merely talking big to impress people." The array formation grew more and more massive, and increasingly complex. A high building rose from the ground. It was as if Yi Yuan was using building blocks to construct a skyscraper. This building took 10 days and nights. At this time, half the sky was filled with stars, as if Yi Yuan embedded the stars into the sky, exquisitely beautiful. Yi Yuan flicked his fingers, shooting toward a corner of the array formation. Formation rise, pill condense. With a crisp sound, the entire array formation seemed to have come to life all of a sudden. The void trembled, endless light radiated out, the entire array formation suddenly seemed to have come to life. Incomparably shocking aura burst forth. Jimo's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, This is the aura of a complete world. Second sage used array formations and constructed a complete world. Chaos Samsara pill, condense. All of a sudden, light converged swiftly, a medicinal pill that radiated golden light suspended above the void quietly. Chapter 2216, Tao Pill. The aura of Tao. Jimo looked at the golden medicinal pill that was suspending quietly. His eyes were full of shock, and he felt that his throat was somewhat dry. The golden medicinal pill was extremely dazzling, glaring until all the Empyreans could not open their eyes. The undulations coming off of the medicinal pill made everyone's faces change drastically. They had never seen before such an aura from a medicinal pill. This kind of aura was incomparably deep, incomparably vast, as if, facing the entire heavenly Tao. It was as if that was not a medicinal pill, but a world. Empyrean Piljade's expression changed wildly and he said in shock, This is the aura of the great Tao. Why would there be the aura of the great Tao in a medicinal pill? What kind of medicinal pill is this? Why would there be such a miraculous undulation? Too bizarre. What in the world did this guy do? The Empyreans present were all shocked, being speechless. This medicinal pill that Yuan refined already completely surpassed their understanding. There was a trace of Tao accumulations hidden in the medicinal pill, this was common knowledge. But Tao accumulations and the aura of great Tao, that was two totally different things. The great Tao aura, which was the source of Tao, was the most fundamental rule of this world. Why were Tao ancestors powerful? Because they obtained the recognition of the source of Tao, controlling the rules in a region. And Tao accumulations were just like a firefly in front of the great Tao source. Won't be wrong, although the aura of the Tao is still very weak, this medicinal pill already touched the borders of Tao pill. Hiss, worthy of being the person that Master chose, truly terrifying. Jimo looked at Yuan and drew a cold breath, forcefully calming his heart down. The Empyreans present all did not know what this medicinal pill signified. But he knew. This medicinal pill represented that Yuan would enter the ranks of the top alchemists in this world. He would advance shoulder to shoulder with medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest. And this also represented the superlative of the heavenspan world's alchemy Tao. This kind of medicinal pill was called Tao pill by sacred ancestor high priest. Tao pill surmounted above divine pill, standing on par with heavenly Tao. There were so many 8-star alchemy gods in the heavenspan world, but why did medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest tower above all life? He, high priest Stardrive, was also a late-stage 8-star peerless expert, but he was also unable to be mentioned in the same breath with them. The reason was because of Tao pill. That was another level of alchemy skills and already dissociated from the level of divine pills. However, regardless of whether it was the medicine ancestor or sacred ancestor high priest, they were both unable to refine a true Tao pill. Otherwise, the medicine ancestor would not be the medicine ancestor, but simply a Tao ancestor. But on this step, clearly, these two major powers could walk in the front. That was a mysterious and hard-to-fathom realm, a boundary that made people captivated. Only the sacred ancestors' students knew the profound secrets involved in this. Jimo knew that at present, the alchemists that could refine the embryonic form of a Tao pill in this heavenspan world, the number definitely did not surpass the number of fingers. Each one of them was a heaven-shocking important figure. But now, they would probably have to include Yuan. Although the aura of Tao contained inside this medicinal pill was still very weak, this kind of feeling would not be wrong. Everyone did not know the tumultuous waves in Jimo's heart. But this golden-colored chaos samsara pill was already enough to make them shocked. Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, the chaos samsara pill came into his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan directly swallowed it. The body that was originally a pool of stagnant water immediately raged like a storm. The berserk spiritual energy undulations billowed to the sky with Yuan as the center. Limitless spiritual energy gathered over crazily. Yuan was like a bottomless chasm, devouring spiritual energy crazily. While within his body, the chaos world that was originally in fragmented pieces actually displayed great vitality once more like a withered tree that came back to life. Chaos samsara pill was like a delicate tinker, starting to restore Yuan's chaos world little by little. No one understood what Yuan experienced in these several decades. To the peerless powerhouses that frequently fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, and the mountain and rivers flowed in reverse, concerning the squabbles between mortals, they considered it completely beneath their notice. No one thought much about those most basic things. They felt that those were all trash and should be eliminated. But Yuan did not think so. One will never achieve their goals without doing things a step at a time. No matter how grand the move, no matter how great the strength, it was put together and formed from bit by bit of foundation. He grew up like this and also demanded others to grow like this. During these several dozens of years, Yuan instinctively ran through those alchemy Dao records that those experts cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes systematically. He lost his memories and could not remember alchemy things at all. Whatever sacred ancestor high priest's legacy, whatever heavenly Empyrean immortal grove's inheritance, he forgot all of them cleanly. All of his reliance was his own instincts. His alchemy talent, his alchemy instincts, the alchemy strength that he tempered thoroughly. Bit by bit, little by little, it accumulated to an extremely terrifying level. All the way until Lin Changqing appeared, pushing Yuan to his limits, he achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject, and finally stepped into the middle stage Dao realm with one step. At present, what kind of realm did his alchemy Dao reach? Even he himself did not know either. But he knew that he was very strong. Indescribably strong. So what if the world crumbled? So what if divine essence was completely lost? All refined pills and restore all of them. This chaos samsara pill was the grand achievement work that his alchemy Dao gathered. The horrifying energy undulation continued for a full 3 days and nights. Yuan was like a heaven-devouring behemoth, swallowing heaven and earth's spiritual energy greedily. 3 days later, Yuan slowly opened both eyes, brilliant light radiating. Not only did this quasi-Dao pill restore his chaos world fully, it even let his strength scale new heights. At present, he already stepped into the middle stage Chao realm. During this period, Empyrean Pilljade and the rest were akin to sitting on pins and needles. They really wanted to make a move to interrupt Yuan's refinement. They wanted to stop Yuan from recovering his strength. But, with High Priest Stardrive this major power watching at one side, they did not dare to do anything at all. Of course, what shocked them even more was that Yuan really recovered. A martial artist whose world shattered actually recovered his strength miraculously. Would this sort of thing really happen? But it happened right before their eyes. What kind of medicinal pill is this, to actually be able to let a shattered world come back to life? Impossible. Why haven't I heard of such a medicinal pill before? Too terrifying. This guy's alchemy strength is absolutely the #1 person among 7 stars. This boy is simply a freak. The Southern Border Alliance Empyreans were all shocked speechless. Actually, all the way until just now, they were not willing to believe that Yuan was really able to recover. But the reality was often quite cruel. Seeing Yuan's strength recover fully, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City cheered with jubilation. This was their lord, their omnipotent lord. Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said with a cold smile, "Pilljade, I wonder who's the trash now." Chapter 2217. Who knows what the hell he experienced? Empyrean Pilljade's expression was extremely ugly. With Yuan appearing in such a way, everyone all thought that he was already a cripple. But who knew that he actually refined a miraculous medicinal pill and completely restored his small world? Now, not only did Yuan's cultivation recover fully, but his strength also become a notch higher. This made things awkward. His gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold smile, "Even if you recovered your strength, what can you change? This show today doesn't only have this Empyrean dictating here. Do you, a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, dare to become enemies with the entire southern border's heavenly emperors?" After he was done talking, he turned to Jimo again and said in a solemn voice, "Lord Stardrive, although you're a demon race major power, this place is the human race boundary. Right now, our Southern Border Alliance is going to launch a general offensive towards Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Are you really going to take action?" These words had some meaning of forcing him out of the way. But he believed that High Priest Stardrive definitely would not dare to risk universal condemnation. The human race's strength was far stronger than a mere priest temple. But Jimo did not care at all. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively and smiled as he said, "I said that I'm just here to run an errand. Whatever you all want to do, that's your business." Empyrean Pilljade's face became blacker and blacker. The more Jimo said this, the more uncertain he was. "You, a major power, are here now, but you said to me that you would not care about anything. If you did not care, I would have long thrown a slap over. Would you allow it?" Right. The spirit medicines that Second Sage wants isn't just these. After he finishes refining the medicinal pill, this emperor can also return and report completion on the mission. At that time, you all can fight however you like. Your human race's internal affairs, this emperor won't intervene in them. Jimo's face still had a faint smile as he said coolly. Empyrean Piljade's face turned black again. Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart, this fellow is rather interesting. It turned out that not every major power was so old-fashioned and posturing. Jimo's posturing was postured refreshingly and free from convention. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around and said to Bai Tong, Senior Bai Tong, back then, when I brought you away from Bamboo Groove Void Realm, I'd once promised you good fortune. Today, I'll gift this good fortune to you. Bai Tong's entire body trembled. Then he saw that Yi Yuan had already started setting up a formation. Recovering his strength, with the traction of divine essence, Yi Yuan's speed of setting up formations was God knows how many times faster than before. Merely half a day's time, an enormous array formation surfaced in front of everyone. Although this array formation was inferior to the array formation that refined the Chaos Samsara pill previously, it was also extremely complicated. Even if those Empyrean powerhouses opened their eyes wide and exerted their divine sense to the limits, they were still unable to understand the mysteries involved. By the side, Jimo sneered coldly in his heart. Even he could not understand this array formation, so how could these fools understand? Clearly, Yi Yuan's formation Dao pill refinement already reached the boundary of following his own will. To him, whether it was using medicinal cauldron to refine pills or using array formation to refine pills, there was already not much difference. Yi Yuan integrated his alchemy skills into alchemy Dao, grouping them randomly. Targeting different medicinal pills, he could create different formation Dao pill refinement. Although the methods used may vary, the principle was the same. That principle was his Dao. Dream returning heart replenishing pill, condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, a resplendent light radiated once more. Hiss. End spirit divine pill again. The group of Empyreans could not refrain from drawing a cold breath once more. Although this medicinal pill isn't as good as that one previously, it also already firmly reached the level of end spirit. Truly terrifying. To be able to steadily refine rank 7 divine pills to the level of end spirit, this boy's realm has likely already reached middle stage ancestor realm. Don't you guys forget, the medicinal pill that he refined earlier was an extremely obscure medicinal pill. Obscure medicinal pills were totally different concepts from ordinary medicinal pills. Back then, when Yi Yuan refined the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, he practically exhausted his divine soul. The difficulty could be seen. Now, refining the dream returning heart replenishing pill, the difficulty rose God knows how many levels up. However, Yi Yuan still accomplished it with high proficiency. The alchemy strength that Yi Yuan exhibited made the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans despair. From today onward, I, Yi Yuan, have the final say in the Southern Border's alchemy world. This sentence echoed in their ears from time to time. Previously, they all still felt that Yi Yuan did not know what he was talking about, but now, they already could not find the words to describe their current emotions. Bai Tong received the medicinal pill and said with surprise, Dream returning heart replenishing pill. Dream returning heart replenishing pill was not the medicinal pill to let him completely recover his strength. Hence, when Bai Tong heard this name, he was very surprised too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior returned to boyhood from old age. It's caused by the defect in your cultivation method. Your cultivation method will harm a portion of the divine soul in exchange for great improvements in power. With your divine soul getting damaged, heavenly Tao is defective. Even if Senior's cultivation is exceedingly high, it's also hard to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. This dream returning heart replenishing pill can complete your divine soul and let your divine soul reach the peak. At that time, breaking through again would be much easier. Bai Tong's entire body trembled. The defect in his divine soul was unable to recover fully even with the medicinal pills left behind by his ancestors. Yi Yuan altered his pill formula and it was actually capable of restoring his divine soul. Just what kind of realm did this fellow's current alchemy Dao reach? This kind of level 9 difficulty peak ranked 7 divine pills, wanting to make the slightest changes was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Yi Yuan modified it like he had it at his fingertips. This world was too crazy. Bai Tong nodded slightly and said with a smile, Fine lad, thanks a lot. He put away the medicinal pill and did not have the intention of refining it, but then he heard Yi Yuan say with a wide grin on his face, just nice. There's brother Jimo standing guard here, elder brother Bai should just directly refine the medicinal pill. There's still something better after this. Be better. Bai Tong was taken aback, his brain not quite following Yi Yuan's words. This dream-returning heart-replenishing pill was already the best medicinal pill that he could imagine. What kind of medicinal pill could be better than this? Suddenly, a thought crept up in his mind and his heart shook wildly. Could he really do it? Among 7-star alchemy gods, it has never been heard of that anyone could refine that medicinal pill. Yes, he was not an ordinary 7-star alchemy god. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Bai Tong's mouth, and he nodded his head slightly at Yi Yuan, directly consuming the dream-returning heart-replenishing pill. While the others were shocked speechless. Could it be that this guy still wants to refine the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill? Crazy. Really nuts. Wasn't it said that this boy died? What the hell did he experience these few years? Why would he be monstrous until like this? Who the hell knows what he experienced? But even that heaven-defying chaos samsara pill was refined. So the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill shouldn't be anything difficult, right? The expressions of the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans became more and more fascinating. Everyone already guessed what medicinal pill Yi Yuan was going to refine. But they still did not dare to believe it. This was because this medicinal pill was a heaven-defying existence to 7-star alchemy gods, even to 8-star alchemy gods. If one had to add a difficulty above level 9, then this medicinal pill was the existence that surpassed level 9 difficulty. The 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, the medicinal pill that could create a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Chapter 2218. If he were to become emperor, who would dare disobey? A heavenly emperor was this world's true hegemon. The goal that every martial artist strove toward their whole lives was to become a heavenly emperor. This step stumped no idea how many outstanding figures. Just take Empyrean Piljade for example. Was his talent not high? Once he was the sole ancestor realm powerhouse of the southern border, how dazzling was this halo? But even so, he was still blocked in front of the gates of Heavenly Emperor mercilessly. Then about Empyrean Yuan, who cultivated to the peak Empyrean realm with the identity of an itinerant cultivator, how astonishing was his talent. Moreover, he was even an extremely powerful 7-star alchemy god. But likewise, he was unable to take this step. It had already been several million years. Also one thing, that was that heavenly emperors were not able to be created using medicinal pills. Actually, it was not that there wasn't such a medicinal pill, but it was that this medicinal pill was too hard to refine. Even for those peak 8-star alchemy gods, there were also very few that could successfully refine the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. But now, Yi Yuan was doing it. Jimo looked at Yi Yuan setting up the formation, and the flesh on his face hurt without him being aware. Even though it was just ranked 7 spirit medicines, the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill's spirit medicines, each kind was incomparably precious and rare. Each spirit medicine was worth a city. In this heavenspan world, there were really not many that could gather the spirit medicines of the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. It was also only because Second Sage opened his mouth to request for them. Otherwise, even if others wanted to refine it, they would also be unable to make something out of nothing. This time, the array formations that Yi Yuan laid down were even more profound and complicated. The refinement of the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill was seriously too difficult and profound. However, Yi Yuan still constructed the colossal array formation methodically. The array formation became more and more complicated, increasingly difficult to understand. The aura coming from within the void also became more and more profound. But the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans became more and more anxious. It seemed like the momentum of Heavenly Eagle's rise was already unstoppable. Could it be that this Empyrean is really going to witness a miracle? A 7-star alchemy god refining the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill? I never even heard of it before. Sigh, comparing people is really odious. This boy is too monstrous. If this 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill can be given to this Empyrean, how great would that be? The 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, a medicinal pill that could create heavenly emperors, how could they not covet it? At this time, how were they still in the mood to go and attack Heavenly Eagle? These Empyreans, especially those at the peak, their only thought was envying Bai Tong. At this time, they wished for time to flow backward, and they would go and suck up to Yi Yuan desperately. As long as they obtained Yi Yuan's recognition, perhaps they would also be able to obtain the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. They would then step into that fleeting and ephemeral Heavenly Emperor realm. Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yunyi raised his head and looked at the sky, his expression seemingly incomparably excited. This was the alchemy Tao that he yearned for. Compared to his master's alchemy Tao, what did mere 7-star alchemy gods count for? In front of his master, cultivation realms did not have any meaning at all. His understanding of alchemy Tao already glimpsed the source of the Tao. Maybe come one day in the future, he would also be able to refine such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. Staying in Heavenly Eagle was not the choice that he made, but a steadfast belief in his heart. His identity was extremely sensitive. If it were others, it was absolutely impossible to take him in as an apprentice, let alone the opportunity to be imparted with various skills. But after so many years in Heavenly Eagle, Yun Yi could clearly feel his alchemy strength advance by leaps and bounds. This could not be faked. Making him betray Heavenly Eagle at this time, he really could not do it. Right at this time, on the other side, Bai Tong's aura billowed to the sky. His aura rose steadily up, heading straight to becoming a peak Empyrean. When everything calmed down, Bai Tong's entire person was like a sharp sword that came out of the sheath, sharp edge revealing in its entirety. Coincidentally at this moment, Yuan pointed at the void and yelled out, "Formation rise, 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, condense." Another heaven-shocking array formations operation. 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, formed. End spirit 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. Southern Border Alliance that side, the Empyrean's eyes were almost popping out. Towards Yuan's strength, they were long already wholeheartedly convinced. Right now, their only thought was envy. Yuan put away the medicinal pill and said to Bai Tong, "Brother Bai Tong, how do you feel?" Bai Tong smiled and said, "Great. Indescribably great." The dream-returning heart-replenishing pill already treated all of his hidden injuries. The current Bai Tong already reached his peak state in all aspects. Breaking through currently was the most suitable. Yuan also smiled and said, "That's good. Now, directly refine this then." As he said, he handed the 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill to Bai Tong. Bai Tong refined it on the spot without another word. Half a day later, a horrifying aura rose up. The originally cloudless sky suddenly rolled and seethed. The earth was quaking. A strong wind was howling. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's structures could not withstand this pressure at all and were virtually about to collapse. The martial artists in the city were even tottering on their feet. A glint flashed in Mo's gaze, and he casually fired out a spell. In an instant, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City stabilized. The pressure of a Heavenly Emperor's breakthrough was too great for normal martial artists. Even these Empyreans in front of him, all of them had solemn expressions too, mustering up all the divine essence in their bodies, resisting this pressure. However, no one left. A Heavenly Emperor breaking through, great Tao would descend. This kind of lucky chance could not be encountered by everyone. Perhaps the observation this time could let them have some harvests. Bai Tong's aura became grander and grander. He became increasingly stronger. The Heavenly Emperor's barrier was unable to stop his breakthrough at all. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Bai Tong broke through the fetters of Empyrean realm in one go, busting through that shackle. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was born domineeringly just like that. Everyone was staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape, shocked expressions on their faces. Empyrean Pilljade gave a bitter laugh and said, "This is the power of an end spirit 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. Truly, if he were to become emperor, who would dare disobey?" Empyrean Windrider also sighed faintly and said, "Breaking through the shackles with alchemy Tao, Heavenly Tao has to make some concessions too. This boy is already not what the likes of us can provoke." Empyrean Pilljade sighed dejectedly, knowing that what Empyrean Windrider said was not false. Although these alchemy major powers, had not seen a Heavenly Emperor breaking through before, they still knew what the breakthrough would be like. When others broke through, they needed to shake off the fetters of Heavenly Tao countless times, struggling to free themselves from the shackles of Empyrean realm. Breaking through was fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with oneself. But Bai Tong's breakthrough was extremely domineering. Have obstructions, directly burst through. Have fetter, directly chop off. The momentum of becoming a Heavenly Emperor, even heaven and earth was unable to stop it. This kind of breakthrough, the impact was too strong. Bai Tong stood in the air. Looking at this world again, it was as if everything changed colors. Turns out that the world is like this. Bai Tong could not resist letting out an emotional sigh. Suddenly, the aura on his body released. A horrifying pressure spread out, spreading across the entire sky. Heavenly Emperor pressure. Bai Tong's gaze turned sharp. Sweeping across the sky, he said coldly, "From this day forth, this Heavenly Emperor will garrison Heavenly Eagle, forming the Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. All of the southern border's alchemy matters will be controlled by the Heavenly Eagle's pill tower. Whoever isn't convinced, feel free to come and find this Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2219, Work Things Out. A Heavenly Emperor was like a heavyweight bombshell or a nuclear bomb, being a deterrent. The destructive force of a Heavenly Emperor was too strong. Secular cities were not much different from toys to a Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, the survivability of a Heavenly Emperor was extremely strong. They were exceedingly difficult to kill. Once a Heavenly Emperor was determined to seek vengeance, even if he was only a first firmament Heavenly Emperor, his destructive power would also be extremely astonishing. Hence, there was this unspoken agreement between Heavenly Emperors to not intervene in worldly affairs. Once the Heavenspan world becomes depraved, then the Heavenspan world would wail in sorrow. Now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produced a Heavenly Emperor. They had sufficient capital to play with other Heavenly Emperors. They could take a share of the loot from the southern border, this large cake. The Southern Border Alliance army slipped away with their tails between their legs. Empyrean Pilljade did not dare to even let out a fart. From this day onward, Southern Border Alchemy World's arrangement would have massive changes. A new peak Alchemy Dao Holy Land suddenly emerged. Previously, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could be said to exist by depending on the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was only because their strength was not strong enough. But now, Heavenly Eagle had a Heavenly Emperor holding down the fort. This caused the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to join into the ranks of the Southern Border's top factions. No one dared to not give Heavenly Eagle Imperial City face anymore. Let alone that after this battle, Yuan's fame surpassed even the new Heavenly Emperor, making the entire Southern Border hear about it like the sound of thunder. A 7-star alchemy god was capable of refining the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. From this day forth, Yuan became the well-deserved #1 person among 7-star alchemy gods. The impact of this title was too great. The medicinal pills that you could not refine, I could refine. Powerhouses that you could not create, I could create. Injuries that you could not treat, I could treat. With how vast the Southern Border was, who dared to say that they would not need to ask Yuan for help? What if someday, an Empyrean was heavily injured on the verge of death and needed medicinal pills to save their life? If one day, a Bodhidharma's direct lineage disciple needed an extremely hard to refine medicinal pill to break through? Nobody dared to say for certain. In the past, Yuan was just a 7-star alchemy god and was unable to refine ranked 7 divine pills. His value was naturally not great. But now, Yuan's status was already totally different. He already truly became a figure of authority in a region. No one dared to not give him face. Not long after, the Southern Border organized a 4-party talk. Southern Border Alliance, Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma, 7 great ancient families as well as Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. I want 60%. The moment Yuan sat down, he nonchalantly tossed out a heavyweight bombshell. Empyrean Pilljade shot to his feet and berated angrily, "Brat, your appetite is also a little too big. Careful you don't burst." The representative of the 7 great ancient families, Baitang Li, also frowned and said, "Little brother Yi, show mercy whenever possible." The incident this time, even if we were in the wrong, we also restrained ourselves for a long time for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sake. Isn't that so? Empyrean Flutterfeather remained silent. Yuan smiled slightly, got up, and said, "Is that so? Then, there's nothing to discuss. Gentlemen, let's showcase our true abilities then." Done talking, he was actually going to leave the meeting. The few great Empyreans almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Who negotiated like this? What the hell? Did not even talk yet and you were going to dust your bottom and leave. You directly threw 60% the moment you came. We only said a sentence and you wanted to showcase our abilities. This. Still discuss for what? Shouldn't negotiations be push and pull, all parties playing a seesaw game? Why did it totally change here? This brat was also too tyrannical. Hold on, let's work things out, can't we? Empyrean Pilljade did not have a temper anymore and could only speak up. Baitang Li also hurriedly got up and pulled Yuan and said, "Dear me, little brother Yi, everything can be discussed. Let's sit down first and talk properly." How about it? Yuan did not sit down and just said coolly, "Nothing to discuss. Right now, our Heavenly Eagle is the victor. You guys are the defeated ones. 60%. I've already made a huge sacrifice. If can, You guys carry on discussing. If can't, you guys can carry on discussing too. Domineering, tyrannical, not giving the other three parties any leeway to turn around at all. Yuan this time was simply like a different person from back then. In the negotiations back then, Yuan did not show face at all. A large portion of the profits was even given to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City merely just became an appendage to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But today, Yuan was too domineering. He was simply unparalleled and tyrannical. I set the price. You guys can discuss the rest. It has nothing to do with me. Then Yuan turned around and left just like that. The other few people exchanged glances. Baffled looks could be seen on their faces. Bustling around for such a long time, in the end, Yuan came over and dropped a single sentence, and he was done. Empyrean Pilljade looked at Empyrean Flutterfeather. He said with a sneer, "Flutterfeather, the good brother that you made. You did not stint to fall out with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and also had to help Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In the end, he's treating you like this." Flutterfeather looked at him and said with a faint smile, "This Empyrean is this Empyrean. The Myriad Treasure Tower is the Myriad Treasure Tower. He isn't targeting this Empyrean. He is targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower. It's the Myriad Treasure Tower that abandoned Heavenly Eagle first. Younger brother Yi's heart is like a clear mirror and naturally has his considerations. Rather, it's you who ought to consider the things afterward properly. Otherwise, toward Heavenly Emperor Wanj there, it will be hard to give him an account." Empyrean Pilljade's gaze turned intent, his expression instantly becoming incomparably ugly. This four-party talk was facilitated by the Southern Border Alliance in the first place. But currently, this sort of situation could not carry on negotiating at all. Could it be that they were going to start a war again? But if they started a war, the Southern Border Alliance would not have any chips on hand at all. The Southern Border Alliance that had the greatest influence and strongest strength in the past, currently it was the party with the fewest chips presently. They were the party with the weakest power and influence. The Myriad Treasure Tower had pill formulas. The 7 great reclusive ancient families also had pill formulas. Heavenly Eagle was even the master of the pill formulas. Only the Southern Border Alliance had nothing. Of course, it was also not that they had nothing. They had territory. Very soon, someone came to visit. But the one who came this time was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Empyrean Flutterfeather led the Myriad Treasure Tower's Heavenly Emperor Riverback and approached Yuan. "Hoo-hoo, elder brother Flutterfeather, I was just about to find you, but I didn't expect that you came personally." When Yuan saw Flutterfeather, he had an enthusiastic look. As for the Heavenly Emperor Riverback who was in the leading position, it was like Yuan did not see him at all, treating him like air. It was so awkward. To dare treat a Heavenly Emperor as heir, Yuan was probably the first person in the southern border. Flutterfeather could only toughen his scalp and answered, "Younger brother, this is my Myriad Treasure Tower's third manager, Heavenly Emperor Riverback." The Myriad Treasure Tower's power and influence were tremendous. There was naturally more than one Heavenly Emperor. In the southern border, Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma's power and influence were extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could their business span across the southern border? Heavenly Emperor Riverback put aside his embarrassment and said fawningly, "Little friend Yi's battle shocked the southern border and became the southern border 7-star alchemy god's #1 person. It really broadened people's horizons." Yuan smiled and said, "About this, speaking of which, I still have to thank Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure very much for giving me this opportunity." Heavenly Emperor Riverback almost choked to death. He could only cough dryly twice to resolve the awkwardness. "Little friend Yi, this matter was indeed my Myriad Treasure Tower's fault. But then again, for little friend Yi to be able to have today's accomplishments, my Myriad Treasure Tower also made great contributions. Are our two families really going to make distinctions between each other?" Heavenly Emperor Riverback asked. Chapter 2220, Disregarded. Yuan's footsteps stopped, and then the smile on his face gradually disappeared. By the side, Empyrean Flutterfeather sighed slightly, knowing that this matter could not be settled anymore today. Before coming, he exhorted over and over again, for Heavenly Emperor Riverback to not mention the past, and just to acknowledge their faults sincerely. That way, maybe there was still a trace of salvaging. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback capitalized on his status and talked about the past. With Yuan's temper, how could he let the matter drop? Sure enough, Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Fellow Taoist Riverback, isn't your face red from saying this?" You all touch your hearts first. The myriad treasure towers these several thousand years of glory, who did it rely on? Was it me, Yi Yuan, who received favors from your myriad treasure tower's light? Or was it your myriad treasure tower who received favors from my, Yi Yuan's light? Over these 1,000 years, the myriad treasure tower could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. The profits that they earned were as much as the past several tens of thousands of years added up, even several hundreds of thousands of years. With such a huge profit as support, the myriad treasure tower naturally groomed countless powerhouses too. And this profit was all created from Yi Yuan's pill formulas. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the heavenspan world, the special pill formulas were given to the myriad treasure tower. Its value could virtually buy a heavenly emperor bodhimanda. Especially after the last Cloud Pill Summit, the myriad treasure tower's reputation developed to the peak. What Yi Yuan returned to the myriad treasure tower was much greater than what he took. He, Yi Yuan, had always repaid with precious jade after receiving a peach fruit when making friends. Yi Yuan being able to leave with his mind set at ease was equivalent to entrusting Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to the myriad treasure tower. Although he treated the myriad treasure tower as a friend, in the end, the myriad treasure tower only treated him as a partner of interest. When Heavenly Eagle needed help the most, the myriad treasure tower pulled the firewood out from under the boiler. They stopped caring. What difference was this kind of action from kicking you down the cliff with one foot? Even though the myriad treasure tower did not take part in the besieging this time, they were one of the accomplices too. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that with the myriad treasure tower's present strength, they could definitely withstand the heavy pressure of the Southern Border Alliance. At the very least, preserving Heavenly Eagle was still achievable. But they shrunk back. They felt that with Heavenly Eagle losing him, it lost its utility value. Hence, they directly sold Heavenly Eagle out. Only then did Yi Yuan come to realize the truth. It turned out that Myriad Treasure Tower was merely a group of merchants who were trying to outwit the other in the end. Merchants only ever pursued profits. But Empyrean Flutterfeather was a different type. Heavenly Emperor Riverback's old face turned red. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. In reality, he was also an indirect beneficiary. But the pride of a Heavenly Emperor made him unable to lower his head. Saying some self-degrading words was already his limit. And Yi Yuan's attitude also thoroughly infuriated him. Heavenly Emperor Riverback's gaze turned dark, and he said, "Yi Yuan, this Heavenly Emperor humbled himself and pleaded with well-meaning advice, but you're pushing people too far. Don't you forget, the pill formulas are still grasped in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Tower. If we publicize the pill formulas, you should know the consequences." Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Riverback like looking at a fool and grinned as he said, "As long as you're happy." After he was done talking, he turned to Flutterfeather and said, "Elder brother Flutterfeather, since Gmo that fellow came, I conveniently extorted some ranked 7 spirit medicines. These 2 days, I just happened to refine several emergent spirit ascension pills. It should be sufficient for you to cultivate for a period of time. As for elder brother Chaoyuan there, I'm having a bit of a headache." Yi Yuan patted his head, an appearance of his head hurting. He was indeed feeling some headache. The matter this time, the 2 people that Yi Yuan owed the biggest favor to were Empyrean Flutterfeather and Empyrean Chaoyuan. Empyrean Flutterfeather's situation was still fine. He still had room to go up. But Empyrean Chaoyuan, his situation was to reach the Heavenly Emperor realm. Where would he go and pool together another set of 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill spirit medicines? By the side, Heavenly Emperor Riverback's gaze turned intent. Those were End Spirit Divine pills. At present, when a medicinal pill that Yi Yuan personally refined was placed outside, it was a priceless treasure. One End Spirit Emergent Spirit Ascension pill, even if exchanging for a rank 8 Divine pill, there would also absolutely be someone who would swap. But he actually gave it to Empyrean Flutterfeather like giving a cabbage. The moment he gave Empyrean Flutterfeather, it was several pills. These medicinal pills were sufficient for Empyrean Flutterfeather to cultivate to the peak Empyrean realm. "Brat, you're too condescending. You'll pay the price for your arrogance." Heavenly Emperor Riverback had a feeling of being disregarded and said furiously. But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear him. He then said to Flutterfeather, "Oh, right, elder brother, here are my alchemy Dao experiences these few years. You can take it and have a look. Let's improve together." Flutterfeather's gaze turned slightly intent and his breathing became ragged. Compared to medicinal pills, this jade slip was more valuable. "Yi Yuan, are you really going to force yourself into a dead end? People who dared to become enemies with my myriad treasure tower all didn't have a good ending. Heavenly Emperor Riverback said furiously. Yi Yuan said, Brother Flutterfeather, call elder brother Chaoyuan tomorrow too. Let's get good and drunk. Heavenly Emperor Riverback was speechless. He seriously could not stay on in this place anymore. After Heavenly Emperor Riverback left, Flutterfeather sighed slightly and said, Why is there a need for this, younger brother? Could it be that you're really not scared that the Myriad Treasure Tower publicized the pill formulas? Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, Pill formulas? Heh, using my pill formulas to threaten me, I really don't know if that guy's brain is made out of tofu or not. If Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure is smart, he should restrain himself a little. They should prop you up. With you around, some things can still be discussed. If they offend you, Myriad Treasure Tower's business in the southern border will come to an end too. Empyrean Flutterfeather's expression turned slightly somber. Only then did he know that Yi Yuan's trump card was no longer some pill formulas long ago. Perhaps from the very beginning, he never placed these pill formulas in his sights. Yeah, using Yi Yuan's own pill formulas to threaten him, wasn't this a joke? Master, this snotty brat is too condescending, completely making light of our myriad treasure bodhidharma. In my view, we should publicize the pill formulas now and ally with the other two parties to deal with this punk together. Isn't his heavenly eagle bodhidharma just a measly little first firmament heavenly emperor? Can they still become enemies with the entire southern border? Returning to myriad treasure bodhidharma, Heavenly Emperor Riverback had a look of rage. He was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's eldest disciple and followed Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure the longest. His status in Myriad Treasure bodhidharma was also extremely high. It was just that he said it with a look of exultation, but he did not notice that Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's expression already become extremely ugly. After he finished saying, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure laughed coldly and said, Riverback, are you a pig? This Heavenly Emperor made you represent the Myriad Treasure Tower to go to apologize to him. But then you ran over to show off your power and prestige to Yi Yuan. Did your brain short-circuit? Is a Heavenly Emperor very impressive? Don't you know that Yi Yuan used a medicinal pill and forcefully created a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? If not for the 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill spirit medicines being too rare, Empyrean Chaoyuan would be Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's second one. In the future, there will still be a third, a fourth. Heavenly Emperor Riverback was scolded until he was struck senseless. His master had never flared up with such a temper before. What was going on this time? Do you think that those few lousy pill formulas are very impressive? Using the pill formulas that Yi Yuan handed to us to threaten him, was your head kicked by a donkey? The more Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure scolded, the more enraged he became, showing a disappointed appearance of expecting better from him. Chapter 2221, Army setting out for Zhushang. From inside the priest temple's main hall, a burst of hearty laughter could be heard. Wing's laughter carried a trace of excitement, a trace of anticipation, and also a trace of shock. Dao Pill, what an exceptionally talented boy. Just how long has it been and he already refined a Dao Pill? This Heavenly Emperor really didn't misjudge him. Jimo also said with vicissitudes of emotion, Second Sage's talent truly surpasses ancient and modern times. Master, you aren't aware of this, but when I saw him refining the Chaos Samsara pill, while in a trance, I thought that it was Master refining the pill. Wing smiled slightly and shook his head and said, You're wrong. Jimo was taken aback and said, Wrong. Wing nodded and said, His alchemy talent is naturally this world's apex. But, since time immemorial, including medicine ancestor that fellow and I, which one isn't extraordinarily talented? But who could have such accomplishment at his age? Jimo was deep in thought. Thinking about it, it was indeed like that. Being able to reach the level of Tao, regardless of whether it was the medicine ancestor or sacred ancestor high priest, they were absolutely this world's most outstanding geniuses. But even the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest still paled in comparison in front of Yi Yuan's astonishing talent. This point, whether or not he admitted it, it was the truth. Jimo gave a bow and said, Master, please give guidance. Wing slowly said, Cultivation emphasizes on cultivating the heart. The vastness of the heavenspan world can't be imagined. The river of time surges. How many geniuses are akin to schools of carps crossing the river? But existences that can stand above the clouds all have qualities that ordinary people don't possess. Only character can magnify your talent limitlessly, and let you possess infinite possibilities. Not arrogant, not rash, not greedy, no resentment. Calm and wise when encountering things, have great willpower and absolutely won't concede defeat. This boy possesses all the qualities to become a peerless powerhouse. Talent can be reformed. At the very least, it isn't considered too hard for me to want to make a pig become a heavenly emperor. But a pig is a pig. Even if it became a heavenly emperor, it's also a pig. He will still be gluttonous and lazy, and put cultivation aside. But character needs the accumulation of time, needs the understanding of oneself. Of course, this logic, this heavenly emperor only slowly comprehended them after a very long time too. Compared to him, it's as if he already knew them inherently. If my conjectures are right, he must have had a major incident happen to him in his early years. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's gaze was deep, his eyes exuding wisdom as if he had seen through Yuan. Jimo was alarmed inwardly as he listened. These words would likely cause a mighty uproar when placed in the outside world. The world placed high regard on talent and did not value character. But in his master's eyes, one's character was even more important than talent. In fact, in his master's eyes, talent was utterly worthless. When Jimo was still immersed in the midst of shock, Wing laughed coldly and said, "Medicine Ancestor, that old fellow will only be like this for the rest of his life. Because his character has flaws. This half-step, he'll never be able to cross it. Yuan and I will surpass him in the end." Jimo's heart shook wildly. His master already foresaw the future in the priest temple. Master, second sage is so extraordinarily talented. Will he arouse Medicine Ancestor's dread or not? Jimo suddenly thought of something and asked. Wing sneered coldly and said, "With his character, he'll naturally dread him. However, it's common knowledge to the world that Yuan is my priest temple's second sage. I reckon that he won't dare to make a move. With this heavenly emperor's understanding of him, he'll definitely use all sorts of ways to suppress Yuan, and let him fade into the crowd. It's just that, no matter what method he uses, it will probably have the opposite effect and boost Yuan's growth." Concerning the Southern Border's four-party talk, the Southern Border Alliance compromised, the Myriad Treasure Tower compromised, and the 7 great reclusive ancient families compromised too. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City monopolized a 60% share of the Southern Border. Actually, if the Myriad Treasure Tower apologized properly, he would not mind yielding some share to the Myriad Treasure Tower on account of Empyrean Flutterfeather's face. After all, he and the Myriad Treasure Tower did not have a deep-seated hatred. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback, posturing in front of Yuan, postured these shares away. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was the Heavenly Emperor who was best at doing business in the Southern Border. How shrewd was he? He had Heavenly Emperor Riverback represent him to go to apologize. It was in order to fight for this bit of share. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback screwed things up. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure had bitterness but nowhere to vent, and so he could only swallow his broken teeth down his stomach. However, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure promoted Empyrean Flutterfeather to the position of the Myriad Treasure Tower's 6th manager. His status was second only to the Myriad Treasure Tower's 5 great Heavenly Emperors. And Empyrean Flutterfeather also became the first Empyrean Realm head manager in the Myriad Treasure Tower's history. His status was incomparably venerated. Toward people related to Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure also personally transferred them, making their statuses have massive promotions. The following matters: Yuan stood aloof from worldly affairs. The other 3 parties carried out a seesaw game that dragged on for days. The remaining 40% share, naturally neither of these 3 parties were willing to give in half a step. But the most tragic one was still the Southern Border Alliance. They did not have pill formulas in their hands and had no way of contending with the other 2 parties at all. But all these, Yuan did not go and pay attention to it. Yuan continued using the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's name. Under Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's Pill Tower's name, he officially set up the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and opened Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's branches all over the southern border. This time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City finally stood in front of the stage and chowed down on the largest slice of southern border's cake. More than 1,000 years passed. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City groomed one batch of powerful alchemists after another. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was an alchemy holy land in reality as well as in name. Even the other 7 great holy lands were also greatly inferior when compared to it. The quality of Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills was extremely high. Coupled with Yuan's name that was well known throughout the southern border now, the moment fragrant medicine pavilion's business opened, it was popular to the extreme. Uncountable divine essence stones and uncountable spirit medicines, both came in a throng. Toward this, apart from being envious, the other three parties could only accept it helplessly too. Yuan was very crafty, hurting their tendons and fracturing bones, but he did not press them into a dead end either. Although 40% share was little, with the vastness of the southern border, they still had a massive revenue. As long as it did not reach the point of a life and death struggle, there was no need for heavenly emperors to come forward. On this day, outside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, several dozen Empyrean powerhouses were shockingly present, the commotion shocking the heavens. Yuan swept his gaze across and said in a clear voice, "Everybody, this Yi has an irreconcilable hatred with Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang. Today, this Yi will launch an offensive toward Zhu Shang Bodhidharma and end the enmity. Over 1,000 years ago, old villain Zhu Shang suffered serious injuries. While he's weak, take his life. With fellow Taoists setting off today, this Yi is endlessly grateful. This Yi will remember this favor in my heart. Master Yi is too courteous. Master Yi's enemy is our enemy, isn't that so? Fiend race's evildoer should die in the first place. This time, render him beyond redemption." All the Empyreans immediately answered. 2,000 years after coming to the heavenspan world, Yuan's strength finally grew to the point of wreaking vengeance and redressing hatred for his father. The main culprit of Immortal Grove's chaos was Zhu Shang. Over 1,000 years ago, Zhu Shang even infiltrated the Immortal Grove world and almost destroyed Immortal Grove. This enmity, Yuan never forgot about it. Now, Yuan's feathers were already voluptuous and no longer had any scruples. Hence, he launched an offensive toward Zhu Shang. Chapter 2222, Challenging Formation. At Xianxia Mountain, Zhu Shang Bodhidharma. Not long before, this place was bustling and was the strongest heavenly emperor Bodhimanda in the vicinity. But now, Xianxia Mountain appeared very withered. More than 1,000 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang returned, being seriously injured and did not have time to explain anything. He fell into slumber. Now, Xianxia Mountain was currently in a state of the mountain pass being sealed off. In the mountains, more than 10 fiend race true god realm powerhouses were currently patrolling. A fiend said, "Sigh, this sort of wretched days, no idea when it will come to an end. Isn't that so? Thinking about back then, how glorious was our Zhu Shang Bodhidharma. Whenever we aren't happy, we'll go and capture some slaves to play with from the nearby human areas. Now, we're almost becoming cowardly turtles. Hey, I heard that Lord Zhu Shang already woke up not long ago. Very soon, we'll be back out there." The moment the others heard, they were immediately incomparably invigorated. This sort of wretched days, they seriously could not stand it any longer. "Is it true, writer? You mustn't lie to us." Writer chuckled and said, "Of course it's true. Actually, Lord Zhu Shang already woke up 200 years ago, but his injuries were too severe. He could not leave the mountain for some time. I even heard that it was a human junior who inflicted those heavy wounds on him. After he recovers his strength, he'll find that brat to settle the scores." Excellent. These shitty days have finally come to an end. The group of fiends was currently thrilled when suddenly, several dozen black dots approached from afar, flying over towards this side. Humans. Hiss. Several dozen Empyreans. What a terrifying lineup. Q quickly go back and report this. Writer's expression changed drastically and he turned around, wanting to flee. But unfortunately, it was already too late. A youth in white clothing stepped out of the void and arrived before the fiends. Writer's heart shook wildly. This youth in white was not old, but the pressure he gave him was akin to lofty mountains. Nowhere to escape, Writer could only toughen his scalp and bow down. Writer offers greetings to the human race's Lord Empyrean. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "Where's the entrance?" Writer was startled inwardly and said, "Your Excellency, our Xianxia Mountain is already sealed off." Yuan flicked his finger. Several true god realm fiends by the side directly turned into flying ashes. Writer's expression changed wildly and he said, "Why, Your Excellency, follow me." At this time, several dozen Empyreans tore across the sky and arrived with a howl. A monstrous wave even surged in Writer's heart. These Empyreans' strength, each and every one of their auras was incomparably powerful. It seemed like the arrivals did not have good intentions. Writer led the group of Empyreans and arrived at the entrance area of Xianxia Mountain. The entire Xianflame mountain already activated the mountain protecting grand array, completely sealing shut the entire mountain pass gates. People from the outside world could not enter it at all. Human race Empyreans, please halt. Advance any further and we'll activate the mountain protecting grand array, and annihilate you all. The Empyreans had not arrived in front of the mountain pass gates yet when a warning voice came from within the grand array. Several dozen Empyreans appearing at the same time, this commotion was seriously too big, wanting to conceal it would not even work. Ryder cautiously sneaked a peek at Yuan, feeling rather disdainful in his heart. Xianflame Mountain's mountain protecting grand array was the result of Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng expending a huge price to ask a fiend race 8-star formation god to lay down. Its power was immense. This grand array could even block a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, and yet this guy actually barged over so impetuously. Wasn't this looking for a rebuff? While talking, the mountain protecting grand array already activated, emitting waves of terrifying pressure. The group of Empyreans that came together, each and every one of them also revealed looks of surprise. With rank 8 divine rank grand array, wouldn't eradicating a few Empyreans be easily accomplished? But just as everyone was in shock, Yuan took a step out and directly entered the grand array without the slightest hesitation. The Empyreans turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise, "Master Yi! Courting death." Ryder sneered coldly in his heart to no end. Over at the grand array, Empyrean Cloudburst, who was maintaining the array formation, sneered coldly and said, "Truly a reckless and blind thing. Master Moji's Black Goblet's sly fiend formation, even Lord Zhu Sheng himself don't even dare to clash head-on. A mere Empyrean actually dares to barge in." Finished talking, his hand seals moved rapidly, the mountain protecting grand array started operating frenziedly. Fiendish energy surged. A pressure that did not lose to a Heavenly Emperor suddenly descended. Countless streaks of black light suddenly lit up and smashed over toward Yuan. Yuan standing in the grand array alone appeared extremely insignificant. The grand array surged with fiendish energy as if it had the might of heaven and earth. That sort of feeling was like Yuan standing on the shore alone, facing a tsunami that came roaring. Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold yell, "Die." Empyrean Cloudburst was a 7-star formation god himself. Controlling the array formation was naturally done with high proficiency. Such a large formation, in addition to having someone controlling it, the power could not be imagined. The human Empyreans' hearts leapt to their throats. This energy undulation was too terrifying. Each ray of black light was sufficient to one-shot an Empyrean. This was a true Emperor-level grand array. This was far from what Empyreans were able to resist. Even though they knew that Yuan's array formation was formidable, this was a rank 8 divine rank grand array after all. Countless terrifying attacks landed where Yuan was standing. But right at this time, Yuan's figure suddenly moved, taking a step. Then, those countless berserk attacks instantly turned into nothing. The sound of the thunder was loud, but the rain was little. The astonishing momentum turned into smoke curling up in the air. Empyrean Cloudburst trembled all over. His pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise, "This! How is this possible? How does he know that that's the formation I? Could it be a coincidence?" The human Empyreans were shocked until they broke out into a cold sweat, only then, letting out a long sigh in relief. They discovered that they still underestimated Yuan. For Master Yi to dare challenge the formation by himself, he naturally had assurance. However, some Empyreans' brows also furrowed together. What was the use of Yuan entering alone? While at this time, Yuan took out a divine essence stone, then pointed at the void. The divine essence stone turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Following that, he took another step out, moving forward again. Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Impossible. It must be a coincidence." This Empyrean studied painstakingly for over 100,000 years in order to fully control this set of array formation. But he only took one look and he found where the formation I is. A rank 8 divine rank array formation was incomparably difficult to understand, practically already touching Heaven Dao. Even if he was a 7-star formation god, thoroughly controlling this set of array formations expended tremendous effort too. Even so, he only merely controlled it too. A rank 8 divine rank array formation was not what he could comprehend at all. Although this brat in front of him was an Empyrean, he was too young. It was simply impossible to see through the array formation with one glance. Hence, the spells in his hands urged once more, the grand array activated once again. The clouds and wind surged. But, when those countless terrifying attacks landed, Yuan took another diagonal stride. All of the attacks dissipated without a trace once more. Then, he took out a divine essence stone again and pointed at the void, turning into a cloud of mist once more. Just who the hell is this young man? No way, right? Could it be that the mountain-protecting Grand Array actually can't stop an Empyrean? This brat wouldn't be Master Moji's disciple, right? Inside the Grand Array, the fiend race powerhouses were all unbelievably shocked. Chapter 2223, Very Superficial. Empyrean Cloudburst became more and more alarmed. At this point, if he still could not perceive Yi Yuan's formation Dao strength, then he would be a fool. Yi Yuan's every stride stepped on a formation eye. As long as it was on a formation eye, no matter how he urged the array formation, he could not harm the other party. But the crux was that wanting to find every formation eye was far too difficult. Rank 8 divine rank array formation was eternally changing, akin to a world evolving. The complexity involved, ordinary martial artists could not gauge it at all. But Yi Yuan only took one glance and understood. Cold sweat poured profusely out of Empyrean Cloudburst's back. He was scared by Yi Yuan. This guy was Lord Zhu Shang's enemy. Just what kind of a freak did Lord Zhu Shang provoke? Humph. So what even if you can crack the formation? A mere middle-stage Empyrean realm, could it be that our Zhu Shang Bodhidharma is still scared of you? Empyrean Cloudburst laughed coldly and transmitted his voice through the array formation. He said, "All Empyreans head for the mountain pass gates and gather." The voice was like thunder, spreading to every corner of Zhu Shang Bodhidharma. For some time, more than 10 black shadows sped like the wind, flying towards the mountain gates. When they saw the Yi Yuan above the void, each and every one of them was shocked speechless. A mighty rank 8 divine rank grand array actually could not stop an Empyrean. All of you prepare well. Once this punk successfully breaks through, you all will encircle and finish him off. Empyrean Cloudburst said coldly. The moment the other Empyreans saw Yi Yuan's realm, they could not help revealing disdainful looks. Cloudburst, you're also kicking up too much of a fuss over nothing. A mere middle-stage Empyrean realm scared you until like this? Yeah, you alone are sufficient too, right? Call us over for what? Empyrean Cloudburst frowned and said, this brat is a little mysterious. Right now, Lord Zhu Shang is seriously injured and hasn't recovered. It's better to be safe and make provisions for contingencies. Hearing Empyrean Cloudburst said so, the others could only shut their mouths. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was actually able to rush the rank 8 divine rank grand array. They were also indeed extremely surprised. Inside the grand array, Yi Yuan advanced unhurriedly. It was as if strolling idly in a courtyard. Half a day later, Yi Yuan finally walked to the end of the grand array. The final formation eye, Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a cold cry, everybody, prepare. More than a dozen Empyreans also had solemn faces, all accumulating power, awaiting release, planning on giving Yi Yuan a lethal blow after he broke through the array formation. Yi Yuan stood still and took out another divine essence stone, and pointed at the void. Suddenly, the entire Zhu Shang Bodhidharma started shaking violently, as if there was an earthquake. Crack! Above the void, one fine fissure after another actually appeared on the Black Goblet's Sly Fiend formation. The fissures grew longer and longer, larger and larger. Empyrean Cloudburst's eyes were full of shock. He was already unable to control the array formation. The rank 8 divine rank grand array collapsed. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Moji spent several hundred years of time in order to set up this grand array. But now, it crumbled apart in an instant. For a moment, there was flying sand and rolling pebbles, hills toppling and the earth quaking. The entire Zhu Shang Bodhidharma fell into chaos. Empyrean Cloudburst looked at that frail figure above the void blankly, a look of astonishment on his face. A 7-star formation god cracked a rank 8 divine rank grand array. One had to know, passing through a grand array and destroying a grand array, these were two totally different concepts. A rank 8 divine rank grand array, each formation eye was interlinked with each formation eye, forming a perfect ensemble. The grand array operated, without rest. Wanting to find a hint of flaw from hundreds of millions of pieces of information, and to destroy it, this was absolutely not the work of a single day. Furthermore, destroying the formation was 100 times, 1,000 times harder than setting up the formation. But Yi Yuan only walked one round in the grand array and wrecked it. He, Empyrean Cloudburst, spent more than 100,000 years just in order to control this array formation. How did you do it? Empyrean Cloudburst muttered. Yi Yuan looked down at Empyrean Cloudburst and said coolly, those who find it hard don't know, those who know won't find it hard. This array formation is very superficial. Cracking it isn't difficult. Superficial. Empyrean Cloudburst smiled bitterly. He felt that his brain was not quite sufficient to use. He was truly unable to imagine that a rank 8 divine rank array formation would one day actually be described as superficial by someone. Rank 8. The rank of Heavenly Emperor. No matter which Tao, as long as it reached rank 8, it already scaled the mountain and looked down upon the world. Formation Tao, Alchemy Tao, Talisman Tao, Sword Tao, so on and so forth, without exception. In reaching this rank was as hard as ascending to the heavens regardless of which Tao. Just like when Empyreans broke through to Heavenly Emperor, the difficulty involved made people despair. Formation Tao entering rank 8 was Heavenly Emperor level array formation. Now, it was actually said to be superficial by someone. How aggravating. But Empyrean Cloudburst also had no choice to admit that Yi Yuan had the qualifications to say this sentence. Along the way, Yi Yuan did not need the slightest effort when rushing the formation. Saying that it was superficial did not seem to have any issue. These several decades of amnesia had huge significance to Yi Yuan. His understanding of Alchemy Tao in Formation Tao already transcended the appearance, and he glimpsed right at the source. The rank 8 divine rank array formation that seemed gigantic was merely constituted out of one small array formation after another in Yi Yuan's eyes. No matter how powerful the array formation, it could not escape this scope. Just like solving a mathematical problem, one could have several kinds, even several dozens of simple algorithms. However, when encountering a truly complex problem, one would discover that these simple algorithms were all not useful anymore. And at this time, the most basic calculation method became an omnipotent calculation method. No matter how complex the mathematics problem, it could not break away from the scope of basic calculation methods. Therefore, was there any meaning to researching 1 + 1 = 2? The significance was too great. Alchemy Tao was like so, and Formation Tao was also like that. Rank 8 divine rank array formations were strong, but in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was merely a pile of matchstick frames. He took out a few pieces of matchsticks and the frame fell apart. Just that simple. It was just that these things, even if he said for Empyrean Cloudburst to hear, the latter also would not understand them. Those dozen over Empyreans stood there in a daze and did not know what they should do for a moment. They mustered everything up to kill Yi Yuan, but all of a sudden, the house collapsed. Now, the entire Xianxia Bodhidharma was exposed. But there were several dozen human Empyreans outside. Ha ha ha, truly broadened my horizons. Rank 8 divine essence array formation collapsed in an instant. Younger brother Yi, your Formation Tao strength is probably already not beneath your Alchemy Tao. Empyrean Chaoyuan recovered from the shock first and said with a big laugh. An Empyrean cracking a rank 8 divine rank array formation, truly remarkable. Incredible. Master Yi is well deserving of being the southern border's #1 person, cracking a Heavenly Emperor formation leisurely. Formidable. Domineering. The human Empyreans all started exclaiming with admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Today, they really broadened their horizons. Empyrean Cloudburst's expression was incomparably ugly. But now that it came to this, he could only toughen his scalp and said, this human brother, this place is Xianxia Bodhidharma. This is Heavenly Emperor Xianxia's territory. You ruined our mountain-protecting Grand Array, aren't you afraid of Lord Heavenly Emperor taking revenge? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a cold smile, stop borrowing the majesty of a tiger. That dog was severely wounded by me and won't recover so fast. Make him come out and die for me. Chapter 2224, Blood Yamahal Master. What, it's you? Empyrean Cloudburst's heart shook wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. It was not that they did not believe it, but Yi Yuan was seriously too young. They always thought that the one who injured Heavenly Emperor Xianxia was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Who knew that it was actually such an Empyrean realm young man? Furthermore, Heavenly Emperor Xianxia was already injured for more than 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, what strength was Yi Yuan at? How could he possibly injure Heavenly Emperor Xianxia until like that? That was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, right? Heavenly Emperor powerhouses had extremely tenacious life force and were extremely hard to kill. But when Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang fled back, he was already weak until being no different from almost dead. An Empyrean could injure a Heavenly Emperor until like that. If they knew that Yi Yuan was just Divine Vestige Realm when he injured Zhu Shang, which was also Celestial Deity Realm, no idea how they would feel. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What? Don't believe it, call him out and you'll know." Right at this time, on a distant peak, a cloud of black fog whirled away, the speed swift to the extreme. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, taking a stride out, traveling 10,000 miles in an instant. In a flash, Yi Yuan actually reached first despite launching later, blocking in front of the black fog. Spatial law. The pupils of the group of fiend race Empyreans shrunk, exclaiming in surprise, "Brat, you're courting death." Inside the black fog, an astonishing angry roar came over. A horrifying energy undulation directly shrouded toward Yi Yuan. This aura was actually late-stage Empyrean. Although Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang had not recovered his strength, he already had late-stage Empyrean strength. This sudden scene made everyone's faces change wildly. Younger brother Yi, careful. Empyrean Chaoyuan cried out in shock. A fiend race Empyrean said with a cold smile, "Hoo-hoo, reckless and blind thing." A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how injured he was, Zhu Shang was still a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. After 1,000 years of rest and recuperation, even if Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang did not recover to his peak, it was also not what everyone could block. Yi Yuan's face was rippleless like an ancient well, lightly opening his mouth unhurriedly. Time became still. Space froze. With another leisurely sentence, an enormous dragon emerged out of the void, thrusting a claw toward the black fog. The speed that the black fog returned was faster than when it went. This claw directly kicked him to the foot of the mountain pass gates. Yi Yuan leisurely took a step and returned before the mountain pass gates amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes. What happened? A fiend Empyrean's gaze was sluggish, still not quite understanding what happened just now. Wasn't Yi Yuan going to die? Why was Lord Zhu Shang kicked back in an instant? Empyrean Chaoyuan's gaze turned intent and he exclaimed, "That's Heavenly Dao true word." In that instant earlier, he freezed space. The Empyreans sucked in a cold breath, their gazes full of horror. After Yi Yuan returned, he displayed astonishing alchemy strength. But he had never exhibited his martial strength in front of people before. Today, he used 2 innate divine abilities consecutively, shocking everyone until they stared dumbfounded with their mouths agape. These 2 paramount dragon race innate divine abilities were too domineering. Empyrean Cloudburst muttered, "Spatial law, time freeze, cracking an emperor formation." Who the hell is this guy? Impossible. This is impossible. It's just been a short 1,000 years. How can your strength possibly advance so quickly? In the black fog, came Zhu Shang's frustrated-sounding cry. The voice was filled with alarm and terror. Thinking back then, he transformed into Tang Yan and infiltrated into the Immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan was still just a celestial deity realm little fellow. At that time, Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in his eyes. He, an exalted heavenly emperor, did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. All of Zhu Shang's attention was on Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But now, merely over 1,000 years' time had passed. Not only did Yi Yuan enter the ranks of Empyrean, his strength could even forcefully contend with a late-stage Empyrean. This kind of improvement could simply be rated as monstrous. One had to know, this brat was merely a little crawling bug that walked out of the Immortal Grove world. But now, a little bug trampled him, this heavenly emperor, underfoot. Yi Yuan looked at the black fog, his gaze slightly cold as he said, "Zhu Shang, our score should also be settled properly." Suddenly, the void trembled, several dozen figures appeared in the sky above Fianflame Mountain. These several dozen figures were actually all Empyreans. One of them was dressed in black robes, being well built and full of power and grandeur. His aura was extremely thick. It was shockingly a heavenly emperor. Seeing this scene, the human Empyreans' faces changed suddenly. No one would have thought that the fiend race would actually have so many powerhouses jump out all of a sudden. With this, both sides' strength suddenly reversed. Ha ha ha, boy, do you think that this heavenly emperor would resign myself to death? Since you're walking right into a trap, then this heavenly emperor will send you on your way to go accompany old fart Immortal Grove. In the black fog, heavenly emperor Zhu Shang laughed wildly. Blackfuse, help me kill this boy, Zhu Shang said to that heavenly emperor. Blackfuse's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan, but he did not make a move immediately. He started sizing up Yuan. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Boy, you're..." "Source Knight." Yuan beamed and said, "You're the Blood Mahal master." Yuan was very clear about the outfit of these people. It was precisely the Blood Mahal when he infiltrated into the fiend race back then. Back then, his horizons were not broad, and even thought that the Blood Mahal was merely a faction that depended on Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang. He did not expect that there was actually still a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse in this Blood Mahal. Blackfuse shook his head and said, "The Blood Mahal spread all over the fiend race. It's much more powerful than you imagine. This emperor is just a branch hall's hall master, that's all. Rather, it's you. In just 2,000 years, you actually already broke through to middle stage Empyrean, truly terrifying talent." Yuan scammed the Blood Mahal back then and brought away the entire Purple Extreme Hall, becoming the target of the entire Blood Mahal's pursuit. This matter was naturally just a tiny sea spray to a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, being not worthy of paying attention to. But this Source Knight triggered Great Tao Heavenly Melody, and he changed the Fiend Medicine Hall, making the strength of Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries multiply. This matter had once caused a stir in the entire Blood Mahal's fiend medicine halls for a period of time. Even the fiend medicine halls in imperial cities and imperial capitals headed to Capone capital city to learn from their experience. Presently, that batch of fiend race alchemists that Yuan nurtured back then, they already became the fiend race master level alchemy masters. Their statuses were venerated. After over 2,000 years passed, the tiny action that Yuan took against the fiend race alchemists back then, changed the entire fiend race's alchemy world. Of course, this was all events after Yuan left. It was also precisely because of this that Blackfuse had once specially asked for Source Knight's drawing. He memorized Yuan's appearance. Back then, Yuan transformed into Source Knight. His appearance was not altered greatly, so Blackfuse recognized him with one glance. Yuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect that a measly little origin deity realm martial artist actually caught the attention of a heavenly emperor. Should this ye feel honored or not?" But Blackfuse shook his head and said, "Looking at it now, my attention to you was still too little. But speaking of which, this heavenly emperor still has to thank you." Blackfuse recounted the matter of the Fiend Medicine Hall, making everyone have shocked faces. No one could have thought that Yuan actually still had such a past. Chapter 2225, The Supreme Art of War is to subdue the enemy without a battle. The group of Empyreans could not help being rendered speechless. Seriously, even the fiend race had legends of Yuan. However, Yuan was not surprised at this. The fiend race's alchemy skills were too weak. There were plenty of rooms for improvement. His casual pointer or two was naturally greatly beneficial to the fiend race's alchemy skill systematization. Hearing Blackfuse made small talk with Yuan, Zhu Shang was at a loss on what to do. What the freaking hell was going on here? "Blackfuse, what's the meaning of this?" Zhu Shang said in a solemn voice. Blood Mahal ignored him and looked at Yuan as he said coolly, "Source Knight, your strength is decent. Why don't you join our Blood Mahal and help this emperor manage the Fiend Medicine Hall? How about it, Blackfuse?" In the black fog, Zhu Shang's voice was full of alarm and anger. It was just that the human race Empyreans all revealed strange looks. Making the priest temple's second sage, the southern border's #1 person, Yuan, go and manage your Blood Mahal's lousy Fiend Medicine Hall. This heavenly emperor was specifically here to be in charge of jokes, right? Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "You can't afford to engage me." The Blood Mahal's Empyreans all sucked in a cold breath. This boy was so arrogant. But Blackfuse did not get angry and just said coolly, "There is nobody that my Blood Mahal can't afford to hire. You're a human martial artist and don't know the power of my Blood Mahal. You just have to know that with this heavenly emperor's strength, I'm merely a minor character in the Blood Mahal too. How is it? Do you want to become a corpse here, or become my Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master?" Blackfuse had a calm and collected look. In his eyes, Yuan was merely an ant. Letting Yuan be the Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master was lifting him up to show favor. Either die or surrender. He believed that Yuan was a clever man and knew what he should choose. "Hoo-hoo, forget that you're a measly little branch hall, even your Blood Mahal's headquarters can't accommodate this great deity too." The void vibrated, a figure slowly walked out. It was precisely Bai Tong. Bai Tong looked at Blackfuse and could not help laughing as he said, "You're making the sacrificial temple's second sage, Southern Border's #1 7-star alchemy god, go be your branch hall's hall master, aren't you afraid of stuffing your tiny temple until it explodes?" The moment these words came out, Blackfuse's face that was like an ancient well without any ripples, finally revealed a look of surprise. He looked toward Yi Yuan with an astonished face, attempting to link this young man with the Southern Border's #1 person whose limelight was recently glaring. Source Knight was Yi Yuan. Blackfuse's heart shook wildly. As the Blood Yama Hall's hall master, how could he possibly not have heard of Yi Yuan's great name before? But he did not think that the #1 alchemy Dao person whose name shook the Southern Border was actually the Source Knight back then. You're Yi Yuan. Yeah, Source Knight Yuan Yi Yuan, why didn't I think of it long ago? Blackfuse stared at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile. What, he's the #1 alchemy Dao person, Yi Yuan, whose name shook the Southern Border? Such an astonishing great figure is actually a snotty brat. I heard that his alchemy Dao already reached a transcendent realm, and he is extremely likely to be the next medicine ancestor. Blood Yama Hall's Empyreans were all incomparably shocked, looking at Yi Yuan. During this period of time, Yi Yuan's name shook the Southern Border. Even in the fiend race, Blackfuse was similarly shocked by Yi Yuan's great name until his eardrums hurt. It was just that he did not expect that the puny little origin deity realm martial artist back then actually already grew up to become the Southern Border's leading authority figure now. He was the priest temple's second sage, an existence second only to the sacred ancestor high priest. What Bai Tong said was right. His temple was too small and could not accommodate this great deity. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, I said before, you can't afford to engage me. Now, Brother Blackfuse, do you still want to interfere with my enmity with Zhu Shang? Blackfuse's gaze turned intent, and he said with a frown, Zhu Shang is my fiend race's major power. How can this emperor sit by and watch him be killed by you? Yi Yuan smiled and said, the Blood Yama Hall does business too. Hall Master Blood Yama Hall, why don't we discuss a deal, how about it? The moment Blackfuse heard, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Talking with smart people saved things from becoming a hassle. Their Blood Yama Hall did not have any fiend race ties. He and Zhu Shang merely had a relationship of interest. Why would he really care about Zhu Shang's life or death? Now that he knew Yi Yuan's identity, how could Yi Yuan's value be what a measly little Zhu Shang could be compared to? Even with 100 Zhu Shangs being added up, he was not as valuable as Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan was just a human alchemy god, then forget it. However, he was also extremely proficient in fiend pills. This way, Yi Yuan's value to the Blood Yama Hall was huge. Unable to solicit, could cooperate. Hoo-hoo, wonder what business Master Yi wants to discuss. Blackfuse said with a light smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, the Empyreans present, each person one tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill. The Empyreans present all sucked in a cold breath. Tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill was the same as the human race's emergent spirit ascension pill, both medicinal pills that could advance cultivation. Dozens of Empyreans present meant dozens of tyrant blood heavenly fiend pills. This was absolutely a splurge. Want to talk about tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill? It was also no big deal. The fiend race's fiend apothecaries at 7-star level could refine it too. But Yi Yuan's products were bound to be top quality. Presently, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were too hard to ask for. One of his ranked 7 divine pills was even more expensive than a peak Empyrean spirit treasure. One had to know, a medicinal pill was just a one-time consumable. While a peak Empyrean spirit treasure could be used long-term, the value between the two was unable to equate at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually gave away dozens of tyrant blood heavenly fiend pills the moment he opened his mouth. How could they not be shocked? Lord Blackfuse. Agree to him, Lord Blackfuse. Each and every one of Blackfuse's subordinates hyperventilated and already could not control themselves. Obtaining the tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill which Yi Yuan refined, they might break through their shackles and improve their strength further. How could they resist this sort of temptation? As for Zhu Shang, he was long flung beyond the 9th heaven by them. Blackfuse, you dare to sell me out. In the black fog, came Zhu Shang's angry roar. Blackfuse could not be bothered with him at all. He just stared at Yi Yuan with a scorching gaze and said, not enough. He had long seen through that there was an irreconcilable grudge between Yi Yuan and Zhu Shang. Since that was the case, why wouldn't he demand an exorbitant price? With him around, even if there was Bai Tong this heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan could forget about succeeding too. Heavenly emperors terrorized a region, this was not said for laughs. As long as he was standing here, he was a ticking time bomb. Yi Yuan clearly understood this logic too, that was why he would negotiate a deal with him. Otherwise, why would Yi Yuan waste his breath with him? You say, Yi Yuan said coolly. This Blackfuse was a clever person too. Yi Yuan knew that it would not be so easy. As long as the other party did not go too far, Yi Yuan could satisfy it. Compared to a few medicinal pills, he valued Zhu Shang's life more. Blackfuse grinned and said, talking with smart people saves the effort. From now onward, my blood Yamahal will send 5 fiend apothecaries to the pill tower every 100 years. I hope that Master Yi won't be stingy with teaching them. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This Blackfuse was rather bold, to actually want him to train his subordinates. This way, even though he did not take on the post of Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master, it was also pretty much the same. Okay, deal. Yi Yuan nodded his head slowly and said, Chapter 2226, here you go. The pitiful Zhu Shang was sold by the two people just like that. At his very moment, he experienced a suicide method called putting a noose around his own neck. Fine lad, it's you who forced me. Blackfuse, this boy has a massive secret on him. Inside the black fog, came Zhu Shang's cold laughter. Back then at the Immortal Grove world, the enormous mountain that descended from the sky had the aura of the Heavenspan mountain. This kind of treasure was absolutely what even those invincible supreme lords would be moved by. Originally, he had always thought of finding Yi Yuan to take revenge after recovering from his injuries, and then snatch the giant mountain over while he was at it. But he never thought that the speed of Yi Yuan's growth would actually be so fast. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even struck first to gain the advantage, directly rushing for Fianflame Mountain. But now, he was about to lose his life. What did he still want this secret for? Hence, he planned on disclosing this secret fully, and let Blackfuse and the Blood Yamahal take care of Yi Yuan. He believed that they would definitely be very interested in this secret. Hearing this, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not show anything. Blackfuse had a rather fascinated expression as he asked with a faint smile, "Oh? What secret?" "He has." Zhu Shang's words were said halfway when Blackfuse suddenly pointed a finger out. Dao marks flashed, a terrifying energy undulation leveled the entire mountain to the ground. A finger move of a heavenly emperor was utterly terrifying. Everyone had their ears perked up, wanting to hear what Zhu Shang had to say. But who knew that Blackfuse did not give him the chance at all? However, Blackfuse did not kill Zhu Shang and even left him with one breath. Zhu Shang's life, he was naturally saving it for Yi Yuan. Blackfuse looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Master Yi became the second sage's alchemy Dao's #1 person, the sacrificial temple's second sage, how can there be no secrets on him? In this heavenspan world, of the people who made great achievements, who did not have a great secret on them? Heavenly Emperor profound secrets, sacred ancestor high priest, medicine ancestor, these people were bound to shoulder an astonishing secret on them. Even if he, Blackfuse, knew this secret, with the priest temple as the backer, could he still dare to do anything to Yi Yuan? Let alone that there was even a heavenly emperor powerhouse present in front of him. It was simply laughable for Zhu Shang to want to use this secret to exchange for his life. Except, Blackfuse fancied himself clever and was presumptuous. The secret on Yi Yuan was indeed an incredible secret. The lesser Heavenspan mountain, this supreme treasure, its value was simply immeasurable. Once divulged, Yi Yuan would probably suffer endless pursuit. However, Yi Yuan was far from concerned. He calculated that Blackfuse would not give Zhu Shang the chance to speak. He still had this bit of confidence. Since Yi Yuan had once used the lesser Heavenspan mountain before in front of Zhu Shang, how could he not have something up his sleeves? This was also one of the reasons why he cooperated with Blackfuse. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said with clasped hands, Many thanks for Hall Master Blackfuse taking action. It saved me quite a bit of trouble. Blackfuse nodded and said, Since that's the case, this heavenly emperor will leave first. Master Yi, please don't forget the agreement between us. After he was done talking, Blackfuse directly brought the excited-looking fiend race Empyreans and left Fianflame Mountain. The human Empyreans all exchanged glances. A heavenly emperor powerhouse was sent away just like that. Second sage was indeed second sage. Younger brother Yi, what to do about these fiend Empyreans? Empyrean Chaoyuan said. Yi Yuan swept a glance and said coolly, kill them all. Hence, a slaughter began. These fiend Empyreans were more or less related to the besieging of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove back then. Killing them was also considered giving an account to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yi Yuan put Zhu Shang away, eradicated Fianflame Mountain, and completely wiped out the Kanuo lineage that took part in the invasion of the Immortal Grove world back then. This feud that bedeviled for millions of years was finally completely over. Everything settled down. Yi Yuan's front foot had just returned to Heavenly Eagle and Blackfuse arrived right on his heels. He came in person. Coming along with him were also 5 7-star fiend apothecaries of the fiend race. Brother Blackfuse, you actually came personally. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Blackfuse smiled and said, Master Yi might still be unaware of how precious your medicinal pills are. If this Heavenly Emperor doesn't come personally, it will probably be robbed halfway. The few of you, why haven't you offered greetings to Master Yi? The 5 great Empyreans all bowed in salutation and said, offering greetings to Master Yi. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, considered to have responded, and said coolly, I'll say the nasty things first. The few of you, upon entering my pill tower, you'll have to adhere to my pill tower's rules. Within these 100 years, your life and death are up to me. The 5 people's expressions turned somber, and they hurriedly complied. After he was done talking, Yi Yuan turned to Yun Yi beside him and said, Yun Yi, the 5 of them will be handed to you, just treat them as the pill tower's ordinary disciples will do. Yun Yi bowed and acknowledged. Casually summoning a celestial deity realm youth who was dressed as a medicine boy, he instructed him, Qin Rui, the 5 of them will be handed over to you. Within these 100 years, you'll be responsible for their alchemy Dao studies. PFF'd. The 5 people nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. The 5 of them were late-stage Empyrean mighty experts, 7-star fiend apothecaries. In the Blood Yama Hall, in the fiend race, which one of them did not have extremely venerated status? Yi Yuan's name shook the southern border. They were only willing to go under Yi Yuan's tutelage thanks to his name. But who knew that arriving at Heavenly Eagle, he actually let a little medicine boy be in charge of their alchemy studies? Even the Heavenly Emperor Blackfuse by the side also frowned slightly. Among the 5 people, the black-faced burly man in the front got up and said with displeasure, Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? This Empyrean is, at any rate, a fiend medicine hall's hall master too. You're actually letting a celestial deity realm little medicine boy be in charge of us. We came from thousands of miles away. Are you intentionally humiliating us? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, humiliating you all. This Yi doesn't have that leisure time. Qin Rui, spar with these 5 seniors. Qin Rui stepped out of the ranks and said with a bow, yes, Grand Master. Done talking, he turned to the 5 people again and said, Senior, please teach me. The black-faced burly man sneered and said, very good. This Empyrean wants to see if, in this Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, even a little medicine boy can teach this Empyrean how to refine pills. Half a day later, the 5 great Empyreans came before Blackfuse with their heads hung in shame. Your Excellency, we are ashamed. Blackfuse was shocked until he stared dumbfounded in amazement. These 5 people were already his fiend medicine hall's pinnacle most 7-star fiend apothecaries. But they were actually devastated by a little medicine boy until their helmets and coats of mail were lost. Just how profound was this pill tower's strength? He suddenly somewhat understood why Yi Yuan's fame would be so resounding. The fiend race's alchemy skills did not even count as trash in front of Yi Yuan. Blackfuse drew a deep breath, reined in his thoughts, and said coolly, since that's the case, you all follow this little master and learn alchemy Dao properly then. The 5 people no longer had any complaints and nodded in agreement. A month later, Blackfuse brought several dozens of Tyrant Blood Heavenly Fiend pills and left Heavenly Spiritual Pill Bodhidharma gleefully. With these several dozens of Tyrant Blood Heavenly Fiend pills, their branch hall's strength would soar significantly. While those 5 Empyreans stayed at the pill tower and became Qin Rui's little medicine boys. On the second day Blackfuse left, Yi Yuan brought Zhu Shang in return to the Immortal Grove world. Chapter 2227, Samsara. In front of the lone grave, the youth in white clothing sat on the ground. He leaned against a large tree. Holding a wine gourd in his hand, he drank the wine inside. His expression appeared somewhat lonely. Inside the pale white flames, a wisp of remnant soul shouted himself hoarse, appearing extremely terrified. Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I beg you, don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will work like a horse for you in the future. Noisy. Yi Yuan snapped his fingers. The power of the flames soared once more. Zhu Shang screamed miserably without ceasing, his fiend soul becoming even weaker. This lone grave was erected for Ji Zhengyang by Yi Yuan back then, on the former site of the Medicine King Hall. Yi Yuan drank a mouthful of wine and said to the gravestone, "It's been 2,000 over years, Father, your deep hatred has finally been avenged. This karma is finally settled. Refining Zhu Shang's remnant soul requires 7 by 7, 49 days. This child will keep watch over you here for 49 days. Yi Yuan drank another mouthful, the corners of his mouth smiling as he said, "Still remember that back then, when I was 6, you taught me pill refinement for the first time. I refined it into a ball of paste. You clapped your hands and laughed loudly, praising that my talent surpasses others. You told me to not be arrogant and not be rash, so I devoted himself to comprehending Tao for 200 years, and rose to prominence overnight in Cloudmarsh City." Quote. It was like he was drinking with an old friend while engaging in small talk. As he chatted, Yi Yuan's tears already drenched his shirt. A father's love for his son, for more than 500 years, Ji Zhengyang gave the most noble fatherly love in this world to Yi Yuan. For Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, Ji Zhengyang took immense credit. Yi Yuan naturally did not know that sacred ancestor high priest's appraisal behind his back were these rare and commendable qualities in him. Apart from experiencing huge changes, there was still a huge portion that originated from his father, Ji Zhengyang. One could say that Ji Zhengyang was the beacon light of Yi Yuan's path in life. Even after reincarnating, before Ji Zhengyang's remnant soul dissipated, he still taught Yi Yuan one final lesson. 7 by 7, 49 days were about to pass in a twinkle. Yi Yuan poured some wine. Then he discovered that the wine gourd was already dry. Wine drying up, the tears also dried along with the wind. Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked at the gravestone, and said, "Originally I wanted to accompany Father a few more days. It's just that presently, Ling Shui's life and death is unknown, while Li is trapped in the abyss. The heavenspan world is about to fall into an upheaval. This child has no choice but to go. After everything settles down, this child will come and accompany Father again." At this time, Zhu Shang's final wisp of remnant soul was also thoroughly refined. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang completely dissipated into heaven and earth. Watching Zhu Shang evaporate into thin air, a hint of relief flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart. His thoughts were incomparably smooth and actually entered a state of emptiness. The lesser heavenspan mountain flew out of his body involuntarily and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan viewed it and actually produced a feeling of a trace of bloodline connection. When looking at the lesser heavenspan mountain again, the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes was already completely different. This lesser heavenspan mountain was an assemblage of colors, but constructed and formed out of tiny pieces of cubes. These little cubes divulged incomparably complicated and detailed information, making Yi Yuan unable to grasp it too. This is the aura of the great Tao source. Yeah, the lesser heavenspan mountain is incomparably profound and capable of letting me comprehend the chaos heavenspan canon, this kind of cultivation method. It's naturally closely linked with the great Tao source. I just don't know what relationship this lesser heavenspan mountain has with that heavenspan mountain. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows jumped slightly. A wisp of green smoke suddenly emerged above Ji Zhengyang's gravestone. It flashed across in a twinkle. Yi Yuan's heart jumped wildly and was incomparably shocked. This is, Father's remnant soul has already completely dissipated. How can there possibly still be divine soul undulations? That is also the aura of source. Yi Yuan was shocked until he could not express it with words. Back then in the endless world, he watched his father's remnant soul dissipate into thin air with his own eyes. But now, what was with the divine soul undulation on the gravestone? Remnant soul, karma, source, could it be samsara? Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning, instantly thinking of many things. Father's soul did not disintegrate but was a remnant soul dissipating. Once Zhu Shang died, all of Father's karma in this world was settled. Hence, Father turned into a trace of source and went to reincarnate. But, was there really a venue for reincarnation in this world? Why was it never heard of? Where did one go to reincarnate? This world always had legends about reincarnation. but it had never been heard of that anyone really reincarnated. A person dying was like the lamp extinguishing, all thoughts becoming ashes. Dying was dying. Even for those heavenly emperor powerhouses, no one had heard before of someone who reincarnated and ascended the summit again too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, looking toward the lesser heavenspan mountain. Following that, his gaze seemed to pass through the void again, looking at the heavenspan world, the heavenspan mountain. Just what's there on the heavenspan mountain? Even Tao ancestors can't climb to the summit. Can I go up? Father, wouldn't really have entered samsara. Yi Yuan muttered under his breath and suddenly felt an extremely strong impulse toward the heavenspan mountain. No idea how long passed either. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent and he said, Father, if there's really samsara in this world, this child will definitely find you and let you recover your memories. What you and mother went through in this lifetime is far too painful. I'll definitely think of a way to make it up to you. Yi Yuan reliving another life. Even though Father Yi Heng and Mother Ren Hongling had some gray days, they loved each other for life. Presently, under Yi Yuan's protection, reaching old age together, even living forever, was not something hard. But, his previous life's father, Ji Zhengyang, and mother, Ao Jun, experienced far too many bumpy roads and setbacks. The two people were in the right place, but at the wrong time, and they were unable to be together from the beginning to the end. Yi Yuan rescued his mother, but he was forever unable to rescue his father. This was the biggest regret in Yi Yuan's heart. Maybe he still had a chance to make up for this regret. Yi Yuan was not sure, but as long as there was a trace of possibility, he would not give up. Bidding farewell to Yi Heng husband and wife, and his other, Ao Jun, Yi Yuan returned to the heavenspan world once more. Presently, the southern border's general situation had already settled down. With Bai Tong holding down the fort, he could also leave with his mind at ease. After the great battle with Lineage the last time, not only was Yi Yuan's chaos world utterly destroyed, his fleshy body debilitated, his divine soul even almost turned to ashes. If not for Dustless deploying the soul-suppressing pearl to protect Yi Yuan at the final juncture, he would not have lost his memories so easily. After all, Lineage was not an enemy that Yi Yuan had encountered in the past. His strength was sufficient to rival a human race's ninth firmament heavenly emperor. What kind of concept was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor? Someone like Zhu Shang, he could kill him with a puff of air. For Yi Yuan to be able to survive under his hands, it was already a miracle. But the price was Dustless falling into slumber. Without Dustless's support, Mu Lingshui's spiritual sense became weaker and weaker. Hence, after suppressing the southern border's upheaval, Yi Yuan had to leave. He had to go to Shinra Ghost region, to search for a natural treasure called Silvernet Blood Essence. Silvernet Blood Essence was immensely helpful for recovering soul bodies and could help Dustless recover. However, just as Yi Yuan was about to leave, Ning Tianping also came to bid farewell to him. At present, Ning Tianping already broke through to the Empyrean realm with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. His strength was already suddenly to go and take revenge for his master, Mo Lifei. Mo Lifei had once said before, his opponent's strength was merely at the peak true god realm. Even if he broke through after so many years, with Ning Tianping's strength, it was naturally a cinch to deal with him. Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to stop him. Yi Yuan gave Ning Tianping some medicinal pills and Empyrean spirit treasures to protect himself. This master and servant two people left, going on their own path. Chapter 2228, Bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over. Shinra Ghost region was a land with extremely strong yin energy. Human martial artists did not dare to approach at all. Legends had it that this place was once an ancient battlefield, with countless powerhouses who had died. Countless remnant souls and skeletons experienced year after year of changes and became ghost Dao powerhouses. And this ancient battlefield also gradually evolved into the Shinra Ghost region. This place, ghost Dao powerhouses gathered, there was no lack of Empyrean level powerhouses. With Yi Yuan walking into Fengdu Ghost City, he immediately attracted the attention of many ghost Dao powerhouses. 1. It's actually a human. Haven't tasted the flavor of humans for so long. I didn't expect that there's actually someone who isn't afraid of death delivering himself to our doorstep. Gigi, what a delicious smell. His blood must taste very good. All don't snatch him from me. This human is mine. When several ranked 6 ghost Dao powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, each and every one of them salivated heavily like they had seen a delicacy. Humans were delicious food in their eyes. The moment Yi Yuan's aura released, the pressure of Chaos Realm suddenly bloomed, directly crushing those few Ghost Dao powerhouses to dust. The complexions of the other Ghost Dao powerhouses turned deathly pale, looking at Yi Yuan with horrified faces, turning around and wanting to flee. You, come over. Yi Yuan suddenly pointed at a ranked 6 heavenly corpse with a deathly pale complexion and said. That heavenly corpse was no different from humans. It was just that his complexion was dreadfully pale. At this time, because he was frightened, his face was even more without any rosiness. Senior, what instructions do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'm looking for Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Do you know where he's at? Fengdu Ghost City was an emperor-level ghost city, with the occupied territory being massive. There were 3 great Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperors inside. The forces established by the 3 great Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperors were respectively called Yin Y Manor, Vast Y Manor, Li Y Manor. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean had once told him that he was under Heavenly Emperor Kangsu's Vast Y Manor. The Heavenly Corpse said, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. He should be imprisoned in Yin Y Manor currently. Imprisoned? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The Heavenly Corpse nodded and said, a few days ago, Yin Y Manor suddenly attacked Vast Y Manor. It caused a huge commotion in Fengdu Ghost City. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean fumbled and was captured. Vast Y Manor lost more than a dozen hidden streets. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, lead the way. The Heavenly Corpse was taken aback and said, where to? Yi Yuan said coolly, Yin Y Manor. The Heavenly Corpse said in surprise, Senior, Yin Y Manor has experts as plentiful as clouds, just the Empyreans are as many as more than a dozen. You're all alone. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, with his tone turning slightly cold as he said, lead the way. The Heavenly Corpse was startled and said, yes. The Heavenly Corpse trembled with fear, bringing Yi Yuan around. They then arrived in front of a feudal government office that occupied a huge area. On the feudal office was written 3 large characters, Yin Y Manor. Yi Yuan knew that Shinra Ghost Region's Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not easily move out as well. As long as Heavenly Emperors did not take action, with his current middle stage Chaos Realm strength, there were already not many in the Empyrean realm who could do anything to him. Moreover, Fengdu Ghost City's 3 great Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperors were only First Firmament Heavenly Emperors. Even if they wanted to take action, Yi Yuan had the power to protect himself too. Human. When Yin Y Manor's guards saw Yi Yuan, their 2 eyes lit up. Yi Yuan stepped forward and said coolly, I'm here to bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean away. The guards exchanged glances and suddenly let out loud hoots of laughter. Bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean away? Who do you think you are? What a delicious boy, his blood must be very sweet. Boy, since you came, forget about leaving. Stay behind and let us brothers have a taste. Done talking, the few guards rushed forward and were about to tear Yi Yuan to pieces. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Stomping his feet, a horrifying air billow spread out with him as the center. The few guards directly exploded, turning into clouds of flying ashes. The remaining force of the air billow did not diminish, directly shocking until the earth ruptured, transmitting into Yin Y Manor. After killing a few guards, Yi Yuan lifted his foot and slowly walked towards the feudal office. That Heavenly Corpse's eyes went wide. He even thought that Yi Yuan came to beg for leniency. But this guy was actually going to directly kill inside. Nuts, right? Yin Y Manor was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's faction. Even if you were an Empyrean, you also would not dare to rush like this, right? Fine lad, this human brat is too domineering. Yi Yuan caused a huge commotion, alarming Empyrean powerhouses very soon. A Ghost Dao Empyrean stopped Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, human punk, to dare act wildly in the Yin Y Manor, are you courting death? Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over and I'll leave at once. The Ghost Dao Empyrean sneered coldly and said, who do you think you are? You ask this Empyrean to bring him over and this Empyrean will bring him over. Then what face will the Yin Y Manor still have to keep a foothold in the city? Yi Yuan said coolly, are you mistaken? I'm not discussing it with you. I'm just informing you, if he's not coming out, then I'll search for him by myself. The Ghost Dao Empyrean could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation. But he saw that Yi Yuan was young. Even if he was at the Empyrean realm, he also would not be too strong. Hence, he gave a cold snort and whirled toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's hand seals were like phantoms, and he said in a cold voice, "Seal." He instantly formed a formation. The Ghost Dao Empyrean was directly sealed in the array formation by Yi Yuan, unable to even move. Presently, Yi Yuan's strength improved further. The power of the 100 schools of thought's 9 profound heaven-subduing grand array grew more than a magnitude stronger. Dealing with a second firmament Empyrean Ghost Dao Empyrean, he did not need the slightest effort at all. That Ghost Dao Empyrean had a look of terror. He totally did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move, and he was already completely sealed. No matter how he urged his strength, he was unable to break free. How could this human boy be so strong? Very soon, there were several more Empyreans that came out again, and they were all sealed by Yi Yuan in one move. The rank 6 powerhouses in Yin-Yang manner, each and every one of their eyes were almost popping out. Just who the hell is this human brat? He hasn't made a serious move yet and half of Yin-Yang manner is already defeated. This boy is an extremely formidable rank 7 formation god, too terrifying. If not for showing mercy, the few Lord Empyreans would probably already be all dead. This boy is here for Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. He's actually forcefully barging into Yin-Yang manor. Really crazy. Lord Kaiju has already rushed over, so he's dead for sure. While talking, an Empyrean powerhouse with a deadpan face appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Boy, it ends here. Take a step further and you'll die without a burial ground. Kaiju said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I said before, bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over, and I'll leave at once. Empyrean Kaiju's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, since you're seeking death, then this Empyrean will send you off. Ha, it was only to see him roar wildly, a punch charging toward Yi Yuan. This Empyrean Kaiju was a corpse path Empyrean. His fleshly body was immensely powerful and was already late stage rank 7. A corpse path Empyrean primarily cultivated the fleshly body. A body full of tough muscles forcefully contending with Empyrean spirit treasures was nothing difficult. It was just a shame that he ran into Yi Yuan. In a blink, the two people clashed over several dozen moves. Empyrean Kaiju retreated wildly. His two meaty palms felt like they were already not his anymore. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a strange look, you're competing on physical body with me. Empyrean Kaiju looked at Yi Yuan with a terrified look as he said in shock, perfect 7th transformation golden body. One fun fact, Fengdo Sheng Fengdu City is a term for the netherworld, hell. The author just added a ghost here to modify it slightly. Chapter 2229, Fine, give you face. After Zhu Sheng died, Yi Yuan's heart realm reached perfection, his thoughts flowing smooth, his strength reaching greater heights. Presently, he was already comparable to 5th firmament Empyreans. With the strength of Yi Yuan's fleshy body, forcefully contending with a 7th firmament Empyrean was no problem at all. And he did not even utilize any martial technique at all. Kaiju, what are you dragging your feet for? Just a human brat, and yet you still haven't taken care of it until now. Haha, I said that you all, these corpses, only have a body full of boorish muscles and don't have any use at all. It's also not useless, at least it can be used as a meat shield. At this time, another 3 figures arrived, encircling Yi Yuan in the middle. These 3 people were shockingly all late-stage Empyrean mighty experts. Empyrean Kaiju snorted coldly and said, the 3 of you, stop gloating over others' misfortune here. This punk has a perfect 7th transformation golden body. His fleshly body strength is not beneath mine. Furthermore, he's even a 7-star formation god. His strength isn't to be underestimated. The other 3 people revealed shocked faces, looking toward Yi Yuan with amazement. These 3 great ghost Empyreans were respectively Ghost 7, Si Chen, and Demoncloud. They were the same as Empyrean Kaiju. They were the 4 late-stage Empyrean generals under Heavenly Emperor Ghostrage's command. An Empyrean Demoncloud said with a cold laugh, perfect 7th transformation. Heh heh, looks like old Kai, you ran into a tough nut this time. However, perfect 7th transformation is completely useless in front of my Ghost Dao 100 runes. Yi Yuan looked at the 4 great Empyreans and said coolly, looks like I have to beat you all down before you guys know pain. If it were before, Yi Yuan would still need to be very careful, using a scheme to rescue Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean out. But presently, his strength already did not need to act in a secretive manner. He could just directly kill to the doorstep, neat and tidy. Shinra Ghost Region was this kind of lawless place, where the weak were prey and the strong feasted. Therefore, Yuan could not be bothered to talk rules with them at all, directly beating them into submission. Of course, on the account of Heavenly Emperor's face, he would not deal a killing blow. Otherwise, he would be fine, but Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean would be dead for sure. Hoo-hoo, truly a shameless boasting brat. This Empyrean will place an order for your blood in advance. Brothers, attack together. Empyrean Si Chen laughed coldly, the seals in his hands already started kneading. Ghost Dao 100 runes, myriad ghosts devouring hearts. All of a sudden, shrill screams of countless fierce ghosts suddenly sounded out, making people feel like their hearts were tearing apart as they listened to it. The ferocious ghosts wailed shrilly as they chomped down on Yuan. Ghost Dao 100 runes, vast sea ghost hands. Empyrean Demoncloud gave a fierce cry, an enormous ghost palm descended from the sky, directly slamming toward Yuan. Ghost Dao 100 runes, innumerable ghost shadows. Empyrean Ghost 7 cried strangely. Countless dark shadows extended out from underground, intertwining over toward Yuan. 3 ghost talismans were executed. They were all Empyrean-level ultimate moves, with their power being incomparably formidable. One attacked the heart, one was a frontal clash, and one was a restraint. Coupled with Kaiju this meat shield, the attacks of the 4 great Empyreans simply left no room for criticism. Ha ha ha, brat, die. Empyrean Si Chen cried out strangely. Facing the ghost shadows that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, Yuan just lightly spat out a word. The air instantly solidified. The amusement in the 4 great Empyreans' eyes disappeared and what replaced it was terror. They could not move anymore. The shackle of heavenly Tao froze everything. Whatever move, whatever ghost shadows, were all frozen. Yuan swung his bone sword, 4 streaks of sword light instantly fired out. Boom, 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 boom. 4 figures flew out backward in 4 directions. 3 ghost Tao Empyreans were directly cleaved into 2. But very soon, their bodies merged together. It was just much fainter. As for Kaiju, a large wound was opened up on his chest, a ghastly sight. Defeating 4 Empyreans with one move. The 4 great Empyreans looked at Yuan with terrified faces, their gazes full of shock. Heavenly Tao true word, controlling space. This, Si Chen said with a look of horror. Yuan stood with his sword behind his back as he said coolly, it's just a warning this time. Keep forcing me and next time, you won't be able to recover. This sword move, Yuan already held back. Otherwise, how could there be a possibility of them recovering? One had to know, back then inside the Black Flame Cave, Yuan annihilated hundreds of Empyreans by himself. Now that he broke through to middle stage Chaos Realm, would he think anything of a few guys who had not even reached 8th firmament? The expressions of the 4 great Empyreans were very ugly. Only now did they discover what kind of a monster they faced. Suddenly, Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, looking for so long, isn't it time to show yourself? Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge, a figure slowly walked out of the void, looking at Yuan, amazement in his eyes. The arrival's aura was faintly discernible, hard to grasp. It was shockingly a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Who could this Heavenly Emperor be if not Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge? Yuan killed all the way inside and caused such a huge commotion. As a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, it was naturally impossible for him to not detect it. It was just that he felt that the Empyreans could take care of Yuan. In the end, the 4 great Empyreans all came out and were taken care of by Yuan with one sword. That scene just now completely astounded him. Yuan could actually control space-time, making space-time freeze. Although he was not involved earlier, he sensed that this Heavenly Tao true word's binding power was immensely strong. Even if it was him, it would be difficult to escape the constraints too. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge looked at Yuan, his gaze was actually somewhat wary. Young man, this Heavenly Emperor doesn't seem to have provoked you in the past. Why did you run to my Yin-Yang manor and cause such a big disturbance? Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge used sullen anger to suppress his dread. But Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, I'm just here to bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean away, but nobody was willing to talk nicely. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. You barged inside with such swagger and wanted people who would talk nicely with you. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge said coldly, if you bring him away with one word, wouldn't this Heavenly Emperor not have any face? Yuan thought about it and said, fine, I'll give you face. Finished talking, Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge and said coolly, "Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean go." Said please, but Yi Yuan's tone did not have any intention of pleading at all. If you were willing, you had to give. Not willing to give, you also had to give. The Empyreans all had strange looks on their faces. This human boy was really overbearing and so arrogant. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's expression was livid as he said in a solemn voice, "Do you really take it that this Heavenly Emperor doesn't dare to do anything to you?" Yi Yuan said calmly, "If I leave, you can't keep me behind. If I want to kill people, you can't stop it. Don't believe it, you can give it a try." Finished talking, he clasped his hands again and said, "Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean go." Time freeze coupled with spatial law, it was very easy for Yi Yuan to escape in front of a First Firmament Heavenly Emperor. But wanting to stop Yi Yuan's assassination, it was not possible unless these Empyreans hid inside Yin-Yang Manor every day. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge gnashed his teeth in hatred, wishing to smack this guy to death with one slap. But he really did not dare try. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was merely a minor character of little importance. These Empyreans by his side were not what one Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean could compare to. If they all died, wouldn't he become a lone general without an army? Even if it was a Heavenly Emperor, wanting to take in so many Empyreans was not so easy too. Empyrean powerhouses were leviathans of a region, so how could they become other people's subordinates so easily? Chapter 2230, Three Great Blood Pools. Mo Sha, you're actually not dead yet. That human powerhouse let you go just like that. Where is he? Heavenly Corpse Mo Sha did not leave. He really wanted to see what kind of confidence this human had to dare invade a Heavenly Emperor's manor. At this time, quite a few people also came after hearing the news. Seeing that Mo Sha was actually not dead, they could not help feeling surprised. They even thought that Yi Yuan killed him long ago. Mo Sha's deadpan face squeezed out a trace of an ugly smile and said, "He went in." Went in, he wouldn't have entered just like this to ask for people, right? Hoo-hoo, when was Yin-Yang Manor so easy to enter? Mo Sha smiled bitterly again and said, "He killed his way inside." The few Ghost Dao powerhouses by the side directly spat out. One of them said, "Killed his way in. This human brat's brain wouldn't be spoiled, right? Hoo-hoo, he was so cocky just now. Right now, I reckon that he's already being divided up and eaten by Empyrean kaiju they all, right? Even if he's a peak Empyrean, forcefully barging into Yin-Yang Manor is also a one-way ticket too." C came out. This Ghost Dao powerhouse's words were said halfway when he opened his mouth wide, looking at Yin-Yang Manor's gates with incredible shock. The rest had doubtful faces. Turning their heads and looking, they were instantly dumbfounded on the spot. It was only to see a human and a ghost, one in front and one at the back, strutting out of Yin-Yang Manor's front door. They even saw some Empyrean powerhouses that they normally would not come into contact with at the back, watching the two people leave like sending away the god of plague. Seeing Yi Yuan bringing Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade away, those Empyreans let out a long sigh in relief. Outside, the ghosts had shocked faces, not understanding the situation. But they felt that it was very impressive. That Ghost Dao powerhouse who was speaking earlier said stammeringly, "C came out just like that. No way, right? Could it be that this human kid is a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse?" Mo Sha stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, shook his head, and said, "No, he's just an Empyrean." But how could an Empyrean bring Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade away? Could it be that Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge watched him act unbridledly just like that? Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge naturally would not watch Yi Yuan act presumptuously. But making the Yin-Yang Manor suffer heavy losses for a measly little Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was not worth it. Hence, he still compromised in the end. After all, Yi Yuan gave him face too. Although this face was somewhat unpleasant. Following behind Yi Yuan, titanic waves surged in Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's heart. When he saw Yi Yuan in the Immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan was still only at the celestial deity realm. At that time, the small and weak Yi Yuan still needed him, this Ghost Empyrean's protection. But now, only 1,000 over years past, Yi Yuan brought him, this captive prisoner, out from a Heavenly Emperor's manor. What was even more terrifying was that when he was brought out, he even saw Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge. At that time, Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's expression was really fascinating to the extreme. Then, Yi Yuan brought him away in front of Heavenly Emperor Ghostrage's face. Before he left, Yi Yuan even said, "Thank you for Heavenly Emperor Ghostrage's face." What the hell was that? If that Heavenly Emperor Ghostrage was not around, then it was still alright. Yet, Heavenly Emperor Ghostrage was still around. Furthermore, looking at the situation, Yin-Yang Manor had just experienced a great battle. Then, how in the world did Yi Yuan do it? Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade understood that no matter how Yi Yuan did it, this young man in front of him was no longer that kid who sought protection under his wings back then anymore. The two people had just walked several streets when suddenly, a bunch of ghosts and monsters rushed over head-on. When they saw the Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade behind Yi Yuan, they were immediately frozen on the spot. Wild Blade, how did you come out? When a Ghost Dao Empyrean in the lead saw Wild Blade, he had an expression like a ghost had seen a ghost, very fascinating. Wild Blade's face revealed a moved look and said smilingly, "Yu Fang, it's young lord who rescued me." Empyrean Yu Fang's eyes landed on Yi Yuan's body and he said in surprise, "Young lord? It's this kid. Didn't you say that your young lord was a celestial deity realm? Just based on him, he can rescue you out of Yin-Yang Manor's ghost prison." Wild Blade's face fell slightly, and he said, "Yu Fang, don't be impudent. Young lord is no longer that weak youth long ago, he's currently already an Empyrean powerhouse. Even Heavenly Emperor Ghostrage is somewhat afraid of him." Empyrean Yu Fang had a look of disbelief, sizing Yi Yuan up and down. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to be long-winded with them and said coolly, "Wild Blade, go." Wild Blade answered and left with Yi Yuan. Arriving at Wild Blade's residence, Yi Yuan directly opened his mouth and said, "Wild Blade, do you know where in Shinra Ghost region has Silvernet blood essence?" Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade said in surprise, "Silvernet blood essence is an extremely precious rank 8 natural treasure. It's also very rare in Shinra Ghost region. What does young lord want it for?" Yi Yuan said, "The soul-suppressing pearl is seriously damaged. Dustless fell into a slumber. I urgently need the Silvernet blood essence to let Dustless recover his strength." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade turned pale with fright and said, "What? Lord Dustless he's so strong. Who could send him into a slumber? Could it be a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? In my memories, Dustless's might left no room for doubt. A Heavenly Emperor not emerging, no one could do anything to him at all." It was just that Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade did not know that the soul-suppressing pearl had long already reached the level of a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Dustless, strength advanced even further than before. Yi Yuan just nodded his head and did not say anything. Ninja Origin was not just a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse so simple. That was a supreme existence that could forcefully contend with 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperors. Recovering from his shock, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade frowned and said, "Silvernet blood essence is a great tonic item to divine soul-type powerhouses. When each piece of Silvernet blood essence comes into being, it will attract Heavenly Emperor powerhouses to take action. There will even be situations where some Heavenly Emperors being killed because of the battles for the Silvernet blood essence. In the course of time, the majority of them are controlled in the hands of middle-stage Heavenly Emperors, maybe even those above them." Yi Yuan listened until his brows furrowed tightly too. He knew that Silvernet blood essence was very popular, but he did not expect that it was actually popular to this extent. Snatching a Silvernet blood essence from the hands of a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, it could not be done, unless he was tired of living. "Is there no other way?" Yi Yuan frowned and said. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade said with difficulty, "There is a way, but it's also extremely dangerous. This Silvernet blood essence is produced in Shinra Ghost region's 3 great blood pools. The 3 great blood pools are respectively Hell Blood Pool, Extinction Blood Pool, as well as Asura Blood Pool. Legends have it that the 3 great blood pools were gathered and formed by the blood of ancient supreme powerhouses. Not only is there massive resentment, but there are also remnant souls of supreme powerhouses appearing and disappearing from time to time. Of course, this place is also a superb cultivation land for Ghost Dao powerhouses. There will be countless Ghost Dao powerhouses and Corpse Path powerhouses being there all year round. In there will be many Empyrean powerhouses breaking through every year, but also many Empyrean powerhouses dying. Some Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also never come back after entering the depths." Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. Sure enough, this Silvernet blood essence was an extremely troublesome thing. But no matter how troublesome, he had to go too. His time was very tight. He already could not afford to dawdle. At this rate, Dustless and Mu Lingshe would both be in danger. His gaze turned intent and he said, "Where's the nearest blood pool from here?" Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was startled inwardly, knowing that Yi Yuan already resolved himself. He then said, "Asura Blood Pool." Chapter 2231, Leaving Elegantly. The two people were currently discussing matters regarding the Asura Blood Pool when someone came to visit. When Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade saw the arrival, he bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Ghostpuple." This Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple was also a late-stage Empyrean Ghost Dao powerhouse. His pair of black pupils were incomparably deep and seemed to be able to bewitch the heart. Ghostpuple nodded slightly and said, "Wild Blade, Lord Vastsi made you bring your young lord to go see him." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was taken back, using inquiring eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said coolly, "No need. You pack things up and go with me, I'm in a hurry." He was currently burning with anxiety. How could he be in the mood to have small talk with Heavenly Emperor Vastsi? Delaying a moment longer, Dustless and Mu Lingshe would be in more danger. In reality, Dustless also would not have fallen into such a deep sleep if not for protecting Mu Lingshe. Without Dustless' protection at the final moment, Mu Lingshui's final trace of spiritual consciousness would have long been shattered. These days in Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan spent every minute and second in agony. Now, obtaining the Silvernet blood essence's news, how could he still be willing to delay? But Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Human, Lord Vastsi is summoning you. You dare to not give face." Yi Yuan did not even look at him and said coolly, "Wild Blade." Wild Blade's expression changed slightly, and he said with a bow, "Yes." Ghost Dao powerhouses had those who grew themselves, and also those who were raised like Wild Blade. Ghost Dao powerhouses who made a contract were unable to defy their master's orders. Yi Yuan's order had even higher authority than a heavenly emperor. Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple saw that Yi Yuan completely ignored him and could not help saying in a great rage, "Fine lad, Lord Vastsi asking to see you is valuing you. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame this Empyrean for not being courteous." Suddenly, the air in the house became cold. A surge of cold wind rose from the ground and tunneled into Yi Yuan's body. Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple's eyes suddenly released a black light. A powerful surge of soul force directly rushed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Beguiling Ghost Melody, heed my command. Brat, slap yourself all the way until this Empyrean calls for you to stop. Ghostpuple directly ordered. Seeing Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple use his ultimate move the moment he came up, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's expression changed greatly. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Ghostpuple, show mercy." Right at this time, Yi Yuan released a cold snort from his mouth. This cold snort, Yi Yuan brought along the voice of the dragon god of the dragon race. Ghostpuple gave a muffled groan and was actually wounded by Yi Yuan's cold snort, causing even his body to become a lot more illusory. Although Ghost Dao powerhouses did not have corporeal bodies, reaching Ghost Empyrean realm, they were already close to being corporeal. But at this time, Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple was actually forced back into his original form. How is this possible? Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple looked at Yi Yuan with a look of fright, full of disbelief. The aura on Yi Yuan's body was not strong. It was at least much weaker than his. Facing such an opponent, his beguiling Ghost Melody would work 100 times out of 100 times. If so, why did Yi Yuan's divine soul being released just like that, and then it could injure him? Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple was extremely perplexed. By the side, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was also extremely shocked. He was deeply aware of Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple's prowess. Even the three great Ghost Empyreans under Heavenly Emperor Ghostrage's command were extremely apprehensive of him too. This beguiling Ghost Melody was extremely restraining toward same-rank Empyreans too, but it was shaken off by Yi Yuan so easily. Not only shaken off, he even severely wounded Empyrean Ghostpuple. How could young master's strength be so horrifying? Yi Yuan looked at Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple and said with disdain, "Even the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest are unable to control my will. Just with the likes of your paltry ghost path mystic art, you want to control me. Do you know what's called overestimating your own ability?" Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple had a face that was struck dumb with amazement. With Yi Yuan's snort earlier, he indeed felt a willpower like beholding a great mountain hit him head-on. It was precisely because of this that he was easily injured. How could a mere human Empyrean realm have such a formidable will? Although Yuan talked about whatever medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, he felt that it was overly boastful. But Ghost Empyrean Ghostpuple dared to confirm that Yuan's will was absolutely stronger than Heavenly Emperor Vastsi. Furthermore, it was more than a magnitude stronger. The shock in his heart was unable to use words to describe. Wild Blade, Yuan urged lightly. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade suddenly startled awake and hurriedly packed up and got everything ready. Yuan brought Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and swaggered out of Vast Y Manor just like that. But right at this time, a sinister to the extreme ghost aura descended from the sky. A virtually corporeal figure blocked in front of Yuan. This ghostly energy was extremely condensed. If an ordinary human Empyrean was here, they would likely have long been frozen stiff. Inside Yin Y Manor, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's mouth. Hey, Vastsi, that fool probably still doesn't know this boy's terror. Losing face in front of so many people in the city, this emperor will see how you still have the face to show yourself in the future. The events previously, he issued a gag order to the powerhouses in the manor, absolutely forbidding for anyone to spread it. This boy was like a thorn. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge felt that he definitely would not be used by Heavenly Emperor Vastsi. Sure enough, in less than half a day, both parties fell out. Heavenly Emperor Vastsi looked at Yuan and said with a thunderous look, "Human brat, you brought away this Heavenly Emperor's subordinate. Not only did you not even inform in advance, you even seriously injured this Heavenly Emperor's subordinate. How do you plead?" Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's complexion was ashen as he cried out in surprise, "Lord Vastsi, young master he." Yuan stopped Wild Blade with a hand gesture. Looking at Vastsi, he said coolly, since you came, then I'll inform you about it. Wild Blade will be following me in the future. Say your goodbyes. Wild Blade, let's go." A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse moving out had long already alarmed numerous powerhouses in the city. Mo Sha and his companions just happened to be among them too. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the ghost shrunk. This fellow was so arrogant. What he was facing was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Could this human brat really be a fool? That's Heavenly Emperor Vastsi, yet he's actually this arrogant. Isn't that so? Just nice. I can take a look at what he's relying on to be able to bring away Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade from Yin Y Manor this time. Heh, I somewhat understand now. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge probably intentionally didn't show up to let this kid bring away Wild Blade. Heavenly Emperor Vastsi laughed from extreme fury and said, "Heh, what an arrogant brat, could it be that you really take this Heavenly Emperor to not dare to make a move against you? Forget it, since you're intentionally courting death, this Heavenly Emperor will send you off then." Heavenly Emperor Vastsi's voice had yet to fade when Yuan already executed time freeze. In an instant, laws descended, Vastsi was immobilized. Back then, when Yuan was still only initial stage rank 7, he could already use this move and escape from under the hands of Abyss Monster Heavenly Emperor Manya. Let alone that he was currently already middle stage rank 7. How much stronger was the power of the present time freeze compared to that time? Wild Blade, go. Yuan grabbed the dumbfounded Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and directly teleported more than 10,000 miles away. After an instant, space-time recovered. Heavenly Emperor Vastsi's eyes were full of shock. Heavenly Tao True Word, Spatial Law. What a terrific human lad. Looks like Wild Blade followed a good master. Chapter 2232, Blood Sea Phenomenon. Such thick carnage energy. Yuan. Two people arrived before a long and unbroken stretch of mountains. A thick scent of bloody smell hit face on, stirring up a sinister wind by his ears. Under the illumination of sunlight, this mountain range actually gave off a series of blood-red light halo. In the dense woods, numerous ghost Dao powerhouses came and went. But sensing the powerful auras coming off of Yuan, two people's bodies, they did not dare to draw near. "Young master, be more careful. Humans coming to this place need to open up their world domains to resist the carnage energy. This carnage energy is extremely harmful to humans. Even Empyreans will find it hard to withstand its corrosion too," Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade warned. Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Resist? Why is there a need to resist?" Finished talking, his cultivation method revolved. He actually absorbed these carnage energies frenziedly. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's two eyes became wide saucers, a look of shock on his face. His young master was actually absorbing the carnage energy. Young master, you, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade cried out in surprise. That human is actually absorbing carnage energy. I think that he's tired of living. Gigi, perhaps he feels that our ghost race is pretty good and wants to join our ghost race. Something's wrong. Why is his aura becoming stronger? In the distance, came some ghost Dao powerhouses' disdainful voices. But very soon, they discovered something amiss. Humans were unable to use this carnage energy to cultivate at all. Absorbing into the body would only harm their bodies. But Yi Yuan's aura was actually becoming stronger. Yi Yuan absorbed for a while and immediately felt refreshed. The thickness of this carnage energy could virtually catch up to the thickness of the devilish energy in the Dragon Eye Cave. Using it to cultivate naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Seeing Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's dazed expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Carnage energy, devilish energy, heaven and earth spiritual energy, there's essentially no difference. It's just that the attribute is different, that's all. The carnage energy here is extremely thick. It's a superb cultivation ground for me. After finding the Silvernet blood essence, I want to enter closed seclusion for a few days here." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade had a look of astonishment on his face and said with a sigh of admiration, "Young master's talent, even Lord Immortal Grove is far inferior." He had followed Yi Yuan for a short time after all, so he was far from aware about Dustless's experience with Yi Yuan in the past. While chatting, the earth suddenly quaked and the mountains shook. An even stronger carnage energy gushed out from underground. The bloody light above the mountain range became incomparably forbidding, giving people a hair-raising feeling. The Asura blood pool entrance in the distance, countless ghost Dao powerhouses gushed out, fleeing like they were flying, all of their expressions seemingly incomparably terrified. Behind them, bloody light shone brilliantly. Those that were enveloped by the bloody light directly turned to ashes. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade had an anxious and doubtful look as he said, What terrifying power! What in the world happened in the Asura blood pool?" But a hint of surprise flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said, "Such a phenomenon, I'm afraid that a precious treasure came into being." At this time, a deadpan face came beside Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This is already the third time within a month. I heard that in the other two major blood pools there, such phenomenon similarly erupted. Looks like the Asura blood pool that has been quiet for countless years finally can't hold back anymore." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and immediately sensed that this corpse path powerhouse was very extraordinary. "You're a frequent guest of this place?" Yi Yuan asked. The other party nodded his head and said, "I'm called Wu Zhong. I started braving the Asura blood pool starting from rank 4. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. The powerhouses in the outer peripherals were many. Rank 4s and rank 5s could be seen everywhere. There were also quite a few rank 6s. But Yi Yuan was clear that under such an environment, being able to cultivate all the way from rank 4 to rank 7 was simply a miracle. Looks like his feeling was not wrong. This Wu Zhong was very extraordinary. "I'm called Yi Yuan. Since Brother Wu is a frequent guest here, then in your view, how high are the chances of the Silvernet blood essence appearing under this kind of phenomenon?" Yi Yuan asked. Wu Zhong was startled, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. Clearly, he did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually aiming for the Silvernet blood essence. He shook his head and said, "Such a phenomenon, the Silvernet blood essence will definitely appear. It's just that, with your strength, I advise that you'd better don't get yourself killed in vain." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Does Brother Wu want to team up with this Yi?" Wu Zhong was slightly surprised, not expecting to be seen through with one glance by Yi Yuan. He saw that Yi Yuan was actually able to absorb carnage energy to cultivate and felt that this boy was extraordinary. That was why he had the idea of making friends. He had run around here for a long time and more or less understood the powerhouses here a little. But there was no one capable of making him regarded the person with importance. But this Yi Yuan, he gave him a feeling of being not simple from the first time he laid eyes on him. Wu Zhong did not hide it either, nodding and saying, "This Wu has always moved independently for so many years and rarely found people to team up. But the blood pool abnormality this time is attracting more and more major powers. Furthermore, inside the blood pool is also filled with dangers. Hence, that's why I had this idea." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Since Brother Wu thinks highly, then this Yi will accept deferentially rather than decline courteously." The voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura descended from the sky. "Ha ha ha, With this Asura blood sea's abnormality, there's probably a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure coming into being. Amidst the wild laughter, that ghost figure turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed into the cave by meeting the bloody light directly. Wu Yang's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Heavenly Emperor Purple Cloud." Even he came too. His voice had yet to fade when several other fearsome auras descended. Those auras completely disregarded the bloody light and charged straight into the Asura blood sea. Yuan was also startled inwardly when he saw the situation. These Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all middle-stage Heavenly Emperor peerless powerhouses. Each and every one of them was starting to move restlessly. Before long, another cloud of black gas descended. Those who were slightly touched by the black gas directly turned to ashes, scattering away. Yuan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "A seventh firmament Heavenly Emperor." Wu Yang's deadpan face became several shades whiter and he said, "It's Heavenly Emperor Quicksand. I didn't expect that. Even he's alarmed too. With this, Asura blood sea is lively." In merely half a day, Yuan saw that there were 7 to 8 middle-stage and late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses entering the Asura blood sea. As for initial-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, those that entered were as many as more than a dozen. For some time, powerhouses gathered. Of course, these Heavenly Emperors held in contempt toward the common treasures at the outskirts. They directly entered the depths of the blood sea. No idea how long had passed. There were finally no more Heavenly Emperor powerhouses descending. Only then did everyone cautiously enter further inside the Asura blood sea once more. Although the current Asura blood sea was dangerous, it was when the lucky chances were the most. At this time, no one was willing to be outdone by others. Perhaps a fortuitous encounter could let them soar to the heavens with one bound. "Yuan, it's our turn to enter," Wu Zhong said. Yuan smiled and said, "Afraid that it isn't that simple. Those entering now, the lowest or third firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses too. First firmament Heavenly Emperors and second firmament Heavenly Emperors haven't appeared yet. Don't you find it odd?" Wu Yang's expression changed. Sure enough, Yuan's voice had yet to fade when several figures slowly walked out of the void. Chapter 2233, Forming Enmity. Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun, Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn. That's Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives. He's a second firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. One powerful figure after another appearing in succession. There were actually as many as 7 people. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, clearly not expecting that there were actually still so many Heavenly Emperors in hiding. Wu Zhong looked at Yuan in surprise, not knowing how he discovered these Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives' gaze swept across the whole place and said in a cold voice, "All Empyreans are not to take action without authorization. Those who defy, die." The faces of the Empyreans present changed drastically, immediately realizing that they were designated as cannon fodder. First firmament and second firmament Heavenly Emperors were at the bottom of the barrel among Heavenly Emperors. They were not as confident as before. Naturally, the places that third firmament Heavenly Emperor and above wanted to go, these cannon fodders were no use at all. The abnormality this time was very strange. These first and second firmament Heavenly Emperors were rather cautious too. Finding Empyreans to be cannon fodders became a pretty good choice. In the various major mystic realms, powerhouses making weaklings go be cannon fodders frequently appeared too. Suddenly, several figures sprinted wildly, heading for the opening of the Asura blood pool. How swift were the movements of Empyrean powerhouses! They were fast, but Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives was faster. It was only to see a hint of a cold smile flash across the corners of his mouth, his finger flicking lightly. Several streaks of light dots arrived in an instant. Those scurrying Empyrean powerhouses were instantly slaughtered by him without missing a single one. Among them, there were even several late-stage Empyrean powerful experts. "Who else wants to leave?" Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives said coolly, not carrying the slightest compassion. The others were silent like cicadas in winter. In front of Heavenly Emperors, they were akin to ants. Only Heavenly Emperors could confront Heavenly Emperors. Wu Yang's deadpan face became several shades whiter. He involuntarily looked over towards Yuan but discovered that Yuan had a look of composure, seemingly not looking too worried, and immediately felt slightly calmer. Seeing no one jump out, Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives said coolly, "Very good. Since nobody is leaving, enter then." Got to admit, Asura blood pool attracted countless powerhouses. Just the Empyrean powerhouses here were in the hundreds. This force was already immensely powerful. Just as everyone was planning on entering the Blood Sea, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne suddenly gave a light cry of surprise and said, "There's actually still a human bug. You, come over." While talking, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne extended his hand and pointed at Yi Yuan. Wu Yang's expression changed and could not help looking at Yi Yuan nervously. Yi Yuan slowly stepped forward and said coolly, "What instructions does Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne have?" Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's brows furrowed and he said unhappily, "A brat who's so ignorant of the rules. A mere human bug also dares to encroach on my ghost race's treasure." Finished talking, his finger flicked. A streak of white light shot right at Yi Yuan. The horrifying energy undulation made all of the Empyreans' faces change, all clamoring to dodge. Yi Yuan was also surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne would actually kill people at a word of disagreement. But although he was surprised, he did not panic. His figure retreated explosively, the bone sword attacking fiercely. In an instant, Yi Yuan released thousands of incomparably swift and fierce sword lights, rumbling over toward that streak of white light. Falling back several tens of thousands of feet in a row, that streak of white light was utterly dissipated by Yi Yuan in the end. And between them, an enormous ravine was also blasted out. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there, glaring at Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne. While the Empyreans looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' gaze flickered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. This scene earlier happened too suddenly, quick until everyone did not react to it. But seeing Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne taking action, they all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually unleashed thousands of sword lights in a single breath, directly neutralizing Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's attack. Even though this attack was merely a casual strike of Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's, it was also not what any Empyrean could block. This attack was more than enough to kill an 8th Firmament Empyrean. At the very least, among the Empyreans present, those able to block it did not surpass 10 fingers. Hoo, Ghostmourne, you're really becoming promising, can't even take care of a human race Empyrean realm brat. Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun said gloatingly. Ghostmourne, I don't know you. Seriously too disgraceful. Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather also had a look of being unable to bear to look at it. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne was stunned at first, following that, there was boundless fury. In front of a bunch of Heavenly Emperors, it was really a major loss of face with this. Damn human brat, this Heavenly Emperor will kill you. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's terrifying pressure suddenly erupted and was about to unleash a heaven-shocking strike. When the Empyreans felt this terrifying pressure, each and every one of them had ashen faces. The might of a Heavenly Emperor was too terrifying. At this time, Ninelives suddenly spoke up. He said, Ghostmourne, spare this boy's life. His strength is decent. Killing like this is somewhat a waste. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives was a 2nd Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Ghostmourne had no choice but to give face. He gave a cold snort and said, Boy, consider yourself lucky. Ninelives' gaze was indifferent as he said, Go in. The Empyreans opened up their domains and isolated the bloody light outside, and slowly entered the Asura blood pool. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his fury and followed everyone into the cave. There were 7 Ghost Dao Empyreans in front. Becoming enemies with them was clearly not a wise move. His objective for coming here was the Silvernet blood essence. There was no need to do this kind of pointless fight. Of course, this enmity, he noted it down. Wu Zhong scooted over and said in surprise, Brother Yi, are you alright? Just now, I even thought that you were dead for sure. Hey, your strength is pretty good. Wu Zhong, indeed didn't make an error of judgment. Wu Zhong was somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. But his overtones were that he could also receive this strike. How could Yi Yuan not understand? This Wu Zhong was clearly not an ordinary Empyrean either. Entering the cave entrance, it was a stretch of bloody light before their eyes. This place was an enormous underground cavern. Along the way, there were big and small blood pits everywhere, flowing with dark red blood inside. Blood bubbles even bubbled from time to time. Don't touch these blood bubbles. Once touched, even Empyreans will have their souls dissipate too. Wu Zhong warned. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart and nodded his head in response. Apart from this, Yi Yuan discovered that the space here was extremely distorted. Ordinary Empyreans were unable to traverse through space at all. This Asura blood pool was like a giant spatial cage, constraining everyone in here. Furthermore, the deeper in, the more terrifying the degree of spatial distortion. Even heavenly emperors were unable to escape too. Of course, this was no big deal to Yi Yuan. His spatial law attainments were not what ordinary Empyreans could compare to. This group of people was extremely strong. At first, they did not encounter any danger. But very soon, they ran into problems. A tragic cry came over. A second firmament Empyrean Ghost Dao Empyrean was directly sucked into a blood pool, vanishing without a trace. With this, the hairs of all the Empyreans stood on ends. They did not see the opponent at all, and this Empyrean was gone. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, and he said to Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade, get a little closer. Don't get separated from me. Chapter 2234, Bluff them. One after another, there were miserable screams coming over non-stop. One Empyrean after another was directly sucked in the blood pools. The Empyreans had panicky looks. They could not see the opponent at all. Wu Yang's expression was very ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "This place is normally just the activity area of rank 6 powerhouses. Why did so many damn things pop out now suddenly?" Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and he said, "A precious treasure coming into being. Having this kind of phenomena is also normal. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, activate." Yi Yuan had transcended 7 nirvanic tribulations. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil had long been cultivated to an extremely high realm already. At this time, the moment the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil activated, the world immediately became different. Amidst the bloody light, one gray figure after another was moving about everywhere. These guys were hidden in the bloody light. The bloody light became their natural protective defense. Even for Empyreans, it was very hard to discover them too. One of the gray figures suddenly shot out, flying toward Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade. But Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was completely clueless. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he cried out coldly, "Sword of Will, chop." A transparent sword instantly condensed and chopped toward that gray figure with inconceivably swift speed. Yike! That gray figure emitted a strange cry and tunneled back into the blood pool with a whoosh. Hearing the strange cry from behind, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was greatly startled, only then, knowing that he had gone to the gates of hell and came back. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze flickered slightly and marveled with admiration. Such condensed soul force, almost turning corporeal. His divine soul has likely already reached grand completion rank 7. This boy isn't simple. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn sneered and said, "So what if grand completion rank 7? How long can he still live in this place?" Heavenly Emperor Ninelives nodded and said, "The stronger he is, the better it is for us naturally. With him around, at least we can take action later. With the blood pool having unusual changes, there will be quite a number of good stuff that will come out. But correspondingly, it would also be a lot more dangerous." The other heavenly emperors nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Yi Yuan made a move to slay that gray shadow and stopped taking action. Let things drift if they did not affect one personally. Under such circumstances, standing out in the limelight did not have any good outcome. If not for saving Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade, he definitely would not have taken action. From time to time, there were still Ghost Dao powerhouses that were directly dragged into the blood pools. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives pointed at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "You, go and take care of those gray shadows." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "If I say no." Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's tone carried a majesty that did not allow questioning as he said coolly, "Not taking action, you die." Clearly, with the eyesight of these Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they could see those gray shadows. It was just that none of them were willing to make a move. These gray shadows were all soul bodies. Killing all of them required tremendous expenditure of soul force. The Heavenly Emperor powerhouses clearly wanted to preserve their strength to deal with those dangers at the back. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives speaking had much greater weight than Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn. After all, he was a second firmament Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. By the side, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn smiled coldly and said, "Brat, being a cannon fodder has to have the awareness of being a cannon fodder. Go or die." These Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not care at all, directly putting it out on the table. In front of them, Empyrean powerhouses could only be cannon fodders. Empyrean powerhouses dominated the secular world. But in front of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they were still ants. Ants did not have the qualifications to negotiate terms. Yi Yuan's expression flickered indeterminately but did not take action after a long time. Wu Yang's expression changed slightly, and he urged, "Brother Yi, preserving your life is important. We can't afford to provoke Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Finally, Yi Yuan's tightly clenched fists loosened. He slowly turned around, his figure moving, directly catching up to a gray shadow. Sword of Will, kill. Yi Yuan's Sword of Will was incomparably swift and fierce. One sword landed, it directly slaughtered that gray shadow. His figure moved swiftly, attacking like lightning, killing more than 10 gray shadows in a blink of an eye. When those gray shadows saw that they were unable to hide their figures anymore, each and every one of them hid inside the blood pools and no longer bubbled. When the Empyreans saw that Yi Yuan was so ferocious, each and every one of them was extremely frightened too. If this Sword of Will were to chop on their bodies, it would be fatal. Even though their bodies were long already corporeal, they were still soul bodies in the end. This Sword of Will's damage to them was even stronger than Divine Essence martial techniques. Yi Yuan stopped, appearing somewhat dispirited and inert. Those gray shadows were all ranked 7 soul bodies, their strength comparable to middle stage Empyrean realm. Killing so many soul bodies, it was naturally somewhat too much for Yi Yuan's soul force to bear. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Ninelives coldly and said, satisfied now. Finished talking, he sat down cross-legged, planning on recovering soul force. But at this time, Ninelives said coolly, not need to recondition, carry on walking. Do you plan on making so many people wait for you to rest up? Done talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly and said, continue forward. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and suddenly stood up, assuming a posture like he was going to risk his life, but he was held back by Wu Zhong. Forget it, forget it. They are all Heavenly Emperors. We can't afford to provoke them, Wu Zhong urged. These Heavenly Emperors did not view him as a person at all. They were simply ordering him about like a beast of burden. Seeing Yi Yuan get deflated, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne said with a smug look, hoo, brat, this place isn't the place for you to act wildly. Got resentment, hold it in. Not stifling it, you'll die. The moment Heavenly Emperor Ninelives released his imposing aura, a terrifying pressure descended on Yi Yuan's body. Still not moving, do you really want to force this emperor to take action? Heavenly Emperor Ninelives said coldly. Yi Yuan's expression changed several times. Finally, he still drew a deep breath, turned around, and left. Very good, I've remembered this. Yi Yuan said coldly. Hoo, he's threatening us. An Empyrean is threatening Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne laughed in spite of himself. His strength is indeed pretty good. Just that his brain is a little flawed, can't understand the situation, Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun said coolly. Another Heavenly Emperor said with a cold face, reckless and blind thing. If not for being a little useful, this emperor would have long killed him. Toward Yi Yuan's threat, they naturally would not take it to heart. In their view, making you all be cannon fodders, you would have to endure it. In fact, you even had to express 1,000 thanks. Putting on airs, you don't have that qualification. Young master, are you alright? It's all me who's useless. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade said with self-reproach. Yi Yuan gave a wink and transmitted his voice, I'm fine. I'm just bluffing them. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was startled in his heart, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. That degree of soul force expenditure earlier, even ordinary late-stage Empyreans would find it somewhat too much to bear, let alone Yi Yuan. How could he know that Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably condensed to begin with? After essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths fused into one, his divine soul was even formidable to the extreme, far surpassing those in the same rank. Previously in the Immortal Grove world, in front of Ji Zhengyang's grave, Yi Yuan's thoughts flowed smoothly, his heart realm reached perfection, and his divine soul even already reached the grand completion realm of rank 7. This degree of consumption was nothing at all to Yi Yuan. In the process of advancing, with Yi Yuan absorbing some more carnage energy and converting it to soul force, it would be able to make up for the deficit. Facing 7 great heavenly emperors, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to display all of his trump cards. Therefore, he definitely feigned an appearance of his soul force being depleted. Chapter 2235, Soul-Eater Beasts. Brother Yi, are you still alright? Wu Zhong saw that Yi Yuan's complexion was pale, his entire body seemingly feeble, and so he could not resist asking. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, still alright. I can still hang in there. Toward this Wu Zhong, it was just Yi Yuan's first time meeting, he naturally would not feel at ease letting him know everything. These Ghost Dao powerhouses and Corpse Path powerhouses, because of innate reasons, were more cold-blooded and violent to begin with. It was not that there was no good person among Ghost Dao Empyreans, but Yuan did not dare and was also not willing to hand his trust over to a stranger. He had traveled all over the place for so many years. This bit of shallow logic, he still understood it. Wu Zhong let out a sigh and said, "Brother Yi, our arms can't wring the thighs and wind. They are heavenly emperor powerhouses after all. Only by enduring for some time, will there be an opportunity to escape." Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I understand, but I just can't take this lying down." Wu Zhong nodded his head and continued saying, "Brother Yi is indeed a young heaven's chosen. Your number of trump cards makes this Wu lament at my own unworthiness too." He was really very surprised. Just now, the divine soul power that Yuan exhibited made even the Ghost Dao powerhouses who have cultivated for many years feel ashamed of their unworthiness. One had to know, Ghost Dao powerhouses did not have physical bodies. What they cultivated was the power of the soul body. Yuan was young in age. So Wu Zhong really did not know how he did it. Furthermore, Yuan's ocular arts were also extremely consummate, to actually be able to see through the unreal and see the gray shadows that even Ghost Empyreans could not see too. Coupled with that transcendent sword art from before, this was truly a terrifying young man. It was just a pity that he was too incapable of retaining his composure, to actually expose his strength in order to save his servant. Furthermore, he even offended the few great heavenly emperors. This journey would probably not be too pleasant. The party gradually went deeper and the cavern got increasingly larger. The blood pools also got bigger and bigger. It was more appropriate to say that it gradually turned into a blood lake. The thick bloody air inside made people virtually want to vomit. Even Yuan was also dumbstruck with amazement by this spectacular sight. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that it was all real blood in the blood pools. Furthermore, tremendous energy was contained in this blood. Clearly, the former owners of this blood were all extremely strong powerhouses. So much blood, then how many powerhouses died here? Suddenly, several green figures tore past like lightning. Following there, a miserable scream came over. A Ghost Empyrean was directly dragged away by the green shadows. But these green shadows did not go far but stopped in a cave entrance. Yuan focused his eyes and looked over. They were several kangaroo-looking little beasts. While that Ghost Empyrean being bitten by the little beasts actually did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Then, those few little beasts divided up and ate that Ghost Empyrean in front of everyone just like that. Acting recklessly and caring for nobody. These little beasts thought nothing of so many Ghost Empyreans. Soul-eater beasts. It's soul-eater beasts. Those Ghost Empyreans were all akin to facing a great enemy, retreating one after another. While at this time, inside some of the small caves of the cavern, many of such little beasts suddenly tunneled out. The little beasts got more and more, and actually surrounded the group of Ghost Empyreans. Even the faces of those heavenly emperors were extremely ugly too. "What are soul-eater beasts?" Yuan asked with an ignorant look. Wu Zhong said, "Soul-eater beasts are the jinx of Ghost Dao powerhouses, and also the natives of the three great blood pools, feeding on soul bodies. For Ghost Dao powerhouses that run around here, once they encounter soul-eater beasts, they will die without a doubt. The saliva that they secrete has extremely strong anesthetic and digestive effects against Ghost Dao powerhouses. Ghost Dao powerhouses are unable to resist at all. Furthermore, they have the ability to traverse through space. Their speed is extremely fast and impossible to guard against. Even heavenly emperor powerhouses are extremely apprehensive of them too." Yuan was enlightened when he heard. It turned out that there was still such a formidable ferocious beast. These soul-eater beasts were simply the jinx of Ghost Dao powerhouses. But to Corpse Path powerhouses and humans, they were nothing much. They practically only lived in the three great blood pools. Because this place had large quantities of soul bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, another dozen over soul-eater beasts suddenly scurried out, the speed inconceivably swift. Several Ghost Dao Empyreans at the outer area were frightened until their complexions were ashen, all kinds of horrifying attacks flying over. But these soul-eater beasts were incomparably sensitive. A twinkle in the air, and they directly dodged all of these disorderly attacks. Several miserable cries came over. A few Ghost Empyreans were dragged away by the soul-eater beasts just like that, who then started eating them with relish at one side. Devouring these Ghost Dao Empyreans, the auras of those soul-eater beasts actually grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could those ghost Dao Empyreans still keep their wits about them, turning tail and running? The 7 great heavenly emperors snorted coldly. A horrifying pressure spread out. Those Empyreans went even paler. There were wolves in front, tigers at the back, they could not run at all. The 7 great heavenly emperors clearly regarded the Asura abnormality this time with great importance. It was impossible to withdraw easily. At this time, 9 Lives pointed at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You, go and finish off the Suliter beasts." Everyone was stunned. Even Yi Yuan was also taken aback. Me, alone. Yi Yuan somewhat did not dare to believe it. 9 Lives nodded and said, "That's right. You can choose to face them, or face the 7 of us." A cold light appeared in Yi Yuan's eyes. This heavenly emperor 9 Lives was too much. This guy was clearly targeting him. The other few heavenly emperors all had gloating faces. Clearly, they viewed him as a different kind and were only exploiting him. As for his life and death, they did not care at all. Yi Yuan's gaze flicked, and he said in a solemn voice, "Fine, I'll go." Yi Yuan brandished his sword and advanced, dividing the crowd, slowly walking over toward those Suliter beasts. The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances and smiled, hints of amused expressions revealing on their faces. There were several dozen Suliter beasts in front of him. They were all ranked 7 existences. Normally, it should be impossible for so many ranked 7 Suliter beasts to appear all of a sudden. But the blood pool was having abnormal activities currently. These guys all scurried out one after another. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, his figure turning into a phantom, rushing straight for the Suliter beasts. What he rushed towards was just a middle-stage ranked 7 Suliter beast. That Suliter beast also charged toward Yi Yuan, a hint of scorn flashing across in its eyes. With a squeak, it disappeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. Then there was a squelch. Amidst everyone's amazed gazes, when the Suliter beast that originally disappeared showed its figure, the bone sword passed through its chest. This Suliter beast was already deader than dead. Before dying, the Suliter beast still opened its eyes wide to look at Yi Yuan, clearly not believing that Yi Yuan could actually kill it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Suliter beast started braying frenziedly, turning into one glimmering afterimage after another, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. The claws of these Suliter beasts were extremely sharp. Their attacks actually carried spatial law. Even when encountering ordinary Empyreans, they likely had no opponents in the same rank too. It was just a pity that they ran into Yi Yuan. Apart from a few late-stage ranked 7 Suliter beasts that could fight with Yi Yuan to the point they were evenly matched, the other Suliter beasts could not block Yi Yuan's sword at all. Yi Yuan's sword was like a ghost amidst the bloody light. Areas that it passed by, it reaped the lives of Suliter beasts without restraint. Chapter 2236, Too Late. The Ghost Empyreans were incredibly shocked. Yi Yuan's strength was clearly only 5th Firmament Empyrean, but his combat strength was not the slightest bit inferior to a 7th Firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, his sword was extremely bizarre. It actually disregarded the Suliter beast's spatial law. No matter how swift like lightning these Suliter beasts were, he could kill them with one sword move. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's gaze turned slightly dark and said, "This kid is fishy." Heavenly Emperor 9 Lives' eyes were sharp and said with some surprise, "This boy knows some spatial law too." Furthermore, he fused sword Dao law and spatial law. His offensive power is very sharp. I didn't expect that he's also adept at restraining Suliter beasts. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn sneered when he heard that and said, "Human genius martial artist is it? GG, dying here is also pretty good." The other heavenly emperors also had gloating expressions on their faces. But when the Empyreans heard it, they felt surprised. This punk's soul force was so strong. So they did not expect that he was also such a terrifying genius in martial arts. No wonder he could actually block Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's attack previously. Suddenly, ear-piercing screams were emitted in the caves by the side. 3 enormous Suliter beasts scurried out, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Hiss. There are actually still several 8th Firmament Empyrean Suliter beasts hiding. Luckily this brat lured them out. Otherwise, we'd be dead for sure. However, this boy's strength is genuinely strong. Placed among human martial artists, he's absolutely a first-rate genius too. What a shame, he's going to die here. When the group of Ghost Empyreans saw these 3 8th Firmament Empyrean Suliter beasts, each and every one of them felt their scalps tingle. This level of Suliter beasts was virtually one bite each for them. After Yi Yuan killed more than a dozen Suliter beasts in a row, these 3/8 firmament Empyrean Suliter beasts finally could not hold back anymore. With 3/8 firmament Empyrean Suliter beasts joining in, Yi Yuan's pressure immediately skyrocketed. But he relied on his movement technique's superiority and could barely manage to tangle with the Suliter beasts. When the group of Empyreans saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's combat strength was too fearsome. He was simply a human-shaped monster. These 3/8 firmament Empyrean Suliter beasts, each one facing a human 8th firmament Empyrean, could definitely win too. But, under the pincer attacks of so many Suliter beasts, Yi Yuan could actually still hold out. Even though Yi Yuan's body had quite a few injuries added, the number of Suliter beasts was still slowly reducing. The faces of the group of Heavenly Emperors finally revealed solemn expressions. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "This brat was actually still hiding his strength previously. If not for these 3 Suliter beasts taking action, we've all have been deceived by him." Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' gaze also turned slightly dark and said, "Hiding his strength is nothing much, but these Suliter beasts are a huge threat. I reckon that there might even be peak Empyrean realm Suliter beasts hiding nearby." The moment these words came out, the Heavenly Emperors turned pale with fright. Peak Empyrean Suliter beasts were absolutely horrifying existences to Ghost Dao powerhouses. Peak Empyrean and 8th firmament Empyrean Suliter beasts hiding, what were their targets? Was there still a need to say? At this time, they were rejoicing greatly for Yi Yuan's existence. If not for Yi Yuan, they might really have been tricked by these Suliter beasts. While Heavenly Emperors were invincible existences, Suliter beasts and Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperors were different. Peak Empyrean Suliter beasts similarly posed tremendous threats to Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperors. Encountering a natural enemy, the disparity in cultivation realm was no longer disparity sometimes. If these Suliter beasts sneak attacked by taking advantage of the chaos, the final result would really be hard to say. If a peak Empyrean Suliter beast could eat a Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperor, breaking through to become a Heavenly Emperor would practically not have much suspense anymore. This kind of temptation was worth Suliter beasts taking the risk. However, all their plans were disrupted by Yi Yuan. His strength was too strong and actually forcefully contending with the Suliter beasts horde by himself. Currently, even 8th firmament Empyrean Suliter beasts were forced out, and they were still unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. Sure enough, not long after, a green shadow tore through the blood colors and flew straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. With a backhand, it was a sword. However, this 9th firmament Empyrean Suliter beast was too strong. Yi Yuan vomited a mouthful of fresh bloody violently and was blasted flying out. How could Yi Yuan still dare to remain still? His figure flashed, tunneling into one of the nearby passageways. The 9th firmament Empyrean Suliter beast cried out strangely and turned into a streak of green light to chase after. The Suliter beasts were already enraged. How could they be willing to let Yi Yuan go? Several dozen Suliter beasts were in hot pursuit, chasing Yi Yuan into that passageway. A hint of amusement flashed across the corners of Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' mouth and he said coolly, "All right, let's go then." Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn laughed loudly and said, "This brat finally met his match. This time, see if he still doesn't die." Yi Yuan luring away the Suliter beasts, the Empyreans could finally heave a sigh in relief. But following that, there was no one to block the spear for them anymore. They could only hope for the best. In the crowd, Wu Yang's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he still followed everyone and left. Yi Yuan turned into a streak of flowing light, speed swift to the extreme. Behind him, several dozen Suliter beasts were quick as lightning, in hot pursuit. This passageway's blood light was a little dimmer. Clearly, it was not the most important passageway. In a blink, they arrived in an open area. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly stopped. The group of Suliter beasts also abruptly stopped, enclosing Yi Yuan in the middle. The Suliter beasts' leader looked at Yi Yuan, a hint of balefulness in its gaze. These Suliter beasts had extremely high intellect. Furthermore, their guts were massive, to actually dare ambush Heavenly Emperors. However, all these plans were ruined by Yi Yuan. So how could they not be furious? Yi Yuan looked at the Suliter beast leader and said with a light smile, "All right, there's no one here anymore, can send you all on the way already." The current Yi Yuan, his entire person's aura was incomparably sharp and fierce, just like a sharp sword that was drawn from its sheath. How did he look like he was heavily injured earlier? Heavenly Emperor Ninelives, they all thought that Yi Yuan was already forced to his limits. Actually, all this was within Yi Yuan's calculations. Soul-eater beasts were very clever. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, they immediately became vigilant, eyes revealing wary looks. The soul-eater beasts suddenly cried out strangely, turning into bolts of lightning, and they were about to escape. Too late. Immobilize. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he opened his mouth and said coolly. Time freeze. Several dozen streaks of sword light flashed by and disappeared. How much stronger was the power compared to before? Several dozen soul-eater beasts were directly killed by Yi Yuan. The 8th Firmament Empyrean soul-eater beast was already heavily injured on the verge of death, without the slightest strength to resist. While the 9th Firmament Empyrean soul-eater beast's strength was formidable and was not thoroughly dead yet. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, instantly laying down an array formation, and imprisoning these few soul-eater beasts. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle and said with a faint smile, I didn't expect that there are actually still fierce beasts like you guys. This really greatly exceeded my expectations. Hey, Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives, since you think so highly of this Yi, then this Yi also can't be stingy and will send a big gift to you later. Chapter 2237, Repaying Great Kindness. Within a massive karst cave, several dozen figures were above the dome. Above the dome, there was a densely packed swarm, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. The Ghost Dao Empyreans were currently undergoing a bloody battle with a bunch of blood-red bats. On the other side, the 7 great heavenly emperors were currently in a fierce battle with 3 gigantic bloodwing bats. Fortunately, space was heavily distorted here, the undulations of their battle, the majority of it was transmitted away. The 3 bloodwing bat kings were all heavenly emperor realm, with their combat strength being extremely formidable. Even if there was heavenly emperor Nine Lives, this 2nd firmament heavenly emperor taking part in the battle, they were still unable to do anything to them within a short time. A blood-red lotus flower was growing upside down above the dome, emitting heart-palpitating undulations. That was shockingly a rank 8 spirit medicine. On the battlefield, came Nine Lives' alarmed and furious voice. This group of fools actually can't even take care of a bunch of bats. So many people added up isn't as good as that kid alone too. Really a bunch of good-for-nothings. At this time, he actually somewhat missed Yi Yuan. This group of people walking all the way, encountered this blood lotus flower before long. Rank 8 spirit medicine, these heavenly emperor powerhouses were naturally moved. But who would have expected that this blood lotus flower actually had a large group of bloodwing bats protecting, and there were even 3 heavenly emperor realm bloodwing bat kings. Even though 7 great heavenly emperors joining hands practically overwhelmed the bloodwing bats, they could not take them down in a short time either. The living things in this blood pool all had their methods against soul bodies. Among them, one of the bloodwing bat kings was already a peak 1st firmament heavenly emperor. Coupled with its strange sound wave attack, even heavenly emperor Nine Lives would find it hard to ward off too. While on the other side, those bloodwing bat numbers were tremendous. Although the majority of these bloodwing bats were only rank 6, the numbers of rank 7 were not a lot, but their numbers were too many. After a bloody battle, the bloodwing bats and Ghost Dao Empyreans this side suffered heavy casualties. Damn it, if I'd long known this, I would have let that punk live a while longer. These fools, they simply don't have any use at all. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn gnashed his teeth in hatred. Only at this time did they know the significance of Yi Yuan's existence. At this time, it was too late to repent. Brother Nine Lives, this isn't a solution. Until when are you planning on holding back? Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather said in a solemn voice. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives let out a sigh and said, forget it. I originally wanted to save some strength, but these 3 fellows are indeed somewhat troublesome. Finished talking, his fingertips curled lightly. A black lantern appeared in his hand. The black lantern emitted an incomparably strong aura. It was shockingly a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. When the heavenly emperors saw this scene, each and every one of them was overjoyed. Yuluo Ghost Lantern, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn said with a pleasant surprise. This Yuluo Ghost Lantern was Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives' lifeblood Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Its power was immensely powerful. One could say that the Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives with the Yuluo Ghost Lantern was the real Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives hold his palm out. Yuluo Ghost Lantern exuded a sinister ghostly energy, making the entire karst cave's temperature drop by a few degrees. Voracious ghost face, devour for me. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives' gaze turned intent, crying out coldly. A behemoth-like ghostly figure emerged from the Yuluo ghost lantern. This ghost face opened its gaping maws and guzzled over towards the three bloodwing bat kings. Sensing this terrifying ghost face, a hint of viciousness flashed across the eyes of that strongest bloodwing bat king's eyes. Suddenly, bloody light shone brightly, the three bloodwing bat kings opened their gaping maws. A sound wave that could obliterate heaven and decimate the earth vibrated out. Far away, quite a few ghost Dao powerhouses were affected by this horrifying sound wave and directly exploded. The faces of the 7 great heavenly emperors changed greatly, not expecting that these bloodwing bat kings were actually so strong. No time to think too much, they unleashed all of their trump cards, meeting with the bloodwing bat kings one after another. The great battle escalated once more. The 7 great heavenly emperors had the advantage in numbers in the end. Gradually, the 3 bloodwing bat kings finally could not hold on anymore. The 7 great heavenly emperors were incomparably excited. Their injuries were not light either, but obtaining the blood lotus flower, everything would be worth it. Yo, very lively huh? Right at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded out. The heavenly emperor's gazes turned intent, looking at that figure which suddenly appeared with horrified faces. Who could this figure be if not Yi Yuan? Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' eyes shrunk and he exclaimed, "This boy is actually not dead." No, wait, why doesn't he have any injuries on his body at all? Being pursued by a peak Empyrean Suliter beast, Yi Yuan actually did not have injuries on his body. The 7 great heavenly emperors all had astounded faces. It was also because of this that they were almost finished off by the bloodwing bat kings. They had no time to think too much, immediately recollecting their mouths and focusing on dealing with the bloodwing bat kings. Actually, Yi Yuan had arrived long ago and was concealed in the void all along, observing the great battle between the bloodwing bat kings and the heavenly emperors. At this time, the timing was apt, that was why Yi Yuan revealed his figure. How is this possible? Boy, what do you want to do? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn said in alarm and anger. Yi Yuan smiled and said, do what? In order to repay Lord Heavenly Emperor's great kindness, this Yi is naturally going to pluck this blood lotus flower away. Done talking, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, striding out and flying straight for the blood lotus flower. The number of bloodwing bat was a lot. The moment they saw Yi Yuan rush over, there were immediately several Empyrean realm bloodwing bats that rushed over, attempting to stop Yi Yuan. But, the places that Yi Yuan's sword light arrived at, these bloodwing bats were not opponents that could last one exchange with this sword move at all. His combat power was even stronger than these ghost Empyreans added together. But the moment he joined the battlefield, there were immediately even more bloodwing bats that came to surround him. Yi Yuan brandished his sword and slaughtered them, akin to entering a no-man's land. No one noticed that when Yi Yuan was killing the bloodwing bats, he was quietly laying down an array formation above the dome. Over there, when the heavenly emperors saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely alarmed and enraged. They cursed fervently, but Yi Yuan completely ignored them and got closer and closer to the blood lotus flower. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' gaze turned intent and he suddenly smacked the Yuluo ghost lantern. A thick to the extreme black gas gushed out, enveloping his whole body. Vajra ghost body, explode for me. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives seemed to have draped on a layer of battle armor, his combat power suddenly going off the charts. Those 3 bloodwing bat kings were long already arrows at the end of its flight. How could they resist the second firmament Heavenly Emperor Ninelives, rampaging once more? The horrifying energy undulation made the entire karst cave's space become several degrees more distorted. The 3 great bloodwing bat kings were finally finished off by Heavenly Emperor Ninelives. While at this time, Yi Yuan already charged to the vicinity of the blood lotus flower. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' gaze was incomparably cold as he said with a sneer, "Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk, hell has no gate yet you want to barge inside. Since you're seeking death, then this Heavenly Emperor will send you off." Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn also smiled coldly and said, "Brat, you survived a calamity and actually still dared to come and court death. This time, I'll see where you can hide. Kill." A measly little Empyrean actually dared to covet the treasure that they expended great efforts to obtain. The 7 great heavenly emperors were incomparably enraged and actually joined forces and charged over. 7 heavenly emperors, how astonishing was the power! When the other ghost Dao powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their complexions turned deathly pale. While right at this time, a hint of a strange smile suddenly flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. When Heavenly Emperor Ninelives saw this smile, all the hair on his body stood up. Chapter 2238, Ravaging Heavenly Emperors. An unbelievably strong sense of crisis welled up in Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' heart. He looked at that extremely mocking smile of Yi Yuan's. No idea why, it was like seeing the faint smile of the Grim Reaper. Not good, there's a trap. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' figure suddenly stopped, wanting to pull out and leave. But how could it still make it in time? Formation, arise, Yi Yuan said with a cold cry. Suddenly, the 7 great Heavenly Emperors area became a misty stretch. Ah, Soul-Eater Beast saliva, this is the saliva of Soul-Eater Beasts. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne gave a miserable scream. His cries were filled with alarm and terror. Miserable cries came over one after another. The 7 great Heavenly Emperors seemed to have fallen into hell all of a sudden, crying out at the top of their voices. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives moved the fastest according to the circumstances, directly breaking the formation and leaving. But he was the first who charged over. The Soul-Eater Beast saliva that he was contaminated by was also the most. Although Yi Yuan's array formation was formidable, it was nothing to Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. However, the goal of Yi Yuan's array formation was not to trap them. It was just to make them get contaminated with the Soul-Eater Beast saliva. Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun's reaction was the slowest. His whole body from head to toe was practically tainted by Soul-Eater Beast saliva. His body instantly became much dimmer. The other Heavenly Emperors were also infected with Soul-Eater Beast saliva to varying degrees. For some time, miserable cries lingered in their ears. With the addition of Yi Yuan, those Ghost Dao powerhouses, pressure fell drastically and already broke up the remaining Bloodwing bats. When they saw that the 7 great Heavenly Emperors were actually in this state, each and every one of them looked toward Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Not only did this guy not die, he killed his way back instead and turned the Heavenly Emperors into this state. Was he still human? Damn it, how can this Soul-Eater Beast saliva be so strong? This Heavenly Emperor feels like I'm about to asphyxiate already. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' gaze finally revealed a hint of panic. Yi Yuan took his time to pluck the blood lotus flower, put it away, and said with a faint smile, I refined this Soul-Eater Beast saliva before. The power is roughly 100 times of the original. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of terror. Soul-Eater Beast saliva was a potent toxin to soul bodies to begin with. Now, this was actually 100 times greater than before. This lethality was too great. On Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' body, Dao marks flickered incessantly. But it was still unable to stop the dissipation of the body. Amidst the miserable cries, Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun's figure became dimmer and dimmer, finally dissipating without a trace. The Ghost Empyreans only felt their scalps tingle, looking at this scene with great terror. The scene before their eyes was seriously too shocking. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse died just like that. A Ghost Empyrean still did not quite dare to believe it. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were extremely hard to kill and also represented invincibility. In their view, Heavenly Emperors were undying existences. But now, one was actually killed by an Empyrean just like that. All the gazes gathered on Yi Yuan, full of dread. This human was too terrifying. Very soon, another Heavenly Emperor scattered and disappeared completely, dead. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at this scene with a calm face. Dao marks revolved on the Heavenly Emperor's bodies, resisting the corrosion of the Soul-Eater Beast saliva madly. After all, they were Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Enveloping in Dao marks, their life force was extremely strong. Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne, and a few others were more careful. The Soul-Eater Beast salivas they were tainted by were not much. They barely managed to resist it. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' strength was the strongest. He resisted the corrosion desperately. But his body was still in the midst of slowly dissipating. Very soon, the 3rd Heavenly Emperor perished. Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne, and the rest finally kept the dissipation of their bodies in check. But their bodies already became very illusory. The Soul-Eater Beast saliva clearly caused them great injury, and they were unable to be recovered to full health within a short time. The Ghost Empyreans sucked in a cold breath. In a blink, out of 7 great Heavenly Emperors, 3 died and 3 were injured. There was still one currently struggling desperately. This human was simply too fearsome. But seeing this scene, the group of ghost Empyreans also felt delighted in their hearts. From the beginning, they were kidnapped by the 7 great heavenly emperors, who forced them to enter and be cannon fodders. Now, seeing them so miserable, they were naturally happy to see it happen. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' figure became fainter and fainter, and he was clearly could not hold on already. As for Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne, his expression currently was extremely ugly. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne did not hesitate in the slightest, turning around and fleeing. Yuan laughed coldly, taking a step out, and actually reached first despite launching later, blocking Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne. Why, meeting once again, haven't even said hello properly and you want to leave already? Yuan said with a cold smile. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's strength currently had less than 5% remaining and was weak to the extreme. He was not Yuan's match at all. What do you want? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne said with a look of apprehension. What do I want? Hoo, don't you have any idea what you've done before? Didn't you say that my threat was very laughable? Didn't you say that an Empyrean threatening a Heavenly Emperor is overestimating my own ability? What about now? Are Heavenly Emperors very impressive? Yuan said with a look of amusement. Were Heavenly Emperors very impressive? How insufferably arrogant was the Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne previously, killing people at a word of disagreement. In his eyes, Yuan and these Ghost Dao Empyreans were merely ant-like existences. But now, Yuan had full confidence when he said this sentence. The other Heavenly Emperors were still fine, but this Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne wanted his life straight away. Later, he also incited Heavenly Emperor Ninelives time and again. This enmity was long formed. It was naturally impossible for Yuan to let him off. Yuan, the matters previously were all this Heavenly Emperor's fault. I apologize to you. I beg you to give me a way out. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne was shameless and actually lowered himself and begged Yuan for mercy. Yuan grinned and said, if apologizing had a use, what do we still need cultivation for? Isn't becoming strong is to be able to control everything as we wish? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, Yuan, do you really want to have a life and death struggle? Yuan could not help laughing as he said, life and death struggle? With just the likes of you? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's gaze turned intent. Gritting his teeth, Dao marks surfaced on his body. A surge of heavenly Dao pressure suddenly enveloped. There was suddenly a dark axe in his hand. Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. He snorted coldly and said, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Yuan, you forced me. That's distant hatred Heaven Slaughter Axe, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's consummate skill. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Even when seriously injured, they are also not what Empyreans can provoke. What's Yuan doing? Could it be that he already resigned himself to fate? The Ghost Empyreans had shocked faces, clearly being intimidated by Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's imposing aura. Even if Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne was currently seriously wounded, the might of a Heavenly Emperor still could not be provoked. Just based on Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures and Dao marks, he could still instantly kill peak Empyrean powerhouses. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. With a calm mind, he was watching Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne perform, seemingly not having the intention of taking action. Just as Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's aura soared to the peak and the axe was about to land, Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. At the same time, Yuan flashed, already arriving in front of Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne, scattering Suliter Beast saliva. Chapter 2239, Even. The shrill scream shook until the entire cave was practically about to collapse. The quantity of this bunch of Suliter Beast salivas was sufficient for Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne to die 10 times over. He could dispel away the Suliter Beast saliva in the array formation, but in his current state, how could he dodge Yuan's time freeze? His figure became fainter and fainter, finally dissipating without a trace amidst the miserable screams. Yuan received Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne's axe and put away the Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. Although he did not use an axe, it was a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure after all. Each and every one of these Heavenly Emperors had ulterior motives too. The battle situation was so fierce, and yet Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourne actually still held back. While at this time, over at Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' side, the struggle came to an epilogue already as well. A second firmament Heavenly Emperor, the tenacity of his life force was on a completely different level. He got hit by the most, but he held out the longest. All of the Empyreans' gazes shifted along with Yuan, and they could still hear the sounds of cold air being drawn from time to time. This guy was too terrifying. Just now, that was Heavenly Tao true word, right? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn didn't die in vain. They all thought that they had already figured out Yi Yuan's trump cards. But what Yi Yuan displayed before was merely just a portion of it. With a wave of a hand, among the 7 great heavenly emperors, 5 dead and 2 injured. Truly a terrifying fellow. These Ghost Dao Empyreans were also old monsters who had lived for no idea how many tens of thousands of years already. But their past experiences added up was also not as shocking as today. Only today did they know that it turned out heavenly emperors could be so feeble too. Yi Yuan's footsteps moved, slowly walking over towards Heavenly Emperor Ninelives. Brat, this Heavenly Emperor won't let you off. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives looked at Yi Yuan hatefully and bellowed. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, revealing a look of disdain. The threat of someone who was about to die, would he take it to heart? Rather, that Yuluo ghost lantern, Yi Yuan paid quite a bit of attention to it. Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives finally gave up struggling, ending his life with his own weapon. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives perished. Everyone's heart shook wildly. Although they had known the ending long ago, when this ending really occurred, they still felt like they did not dare to believe it. After all, that was a second firmament Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan himself did not have much reaction to his suicide, grabbing straight at the Yuluo ghost lantern. But just as his hand was about to grab until the Yuluo ghost lantern, warning bells rang. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out, "Brother Yi, careful." Heavenly Emperor Ninelives didn't die. No time to think too much, Yi Yuan displayed spatial law to the extreme, directly vanishing on the spot. The place where Yi Yuan was standing, a vacuum was directly blasted out in the blood light. Only afterward did it slowly recover. Even if Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, he was still affected by this. His gaze turned slightly dark, looking at the Yuluo ghost lantern. It was only to see a ghost slowly emerge from within. Who could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Ninelives? He looked at Yi Yuan. A hint of killing intent was flashing across his eyes as he said in a solemn voice, "Turns out that this is your true strength. We were all hoodwinked by you." The spatial law that Yi Yuan displayed just now already reached peak rank 6. Even ordinary heavenly emperors would find it hard to compare to. The certain kill strike that he prepared for Yi Yuan was still evaded by Yi Yuan in the end. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives could not help regretting deeply. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Ninelives, his gazes glimmering. This guy actually rose from the dead, but the second firmament Heavenly Emperor was significantly weaker than before, and already dropped to a first firmament Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives did not make a move now. Clearly, he was extremely wary of Yi Yuan too. The Suliter beast's saliva after being refined was too strong. If he were to be contaminated again, he would virtually not have much strength to fight back anymore. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives, heh, I underestimated your name, Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives snorted coldly and said, "This Yuluo ghost lantern can save 8 soul parts, nourishing them inside. Each soul part is 1 life. This Heavenly Emperor naturally has 9 lives. Otherwise, how do you think Heavenly Emperor Ninelives this title came about?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I killed a life of yours, we're considered even. If you provoke this Yi again, then this Yi don't dare to guarantee how many lives you can still have remaining." Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' gaze turned cold. Staying quiet for a moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at Wu Zhong. "You know this Heavenly Emperor's trump card?" The one who warned earlier was none other than precisely Wu Zhong. Wu Yang's expression was somewhat ugly and he said, "Back then, you and Heavenly Emperor Spiritless, in order to fight for the Silvernet blood essence, perished together. This Wu just happened to be present. However, the result of that battle was that he perished, but you obtained the Silvernet blood essence, and broke through to become a second firmament Heavenly Emperor." When everyone heard this, they could not help revealing a look of surprise. Heavenly Emperor Spiritless was also a peerless powerhouse who walked out of the Asura Blood Sea, but he died in the end. They did not expect that he actually perished together with Heavenly Emperor Ninelives. Yuluo Ghost Lantern. This Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure was truly a major killing tool. Heavenly Emperor Spiritless perished, but Heavenly Emperor Ninelives obtained the Silvernet blood essence. Because of it, he broke through to become a second firmament Heavenly Emperor. It was just a pity that this time, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives did not obtain any benefits. Not only did he lose a life, but his realm also fell too. In the end, the blood lotus flower was also acquired by Yuan. One could say that any gains could not make up for the losses. Yuan arrived in front of Wu Zhong with a flash and said, "Just now, many thanks for Brother Wu's warning. This Yi owes you a favor." Finished talking, Yuan took out the blood lotus flower. A sword light flashed past and actually directly split the blood lotus flower into two. He passed Wu Zhong half and said coolly, "This half portion of blood lotus flower, just take it as returning your favor." All around, the Empyreans' faces had surprise and also envy. One sentence exchanged for half a blood lotus flower. This was too effortless. Wu Zhong did not take it and said with a bitter smile, "Actually, even without my reminder just now, Brother Yi would be fine too. This blood lotus flower, I'm not worthy of it." It was not that he, Wu Zhong, was an upright gentleman, but actually he had witnessed Yuan's numerous means. His opinion of Yuan was already not the same long ago. In the very beginning, he only felt that Yuan's strength was not ordinary. That was why he wanted to form an alliance with him. But along the way, Yuan overcame all the difficulties with his strength alone. He was virtually undefeatable in Empyrean realm. Now, he even slaughtered 5 great heavenly emperors in a row. This kind of battle achievement simply subverted his understanding. Just now, he saw it plainly. When he was warning Yuan, the latter already unconsciously displayed spatial law. Hence, even without his warning, Yuan would also be fine. At most, the injuries would just be slightly worse. Therefore, it was not that he did not want to take this half-blood lotus flower, but that he did not dare to take it. Obtaining this half-portion of blood lotus flower, with his talent, he would have another 10% assurance of assaulting rank 8 Empyrean. Yuan directly stuffed half of the blood lotus flower into Wu Yang's hands and said coolly, "This Yi looks at the process, not look at the result. You deserve to take it." Along the way, Yuan was still rather discontented with Wu Zhong. After all, he and Wu Zhong formed an alliance, but Wu Zhong never took any action. However, with that warning earlier, this half a blood lotus flower was worth it. Chapter 2240, Does this boy want to defy the heavens? It was a great battle. The losses were heavy. Everyone recuperated on their own. Yuan did not think too much, directly swallowing his portion of blood lotus flower. Blood lotus flower was an extremely rare rank 8 spirit medicine. The spiritual energy contained within was extremely abundant. If refined into a pill, it would be a medicinal pill that could let heavenly emperor powerhouses advance greatly in strength. The blood lotus flower grew in the Asura blood sea, this kind of place. Hence, it contained a lot of carnage energy inside. Ordinary human martial artists did not dare to directly swallow it at all. Seeing Yuan directly swallow the blood lotus flower, the Empyreans could not help being stupefied. However, Yuan did not care. Carnage energy was similarly a great tonic to him. Half a day later, Yuan's aura skyrocketed, finally reaching peak middle stage chaos realm. There was only a hair's breadth away from late stage chaos realm. Seeing this, everyone could not help feeling speechless. This human was unable to gauge using common sense at all. Yuan found Wu Zhong and discovered that his aura also rose significantly, and that he had already reached peak Empyrean realm. Furthermore, Yuan could detect that the blood lotus flower still had a large portion of medicinal strength that was not refined. The residual rank 8 laws in the blood lotus flower would also help him comprehend heavenly Tao, and this would increase the chances of breaking through to become a heavenly emperor. Yuan could perceive that Wu Yang's strength was extraordinary. With this blood lotus flower, he already faintly had some awareness that breaking through to become a heavenly emperor in the future would likely not be difficult. This thing meant too much to Wu Zhong. Rather, it was Yuan who was like a bottomless pit, sucking all the medicinal strength without anything remaining. Looks like Brother Wu's harvest is greater than I imagined. Congratulations, Brother Wu, Yuan said with a light smile. Wu Zhong had a grateful look as he said, "This is still all thanks to Brother Yi gifting the medicine." Yuan waved his hand and said, "The Silvernet blood essence hasn't appeared for a long time, but heavenly emperor level fierce beasts are already appearing here. Continuing forward will be unbelievably dangerous. Let's bid farewell here." Wu Yang's gaze flickered and was just about to speak when suddenly, the laughter of a child suddenly sounded out inside the karst cave. He. The faces of the Empyreans changed slightly. Suddenly, A streak of silver light flashed past. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. That silver light rushed straight for the Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather, who was currently healing his injuries. The powerful Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather actually did not have the slightest strength to resist and was directly abducted away. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, activate. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, directly activating the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. He then saw a 7 to 8 years old child biting Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather in his mouth, and he was heading toward the depths of the passageway. Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather's face revealed a look of terror. But he was being bitten by the child and did not have leftover strength to resist at all. Wu Yang's face changed and he said, "That's the aura of the Silvernet blood essence. A Silvernet blood essence that has taken human form." Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, his figure shot out like lightning. At the same time, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's figure also shot out like lightning. The two figures, one in front and one at the back, vanishing from everyone's line of sight in a blink of an eye. This Silvernet blood essence actually grasped spatial law. Yi Yuan was startled. With his spatial law comprehensions, he actually could not catch up to the Silvernet blood essence within a short time. This Silvernet blood essence's spatial law was already rather terrifying. However, Yi Yuan's spatial law was ultimately a notch higher. The distance was constantly shrinking. At the back, the more Heavenly Emperor Ninelives chased, the more alarmed he got. This Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, actually could not catch up to an Empyrean. Yi Yuan's spatial law was not restricted here at all. This guy was simply a monster. However, he was, at any rate, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, forcefully relying on his powerful divine essence as an advantage, hanging behind Yi Yuan. Three figures, racing each other, dashing in the passageway. But Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety in his heart. The deeper in, the more dangerous. Those top major powers were all in the depths of the passageway. The direction that this Silvernet blood essence was heading in was precisely where the bloody light was most flourishing. While at this time, Yi Yuan's Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil saw it clearly. As the Silvernet blood essence fled, it gnawed on Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather. He could feel that child's aura currently becoming stronger little by little. Hurry, a little faster. Yi Yuan urged his speed to the limits, but he was still unable to be any faster. Although the distance was shrinking, continuing to chase at this speed, no idea when he would have to chase until. At this very moment, Yi Yuan only had one thought in his mind, that was to be a little faster. Behind Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart shaking wildly. In his eyes, Yi Yuan's speed suddenly skyrocketed, like he added an ignition device, heading for the Silvernet blood essence like flying. What's going on? This boy clearly already reached his limits. Why would he suddenly become so fast? No, wait, it's me who slowed down. Monstrous waves stirred up in Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's heart. He discovered that the scenery on both sides gradually slowed down. But he was clearly maintaining the fastest speed. Earlier, when he saw Yi Yuan suddenly accelerate, it was just his misconception. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's thoughts flashed in his mind, his gaze revealing a look of amazement. Time law. This boy comprehended time law. Won't be wrong. This is definitely time law. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' current emotion was simply unable to use words to describe. He just felt his back drip with cold sweat. He only felt like there was a myriad of profanities running across his mind. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? Time law, spatial law. Two supreme laws. He comprehended two forms of time. Does this boy want to defy the heavens? Any words were insufficient to describe his current shock. At this moment, he was incomparably certain that Yi Yuan indeed touched time law, making the surrounding time flow slow down. Hence, that was why his speed would be blinding fast. Concerning supreme laws, comprehending one was already the blessing of 18 generations of ancestors. This boy actually comprehended two of them. In the future, after he corroborated his Tao and became a heavenly emperor, the day when he became a supreme lord, who could still be his match in this heavenspan world? Just thinking about it, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives shuddered without feeling cold. Reaching Heavenly Emperor realm, the things that could make them be in awe and veneration were already very few. He had never thought that he would reveal fearful feelings toward an Empyrean realm martial artist one day. Meeting Yi Yuan for the first time, he only felt that his strength was decent. But along the way, he forced out Yi Yuan's strength little by little. When Yi Yuan displayed Heavenly Emperor True Word, that instant he annihilated Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn. Only then did he know what kind of a monster he provoked. But he was still unconvinced. He was a Heavenly Emperor. How could he accept an Empyrean scaring him to this extent? Hence, he wanted to borrow the opportunity of rebirth and kill Yi Yuan in one stroke. But Yi Yuan's spatial law erupted in full force, finally still avoiding his certain kill strike. At that time, he became extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan. If not for the Silvernet blood essence being too important to him, he even wanted to leave at this point. But precisely because he followed after, he witnessed the moment of a miracle. A peerless powerhouse who gathered two supreme laws onto one body was born. Chapter 2241, The Powerhouse That Walked Out of the Blood Pool. Yi Yuan's heart was rippleless like an ancient well. He did not rejoice because of comprehending time law. He only had one thought, which was to catch up to the Silvernet blood essence. The Silvernet blood essence was too important to him. Without the Silvernet blood essence, not only was he unable to let Dustless regain consciousness, Mu Lingshe would even thoroughly wither away. Time waited for no man. Yi Yuan was already unable to keep waiting. Closer. Suddenly, the Silvernet blood essence's footsteps suddenly stopped, and turned around abruptly, flashing Yi Yuan a charming and evil smile. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather was already completely gone. Clearly, he was eaten up by the Silvernet blood essence. Yi Yuan's expression changed, alarming bells ringing. It was only to see Silvernet blood essence suddenly suck in and was about to spew something out. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and suddenly opened his mouth. Silvernet blood essence's move was not used yet and was immobilized by Yi Yuan firmly there, unable to move a muscle. His eyes were full of astonishment. He also felt the change in time flow earlier and knew that he could not run. That was why he turned around and attacked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a follow-up. Sword of Will, chop. Yi Yuan did not say a word, directly condensing the Sword of Will and chopped toward the Silvernet blood essence. The Silvernet blood essence had a primordial spirit body, also a type of soul body. Sword of Will caused the greatest harm to him. Silvernet blood essence gave a muffled groan and was directly blasted flying by Yi Yuan. This primordial spirit was originally peak Empyrean. After absorbing Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather, he faintly showed signs of breaking through to become a Heavenly Emperor. It was just that, he had not broken through yet. So how could he withstand such a condensed chop from Yi Yuan? Silvernet blood essence suffered serious injuries and rolled on the ground. But then he actually escaped into the void again, fleeing like a wisp of vapor. While at this time, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives also rushed over. Yi Yuan suddenly turned around, his eyes icy cold. At this time, whoever vied for the Silvernet blood essence with him, that would be a life and death great enmity. Yi Yuan absolutely would not show mercy. Seeing Yi Yuan's look, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives could not help trembling. He actually did not dare take another step forward. Yi Yuan did not have time to tangle with Heavenly Emperor Ninelives. Turning around, he chased after again. Silvernet blood essence suffered heavy wounds. Its speed was no longer as fast as before. Yi Yuan went all out to chase after. This time it was much faster. Before long, Yi Yuan caught up to the Silvernet blood essence. Sword of Will, another set of combination techniques. Without the slightest surprise, the Silvernet blood essence was seriously injured once more, rolling on the ground. Casting time freeze repeatedly, Yi Yuan felt drained too. However, in order to get the Silvernet blood essence, he also could not care that much anymore. Silvernet blood essence was clearly not an ordinary primordial spirit. His strength was much stronger than even peak Empyrean. Although Yi Yuan's two chops were swift and fierce, it was unable to kill him. Who knew that this guy rolled on the ground and ran away once more? Yi Yuan secretly cursed in his heart and could only chase again. In front, extremely horrifying booming sounds came over. Clearly, there were powerhouses fighting. From time to time, there were even intense undulations transmitting out. If not for Yi Yuan being adept in spatial law, he would have long been decimated by this strong undulation. But this way, the difficulty of Yi Yuan catching up to the Silvernet blood essence also increased. This Silvernet blood essence charged inside crazily as if he did not want to preserve his life. Suddenly, it became clear before his eyes. There was no more path ahead. Ahead was a massive blood pool. In the middle of the blood pool, there was a huge whirlpool, emitting an undulation that made people's hair raise. This undulation was just like the signs of a precious treasure being about to come into being. The source of this limitless blood light was this blood pool vortex. Within the massive karst cave, there were dead bodies of fierce beasts covering the ground. These dead bodies had just died and were still giving off extremely strong undulations. While alive, they were clearly all late-stage Heavenly Emperor supreme-level fierce beasts. Above the dome of the karst cave, there were 8 statues of gods carved in various directions, the faces contorted. Above the vortex, there were clearly powerful restrictions. These powerful Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were currently bombarding those restrictions frenziedly. The restrictions already could not endure it and showed signs of about to collapse. The 2 people, one chased and one fled, and actually arrived at the deepest area of the Blood Sea. Instinctively, Yuan felt that something was wrong. But he could not care that much anymore. His goal was the Silvernet blood essence. You can't run anymore. Yuan gave a cold cry and was about to employ the Sword of Will once more. But right at this time, a horrifying to the extreme energy suddenly erupted. Yuan did not have time to make a move and was directly sent flying by a huge billow of air together with the Silvernet blood essence. Yuan spouted a mouthful of fresh blood violently, his figure jumping into the void, frenziedly avoiding the violent energy. That blood-red restriction was broken. Those Heavenly Emperors were caught by surprise, directly being blasted until they were sent flying out in all directions. This horrifying energy undulation, even Heavenly Emperors could not block it too. Fortunately, Yuan was still very far away from them and was not situated in the center of the explosion. Otherwise, even if Yuan had the 8th transformation golden body, he would also die without a doubt. In an instant, Yuan displayed spatial law and avoided the countless streams of energy impact. That was how he turned danger into safety. But even so, he still suffered heavy injuries. As for the Silvernet blood essence, his primordial spirit body was already blown until there was only a phantom left. The 2 people were both seriously injured. And at this time, the unresigned Heavenly Emperor Ninelives also just happened to rush over and just nice ran into this surge of terrifying energy. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives directly suffered serious wounds and was similarly bombarded until he only had a phantom figure left. He then fainted unconsciously. Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the blood pool. That imposing aura shocked heaven and earth, disdaining all under the heaven. Amidst the chaos, Yuan gave a glance and his mind could not help being greatly shocked. That person slowly walked out of the blood pool and gave a disdainful glance at the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses lying on the ground. Who are you? The 7th Firmament Heavenly Emperor Quicksand, looked at the arrival with a look of horror. The undulations emitting from this person seemingly indicated he was merely a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor. But, the feeling that he gave Heavenly Emperor Quicksand was dangerous to the extreme. The arrival looked at Heavenspan World Quicksand and said with a disdainful look, "Who am I? You aren't fit to know yet. Foolish things. A spirit treasure can already make you all fight until heads are broken and bleeding. However, thanks to you all, this ancestor finally descended upon Heavenspan World anew. Ha ha ha, tremble, humans." That person carried a jade plate in his hand, emitting an aura that made people feel suffocated. Clearly, such a big commotion was caused by this jade plate. The expressions of Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest changed wildly. Only then did they know that they were simply being exploited by someone. This ancestor. Could it be that you're a Dao ancestor? This isn't possible, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand said in astonishment. That person's gaze revealed a trace of disdain and he said, "Dao ancestor. Hey, after this ancestor recovers my strength, those few little fellows, just wait and tremble." Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan directly swallowed several medicinal pills, some that recovered divine essence, and also recovered injuries. With end spirit divine pills entering the body, Yuan's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Done with these, he directly grabbed toward the Silvernet blood essence. But right then, the Silvernet blood essence flew straight towards that person who walked out of the blood pool with a whoosh. Yuan's expression changed wildly. Chapter 2242, Infinite God-Killing Bow. In just a blink of an eye, the Silvernet blood essence tunneled into that person's bosom. Yuan's injuries had yet to recover, but it was already too late to want to catch up. The current Silvernet blood essence was already unbelievably weak. That person hugged him, Dao marks flashing on his body. The Silvernet blood essence was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Then, the silvernet blood essence chirruped. People had no idea what he was talking about. That person's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly turned stiff, feeling like his throat was being clutched by someone, unable to even breathe. This person was too terrifying. Just this look, Yi Yuan was certain that the other party's strength was probably much more horrifying than Ninja. That was right, this guy who walked out of the blood pool, his aura was identical with Ninja's. He was of the divine race. Furthermore, he was an existence even more terrifying than Ninja. The divine race powerhouse rubbed the silvernet blood essence's little head and said, "Relax, this ancestor helped you to unlock intelligence. So you're this ancestor's person. If somebody bullies you, this ancestor will naturally seek justice for you. After this ancestor takes care of these few fellows, I'll extract that boy's divine soul out, and let you eat him." Hearing this, the silvernet blood essence giggled, appearing very happy. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes, but he did not run away. The silvernet blood essence was not captured, so how could he possibly escape? At most, enter the gray pupil state once more and clash head-on with this guy once. Although this divine race powerhouse was extremely terrifying, his present state was far from comparable to Ninja. Even though Yi Yuan was wary, it was not to the extent of fleeing in defeat either. The divine race powerhouse gave Yi Yuan a glance rather unexpectedly and said, "Under this ancestor's pressure, you actually didn't escape. Boy, you somewhat surprised me." Yi Yuan was merely a little crawling bug in his eyes. He would not care at all. His attention was still on those several heavenly emperors. After all, those were existences that could threaten him. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "You're the divine race's ancestor. So you call yourself this ancestor? You know about the divine race." The divine race powerhouse was really surprised this time, while the few heavenly emperors looked at Yi Yuan with blank faces. Clearly, they had not heard of such an amazing race before. "Not only do I know, but I also even fought them before. It's just a pity, too weak," Yi Yuan said coolly. Seeing the divine race, the fury in Yi Yuan's heart soared, and he naturally did not have any good expression. The moment the divine race powerhouse heard, he could not help bursting out laughing and said, "Haha, weak. It's still the first time somebody said that the divine race is weak in front of this ancestor. Boy, you're very cocky. However, you have to come up with a draft first when you're boasting too. My divine race, in the same rank, there's still no problem fighting 10 of you by themselves. Is that so? Then I wonder how many of your divine sons can fight me alone." Yi Yuan said with a look of contempt. The divine race powerhouse's eyes shrunk again. He discovered that Yi Yuan really seemed to know quite a bit about the divine race. The past had faded like smoke. Those in this heavenspan world who knew that the divine race's existence were only those old monsters who survived from the last epoch. How could this brat in front of him possibly know? His gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Humph. Brat, to dare provoke this ancestor. Well done, after this ancestor takes care of these few, I'll slowly deal with you again." Finished talking, his gaze turned sharp and he said to those few people, "All right, send the few of you on the way first." Done talking, the aura on the divine race powerhouse's body suddenly erupted, causing Tao marks flickering incessantly. An outrageous pressure made the faces of the few great heavenly emperors change drastically. They were currently heavily injured and did not even have the chance to escape. However, right at this time, something unforeseen happened. The Tao marks on the divine race powerhouse's body stimulated the air in the enormous cave all at once. An even more frightening energy undulation than before rose up in the huge cave. Within the karst cave, the blood light faded, 8 dazzling beams of light suddenly lit up, rapidly spreading to the 8 directions of the cave. Those 8 directions were precisely where the 8 god statues were located. The 8 god statues actually came to life all at once. The 8 god statues moved around, each and every one of their postures extremely bizarre. Their mouths even emitted strange syllables, like they were chanting. Suddenly, the void trembled. Limitless golden light shone inside the cave, akin to a blazing sun descending, illuminating every place in the cave as if it was daytime. That boundless blood color was completely replaced by golden light in this instant. An ancient aura came out of the void. The expression of the divine race powerhouse changed abruptly, crying out in surprise, "Limitless god-killing bow. This bunch of damn things, not resting even if they are dead. To actually still leave behind such a contingency." Yi Yuan looked above the dome with a face of shock. A golden bow and arrow slowly appeared. This bow's aura was horrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan had seen before a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure, but even Heavenly Emperor Ninelives Yuluo ghost lantern paled in comparison to this bow and arrow. This aura seemed to be from above the clouds, as if it came from Heavenly Tao. Dominating myriad things. Tao artifact. This is a Tao artifact. The Blood Sea has existed for countless tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that it was actually still hiding a Tao artifact. Looking at that bow and arrow, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's face carried unbelievable shock. Right at this time, the golden bow completely revealed its image. The entire underground cave started trembling violently. Space was twisting, the cave was collapsing. The aura of this bow and arrow was seriously too strong. The divine race powerhouse seemed to be crazy, laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, there's the limitless god-killing bow and sunderless feather emperor arrow. What can you all, this bunch of damn things, do to me? I, Damold, will receive an arrow from you head on." Damold's aura skyrocketed. The Tao marks on his body turned into a huge domain. An aura that showed disdain on all under the heavens erupted from his body. This horrifying aura was actually able to stand up to the limitless god-killing bow above the dome as an equal. When Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their faces revealed astonished looks. What a terrifying aura! His aura is clearly just around 6th firmament Heavenly Emperor, but how can he be so strong? Just what kind of race is this divine race? Why have I never heard of it before? Even Yi Yuan's pupils constricted too. Damold's control of Tao marks was absolutely far above Ninny-Origin's. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan weighed it over. Even if he took Damold into his small world and carried out a life and death battle with him, he did not have the assurance to finish off the other party either. Fortunately, the powerhouse who sealed Damold back then left behind a contingency. Even if this arrow could not kill Damold, it could definitely seriously injure him too. While at this time, the limitless god-killing bow above the dome was slowly drawn. A peerlessly domineering aura surged to the sky, burst right through the cave, and headed straight for the clouds. At this moment, the entire Shinra Ghost region could feel this astonishing aura. Outside the cave, starlight sprinkled down. Bow arched to the limit like the full moon. Only seeing this scene did Yi Yuan know why Damold chose to receive it head-on. Not that he did not want to run, but that he could not escape. This power, even if you run beyond the 9th level, you could not evade this arrow either. Damold let out an explosive roar as he roared furiously, "Come!" As if hearing Damold's challenge, the limitless god-killing bow released an arrow. Chapter 2243, I don't care who you are. Bang! The bowstring vibrated. The pale white arrow that was condensed out of spiritual energy tore through the air. Everyone did not even have time to react when they saw the arrow turn into a streak of flowing light, smashing towards Damold. In virtually an instant, the entire underground cave directly burst apart. The horrifying energy directly lifted the underground cave flying. The entire mountain range was leveled to the ground. Only then did everything seem to react to it. An astonishing loud bang sounded out in the huge pit. Space had a long fissure split open by this arrow. This arrow was too fast until even space-time did not react to it. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the few mighty Heavenly Emperors had faces that were still suffering from the shock. Even if they were supreme and invincible, they were also shocked by this scene just now until they could not close their mouths. He looked toward the Yi Yuan beside him and opened his mouth and said, Little brother, many thanks for your life-saving grace." At the critical moment just now, Yi Yuan urged his spatial node technique and teleported the few of them out. Otherwise, the few of them would be dead until not even dregs remained currently. Yi Yuan looked at them and said coolly, "The divine race coming into being one after another. I'm afraid that the doomsday battle isn't far anymore. All the best to you guys." Doomsday battle. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand had a blank look, seemingly uncertain what it meant. But from this name, one could also tell that this was not some good thing. Moreover, this divine race powerhouse's strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan did not explain what the doomsday battle was. He slowly took out the bone sword and walked over toward the enormous pit. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's gaze turned intent, and he said, "Little brother, what are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back as he said coolly, "Going to take back the Silvernet blood essence." In the depths of the enormous pit, a figure slowly crawled to his feet, pointed at the sky, and laughed wildly. The few of you damn things, you think that you can kill this ancestor with a limitless god-killing bow. Ha ha ha, after this ancestor recovers strength, I'll definitely trample the heavenspan world, and let those few little bastards tremble under this ancestor's feet. MN. Damold was cursing away but saw a figure slowly walk over, and he could not help turning his head to look. This person was none other than precisely Yuan. His 2 eyes narrowed and he said with a cold smile, "Human whelping, you think that this ancestor suffering heavy wounds, you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of." Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Hand over the silvernet blood essence and I'll make it painless." Damold laughed from extreme fury. Looking at Yuan like looking at a fool, he said disdainfully, "Back then, even 8 Diva 4th Blight and above human old farts couldn't kill this ancestor and could only seal this ancestor here. Now, just the likes of you, a whelping still wet behind your ears, also dares threaten this ancestor." Far away, when Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest heard this, their minds shook wildly. Only then did they know how terrifying this existence before their eyes was. 8 Diva 4th Blight and above powerhouses. How strong is this guy's strength? Diva Realm powerhouses, each one can move mountains and fill the seas. They are peak powerhouses that can turn the galaxy upside down. He can actually fight 1 on 8. Just what kind of existence is suppressed in this blood sea? Why isn't that human running for his life at once? Why does he still want silvernet blood essence at this time? Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I don't care who you are. Hand the silvernet blood essence over." Everyone was rendered collectively speechless. Could this boy be a fool? Or was it that he did not know what Diva 4th Blight signified? Rather, it was the Heavenly Emperor Ninelives who was far away. When looking at Yuan, his gazes glimmered. That arrow previously extinguished another one of his lives. Relying on the Yuluo ghost lantern, he rebirthed again. But he was only a peak Empyrean now. During this trip, he did not gain anything but lost 2 lives. He really had nowhere to go even if he had an urge to cry. But he still had some confidence in Yuan. He could feel that the silvernet blood essence was very important to Yuan. He was even more aware that Yuan was too monstrous. He really wanted to see, between the ancient period supreme powerhouse and Yuan, who was stronger and who was weaker. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. I already don't know how long it has been since anyone dared to utter this kind of words in front of this ancestor. If I don't give it to you, Damold said with a look of amusement. Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. The next instant, he already appeared in front of Damold, attacking at a word of disagreement. Regarding Yuan's sneak attack, Damold's face revealed a look of disdain. An ant like Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all, even if his current realm already fell to the late-stage Empyrean realm. But the next moment, his expression changed. An astonishing power erupted around him. In an instant, countless sword lights enveloped him. Without the slightest surprise, Damold's figure flew out backward and smashed out a human-shaped hole in the huge pit again. Yuan did not stop, figure moving, directly rushing into the large pit. Underground, intense rumbling sounds came from time to time, making everyone who heard them feel frightened. The 2 people fought from underground to the surface and fought from the surface to the sky again. That horrifying aura made everyone's complexion turn ashen. Yuan gained the advantage with a move, each move aiming for the vitals, pressuring until Damold could not catch his breath at all. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest watched until their breathing was ragged. Is this boy really just a 6th Firmament Empyrean? This attack, even a 9th Firmament Empyrean will also find it hard to block, right? Heavenly Emperor Quicksand said with alarm. When did such a monster appear in the human race? His spatial law is already almost reaching rank 7, right? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant, having no respect for that divine race powerhouse. However, that divine race powerhouse isn't an ordinary person. He probably hasn't brought out his true strength yet, right? This degree of battle already far exceeded the scope of Cultivation Realm. Cultivation Realm already completely did not have a reference point anymore. These 2 people were both existences who brute force jumped realms to battle. Putting aside Damold, he was an existence that even 8 Diva 4th Blight powerhouses were unable to shake. Disregarding that he only had roughly the strength of a 7th Firmament Empyrean, even if he was only a 5th Firmament Empyrean, probably even peak Empyrean powerhouses were not a match for him at all too. But Yuan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The cultivation realm that he displayed was only 6th firmament Empyrean. But, the thickness of his divine essence, the profoundness of his laws, the fearsomeness of his combat strength, took everyone's breath away in wonder. With the strength that Yi Yuan displayed, cutting down 9th firmament Empyreans was similarly nothing difficult. These two people could be said to be evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yi Yuan was taking advantage in one move, pressing on relentlessly with every step, not giving Damold any chance to catch his breath at all. With another sword move, Yi Yuan directly slammed Damold under the ground. Then he chased after again with a flash. But right at this time, a streak of blue light shot out from underground with a loud bang. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise, mustering his strength and chopping out with a sword. The bone sword in Yi Yuan's hand turned into a pile of powder under the attack of the Dao marks. Everyone watched until they felt terror. This Empyrean spirit treasure was shattered just like that. Damold slowly crawled out from underground, looking at Yi Yuan. His expression was cold. "Brat, looks like you really weren't bragging. Your strength is indeed a great deal stronger than our divine sons. I truly didn't expect that the human race actually produced a genius like you." Chapter 2244, I have a sword, do you dare receive? However, now that your sword is gone, what will you use to fight with me? Damold looked at Yi Yuan with a grin on his face. Yi Yuan's cultivation method coupled with sword intent fused with spatial law, the power was hair-raisingly strong. This kind of combat strength could virtually use heaven-defying to describe. Therefore, Damold also had to ruin Yi Yuan's sword at the risk of suffering a great loss in strength. A swordsman without a sword, how could he talk about fighting? The bone sword was indeed an extremely important thing to Yi Yuan. Ever since the ancient god battlefield battle, Yi Yuan's primary sword had always been the bone sword. This bone sword was a legacy. Yi Yuan used it very smoothly. This shattering earlier indeed had a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan, it was like he lost something in his heart. But during that moment, a trace of understanding was produced in Yi Yuan's heart. He seemed to have grasped something. Yi Yuan was like an ancient well without ripples. He just said coolly, "Swordless. I'll use my fists then." In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan's vital energy billowed to the sky. An astonishing true dragon pressure instantly dispersed between heaven and earth. Transient heavenly dragon hand. Each of Yi Yuan's punches was faster than the last. The entire sky was filled with his fist images everywhere. That horrifying pressure made the group of heavenly emperors stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Earlier, they even thought that Yi Yuan without his sword would be equivalent to a tiger without its teeth. But now, they discovered that Yi Yuan actually became an enormous dragon without his sword. A dragon's might was unstoppable. Under the fist images, Damold practically wanted to vomit blood. Twice, he lost both the initiative. Yet Yi Yuan's combat strength was fearsome to the extreme. It went even far beyond their divine races. Being pressured by Yi Yuan, he did not have the chance to retaliate at all, and could only defend passively. Concerning limitless god-killing bow's arrow earlier, even though he fended it off, his injuries were critical to the extreme. Otherwise, what did it have to do with Yi Yuan anymore? Yet, Yi Yuan's unreasonable fighting method made him not have the strength to fight back at all. This boy, his fleshly body actually reached the realm of perfection. How can such a monster appear in the human race? Each punch stronger than the last, each fist heavier than the last. Yi Yuan's imposing aura was also in the midst of continuously rising. He currently only had one thought. It was to kill Damold and take the Silvernet blood essence. He could not afford to drag it on. Yi Yuan strode out, as if the spirit of a true dragon suddenly stepped out of the void. This divine ability, Yi Yuan raised his aura to the limits. Its power was unimaginable. With a step, space shattered. Dao marks on Damold's body glimmered, desperately trying to withstand this move. But he spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. He was smashed into the chasm once more. Yi Yuan stood in the air, akin to a celestial deity descending upon the mortal world. Even those heavenly emperor powerhouses were also dumbstruck with amazement. They had seen before Damold's power. That kind of might simply made heaven and earth tremble. Even the limitless god-killing bow, that kind of horrifying attack, was still blocked by him. But he was actually without the slightest strength to fight back in front of Yi Yuan. This scene seriously exceeded their expectations. However, the might of the divine race far exceeded everyone's imagination. Damold flew out stubbornly once more. If it were an ordinary peak Empyrean powerhouse, suffering this terrifying attack, they would have long turned to ashes. It was just that, the current Damold no longer had the unparalleled invincible might from before. He was clothed in ragged clothes, his aura seemingly feeble. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Fine lad, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you actually still have the dragon race's bloodline. This move, heretic dragon dominating space, I really haven't seen it for a long time." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "You know this move?" Damold said with a cold smile, "More than just know. You probably don't know, but the last dragon ancestor died under this ancestor's hands. Hey, you might not be aware of what kind of existence the dragon ancestor was. He was an existence that could be mentioned in the same breath with Tao ancestors. Although he was not as strong, he wasn't far off." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, killing intent immediately surfacing. His impression of the dragon race was not very good, but his abilities, half of it came from the dragon race. This bloodline origin, he could not avoid it. But even more was still shock. In this world, was there really an existence that could be mentioned in the same breath with Tao ancestors? In Damold's eyes, he did not seem to care about Tao ancestors at all. Could it be that his strength at his prime could even defeat Tao ancestors? In his understanding, Tao ancestors were invincible existences. They were paramount existences. But along with his realm getting higher and higher, Yi Yuan gradually realized that it did not seem to be the case. It was true that Tao ancestors were invincible, but those existences who surpassed heavenly emperors seemed to similarly be incomparably powerful. Damold's one sentence was earth-shattering. The ones who were shocked were not just Yi Yuan. Even those heavenly emperor powerhouses who heard this were in shock. Only heavenly emperor Quicksand's gaze glimmered, seemingly knowing something. Damold seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's misgivings and said with a cold smile, "Are you very surprised? How can Tao ancestors die? How can someone be placed on par with Tao ancestors? This ancestor can tell you. Tao ancestors, there are strong and weak ones. If not for you humans being despicable and shameless, bullying with numbers, how could my divine race be suppressed for an epoch?" Yi Yuan trembled all over, his gaze revealing astounded looks. Damold laughed loudly and said, "Of course, you have no need to know about these. Because, since this ancestor ran into this generation's dragon ancestor in advance, then, there won't be a dragon ancestor in this era anymore. 2 generations of dragon ancestors dying under my hands, truly invigorating. Invigorating, ha ha ha. After the doomsday battle this time, my divine race will descend upon the heavenspan world." His voice had yet to fade when a horrifying aura erupted once more. The power of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. The heavenly emperors present all changed expressions. Reaching Damold's level, every movement and action was within the scope of the Tao. The power was simply unimaginable. He was being attacked crazily by Yi Yuan previously and did not have time to maneuver heavenly Tao at all. But this time, he was different. He said so much in order to confuse Yi Yuan's mind, to accumulate and create time for himself. Yi Yuan's spatial law was too formidable, his movement technique being swift as lightning. That kind of attack that did not take any breathers made him unable to retaliate at all. If his realm was higher, then forget it. Yet, his injuries were currently incomparably severe. The strength that he unleashed was less than 1/10,000th in normal situation. Under such circumstances, he was unable to complete the accumulation of strength at all. Yi Yuan clearly eyed this point. That was why he rendered him incapable of fighting back with attacks that blotted out the heaven and covered the earth. It was just a pity that this boy was still a little too inexperienced. Ha ha ha, this ancestor descending upon the world anew, all you human, demon, fiend, and various races, just wait and tremble. Boy, try out this ancestor's move. Heavenly Tao Kang Huang. Damold laughed wildly, his gaze full of contempt. How could his realm be what this kind of crawling bug could imagine? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Damold, and said coolly, "Aren't you thinking too much? You could accumulate strength just because I let you accumulate strength and not your scheme prevailing. Thanks to you, this Yi just comprehended it. I have a sword move. Do you dare to receive it?" Chapter 2245, Sword, Come. Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed. Between heaven and earth, a mysterious and profound airflow was slowly flowing. This air current got stronger and stronger, and increasingly intense. The long robe on Yi Yuan's body moved on its own without wind. "My sword, what's wrong with my sword?" My sword too. Even further away, those powerhouses who had already escaped Asura Blood Sea in advance detected one after another that the swords on their bodies were vibrating. Even those being kept in their storage space, their swords were roaring without ceasing too, practically breaking out of its shell. Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky and actually seemed to have a mortal chi swirling around him. The current Yi Yuan stood proudly, his disposition being indifferent, having the air of a grandmaster of his generation. This was not him pretending to be profound, but his casual indifference after comprehending Tao. The instant the bone sword shattered, Yi Yuan felt his heart being affected. Between the furious attacks, he actually spent more effort on comprehending Tao. Alchemy Tao and sword Tao, even the laws such as spatial law, time law, and others that Yi Yuan comprehended, there were many and extremely varied. But in martial arts, Yi Yuan's most fundamental strength was still sword Tao. His spatial law was displayed to the extreme because of sword Tao. That was how he drew parallels from inference and comprehended. Sword Tao was Yi Yuan's most fundamental comprehension. Thinking about back then, Yi Yuan comprehended the sword amidst the rain of sacred cherry blossoms, and he created falling flower floating zero. That time was merely playing around, but he could comprehend sword intent easily. But ever since cultivating the martial path anew, Yi Yuan was gone with the wind on the path of sword Tao. For so many years, Yi Yuan was used to having a sword accompanying by his side and traveling the world. One sword could slay demons and devils. One sword could overawe the sun and moon. One sword could shatter the firmament. However, that instant when the bone sword shattered, he suddenly produced a trace of insight. He seemed to be overly reliant on external items. If there was a sword in the heart, why was there a need to use the sword? The sword was the desire in the chest, why was there a need for other people's power? The extreme of the sword, falling petals and leaves could hurt people, vegetation and rolling pebbles were all swords. While Empyrean Spirit Treasure, Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure, they were able to greatly increase the strength of the person using the sword. But the most powerful was not the treasure, but the swordsmen themselves. Sword, come. Yi Yuan reached his hand and beckoned. Those swords vibrating in the sword sheaths could not endure it anymore, flying out. However, what flew over were not the swords themselves, but a wisp of sword spirit. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, extracting all the sword spirits within a radius of 10 million miles. For some time, one streak of sword light after another tore across the sky. It was akin to a meteor showing arriving with a howl. That scene was spectacular. Those meteor showers finally converged in Yi Yuan's hand, condensing into a sword of light. Yi Yuan gripped the light sword in his hand, exuding an imposing aura of disdaining all under the heaven that was revealed unnaturally. Damold's pupils constricted, expression changing wildly as he cried out in surprise, this boy actually directly comprehended the source of sword Tao. It was me who shattered his Empyrean Spirit Treasure. That's how it let him gain enlightenment on Tao. At this very moment, Damold felt extremely conflicted. An Empyrean Spirit Treasure exchanging for comprehending the source of sword Tao, this sort of thing was simply preposterous. However, this was single-handedly facilitated by him. He was just shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was a little too terrifying. He was actually comprehending Tao while fighting earlier. How could Damold know that this was just a normal state for Yi Yuan? He always comprehended Tao while fighting inside the death cultivation space. Because only that way could he walk out of the death cultivation space. In the course of time, being distracted with comprehending Tao in a fight was nothing much to Yi Yuan anymore. Myriad things in the world could be used as a sword, myriad swords in the world heeding orders. This is already prying straight at the source of sword Tao. Just what is this brat's head made out of? He directly leapfrogged 8th firmament sword Tao and comprehended the source of sword Tao. That's something that can only be comprehended by Diva realm powerhouses. Freak. Simply a freak. The laws that this brat comprehended are virtually all of the world's strongest. No wonder he doesn't even take the divine race seriously. I just don't know just who is stronger or weaker between him and this divine race ancestor. These heavenly emperor powerhouses were all shocked until it could not be greater. The might of the divine race, they already felt it deeply. But Yi Yuan's monstrous comprehension ability made them even more appalled. But at this very moment, they naturally hoped that Yi Yuan could win. After all, this divine race ancestor did not have friendly intentions. If the divine race ancestor won, they would all have to die. Suddenly, Damold's face fell and he said in a cold voice, So what if sword Tao source? What this ancestor represents as heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao is for my use. What does mere sword Tao source count for? Heavenly Tao Kang Huang, exterminate for me. On Damold's body, horrifying Tao mark undulations aroused the descent of heavenly Tao. That horrifying pressure made heaven and earth trembled. At this time, whatever cultivation realm, whatever power of laws, was simply weak to the max. In terms of power, the divine race ancestor completely crushed Yuan. After all, he was a terrifying existence on equal footing as Tao ancestors. Being augmented by heavenly Tao, Damold's move would surely be heaven-shocking. Only to see his fingertips circle and was about to point a finger out in a blink of an eye. Everyone seemed to have foreseen this terrifying attack. However, right at this time, a voice that seemed to come from the edge of the sky suddenly descended. Everything abruptly stopped. Damold's heart shook wildly. In his eyes, Yuan's light sword chopped straight down. That sword energy that slashed apart the firmament made Damold's entire person feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. An aura of death hit him head-on. He had roamed the world unobstructed for God knows how many hundreds of millions of years. There were virtually no existences that could pose a threat to him. Even when besieged by 8 great Diva realm experts back then, he had never felt so close to death before too. One sword landing, a long rift was torn open in space. At the critical juncture, how could Damold still dare to hold anything back? His whole body's Tao marks surged, breaking free of the fetters of heavenly Tao true word in that instant. Quicker than words could tell, Yuan knew that time freeze was unable to imprison Damold for too long. But he only needed that split second and it was enough. Damold shifted sideways slightly, evading this certain kill sword, but he ultimately failed to evade it completely. Damold's left arm was directly chopped off by this sword. The berserk sword energy flew past, directly annihilating his left arm. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly very dissatisfied with this result. Looks like I still underestimated you. However, if one sword can't do it, another sword then. Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, raising the light sword once more, and was about to chop down. Damold's pupils constricted and he threw a silver thing towards the huge pit with a swoosh, roaring wildly, "Take the silvernet blood essence that you want." At the same time he threw out the silvernet blood essence. Damold's figure shot toward the distance explosively. He actually fled with his tail between his legs. Yuan's eyes lit up, taking a stride out, speeding toward the silvernet blood essence and grabbing it in his hand. While Damold already made use of this interval and made his getaway, Yuan grabbed the silvernet blood essence in his hand, urging array formations to seal it, and right away he felt that his whole body was exhausted. He smiled bitterly and said, "Lucky that guy got scared. How could I still have the strength to deal him another slash?" Chapter 2246, Diva 5 Blights. Got to admit, Damold's strength was too formidable. Up to this day, he was the most powerful existence that Yuan had encountered. Even if he was at the same realm, the time freeze drained his vital energy to cast, yet it merely froze the opponent for a split second only. As for the light sword slash, Yuan even practically depleted his divine essence. Yuan's all-out strike was still unable to cut him down. One had to know, this was the prerequisite of Damold being suppressed for an epic, and he was even seriously wounded by the limitless god-killing bow. He said that he killed before the dragon ancestor. Yuan did not know if it was real or fake, but without a doubt, he was extremely powerful. But this sword of Yuan's already damaged Damold's foundation. He probably could not come out to wreak havoc within a short time. Yuan swallowed a few more medicinal pills and started recovering his divine essence and vital energy. There were many powerhouses around. Yuan did not care to be careless. While right at this time, 3 figures flew across the air, flying straight for the limitless god-killing bow. They were heavenly emperor powerhouses. At this time, there were actually still heavenly emperor powerhouses hiding nearby. Clearly, they were here harboring the mentality of picking up what slipped away. They did not expect that it was really picked up by them. The 3 great heavenly emperors unfolded a crazed battle above the void, fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, divine essence flying everywhere. The 3 people vied with each other, neither willing to give in half a step. If anyone freed themselves, the other 2 would join hands and attack. All in all, it was a chaotic battle. Everyone retreated far away, fearful of being affected. Clearly, these 3 people were already in a state of madness. Yi Yuan's cultivation method revolved quietly and was currently recovering his physical strength rapidly. He detected that there were many incomparably powerful ores currently rushing over here. Not far away, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand sneered and said, "A bunch of things who overestimates their own ability. Is a Dao artifact also what you guys can encroach upon? Little friend Yi, this Dao artifact was within easy reach of you earlier. Why didn't you take it?" At this time, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's strength also recovered a little and was able to move freely. He looked at the limitless god-killing bow above the void, his gaze being full of greed and regret. Such a precious treasure, how could he not be moved? It was just that in his current state, wanting to vie for it was completely not possible. But just now, Yi Yuan was clearly the closest to that Dao artifact. With Yi Yuan's movement technique and means, taking away the limitless god-killing bow would be akin to taking something out of his pocket. But Yi Yuan actually did not even look at it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The divine bow coming into being, the commotion was too great. Probably even Diva realm powerhouses will be alarmed. I don't want to be pursued by the entire world. Moreover, I have an even more important thing to do." Heavenly Emperor Quicksand felt surprised. He discovered that Yi Yuan really paid no attention to this limitless god-killing bow. Not only this young man had formidable strength and his comprehension ability was extremely high, but his mind was also exceedingly terrifying too. Even an old monster like him found it hard to control himself when he saw the limitless god-killing bow, and yet Yi Yuan could actually remain aloof and indifferent. Pausing for a bit, Yi Yuan continued, "Oh, right. Senior Quicksand, this Yi has something to ask for advice." Heavenly Emperor Quicksand was grateful for Yi Yuan's life-saving grace and hurriedly said, "Dare not talk about giving advice. Whatever little friend Yi has, just ask away." Yi Yuan said, "According to what I know, above Heavenly Emperor is Dao Ancestor. That Damold talked about Diva 4th Blight powerhouses. What was it all about?" Yi Yuan's understanding of cultivation realms mostly came from Dustless. But Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was merely a peak Empyrean, and he did not know about the secrets above Heavenly Emperor at all. There was naturally no way of mentioning Diva realm too. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor supreme powerhouse. So he was bound to know some secrets. It's also normal that little friend Yi doesn't know. Diva realm powerhouses, those are all figures high above the clouds, this heavenspan world's true hegemons. Even though Heavenly Emperors have long lifespans, it will be exhausted one day. Ordinary Heavenly Emperors, if they die, they die. But after one's strength reaches 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor, every trillion years, they will experience a blight tribulation. There are a total of 5 blight tribulations, going by Diva 5 blights. Each blight tribulation will be a life and death trial. Countless Heavenly Emperors have died during the blight tribulations. However, once a blight tribulation is weathered through, it will be a nirvanic rebirth, and one will glimpse a portion of Heavenly Tao source, their strength greatly improving from there. This realm is Diva realm, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand explained. Yi Yuan felt enlightened when he heard that, only then, knowing what was Diva realm. It turned out that there was actually still such a realm between Heavenly Emperor and Dao Ancestor. This realm was also the transcendent Heavenly Emperor that Dustless talked about in the past. It was just that with Dustless's level, he could not come into contact with such existences yet. That was why there was a misunderstanding. Even though Heavenly Emperors were unable to become Dao Ancestors, they could glimpse the source of Heavenly Tao through the Diva Blight tribulations, reaching the level of Tao from there. He also finally understood why 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would be called supreme powerhouses. It was because they had to face the baptism of the Diva Blight tribulations at any time. Then how strong are Diva 5th Blight powerhouses? Damold said that he once slew before a Dao Ancestor-like existence. Could it be that Dao Ancestors aren't invincible? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand smiled bitterly and said, "Forget about Diva 5th Blight, even Diva 1st Blight powerhouses are outrageously strong. Once a 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor transcends a Blight tribulation, it will be sufficient to instantly kill 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Of course, 7th firmament Heavenly Emperors that can transcend the tribulation are 1 in a million. Without sufficient accumulations, crossing a Blight tribulation is equivalent to seeking death. As for how long Diva 5th Blight is, this Emperor really isn't too clear. Forget about Diva 5th Blight, even 2nd Blight, those who can transcend it are also exceedingly few. Those able to reach 3rd Blight, 4th Blight, are all this heavenspan world's supreme figures. Pausing for a bit, he continued, as for Tao Ancestor, according to what I know, they are indeed stronger than Diva Realm. As for how much stronger, that's not what I can know. That level of existence isn't what this Emperor can come into contact with at all. But I feel that even if Diva 5th Blight powerhouses are inferior to Tao Ancestors, they should also be about the same, right? Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand could not come into contact with the truly formidable existences yet. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered incessantly. Only at this point did he truly seem to understand the Heavenspan world. But that Damold's strength was really formidable to the extreme. 8 Diva 4th Blight and above powerhouses were actually unable to kill him and could only suppress him here. This guy's strength might really not lose to Tao Ancestors. It seemed like wanting to know these secrets, he could only go and ask Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Only that level of powerhouse would know such secrets. So that's how it is. Many thanks, Senior Quicksand. This Yi has other important matters and will take my leave here. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure swept past, finding Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade in the crowd that was surrounding and watching. Ha ha ha, this Tao artifact is this Emperor's. Coincidentally at this time, among the 3 great heavenly emperors, there was finally someone who shook off the other 2 and grabbed hold of the limitless god-killing bow. However, just as he was laughing wildly, the limitless god-killing bow erupted with rays of brilliant light. An arrow flashed past, that heavenly emperor directly exploded, turning into nothingness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help shaking his head. These heavenly emperors had lived to a ripe old age, but they could not gauge how much ability they had. How could this level of treasure be what they could encroach upon? Go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and left. Not long after he left, several dozen powerful to the extreme auras arrived with a whistle. Each person's aura was above Heavenly Emperor Quicksand. Chapter 2247, There would be no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan brought Wild Blade away and looked for a hidden place. He laid down compact array formations and started his closed seclusion. His mind stirred. A gray bead emerged and suspended in the air. It was precisely the soul-suppressing pearl. It was just that the current soul-suppressing pearl had cracks on it, broken and damaged, virtually about to fall apart. Yi Yuan took out the Silvernet Blood Essence and placed the soul-suppressing pearl on it, absorbing the Silvernet Blood Essence's vital essence. This piece of Silvernet Blood Essence had its intelligence unlocked by Damold, had absorbed no idea how many soul bodies' power, and was already strengthened to the extreme. Allowing it to carry on cultivating, this primordial spirit would be breaking through to Heavenly Emperor realm very soon. One could say that it was a king among Silvernet Blood Essences. Yi Yuan controlled the Silvernet Blood Essence carefully, restoring the soul-suppressing pearl. In a blink, it was half a month's time. The cracks on the soul-suppressing pearl were repaired bit by bit. The originally dim and dull soul-suppressing pearl finally recovered a trace of life. Right then, a phantom slowly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. It was precisely Dustless. Seeing Dustless waking up, Yi Yuan finally let out a long sigh in relief. Senior, you finally woke up. Yi Yuan was willful and acted recklessly, and got you involved. Yi Yuan said with remorse. He would never regret it when he did things. It was just that Dustless only became like this for the sake of protecting him. He naturally could not help feeling somewhat upset in his heart. Dustless smiled and said, "Silly lad, is there still a need to be so courteous between you and me? This old man is an artifact spirit to begin with. When the ruler worries, the subjects feel insulted. When the ruler is insulted, the subjects die. Saving you is something within this old man's duties. It's just that girl's situation isn't too good." Yi Yuan nodded his head, expression crestfallen. With his present realm, he could naturally discern Mu Lingshui's situation. Mu Lingshui's final trace of spiritual consciousness was already akin to a candle's flame flickering in the wind. It was possible to extinguish at any time. I plan on going to the priest temple to find Sacred Ancestor High Priest. His strength is exceedingly formidable. Maybe he has some way to save Lingshui. If it still can't work, then there's only going up the Heavenspan Mountain. Yi Yuan said. Going up the Heavenspan Mountain, the hope was extremely bleak. This kind of divine medicine was hidden above the firmament of a million years. Yi Yuan was not belittling his own capability, but with his present strength, wanting to climb to the level of Tao Ancestor, the likelihood was virtually zero. And this was also the final method. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was fast enough. The soul-suppressing pearl was recovering continuously and Dustless's strength was becoming stronger without ceasing. That was how Mu Lingshui lasted until today. Otherwise, Mu Lingshui's soul would have long dissipated. Dustless nodded and said, Sacred Ancestor High Priest is a major power, an existence second only to Medicine Ancestor. If he's willing to take action, there might really be hope. He had followed Yi Yuan all over the world. His knowledge of things had also become much more extensive. In the past, following Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, even if he had an outstanding talent, Sacred Ancestor High Priest was an existence that he could not come into contact with. But Yi Yuan only used roughly 2,000 years and did something that Immortal Grove could not do his whole life. Although Dustless did not know about Diva 5 Blights, he also knew that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was an existence above Heavenly Emperor, his means being immensely formidable. Clearly, he had much more extensive experience than him, this soul body. After Dustless waking up, he took the initiative to control the soul-suppressing pearl. The speed of absorbing the Silvernet blood essence sped up several times. This Silvernet blood essence's quality was extremely high. It was a great tonic to Dustless and the soul-suppressing pearl. Within 3 days, not only did the soul-suppressing pearl recover as good as new, it even improved a rank, becoming a middle-rank Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. This made Dustless and Yi Yuan wild with ecstasy. The stronger Dustless got, the more stable suppressing Mu Lingshui's spiritual consciousness naturally was. Done with all these, only then, did Yi Yuan's heart calm down slightly. Dispelling the array formations, he brought Wild Blade out of the cave. But the moment he came out, Yi Yuan could not help staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Far away, space shattered. There were berserk spatial turbulent flows everywhere. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, how was there still any mountain range? How was there still any Asura blood pool? The space of several tens of millions of miles was directly fought until it shattered. However, the heavenspan world space was extremely stable. It was in the midst of slowly recovering. Yi Yuan could not help linking it to those powerful energies when he left and had a clearer understanding of Diva realm powerhouses again. The heaven-shocking lightning that he threw out back then, it was at least an attack left behind by a late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Even middle-stage Heavenly Emperors did not have such horrifying power too. As for Diva realm, they even directly fought until space shattered, mountains moving and seas being leveled. No wonder it's said that the Doomsday Battle, if Diva realm powerhouses all take action, that's virtually destroying heaven and decimating the earth. The entire heavenspan world will probably be broken apart by them too. It would be weird if this world wasn't destroyed, Yi Yuan exclaimed. Dustless nodded and said, the ancient god battlefield is probably the shattered ancient battlefield. There, countless heavenly emperors and empyreans fell. It's indeed terrifying. The might of Diva realm powerhouses is unimaginable. He learned of Diva realm's existence from Yi Yuan earlier. Only then did he know that there was heaven beyond heaven. Now that the divine race was about to come into being, this world would probably not know peace again. Yi Yuan's mouth moved mutely twice, and he said with lingering fear, luckily ran far enough, if it was too near. I'm afraid we'd have directly been obliterated by these guys. The array formation that Yi Yuan laid down was completely unable to withstand a single blow in front of Diva realm. At that time, he was in closed seclusion. A stray bullet being fired over and he would have evaporated. His voice had yet to fade when a streak of flowing light landed from the horizon, landed right in the woods, smashing until the entire stretch of mountain range trembled. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, thinking in his heart that it would not be so coincidental, right? Running over to take a look, a large pit was already smashed out in the ground. Inside the large pit, a figure was lying there, his aura extremely weak. His hand was even grabbing a bow. A golden bow. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he could not help drawing a cold breath. That golden bow, what was it if not the limitless god-killing bow? He was speculating just now, to be able to render the Asura blood pool until like this, it must have experienced an extremely horrifying great battle. Most likely, the supreme heavenly emperors who perished were not even in small numbers. In fact, there were even Diva realm super powerhouses that took action. Then, it was absolutely impossible for the hostilities to calm down so quickly. That person who fell wouldn't have escaped from the battlefield, right? With one look, it was really the case. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that this person actually snatched away the limitless god-killing bow from the hands of numerous powerhouses. Very clearly, he was being pursued by people until here. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was filled with fear. He rushed forward with a lunge, grabbed that person, and did a teleport. Following that, Yi Yuan's fingers pointed repeatedly, laying down an extremely complex array formation on every side. 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven subduing grand array, conceal. Yi Yuan gave a low cry, the formation formed. In the woods, Yi Yuan and the surrounding scenery became a unified entity, concealing all auras. Looking from the outside, one could not see through the slightest abnormality at all. Yi Yuan had just finished doing all these when a gray-robed man descended from the sky, and he landed at the edge of the huge pit. He looked at the giant pit, his gaze seemingly somber to the extreme. This huge pit was clearly just formed, but the person is actually gone. Hey, there's actually someone who dares steal this emperor. This heavenly emperor wants to see where you can hide. Done talking, the gray-robed man rose into the air and fired out one terrifying attack after another towards the surrounding woods. In a breath, the entire forest was reduced to shambles. Chapter 2248, Sword Energy Healing Wounds. Countless birds and beasts turned to ashes under the dreadful attacks. Far away, there was pandemonium. The fierce beasts were clearly frightened until they wet themselves, all fleeing like they went crazy. The gray-robed man frowned slightly. Spreading out his divine sense, he swept over every inch of earth. Diva Realm Powerhouse, how powerful was his divine sense? Even if it was a tiny worm, it could forget about escaping his probing too. He slowly flew forward, divine sense like radar, scanning over whole stretches, not leaving out a trace. In the array formation, Yi Yuan even held his breathing, not daring to let out the slightest trace of movement. Fortunately, the limitless god-killing bow's aura was already mostly sealed by this person. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to connect to the heavens, he could not hide its aura too. Feeling the earth quaked and mountains swayed, Yi Yuan felt slightly surprised in his heart. The strike of a Diva Realm powerhouse was too terrifying. His teleport was probably several hundreds of thousands of miles, but he could still feel the other party's attack. Very soon, an extremely strong aura came close from afar. Yi Yuan's heart pounded heavily. He did not know whether or not his array formation could hide from a Diva Realm's probing. His array formation already glimpsed right at the source, his attainments exceedingly high. Even if a heavenly emperor came, he did not fear either. But, Diva Realm, this realm, was completely unknown to him. A peerlessly tyrannical divine sense swept across the land. Yi Yuan's heart leapt to his throat. Fortunately, when this divine sense swept past, it did not discover his existence, flying over into the distance. Yi Yuan's heart finally landed back in place. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to lower his guard and did not pull back the array formation immediately. Sure enough, another powerful divine sense descended once more, sweeping across. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that there were 2 Diva Realm powerhouses searching for this man in white. The following 3 days, these 2 people took turns to search in this vicinity, over and over again. Only all the way until 3 days later did the 2 people's probing disappear. Yi Yuan was very careful, hiding an entire day in the array formation before coming out. After coming out, Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, bringing that man and directly teleporting away. No idea how far they ran either, only when Yi Yuan felt that it was safe did he find a quiet place to land. He thought about it, arriving outside a cave with a teleport. He then fired out one restriction after another above the void. These restrictions were without form or substance but formed an enormous web within a radius of 10,000 miles. These restrictions did not have the effect of harming, but as long as someone touched the restrictions, he would immediately know. Diva Realm powerhouses, their strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan did not wish to die with no clear reason whatsoever. Only after bustling around for the greater part of the day did he return to the cave. Wild Blade's expression was ugly as he said, "Young master, wouldn't directly killing this person and taking this limitless god-killing bow do? It's very dangerous for us like this. Those 2 Diva Realm powerhouses definitely won't be willing to drop the matter." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no grudge or enmity with him. Murdering people and snatching treasure, this sort of thing, I can't do it." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade had an expression like he saw a ghost. Clearly, he was unable to understand Yi Yuan's actions. In his impression, Yi Yuan was not a benevolent and soft-hearted person. In the Asura Blood Sea, those few heavenly emperors who provoked Yi Yuan were all directly finished off by him. Why was he showing petty kindness now? Yi Yuan knew what Wild Blade was thinking and said coolly, for real men, some things are necessary, while other things absolutely mustn't be done. When you follow me for a long time, you'll understand. Alright, you go outside and guard, I'll treat his wounds for him. Wild Blade was helpless and could only guard outside the cave. Yi Yuan looked at the man in white clothing and said coolly, "Stop pretending, these words weren't said for you to hear." It turned out that this man in white had long already woken up, but he was pretending to be unconscious. It was just that how could he hide from Yi Yuan like this? The man in white slowly opened his eyes, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of vigilance. His hands gripped the limitless god-killing bow a little tighter. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "To dare snatch away the limitless god-killing bow from the hands of Diva realms, I have to admire your courage. But even if you snatch it, you also don't have the life to use it." Hearing Yi Yuan say so, the expression of the man in white could not help turning dim as he said with a sigh, "I'm about to transcend the first blight tribulation right away. Why, accumulations aren't enough. Without the destiny to suppress, I'll die without a doubt. Why not take the chance then?" The man's injuries were extremely severe. Saying these words made the expression on his face extremely contorted, his complexion also became a little paler. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed like the terrors of Diva Blight tribulations were still above his imaginations. This man in white was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor but did not even dare to cross the Blight tribulation. Yi Yuan did not get long-winded. Carefully inspecting his injuries, he was secretly shocked in his heart. This person's injuries were extremely severe. Extremely terrifying Dao accumulations were retained within his body, wrecking his bodily functions continuously. Furthermore, even his small world was punched through. His situation rather similar to Yi Yuan's back then. It seemed like he unleashed all of his methods in order to escape. However, this person did not have Yi Yuan's formidable fleshly body and life force. At most half a month, he would die without a doubt. Furthermore, through this person's injuries, Yi Yuan could also distinctly feel how strong a Diva realm's strength was. When his divine essence entered the white clothing man's body and came into contact with those remnant Dao accumulations, it was like encountering a terrible monster, directly being washed away. That tyrannicalness was seemingly like facing heavenly Dao. Yi Yuan also expended a Herculean effort before figuring out the situation within his body. After he was done inspecting, Yi Yuan said coolly, "There is no hope." The white-clothed man's expression turned dim and he said with a nod, "I know. Unless the medicine ancestor is here, otherwise, I'll die without a doubt. After I die, you take away the limitless god-killing bow then." His own body, he naturally knew himself. There was simply no way of remedying the situation. Forget that Yi Yuan was just a measly little 8-star, even if he was an 8-star alchemy god, he could not treat the injuries left behind by a Diva realm too. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "If the medicine ancestor was here, do you think that he'll save you?" The white-clothed man smiled miserably and said, "The medicine ancestor is aloof from the masses. Why would he pay attention to the life and death of an ant like me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "At least you have a bit of understanding of yourself. Relax, with me around, you won't die. However, I'm temporarily unable to help you restore your cultivation. You're currently just a cripple." The white-clothed man's gaze turned intent, immediately smiling bitterly and said, "This heavenly emperor is merely someone who's about to die. You don't have to console me anymore." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to waste his breath with him. Forming his fingers as a sword, a tiny pale yellow long needle appeared at Yi Yuan's fingertips. This long needle was actually condensed with sword energy. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, pricking the sword needle onto the major acupoints all over the body of the man in white. The white-clothed man gave a muffled groan, only feeling one stream of sword energy after another being sent into his body, wandering within his body. At this moment, he heard until he could not speak, but he was shocked to the extreme in his heart. Sword Dao Source. This guy was just Empyrean realm, but he actually comprehended Sword Dao Source. What was even scarier was that this guy actually treated sword energy as a golden needle to stab the acupoints. What kind of terrifying control power did this require? Just who in the world was this boy? Yi Yuan's fingers pointed, guiding the sword energy to wander within the white-clothed man's body. It was only to see him guide with his sword finger. A powerful force flew out of the wounds. Chapter 2249, Heavenly Eye. Above the sky of the huge pit, 3 figures slowly appeared. The person in the middle had a sagely appearance, wearing a dark blue Taoist robe. While the other 2 people, one of them was precisely that gray-robed man who appeared that night above the huge pit. There was another person, but he was a ghost path heavenly emperor. The old Taoist stroked his beard as he said coolly, "Shui Yuan, Lone Soul, 2 fellow Taoists, you can find this old man to cast spells, but the benefits promised, don't forget it." The muscles on the face of the gray-robed man, Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan, twitched, and he said in a solemn voice, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, rest assured. You've already received half of the deposit. Are you still afraid that we'll renege on the debt?" Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul also said, "Old fart Heavenly Eye, forget that you demanded an exorbitant price. But you must help us find that guy." Heavenly Eye chuckled and said, "A Tao artifact coming into being, such a precious treasure is too valuable. This old man naturally can't state a cheap price. As for finding the person, you all rest assured, if I, Heavenly Eye, say that I'm second, there's absolutely no one who dared to claim that they are number 1. Shui Yuan frowned and said, "Hurry up and start then." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, hand seals moving swiftly, and he gave a cold cry, "Heavenly Eye, open." It was only to see that a third eye actually grew out between his eyebrows. The moment this eye appeared, it seemed to see through everything, giving Shui Yuan and Lone Soul 2 people a hair-raising feeling. This old fart's prowess is getting increasingly profound. Shui Yuan said in shock. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's gaze swept over the huge pit and could not help shaking his head as he said with a sigh, "This place has already had all traces obliterated by you. Even if there's anything, I can't see it either." Shui Yuan's expression turned stiff and he said awkwardly, "At that time, when that guy landed, he smashed a large hole in the ground. I arrived right on his heels, but I couldn't see him. I guessed that he might have been saved by someone and planned on forcing them out." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded slightly and said, "Go to other places and search for a bit then. As long as he leaves behind any clues or inkling, it definitely can't escape my Heavenly Eye." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye brought the 2 people and searched in the vicinity. This search was 10 days and 10 nights. An area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles was searched several times by the 3 people, but they did not discover the slightest trace. Finally, Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul could not endure any more and sarcastically, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, didn't you say that it can't escape your arcane eyes? Could it be that that guy brought the Tao artifact and evaporated into thin air?" Heavenly Eye's expression was very ugly, the boasting previously had gone overboard. These 10 days, he expended tremendous effort to search but did not find a trace of clues too. Having accepted people's benefits, he found it embarrassing too. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp, and his footsteps stopped. Seeing that Heavenly Eye seemed to have discovered something, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul's minds quivered. Heavenly Eye's gaze landed at a corner of the woods. That place had layer upon layer of mountains, the trees dense, the terrain very complicated. "We've searched this area many times before and didn't discover anything," Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye did not speak. His gaze became more and more serious. His third eye erupted with rays of brilliant light. An aura of source spread out. Heavenly Eye drew a breath of cold air and said solemnly, "What a crafty fellow. What an ingenious array formation." Shui Yuan 2 people were uncertain what it meant and said, "What discovery is there, Taoist Heavenly Eye?" "Follow me." Heavenly Eye brought the 2 people and landed in the forest. The place that they were standing was precisely Yi Yuan's land of concealment previously. Heavenly Eye walked around the surroundings and exclaimed with admiration, "No wonder we searched several dozen times and didn't discover anything. It's simply superb craftsmanship excelling nature, a marvelous work of art." Lone Soul's face fell and he said, "Stop leaving us hanging. Quickly tell us." Heavenly Eye said, "Someone made use of the environment herein. Set up a seamless array formation, fusing into one entity with the surrounding environment. The person used the layering of space to conceal their aura. Even if divine sense sweeps past, you all can only sense a forest. The person who laid down the formation is absolutely a formation path expert. With such strength, I'm afraid that he might already be Diva Realm." Shui Yuan 2 people's faces changed wildly. It turned out that he was right under their eyelids. "This is impossible. If it's a Diva Realm formation path powerhouse, why would he hide?" Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye could not help choking when he heard that and said, "This array formation is extremely ingenious. Ordinary rank 8 formation gods will find it hard to attain it too. If not for my heavenly eye discovering a trace of spatial undulation aura, I wouldn't be able to discover it at all. What can he be if not a diva? Shui Yuan. Two people could not make up their minds to. After all, being able to hide from their divine sense probing, it was definitely not what ordinary people could do. Moreover, they practically dug 3 feet into the ground in this radius of 1,000,000 miles. Heavenly Eye, don't you have time? Recall. Hurry up and take a look. Lone Soul suddenly said. Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, both hands pointing at his eyes as he said, time recall. Heavenly Eye, open. His third eye suddenly opened, emitting rays of light. An aura that came from the great Tao source suddenly descended. Then, one scene after another seemed to be rewinding, playing back. Suddenly, a young figure flew in reverse and returned. He brought along a ghost Empyrean and a man in white clothing by his side. Seeing the man in white, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul cried out in surprise at the same time. The scenery faded, the 3 people exchanged a glance, all seeing the thick shock from the other party's eyes. Empyrean. The one who rescued this guy was actually just an Empyrean. This array formation was actually just set up by an Empyrean. Heavenly Eye said in shock. Earlier, he actually thought that it was a Diva Realm formation master. This disparity was too inconceivable. Suddenly, Shui Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, a mere Empyrean also dares to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth. He's really tired of living. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye nodded slightly. Since they found the source, then finding the person naturally would not be difficult either. Only to see his Heavenly Eye open, one trail after another quietly unfolded in front of him. The 3 people chased after Yi Yuan's tracks. These few years, the shock in Riverward's heart grade increasingly stronger. This measly little Empyrean in front of him actually really forced out the Tao accumulations within his body little by little. His injuries were gradually improving. Yi Yuan used sword energy golden needles to seal the acupoints in his body shut and isolated the Tao accumulations within his body little by little. Then, dividing and attacking, he forced it out of the body bit by bit. Talking about it was simple, but that was Tao accumulations, injuries left behind by Diva Realm powerhouses. A measly little Empyrean actually forced out the Tao accumulations of Diva Realm powerhouses. This kind of thing, even heavenly emperors could not do it. The shock in Riverward's heart could be imagined. Huff, I finally forced it all out. Diva Realm powerhouses are indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan wiped the sweat on his head and said in surprise. The healing this time was the most troublesome one for him up to this date. Those Tao accumulations rampaged recklessly within Riverward's body and were incomparably ferocious. Only his source, sword energy could accomplish it to this degree. Even so, he was also trembling with fear and trepidation, akin to treading on thin ice. Many streams of aura ran amok in the meridians. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could only guide them. A slight carelessness in Riverward would directly croak. Fortunately, everything was still rather smooth, finally saving this fellow. After he was done, Yi Yuan threw him a medicinal pill and said coolly, eat that. It will help with recovering your meridians. Chapter 2250, Can't Escape. Hiss. A ranked 7N spirit divine pill. Riverward could not help drawing a cold breath of air when he received the medicinal pill. A ranked 7N spirit divine pill, it was still his first time seeing. This medicinal pill was too precious. Little friend Yi, see, could you be the medicine ancestor's disciple? Riverward asked carefully. The more he thought, the more he felt that it was possible. Yi Yuan actually did not care about the limitless god-killing bow at all and was proficient in medicine, and then he took out that end spirit divine pill. Young of age and he already reached the Empyrean realm. Apart from the medicine ancestor's disciple, who else had such ability? However, he did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine end spirit divine pills. It must have been given by the family's elders. But Yi Yuan was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, medicine ancestor's disciple. Hoo-hoo, he's probably thinking of how to get rid of me currently, right? It was Riverward's turn to be stunned this time. These words sounded like it was somewhat angry. Not that Riverward was ignorant and ill-informed, but that his level was too high, so he had not heard of Yi Yuan's name before. Moreover, these few years, he had been searching for lucky chances outside to transcend the tribulation all along. He never heard about the southern borders affairs at all. Otherwise, anybody else would have long guessed Yi Yuan's identity. Not the medicine ancestor's disciple. Then you, Riverward said hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You can think of me as his future enemy." Ask not. 2 words revealed the medicine ancestor's personality. Yi Yuan knew that one day in the future, he would surely clash with the medicine ancestor. The corners of Riverward's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat boasting. The medicine ancestor could be said to be a god-like existence in the heavenspan world. His alchemy Tao was invincible. Which genius did not set him as the goal? But in the end, they were all not his match. Of course, Yi Yuan was no exception either. Riverward laughed dryly twice and said, "Hoo-hoo, many thanks for little friend Yi's life-saving grace." Yi Yuan naturally saw through Riverward's disbelief, but he also could not be bothered to explain. Right at this time, his expression changed wildly, bringing Riverward and Wild Blade, and teleporting away from the cave. Slightly earlier, Heavenly Eye 3 people followed Yi Yuan's tracks and finally found the place where Yi Yuan was hiding. "Hold on," Heavenly Eye suddenly said. Shui Yuan 2 people immediately stopped. Heavenly Eye chuckled and said, "It's all restrictions everywhere in the void here. As long as you touch it, that boy will know." Shui Yuan said without a care, "No then no. A mere Empyrean, can he still run away?" Heavenly Eye secretly cursed the fool and said, "This brat could bring that person away in such a short time and even lay down such an ingenious array formation. Don't you find it strange?" Shui Yuan 2 people's hearts thumped. Only then knowing that they were reckless. For ordinary Empyreans, it was completely impossible to do so many things within such a short time. Unless he had special means. How did he do it? Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye cursed fool again and said, "If my conjectures are right, he must be adept in spatial law. From the distance of his teleportation, his spatial law has at least already reached peak rank 6. Shui Yuan 2 people exchanged glances and could not help feeling secretly shocked. This kind of spatial law attainment, one teleport would be several hundreds of thousands of miles. With their Diva realm speed, wanting to catch up would be rather troublesome too. Fortunately we invited fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye to take action this time. Otherwise, the 2 of us will really find ourselves at a loss." Shui Yuan quietly sent a compliment over. Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and said, "Now, do you all still feel that it's worth this price or not?" The 2 people each nodded their heads in acknowledgement, being wholeheartedly convinced. "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, this time, it's all thanks to you for taking action." Heavenly Eye looked at the restrictions in front of him and said with a cold smile, "This kid probably never would have thought that this emperor is a formation path expert too. How can this bit of restriction stump me?" Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's cultivation was all on the 3 eyes. Especially the 3rd eye, it could see through the fabricated, prying right at the source. And this advantage of his, cultivating formation Tao would also yield twice the results with half the effort. By relying on formation Tao and ocular arts, he even cleared the first blight tribulation, achieving Diva realm. Yi Yuan was currently still unaware that Shui Yuan actually invited this major power, and was completely oblivious that danger was currently closing in. Heavenly Eye inspected the restrictions carefully and discovered that it was just some simple prompting restrictions, and could not help having a disdainful look. It was only to see him move like lightning, pointing one finger out after another. A restriction that Yi Yuan set up fell apart quietly. Shui Yuan 2 people were by the side, exclaiming in wonder again. Heavenly Eye was currently being pleased with himself when suddenly, his expression changed wildly. In the void, countless restrictions lit up at the same time, akin to a huge continuous row of lights, presenting a splendid sight. Damn it, this is an interlinked restriction. As long as one is broken, the other restrictions will trigger at the same time. This brat is so scheming. Heavenly Eye thumped his chest and stomped his feet. Of course, he still had some things that he did not say. Yi Yuan's interlinked restrictions were set up extremely covertly. He did not discover it at all. In this aspect, Yi Yuan already beat him. Losing to an Empyrean realm brat, Heavenly Eye naturally felt a loss of face. Shui Yuan 2 people had strange expressions. If they had long known it would be like this, might as well charge straight in. Right at this time, there was a subtle undulation in space, making the 3 people's faces suddenly change. Spatial node technique. What a cunning brat. Chase. Shui Yuan did not say another word, directly shuttling into the void. The other 2 people did not hesitate in the slightest too, chasing right after. On the other side, Yi Yuan cast the spatial node technique and instantly escaped a million miles away. Taking the preemptive strike, the chances of escaping for his life would greatly increase. Ever since deciding to rescue Riverward, he knew that who he would face would be Diva Realm powerhouses, and was naturally also a little more cautious. Even though he did not feel that Shui Yuan could find him, he was still extra careful. The interlinked array formations outside were perfected by him finding some time these few days. In addition, he even flew 1,000,000 miles away and left behind quite a few spatial nodes, in case of unexpected needs. He did not want to be encircled and suppressed by Diva Realm powerhouses. He did not expect that it was really put to use. This unforeseen turn of events made Riverward stunned. Following that was shock. This Empyrean realm brat in front of him, his mind was really hair-raisingly meticulous, actually leaving behind so many contingencies. If not for Yi Yuan being incredibly careful, they would already be 3 dead people now. Yi Yuan saved him again. 3 powerful to the extreme auras arrived from behind with a whistle. 3 powerful to the extreme divine senses already completely locked onto him. There was nowhere to run even if he wanted to anymore. Yi Yuan felt the might of Diva Realm powerhouses once again. It was still his first time meeting someone who could contend with him in terms of speed. Riverward smiled bitterly and said, Diva Realm powerhouses already came into contact with Heavenly Tao Source. Their comprehension in spatial law is many times stronger than Heavenly Emperors. Their spatial law might not be as strong as yours, but just in terms of speed, it's still a notch faster than you. We can't run away anymore. Those that came into contact with the source of Heavenly Tao were all extremely powerful existences. Just like Yi Yuan's sword Tao source, the might was exceedingly formidable, and could even kill Daimeld that kind of existence. Diva Realm's strength was powerful until it made people despair like that. Chapter 2251, A Slim Chance of Survival. Yi Yuan did not follow up, his brain was in the midst of rapidly revolving. It seemed like he still underestimated these 2 Diva Realm powerhouses, resolved toward the limitless god-killing bow. The allure of Tao artifacts was too great. Men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. In order to obtain the limitless god-killing bow, Riverward almost threw away even his life. And these 2 Diva Realms clearly would not give up so easily either. Shui Yuan and Lonesol definitely found a tracking expert. Furthermore, this tracking expert is very proficient in array formations. To be able to get invited by them, it must be a Diva Realm powerhouse too. Yi Yuan analyzed. Shui Yuan and Lonesol, 2 great Diva Realm powerhouses, their reputation was extremely resounding. It was impossible for Riverward to not know them. Yi Yuan also learned of these 2 people's names from his mouth. Riverward's face changed and he said with a look of despair, then it's definitely Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. His Heavenly Eye is able to see through all that's unreal. He is even able to cast time recall. Little friend Yi, leave me behind and escape for your life by yourself. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, it's too late. Even if you hand the limitless god-killing bow to them, will they let me go? I originally thought that I did it flawlessly. I didn't expect that there's still a divine ability like Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eyes. Looks like it was me who underestimated Diva Realm powerhouses. Riverward heaved a sigh, knowing that what Yi Yuan said was true. Yi Yuan already got involved in the muddy waters. It was very hard to get out. Even if he handed over the limitless god-killing bow, these few Diva Realm powerhouses absolutely would not let Yi Yuan go. As for him, he was currently merely a cripple. Little friend Yi, it's me who dragged you down. Riverward said with a sigh. Even if he was an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, he felt grateful toward Yi Yuan too. If it were others, they would have long killed and snatched the treasure. Not only did Yi Yuan not take away the limitless god-killing bow, he even treated his wounds. He went from the initial vigilance to the current shedding tears of gratitude. Unfortunately, Senior Riverward, do you know what place has extremely powerful restrictions that even Diva Realm powerhouses are extremely fearful of? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Restrictions? Riverward was stunned. That's right, this is our only way out. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Fleeing along the way, Yi Yuan ran through all of his trump cards. Only in the path of array formations did he had a lease of life. These 3 people were all Diva Realm powerhouses, their strength significantly stronger than even Ninja Origins. Even if he took them into the Chaos World, it would also be impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of victory. As for whatever time freeze, with his current strength, it would cause negligible interference to Diva Realm powerhouses. The only path that remained was the Tao of array formations. Riverward was an old monster who had lived for 1,000,000,000 years. His understanding of the heavenspan world must be a lot more than his, that was why there was this ask. Riverward had a strange expression as he said, restrictions that made even Diva realm powerhouses dread, it will be an even more dangerous place to us. Yuan said in a solemn voice, do you want to die alive? Riverward said, of course I want to live. Yuan said, want to live then stop talking nonsense. Is there such a place or not? Riverward said, if talking about powerful restrictions, a place that made even Diva realms dread, then there's only 8 Void Mountain. Yuan clearly had not heard of this name before, saying, 8 Void Mountain. Riverward said, 8 Void Mountain range is the junction between the Middle Realms and West Realms, the boundary of 2 worlds, stretching continuously for 1,000,000,000,000 miles. And on its main peak, 8 Void Mountain, there are powerful restrictions everywhere. Legends have it that the 8 Void Mountains restrictions were set up by an ancient major power overnight and had once annihilated countless powerhouses before. The restrictions there stretch for 80,000,000 miles, being incomparably massive. But there are indeed many major lucky chances there. Quite a number of people will brave the risk to go there and seek out lucky chances. There is even no lack of Diva realm powerhouses. And many Diva realm powerhouses died there. When Yuan heard, he was extremely shocked in his heart too. Overnight, vast restrictions that spanned 80,000,000 miles were formed. It was simply unimaginable, how powerful a formation Tao master to be able to set it up. Yuan's present formation Tao strength was absolutely great Grandmaster class. But even making him set up 8,000 miles of restrictions overnight, he would find it extremely difficult to do. This was the difference in level. Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, okay, go there. You lead the way. Shinra Ghost region was in the southwestern lands. They just had to keep on flying in the northeastern direction and they would be able to reach 8 Void Mountain. Both sides, one party chased and the other fled. Their speed was swift to the extreme. However, both parties' distance was gradually shrinking. In merely half a day's time, it shrunk from the initial 1,000,000 miles to only 500,000 miles currently. At this rate, in merely half a day's time, the 3 Diva realm powerhouses would be able to catch up. Brat, run away, this diva wants to see how far you can run. Behind came Shui Yuan's smug laughter. With the strength of Diva realm, sending out their voices with divine essence, it was not anything hard to transmit it for several 100,000 miles. Heavenly Eye was still alright, but Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, 2 people had a stomach full of pent-up anger. The 2 of them fought for the limitless god-killing bow until the sky and earth dimmed. But who knew that a snipe and a clam were locked in a fight? It was only to the advantage of the fisherman. In the end, it was actually snatched away by Riverward, who did not want his life. However, just as they were about to catch Riverward, Yuan rescued Riverward. The 2 people did not have any solution, and so they spent a huge price to request Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye to take action. With the unexpected turn of events, they finally found the perpetrator. Now, the 2 people's anger could be imagined. The 2 of them wished to tear Yuan apart right now. Yuan was not affected at all, still increasing his speed to the limit. But Riverward frowned hard and said, no way. We can't last until 8 Void Mountain like this. Yuan said, is there any place ahead with irregular space? Riverward's eyes lit up and he said, there is. Go north. With your speed, you'll reach it in at most half a day. Yuan did not say another word, immediately making a turn and headed north. Riverward was secretly shocked. He discovered that Yuan's mind was too stoic. Under such enormous pressure, he could still maintain such calm. It was simply not like what a young man should have. He had lived for 1,000,000,000 years and also felt that he was not as cool as Yuan. Currently, both parties were on a flat road, there was not the slightest bit of ripple in space. This way, even if Yuan urged his speed to the limit, he would still be unable to shake off the 3 people. But going to an irregular space, Yuan's spatial law would be able to unleash its greatest effect. In irregular space, even though Yuan's speed would be affected too, the impact on those 3 people would be greater. This way, the advantage of Yuan's spatial law would be magnified, shaking off the 3 people from there. Originally, this idea should have been thought of by him, this old man. But he had long already lost his cool. In an environment where one could not see any hope at all, people who were able to keep their cool were truly very few. But Yuan was not affected in the least bit. Starting from discovering these 3 people, Yi Yuan's mind did not have the least bit of fluctuation, calm until he was like an ice-cold machine. Chapter 2252, advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Above the void, several figures flashed away. In a short half a day's time, both parties' distance already shrunk until there were just a few tens of thousands of miles between them. This distance was already barely enough to let Diva Realm powerhouses attack. It was just that Yi Yuan's movement technique was too fast. It was very hard for them to lock onto Yi Yuan. After attacking, they were bound to be delayed for a while, which would let Yi Yuan slip away. Moreover, Shui Yuan and Lonesol, two people, were both secretly at loggerheads, neither willing to eat a loss. For caution's sake, Shui Yuan, three people did not unleash attacks. Brat, you can't escape. Stop now and hand over the limitless god-killing bow. This emperor can spare you from death. Lonesol said in a clear voice. Boy, you have exceptional talent. As long as you hand over the limitless god-killing bow, not only will this diva not kill you, I'll even take you in as a disciple. Shui Yuan was not willing to show weakness and similarly shouted. These two people saw that Yi Yuan was young and goaded him with words from time to time. But Yi Yuan completely ignored them. By the side, Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and did not speak, secretly cursing the two for being fools. He had long detected that Yi Yuan was a young man with extremely strong mental capacity and was absolutely not an ordinary person. From him hiding from the two people's eyes and ears, then leaving, then setting up restrictions, as well as the spatial node technique, these were all not what the average young man could think of. This young man did not only have outstanding strength, but his mind was also even meticulous to the extreme. It was simply a joke for these two people to want to use words to disturb Yi Yuan. However, he did not expose it either. Either way, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in the jar. Sure enough, before long, Yi Yuan's voice came from in front. Are the two of your heads kicked by donkeys? Such idiotic games, better don't play it in front of this young master. If you have the capability, chase after. The moment the two people heard, their faces turned green. This kid was too arrogant. Brat, after this diva catches you, I'll definitely let you taste the feeling of a fate worse than death. Shui Yuan said furiously. Both parties' distance got closer and closer. Over 70,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 10,000 miles. At this distance, the two already had sufficient assurance in being able to seriously injure Yi Yuan. Brat, you'll die very horribly, Lonesol said with a cold smile. Finished talking, the two people virtually made their moves at the same time. A terrifying undulation rippled out above the void. But right at this time, the two people's faces changed. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan disappeared. Heavenly Eye's expression changed wildly and he said, Fine lad, truly cunning. This area is an irregular space. In this place, his spatial law is able to unleash its greatest effect. No wonder he suddenly made a detour north. It turns out that this is waiting for us here. Only then did Shui Yuan react to it. His expression was grim to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, Damn brat, too despicable. Lonesol said in a cold voice, After capturing this brat, this diva will definitely boil him well. A duck that entered the mouth had flown away, the two of their fury could be imagined. With this hold up, the distance that finally managed to shrink was pulled apart from Yi Yuan once more. At this point, they did not have other ways to, and could only toughen their scalps and chase. But upon entering irregular space, their speed suddenly fell, and they no longer traveled 10,000 miles in an instant like before anymore. To them, it was like driving on a flat road, then suddenly turning into a mountain slope with irregular bumps. Irregular space was like a maze. It was very easy for people who did not know spatial law to get lost inside. Even if they were Diva Realm powerhouses, their perception of spatial law was still very blurry. Their current advancement speed was not even as good as an Empyrean's advancement speed normally. The more they could not catch up to Yi Yuan, the more anxious they got. The more anxious, the slower the speed. In the end, both parties' distance pulled further and further apart. Damn it, where on earth did this punk pop out from? How can he be so crafty? Shui Yuan said in an explosive rage. Lonesol smiled coldly and said, Isn't it still because you're too dumb? Shui Yuan was greatly enraged when he heard that and said, I'm dumb. Heh, said it like you're very smart. Even if you know he's running this way, what methods do you have? Alright, stop arguing. Keep arguing and that punk will be escaping to God knows where. This area of irregular space can't stop us for long. We've already left behind divine sense imprints on his body. Even if he runs to the ends of the world, he can't escape either. What I'm curious about right now is what on earth does this brat want to do? Heavenly Eye said with a frown. Shui Yuan said, what can he still do? Take it one step at a time. With his bit of strength, even if he runs to the end of the heavenspan world, he can't escape the palm of our hands too. Lone Soul sneered and said, shut your mouth and listen to Brother Heavenly Eye. Lone Soul had clearly realized it too. Among the three of them, Heavenly Eye had the sharpest mind. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, I don't know what he's trying to do too, but, with my judgment, this boy absolutely won't be running around wildly like a headless fly. Chase first. See where he runs to. The two people stopped talking, displaying their movement techniques to the limits and continued to pursue. A day later, Heavenly Eye suddenly felt the divine sense imprint left in Yi Yuan's body suddenly accelerate. That brat already exited the irregular space. He's heading toward the northwestern direction. Northwest direction, what place can let him shake off our pursuit? Heavenly Eye frowned and racked his brain. Hearing Heavenly Eye's words, the two people were absorbed in thought. There are quite a number of dangerous places in the northwest direction. Windless Valley, Sea of Lightning, Blackwater Marsh, are all in this direction. I reckon that he might be thinking of hiding in these dangerous places, make us not dare to chase him further in. Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye nodded and said, there's indeed this possibility. But along the way, there are quite a number of dangerous places. Which one is his target? Lone Soul said, these dangerous places are all the same to him, all death after entering. I reckon that he'll hide inside when he's nearby after he's driven into a corner. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, wrong. He definitely has a target. It's just that we haven't thought of it yet. This brat is really an interesting opponent. Along the way, Heavenly Eye had witnessed many of Yi Yuan's means, and this actually caused his fighting spirit to set ablaze. People all said that he opened his Heavenly Eye. Actually, what people did not know was that with the Heavenly Eye being opened, the mind's eye opened. Using incredible meticulousness to describe him was all too apparent. These countless years, those able to compete with him in intellect, he had not encountered before yet. It was also precisely by relying on remarkable intellect that no matter which mystic realm he went to, he could scheme against his rivals perfectly. But along this way, he was plotted against by Yi Yuan dead in his tracks and did not gain any advantage at all. He had never thought that catching an Empyrean little fellow would actually take so much effort. This made him have a feeling of humiliation. Not catching Yi Yuan would likely affect his Tao heart, making him have flaws during his next blight tribulation. A full 4 days passed. Only then did Shui Yuan 3 people come out of the intricate irregular space. This made Shui Yuan 3 people have a feeling of going nuts. This area of irregular space was huge, they got lost inside many times before finally finding the exit. The current Yi Yuan had long already run until he was out of sight. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had a flash of inspiration and said in shock, I got it. This brat is going to 8 Void Mountain. Chapter 2253. Men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. Standing at the foot of 8 Void Mountain, Yi Yuan felt an upsurge of emotion. The scenery before his eyes made the feelings of admiration in his heart arise spontaneously. Being able to lay down such peerlessly magnificent and unparalleled ingenious array formations indeed made him have the greatest esteem toward its creator. The entire 8 Void Mountain was an ocean of array formations, stretching in an unbroken line. This place was like an impassable natural chasm, lying in between the Middle Realm and West Realm, separating numerous rivers and mountains. It was very hard to imagine that such a colossal starry sea-like array formation was actually set up overnight by one person. Just what kind of terrifying realm did this person's formation Tao strength reach? Yi Yuan was unable to imagine it. Over 60 years of comprehending Tao, Yi Yuan thought that he had already reached a terrifying realm in formation Tao. But in front of the 8 Void Mountains restrictions, it was not worth mentioning at all. 8 Void Mountains Grand Array. What was truly terrifying was that the area spanning 80 million miles 8 Void Mountain was a grand array that blended into one harmonious whole. Breaking the restriction by force was equivalent to facing the entire grand array, and would be instantly obliterated. Hence, challenging the formation must have a formation path mastered to lead before one could go up the mountain. Rashly entering the mountain was equivalent to a road that led to death. A grand array that spanned 80 million miles, even thinking about it felt terrifying. Yuan even felt that this was not what human strength could accomplish at all. And looking over, this grand array was formed by one small-scale array formation after another. These small-scale array formations were interlinked, forming an organic entity, being incomparably harmonious. This kind of means was God knows how many times more brilliant than Yuan using the alerting restrictions. One had to know, setting up a small-scale interlinked formation was easy, because the variables that needed to be calculated were relatively few. But once the array formation scaled up, the scale of the calculations would skyrocket by no idea how many magnitudes of difficulty. An 80 million miles colossal array formation, the computational complexity was simply unimaginable. This kind of boundary was already not what Yuan could imagine. At this very moment, Yuan finally experienced the feeling of there was always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Yuan had a feeling that the 8 void mountains restrictions were most likely the pinnacle work of the heavenspan mountain for countless tens of thousands of years. Yuan, do you have confidence? Seeing this kind of terrifying restriction undulations, Riverward could not help swallowing his saliva. This place, it was difficult to gauge how many people had died every year in the past. Even if one brought a formation path grandmaster here, a moment of carelessness and it would also be the outcome of turning to ashes. Are there other paths that can be taken? Yuan answered with a question. Riverward choked, shaking his head slowly. Brat, see where you escaped to. Right then, 3 terrifying auras arrived with a whistle. Shui Yuan 3 people finally rushed over. Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly turning around. He ascended the mountain. Shui Yuan 3 people's arrival immediately aroused the attention of numerous powerhouses. Apart from the ever-present restrictions, 8 Void Mountain was rather like ordinary mountain ranges, being tall and having lush green trees standing in great numbers. Of course, there were also many lucky chances. Legend said that this grand array had once eradicated countless supreme powerhouses before, leaving behind countless lucky chances. Hence, there were many powerhouses searching up and down the mountain. 2 Empyreans bringing along a cripple actually provoked 3 Diva Realm powerhouses. Are they crazy? They seem to be hiding from the Diva Realm powerhouses. That's why they fled here. Heh, wonder if those 3 Diva Realms will give any rewards if we kill those few guys. Everyone was discussing the situation. Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye said in a clear voice, whoever can keep this boy behind, this diva will reward a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Dead or alive, the moment these words came out, the mountain immediately boiled with excitement. Ha, boy, want to blame that you shouldn't have provoked such a powerful existence then. At this time, the formation path master who was the closest to Yuan gave a strange laugh and pounced over toward Yuan. He was a peak Empyrean powerhouse and also a 7-star formation god. The array formations at the foot of the mountain, he had already thoroughly familiarized himself with it and would not set off the array formations. Yuan just gave a cold laugh and snapped his fingers. A stream of divine essence fired at 50 feet in front of that person. In an instant, an azure flame lit up. That person did not have time to cry out tragically and was already burned to ashes. Everyone's faces could not help changing when they saw this scene. However, the allure of a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure made them forget fear, pouncing over toward Yuan this side one after another. Yuan's face was cold, his fingers snapping repeatedly, igniting one restriction after another, annihilating 7 to 8 people with a snap of his finger. Furthermore, his feet did not stop, walking straight up the mountain. When Shui Yuan and Lonesol saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Brother Heavenly Eye, it's completely useless like this. Shui Yuan said anxiously. Heavenly Eye smiled and said, this boy's array formations are extraordinary. The solidness of his foundational skills isn't beneath mine. Originally, I also didn't count on these fools to be able to keep him behind. I just need them to obstruct for a moment and it will be able to let us catch up to him. The 2 of you, follow me. Make sure not to take any missteps. Otherwise, even immortals can't save you guys too. The moment the 2 people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. But in the next instant, Heavenly Eye continued, taking action this time already far exceeded my expectations. The price that we agreed upon before isn't enough. The 2 people secretly cursed the sly old fox, threatening them at this time. But at this time currently, it really would not do without him. They could only swear a heavenly Tao oath and agree to it. Done with these, Heavenly Eye took a stride and walked up the mountain. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was well deserving of being a super 8-star formation god. His speed of ascending the mountain was not the least bit slower than Yi Yuan. But currently, Yi Yuan had long already annihilated more than a dozen 7-star formation gods and scaled to a height of more than 1,000 feet. After Yi Yuan killed more than a dozen people in a row, there was finally no one who dared to come up anymore. But right then, the powerhouses on top actually poured down. Seeing this scene, Riverward's complexion immediately turned ashen and he said, "Damn it. The allure of a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure is seriously too great. Even 8-star formation gods are tempted too. With this, we're dead for sure." It was true that Yi Yuan was formidable, but he was restricted by cultivation realm and was not as good as 8-star formation gods after all. Furthermore, these 8-star formation gods had researched here for many years and were extremely familiar with the restrictions here. Yi Yuan was in trouble now. However, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said, "Sure enough, men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. Since you all want to set off on your journey so much, then I'll send you all off." Done talking, he repeatedly snapped his fingers again, killing the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses that rushed up first. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's pupils could not help constricting and he cried out in surprise, "Could it be that this boy doesn't need to make deductions at all? It should be his first time going up the mountain. Why is he so familiar with the restrictions here?" This diva used several thousand years' time when comprehending the restrictions below 10 miles back then. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's shock was not shot at random. On this 8-void mountain, each restriction was extremely complicated. Formation Tao Grand Master took each step very carefully, akin to treading on thin ice. Especially people who came for the first time and were not familiar with the restrictions here, they were even less daring to anyhow move. A moment of carelessness and there would be the outcome of perishing and Tao dissipating. Furthermore, the further up, the more complicated and profound the restrictions. The restrictions on top of Yi Yuan's head, those were all rank 8 or A formations. Its power was immensely strong, being sufficient to kill heavenly emperors. Yi Yuan had not walked to that place yet, but he could accurately set the restrictions off to explode. How could this not shock Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye? Chapter 2254, Growing Stronger with Battle. With Yi Yuan exterminating heavenly emperors with snaps of his finger, those heavenly emperors were naturally not willing to show weakness too. They looked down from a height and had long already gotten the restrictions behind them down to the tips of their fingers. Each and every one of them attempted to trigger the restrictions too. But Yi Yuan was seemingly like in his own backyard inside the restrictions. It was only to see him display his skill in a dazzling manner, hitting onto the nodes of the surrounding restrictions, and annihilating all of the attacks. Following that, he repeatedly snapped his fingers and exterminated another heavenly emperor again. This was the magical battle between restrictions. What it competed in was not cultivation but the understanding of restrictions. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of the restrictions here far exceeded these heavenly emperors. Deal with those two people behind him. Amidst the chaos, no idea who yelled out. Everyone immediately woke up, attacks smashed over toward Riverward and Wild Blade that side. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, the speed of his hands accelerating faster. He actually defended against the dozen over heavenly emperors' attacks flawlessly. When Heavenly Eye saw this scene, his pupils could not help shrinking and he cried out in surprise, "How is this possible? Could it be that this boy came to 8 Void Mountain before in the past? He already understands the restrictions here to a transcendent degree." Shui Yuan. Two people had astonished looks on their faces too. Yi Yuan, a measly little Empyrean, actually defended perfectly under the attacks of more than a dozen 8-star formation gods. "Brother Heavenly Eye, looks like only you personally taking action can deal with him," Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye's face fell and he said, "As long as let this old man enters the range within 100 feet of him, he'll die beyond a doubt." Done talking, the three people went up the steps. With Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, this super powerhouse, leading the way, their speed was extremely fast. The distance from Yi Yuan was getting smaller and smaller. And Yi Yuan's speed slowed down significantly because of the obstruction of numerous heavenly emperors. Of course, it was primarily still because he had to protect Riverward and Wild Blade, two people. Riverward's expression was extremely ugly. He was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor super powerhouse. At present, he actually became a burden to others. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye and the rest getting closer and closer at the back, he became increasingly anxious in his heart. Little friend Yi, many thanks for your protection along the way. Looks like this limitless god-killing bow isn't fated with me. You bring it and continue advancing, don't care about me anymore. Riverward gritted his teeth and said. For Riverward to be able to reach his present realm, he had lived for 1 trillion years and had experienced no idea how many schemes and deception, conspiring and outwitting. But such a righteous and loyal person like Yi Yuan, it was still his first time meeting such person in his life. In this current state, he definitely would not be able to transcend the Diva Blight tribulation. There was already not much difference between dying sooner or later. Rather than becoming Yi Yuan's burden, he would rather just die. Shut up, just the likes of these few trash can't stop me yet. A big grown man is behaving like a girl. Don't you find it humiliating by threatening to commit suicide? Relax, when I can't hold on, I'll throw you out. Yi Yuan's hands moved like lightning as he said with a cold yell. Right at this time, Yi Yuan fired out another few streams of light, blowing up another heavenly emperor, making Riverward feel shocked. This guy was genuinely strong. Dealing with these 8-star formation gods was actually like chopping vegetables. If not for the numbers being too many, Yi Yuan would have long rushed forward. Riverward turned his head to look and could not help drawing a mouthful of cold air. The speed of Heavenly Eye 3 people coming up was very fast, they were already merely around 500 feet away from them. Whoever can kill this punk, this emperor will award a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure plus 3 carefree Heavenly Laugh Pills. Right then, Heavenly Eye suddenly roared again, the entire 8 Void Mountain could hear it clearly. Carefree Heavenly Laugh Pill was a rank 8 spirit medicine. It was hard to get even with a mountain of gold. With this, even more Heavenly Emperors were moved. The surrounding Heavenly Emperor powerhouses swarmed over, practically blocking off the path up. Riverward's expression changed wildly and he said, "This dog thing, really shameless. Little friend Yi, are you really fine?" Little friend Yi, he discovered that Yi Yuan completely ignored him. The surrounding attacks became more and more, countless light motes fired over, dense like raindrops, making Riverward's scalp go numb. When Heavenly Eye saw this scene, his eyes revealed a delighted smile. Shui Yuan even gave a big thumbs up and said smugly, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye is really brilliant. This move will really claim this punk's life." Lone Soul was serious in speech and manner, but his face also revealed a smile at this time and said, "Inviting fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye this time is really of great help." Heavenly Eye said smugly, "This brat has a sharp mind. Furthermore, his array formation attainments are indeed extremely strong. Going to 8 Void Mountain is indeed his best choice. It's a pity that he ran into this old man. Hey, playing tricks in front of this old man, this 8 Void Mountain will be his burial ground." His voice had yet to fade when another Heavenly Emperor was killed. PFFT. This time, it was 2. Another moment passed, Yi Yuan's fingers snapped repeatedly, directly annihilating 3 Heavenly Emperors. The movements of Yi Yuan's hands got faster and faster, and increasingly precise. Before long, a dozen over Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were actually slaughtered cleanly by him. At this time, there were many more Heavenly Emperors that swarmed over. But Yi Yuan's speed of killing people got faster and faster. Killing until the back, there was already no one that dared to come up anymore. Beside Yi Yuan, Riverward's eyeballs were almost popping out. Just now, he was clearly still being overwhelmed. How did he erupt all of a sudden? Heavenly Eye 3 people were still feeling pleased with themselves earlier. Now, they were directly rendered mute. What's going on here? Shui Yuan looked at this scene, shocked until he stared dumbfounded with his mouth agape. Heavenly Eye's gaze turned intent and he looked over toward Yi Yuan, and could not help sucking in a mouthful of cold air. This boy is comprehending the formations. Walking along the way, his formation Dao strength grew stronger again. Just now, he was surrounded, it was just because he wanted to borrow these people's hands to comprehend the array formations. Now, he comprehended it. Heavenly Eye opened his eyes wide and said in shock. By the side, Shui Yuan 2 people listened until they were dumbstruck with amazement. This boy's comprehension ability is also too freakish, right? Lone Soul could not resist complaining. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, "This boy already trod out his own path in formation Dao. His understanding of formation Tao already pries right at the source. This 8 Void Mountains array formations is a huge treasure vault to formation Tao powerhouses. It only depends on whether you have the ability to excavate it or not. This boy definitely didn't come to 8 Void Mountain before in the past, so the inspiration that the restrictions here gave to him was huge, letting his strength make a qualitative leap within a short time. Hiss, truly a terrifying lad. Heavenly Eye's analysis was already very close to the truth. Actually, Yuan had been comprehending the formations along the way. People should not look at how his speed of scaling the mountain was very fast. Actually, it was just that the restrictions at the foot of the mountain were too simple. Yuan was able to deconstruct them very quickly and turn them into his. All the way until Heavenly Eye used a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure as bait to lure 8-star formation gods to deal with Yuan. This allowed Yuan to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the things along the way, and let his formation Tao strength make another qualitative leap. Actually, if Yuan wanted to ascend the mountain, he could have long rushed up. But Yuan was not in a rush. He was not fleeing for his life, he wanted to match magical powers with Heavenly Eye. It was just that Heavenly Eye did not know these thoughts. Chapter 2255, Pinnacle Showdown. Yuan rampaging in all directions finally made those Heavenly Emperors abruptly startle awake. They finally realized that the peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure was not so easy to get. This young man's strength in formation Tao was already stronger than even the vast majority of 8-star formation gods. The only thing he lacked was cultivation realm. But, on 8 Void Mountain, this place where powerful restrictions were spread out all over the hills and dales, cultivation realm was directly overlooked. The restrictions here were too strong. Whoever could make good use of the restrictions here, whoever would be the king here. Those able to cultivate to Heavenly Emperor realm, none were fools. They got carried away by the peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure previously and also thought that Yuan's realm was low and easy to bully. That was why they would throw caution to the wind and rush up. Now, they all knew that Yuan was not some soft persimmon but a tough rock. While they themselves were eggs that would break with a bump. Everyone spread out, making way for a path. But Yuan's speed of climbing the mountain did not become faster. Instead, it became slower. Heavenly Eye 3 people were looking like they were about to catch up. Everyone had strange looks. Only then did they know that they had become cannon fodders without rhyme or reason. I suddenly realized that this guy didn't care at all whether or not there were people fencing him in. What the fuck? Those who died are so wronged. This kid is comprehending formations himself. In the end, we ran up to let him practice. Messing around for so long, we're all air. At this very moment, the Heavenly Emperors on the mountain had an impulse to vomit blood. Only at this time did they understand that it was Yuan himself who slowed him, and not them hindering Yuan's footsteps. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye 3 people went up the steps. In a twinkle, there was only a distance of over 100 feet. Shui Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Fine lad, you don't think anything of us at all." His voice had yet to fade when a stream of divine essence passed through multiple restrictions and landed beside them. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye snapped his fingers and annihilated it. "Fine lad, this is provoking this emperor. Very well, this diva wants to see how much capability you have, and whether or not you're qualified to challenge this diva." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye gave a cold cry and returned a blow with a backhand. Yuan's fingertips pointed, resolving it easily. The two people's showdown in magical abilities officially began. Both parties were still climbing the mountain continuously, transforming restrictions around them non-stop. While between them, it was separated by a distance of over 100 feet. At the same time, they were also separated by quite a few layers of restrictions. With a moment of carelessness, not only would one fail to harm their opponent, but they would also instead turn themselves to ashes. One stream of divine essence after another fired out continuously. Both parties' hand movements became faster and faster, making people see things in a blur. Watching the situation from the side, those Formation Tao Grandmasters were all dumbstruck with amazement. The Formation Tao strength that the two exhibited currently simply took people's breath away in wonder. Every move and stance was incredibly ingenious. This kind of ingenuity was completely different from martial art moves. That was the understanding of Formation Tao, understanding of 8 Void Mountains restrictions. While at this time, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye finally displayed the fearsome strength of a Diva Realm Formation Path Master. An existence such as him already pried into the source of formation Tao, his strength being formidable until it made people despair. Yi Yuan virtually did not have much strength to fight back under his coercion. In the beginning, Yi Yuan could still contend with Heavenly Eye as an equal. But along with the passage of time, Yi Yuan's defensive ring got smaller and smaller. Previously, the restrictions that Yi Yuan left behind made Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye succumb. It was because Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye harbored underestimation, coupled with the ingenuity of Yi Yuan's skills. Actually, there was suspicion of resorting to trickery. The might of Diva Realm was simply unimaginable. Currently, both parties clashing head-on with the gloves off, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye unleashed his powerful strength to the fullest expression of its beauty and form, astounding everyone. This was the oppression of Cultivation Realm. Hey, reckless and blind punk, he probably doesn't know that the place fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye attained the Tao as 8 Void Mountain. Back then, he gained enlightenment on Formation Tao at 8 Void Mountain, becoming a Formation Path Grand Master in one stroke. Later, he even relied on Heavenly Eye and Formation Tao to transcend the Diva Blight tribulation. How can he be placed in the same category as an Empyrean Realm brat? Shui Yuan said with a disdainful look. Walking along this way, they repeatedly suffered losses. All the way until Heavenly Eye overwhelmed Yi Yuan at this time that they finally had a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment. Logically speaking, they were all old monsters who had made a name for themselves for a long time and should not be so enraged. But along the way, they were led by the nose by an Empyrean Realm Junior, and seriously could not refrain from exploding anymore. Lone Soul also smiled coldly and said, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye knows the restrictions below 3,000 miles like the back of his hand. Does this brat think that by comprehending Tao this short while, he can rival a Diva Realm? Too naive." When those 8-star formation gods saw this scene, each and every one of them marveled endlessly, feelings of worship arising spontaneously. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is too strong. He's really walking about amidst the restrictions pretty much like in his own backyard. It's a pity. That kid's talent is exceedingly high. It's just that facing a genuine powerhouse, he's still too young and inexperienced. Tisk tisk, if I can reach Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's heights one day, I can die without regrets. The might that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye exhibited was the kind of power that made people suffocate. It was strength accumulated over countless years. Although they marveled at Yi Yuan's formation Tao strength and talent, all this was futile in front of absolute strength. Even Riverward's face was ashen too, a look of terror on his face. In front of such formidable strength, he could not see any hope. Yi Yuan's defensive range was already being suppressed to the extreme. The three of them were akin to a candling flickering in the wind, possible to extinguish at any time. At this very moment, Riverward even felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat pompous. Correct, it was pompous, this word. They thought that Yi Yuan was too confident in himself, thinking that he could match wits with a Diva Realm powerhouse by relying on array formations, even taking the initiative to provoke Heavenly Eye. But now, he had his face slapped by Heavenly Eye's powerful strength. Just now, if he was not self-conceited and went upwards to flee for his life, there might be no chances of survival. But now, they were already latched onto by Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. Even if they wanted to go, they could not leave either. Riverward acknowledged that Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying. But it was precisely this terrifying talent that let him lose sight of who he really was, and that he was somewhat ignorant. He forgot that he was just over 2,000 years old and was only at the Empyrean realm. How could the might of a diva be provoked? Actually, what everyone did not know was the shock in Heavenly Eye's heart. The shock in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. Both parties' showdown in magical abilities was quick until it made people see things in a blur. In an instant, they could even fire out 10,000 streams of divine essence to set off restrictions. They changed positions non-stop, arriving among new restrictions continuously. This kind of switching required incomparably powerful deduction and computational ability. One could say that the two of their brains were currently like 2 teraflop supercomputers operating at full power. They would have to experience countless mathematical calculations every second. But the problem was, Heavenly Eye, was long already thoroughly familiar with these restrictions. While it was Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with these restrictions. In the instant of switching restrictions, Yi Yuan already completely cracked the next restriction. That was how he could accomplish a seamless switch. Otherwise, as long as there was a bit of slip-up, he would catch the oversight and directly annihilate the other party. But up until now, he did not find any careless oversights. This brat's computational ability was too terrifying. But fortunately, along with the restrictions getting more and more complex, Yuan's ability was clearly falling somewhat short of his wishes. Chapter 2256, Paying Back in His Own Coin. Such a showdown made people watch until they became bedazzled. The 8-star formation gods by the side had long already watched until they were intoxicated. Each and every one of them opened their eyes wide, fearful of missing the slightest detail. Array formations were dead, people were living. The battle of magics between two peak formation Dao experts was just like an educational competition to them. How could concentrating on studying here for them be as directly beneficial as watching two top experts demonstrating personally? The two people changed positions, the height of them scaling got higher and higher. Yuan did his best to hold on under Heavenly Eye's powerful attacks. Riverward two people followed behind. Even their breathing was practically about to stop. This kid can really endure it. He's not dead until now. Truly a shame. The restrictions in front, I haven't comprehended yet. I already have no way of keeping up with them. They already fought to the height of 2,600 over miles. The restrictions up there are also getting more and more dangerous. I reckon that punk can't hold on much longer. The two people's showdown in magical abilities already passed 8 days and 8 nights in a blink. During this period, Yuan guarded against Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's frenzied attacks, making everyone's jaws drop. In other people's view, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had clearly already squeezed Yuan to the limit. Yuan had the possibility of tumbling at any time, but Yuan held in there just like this for 8 days and 8 nights. During these 8 days and 8 nights, both parties scaled a height of more than 2,000 miles. 8 Void Mountains array formations, above 2,800 miles were Diva Realm Grand Arrays. Except, in the midst of such a confusing battle, nobody discovered that Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In these 8 days and 8 nights, Yuan's comprehension of formation Dao could virtually catch up to the total sum of all his previous comprehensions already. Over 60 years of comprehending Dao made Yuan's formation Dao be remolded anew. And these 8 days and nights of comprehension let Yuan's formation Dao scaled new heights. Especially that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had an original view of the comprehension of 8 Void Mountains restrictions. Yuan and him battling in magical abilities were equivalent to corroborating his comprehensions with the other party. The two of their relationship was like an extremely wise master guiding the disciple step by step. Yuan's method of comprehending formation Dao followed the same pattern as alchemy Dao. These complex to the extreme array formation restrictions were merely just one foundational array formation after another in Yuan's eyes. No matter how complicated the array formation, it was merely arranging these foundational array formations in an extremely ingenious method, making the power increase greatly from there. Therefore, Yuan's speed of comprehending array formations far surpassed the average person. Back then at Fianflame Mountain, Yuan was able to deconstruct the rank 8 Grand Array with an extremely fast speed because of this. However, his own comprehension was one aspect. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's comprehension was another aspect. Those able to reach Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's boundary all strode out their own Dao. In the eyes of 10,000 people, there were 10,000 stories. The same array formation restrictions, the things that different people comprehended were naturally different. Paying back in his own coin was able to let Yuan's comprehensions towards these array formations be even deeper, and could even pry into the source of the person who set up the formations. The reason why he provoked Heavenly Eye, the objective also lay precisely here. There was indeed disparity between him and Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, but the gap between them was far smaller than others imagined. While Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was strong until it made people despaired, wanting to kill Yuan was absolutely not such an easy matter too. At least, one would have to reach the height above 2,800 miles too. But, when they fought until above 2,800 miles, Yuan's formation Dao strength was another boundary. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye did not know what it meant, unleashing attacks frenziedly. While Yuan fell back little by little, letting Heavenly Eye think that he reached his limit and could finish him off very quickly. Actually, his current formation Dao strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as when he was at the foot of the mountain long ago. It was just that nobody knew. Everyone thought that Yuan was about to die, but they did not know that he was accumulating strength to deal Heavenly Eye 3 people a lightning blow. Yi Yuan did not come to 8 Void Mountain at random. Along the way, he had already planned everything out. The array formations here were formidable to the extreme. As long as his formation Dao strength was strong enough, he could completely rely on the array formations here to exterminate Diva realm powerhouses. And what he wanted to do was to make someone suffer from their own scheme. Along the way, Yi Yuan already determined from the clues and inklings that this Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was absolutely not to be trifled with. Therefore, he did it very carefully. Along the way up the mountain, Yi Yuan advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, feigning an appearance of gradually not being able to hold out. He had once laid down array formations. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye should have some understanding of his strength. If he did it too fiercely, it would give himself away instead. Therefore, he used the technique of concealing his strength and let Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye think that he was almost reaching his limits little by little. He was continuously comprehending array formations. But towards the back, he shrunk his defensive circle and let Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye think that his comprehension was getting harder and harder. But his true strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul were still unaware. Seeing Yi Yuan's defensive circle already being compressed to the limit, they could not help being greatly excited. Ha ha ha, brat, aren't you very capable? This emperor wants to see when you can last until. Shui Yuan said with a big laugh. Lone Soul also said, fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, double up. Make this brat turn to ashes. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded his head slightly and said in a clear voice, boy, the array formations here are already almost reaching the limits of 8-star formation gods. Your strength should be about this much, right? Any further up and you'll die beyond a doubt. Roughly 2,000 miles, there was the boundary between 8-star formation gods and those who surpassed 8-star formation gods. Surpassing 2,000 miles was the domain of Diva realm. Under this, even if Diva realm powerhouses accidentally set off restrictions, they could also rely on powerful strength to hang in there and not die. But any further up and the power of the restrictions would soar exponentially. Once a Diva realm powerhouse set it off, they would die without a doubt. Yi Yuan was still unconvinced as he said, humph. 3 old fogies, if you have the capabilities, breach my defensive circle before talking. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye laughed loudly and said, this diva comprehended Tao on 8 Void Mountain. It's akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. How can it be something that you, this brat, can compare to? Just you watch, this diva will breach your defensive circle and let you die without a burial ground. While talking, Yi Yuan already broke through the distance of 2,000 miles. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye laughed loudly, suddenly firing out countless streams of divine essence, the power even skyrocketing several times. Yi Yuan's defensive circle was compressed to the extreme all of a sudden. In the restrictions that he was at, there was virtually no place to stop for a rest already. At this moment, Yi Yuan and the others were placed in jeopardy. However, Yi Yuan similarly fired out countless streams of divine essence like mirages, barely managing to clear this dangerous hurdle. Except, everyone could tell that Yi Yuan probably could not block the next round of attacks anymore. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye 3 people gave a loud laugh, directly charging past 2,800 miles this threshold. Brat, prepare to die. Fool, the space above 2,000 miles is the place where this emperor can truly put my abilities to good use. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye gave a cold laugh. The divine essence that fired out this time even skyrocketed several times. Diva realm array formations were incomparably complicated. The array elements were naturally in abundance too. The points that could set off restrictions naturally became increasingly more. At this point, he was a hero with no place to display his prowess. However, right at this moment, Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, firing out countless streams of divine essence. The numbers were above Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. The unexpected eruption made the entire 8 Void Mountain fall into shock. Chapter 2257, You all were wrong. What's going on here? This brat clearly almost could not make it just now. So why did he suddenly erupt? It turns out that this brat has been hiding his strength all along. My god, turns out that his formation Tao strength already rivals those in the Diva realm. This boy is really a freak. With one move, people on the entire mountain were amazed. The divine essence that Yi Yuan fired out in an instant, it blotted out the skies and covered the earth. When Shui Yuan and Lone Soul saw this terrifying scene, they were immediately frightened until their complexions turned pale. The restrictions above 2,000 miles were sufficient to take their lives. Yuan taking action at this time was clearly aiming to drive to death. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, save us! Shui Yuan cried out in alarm. The light that filled the sky caught Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye by surprise, making his expression change wildly. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's heart shook wildly. He had some understanding of Yuan's formation Tao strength and felt that it was impossible to reach such a degree. Unless Yuan comprehended even more restrictions on 8 Void Mountain. How could someone be monstrous to such a degree? He actually still had leftover strength to comprehend Tao under his frenzied bombardment. Furthermore, what Yuan comprehended was not a little bit, but leaps and bounds. A qualitative leap. If Yuan previously had half a foot stepped into the gate of Tao, then now, he truly entered the domain of Tao. However, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was ultimately a Diva realm major power. Although he was startled, he did not panic. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye repeatedly snap his fingers, firing out countless streams of divine essence in an instant, neutralizing the restrictions that Yuan fired out. Fine lad, you're truly cunning to the extreme. Even this emperor almost succumbed too. However, want to turn the situation around with this. Dream on. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye gave a cold laugh and said disdainfully. He knew the restrictions above these 2,000 miles like the back of his hands. So how could he lose to a junior? The killing traps above these 2,000 miles were like child's play to him. Right at this moment, a shocking bolt of lightning suddenly fell. The pale white lightning tore across the sky. It was as if rending the sky into two. Horrifying power, the explosive clap of thunder, shocked until everyone suddenly jumped. There were a few 8-star formation gods who almost stepped on the wrong nodes and almost set off restrictions. This scene came too suddenly, abrupt until everyone did not react to it. This shocking bolt of lightning landed on Heavenly Eye 3 people's bodies with an inconceivably swift speed. The 3 people gave a muffled groan, akin to being struck by 5 thunderbolts, instantly blasting them into a daze. Receiving such a fierce blow, the 3 great Diva realms' auras immediately withered significantly. Especially Heavenly Emperor Lonesol, his body was practically dissipating under this strike. Although he stabilized his figure in the end by relying on his powerful strength, his body became incomparably illusory all at once. Heavenly Emperor Lonesol was a soul body and was most afraid of lightning. Ordinary lightning was nothing, but how could the power of this Diva realm array formation be ordinary? As for the other 2 people, they were a little better than him but also suffered heavy damage. It was just that this scene, in everyone's eyes, was even more shocking than that bolt of lightning just now. The restriction was triggered. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, this formation path Grand Master, actually lost to an Empyrean Realm Junior in a battle of formation. This turnaround was too astonishing, resulting in everyone forgetting their thoughts for a moment. A second ago, Yuan was already in the throes of his deathbed struggle. The next second, he actually dealt a superb major turnaround, setting off a Diva realm restriction. The entire 8 Void Mountain fell into death-like silence. Riverward stared dumbfoundedly with amazement. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Yuan, an expression like he had seen a ghost. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. Heavenly Eye lost. He still did not quite dare to believe it. Is my eyesight failing? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is a legendary figure of 8 Void Mountain. He was actually defeated. Just what kind of person is this boy? His formation Tao attainments are also too terrifying, right? A puny little Empyrean boy actually seriously wounded a Diva realm powerhouse. This incident will likely become the 8 Void Mountain's new legend. The surrounding 8-star formation gods all used astonished gazes to look at Yuan, sucking in cold breaths. Yuan looked at Heavenly Eye and said with a cold smile, akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. Hoo, I think not, right? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye comprehended Tao at 3,000 miles and knew the restrictions below 3,000 miles like the back of his hand. Just earlier, he was still saying that it was akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. But in a blink, he had his face slapped by this bolt of lightning. Suffering this blow, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's powers were immediately more than half gone. However, Diva realm powerhouses were indeed formidable to the extreme. The restriction that Yuan exhausted all his ability to detonate was actually unable to kill them. Heavenly Eye was very weak, but he had puzzlement all over his face as he said, this. How is this possible? I clearly already cracked all of them. Yuan said coolly, you think that you know the array formations here. But actually, you don't understand them at all. 8 Void Mountains restrictions are far more impressive than what you can imagine. Heavenly Eye's pupils constricted, even more confused. You all definitely think that 8 Void Mountains restrictions are one connected to another. As long as you comprehend all of these restrictions, even if you crack the restrictions, you can scale 8 Void Mountain unceasingly, Yuan said in a clear voice. Many 8-star formation gods secretly nodded their heads but had curious looks. Could it be that it was not like this? You are all wrong. This 8 Void Mountains Grand Array is a living Grand Array. On the same flat surface, there are countless kinds of restrictions, and they aren't fixed and unchangeable. When you crack a restriction, actually, you're still inside another restriction. Different combination methods will form restrictions with varying powers. Therefore, when you're standing on a node, it might be the intersection point of many restrictions. These intersection points are just the formation eyes of many array formations, it's just able to let you pass through safely, that's all. But, comprehending the formations like this, it's impossible for you guys to ever walk to the summit. Yuan's words were akin to thunderbolts falling on their heads, exploding in everyone's ears. Powerhouses that could walk to 2,700 and 2,800 miles, which one was not a distinguished talent in formation Dao? Whether or not Yuan's words made sense, they were clear at once. If this 8 Void Mountains array formations were formed by countless nodes, linking up a few of the nodes would be a restriction. What they comprehended were the restrictions after these few nodes were linked up, but, actually, these points were merely just a shared node used by several restrictions. The things that they comprehended were too surface level. Wrong. We were all wrong. Ah, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. My many years of comprehending formation Dao was really utterly wasted. I understand. I thought that my formation Dao is already close to Dao, but only now do I know that I know nothing at all. This emperor will descend the mountain right away and comprehend Dao from the beginning. Quite a few 8-star formation gods actually went straight down the mountain. Yuan's words were akin to being filled with wisdom, letting them understand the crux involved all at once. Only then did they understand that turns out, the things that they comprehended all along were nothing at all. At the same time, there were some people with vacant looks. Something that was upheld for so many years being denied, this sort of blow could be imagined. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had a lifeless look. His countless years of pride, it was shattered to smithereens at this instant. Chapter 2258, Pursuing 3,000 Miles. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye comprehending Dao on 8 Void Mountain was once a legend of this place. Comprehending Dao at 3,000 miles, this was not what anybody could accomplish. But, after 3,000 miles, he was unable to go an inch further. He thought that this was him encountering a bottleneck. It turned out that he was wrong from the very start. Brat, consider yourself ruthless. This score today, this diva has remembered it. After I recover my strength, I'll definitely tear your corpse to pieces. Shui Yuan yelled coldly, turned to Heavenly Eye again, and said, Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, what are you still in a daze for? Still not going, waiting for death? Actually, Shui Yuan was extremely displeased in his heart. He expended a huge price to invite Heavenly Eye. He did not expect that this guy was a pewter spearhead that shone silver, impressive looking but useless. Pursuing for miles, in the end, he actually lost to an Empyrean realm brat in a battle of magical abilities. Of course, he did not dare to go too overboard right now. Want to walk out of 8 Void Mountain, he still had to rely on Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. He naturally knew that Yuan was extremely monstrous, but he just could not swallow this grievance in his heart. How awe-inspiring were Diva Realm powerhouses, but they lost at the hands of an Empyrean realm brat, and it was even in front of so many powerhouses, this made him utterly lose face. The moment Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye heard, he was filled with fear. This place was not a place to stay for long. Go. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye did not hesitate in the slightest, turning around and leaving. Yuan smiled coldly and said, looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet. You wouldn't think that I'd watch you guys go down the mountain just like this, right? The 3 people felt their scalps tingle, walking down the mountain frenziedly. But under the heavy restrictions, how could they speed up? Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, firing out countless streams of divine essence in an instant, detonating the restrictions around the 3 great diva realms. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's scalp tingled, not daring to dawdle in the slightest, neutralizing Yi Yuan's attacks frenziedly. But Yi Yuan's comprehension of 8 Void Mountains' restrictions had long already flung him several streets behind. So how could he block? For some time, lightning, ice, raging fires, sword lights, so on and so forth, all sorts of restrictions suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy undulations reverberated in the mountains, making the powerhouses around the mountains palpitating with anxiety and fear. 3 great Diva realm powerhouses completely did not have the strength to fight back under Yi Yuan's pursuit. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was virtually about to vomit blood. His defense was like paper paste in front of Yi Yuan. But he could not stop defending. If he gave up resisting, Yi Yuan would detonate even more restrictions. At that time, with all kinds of restrictions being all summoned over, the power would be several times, even several dozen times than now. Although the restrictions below 2,800 miles were not comparable to Diva Realm, the power was extremely strong too. Plus, the 3 people were already seriously injured. The power of the restrictions was magnified infinitely. However, they were Diva Realm powerhouses in the end. Unleashing all of their power, they actually barely managed to withstand the impact of the restrictions. Of course, their injuries were also continuously worsening. 8 Void Mountains powerhouses watched until they stared dumbfoundedly in their mouths agape. An Empyrean realm hunted 3 great Diva realm powerhouses until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. This scene was absolutely an unprecedentedly rare sight. This kind of powerhouse, which one wasn't in existence that shocked the world. But under Yi Yuan's invincible might, they were thrown into a panic. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning landed. Heavenly Emperor Lonesol let out a tragic cry, his figure no longer able to maintain, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. A Diva realm peerless powerhouse of his generation was dead. He fell in 8 Void Mountain just like that. I actually witnessed the demise of a Diva realm powerhouse today. How many years has it been that we've heard of a Diva realm powerhouse dying? This young man is too terrifying. After today, the entire Heavenspan world will probably tremble because of it. Witnessing the fall of a Diva realm powerhouse made all the powerhouses sigh incessantly. Such a powerhouse was originally the strongest existence in the world, virtually having undying bodies. What could make them perish was also just the most terrifying Diva blight tribulation in this world. At least, they had to die at the hands of a Diva second blight powerhouse and above too. But Heavenly Emperor Lonesol died in the hands of an Empyrean realm junior. Heavenly Emperor Lonesol was originally a ghost path powerhouse, his cultivation being immensely formidable. But no matter how strong he was, he also had the weakness of ghost path powerhouses. It was being utterly restrained by extreme young and indomitable things. Actually, cultivating to Heavenly Emperor Lonesol's kind of realm, the lightning laws that could threaten him were already exceedingly few. Yet, this place was 8 Void Mountain, the apex of Formation Tao. The might of the restrictions here were seldomly seen in the world. He was struck by the restriction lightning consecutively. So how was there the logic of not dying? Rather, it was the other 2 people who were much tougher than him. But at this point, they were already extremely weak as well. No way, carrying on like this, I'll die here too. Shui Yuan, this fool, just what kind of a terrifying fellow did he provoke? I got scammed badly by him this time. Bringing him along now is just a burden. I can't continue like this anymore. Heavenly Eye was burning with anxiety. Bringing along 2 people previously, he was certainly not Yi Yuan's match. But now, he already could not quite hold out under Yi Yuan's savage bombardment. Thinking up to here, he no longer hesitated and cried out coldly, Heavenly Eye, open. By the side, Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan was caught off guard and only felt his divine soul suddenly suffer a heavy blow from a sledgehammer, making him feel drowsy. Heavenly Eye, you. He only had time to say 3 words and was struck flying by Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye with one palm. Suddenly, countless restrictions exploded on his body. Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan was originally already seriously wounded. Currently, his divine soul suffered heavy damage as well. So how could he still withstand the bombardment of these restrictions? Without Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's lead, it was like he stepped on countless landmines. There was nowhere to hide at all. In a single breath, he was blown by countless restrictions into a pile of minced meat. Another Diva realm powerhouse fell. It was just that Shui Yuan did not die at Yi Yuan's hands. Instead, he died at Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's hands. The world of martial artists was so cruel. Faced with imminent disaster, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye directly pushed his own people into the fire pit. Hiss! What vicious means! When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them could not help drawing a cold breath. Without these two people hindering, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's speed suddenly sped up. Among the three people, he was the least injured. Heavenly Eye was a Diva Realm formation path master in the end. His formation Dao strength was formidable to the extreme. He could naturally neutralize the majority of the restrictions, power. Now, without Shui Yuan two people dragging him down, his speed suddenly accelerated. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, he still underestimated this guy in the end. The further down, the weaker the power of the restrictions, and the smaller the harm to Heavenly Eye naturally too. As long as he could endure until below 2,000 miles, it would be very hard for Yi Yuan to cause substantial harm to him anymore. Among the three people, the most troublesome one was Heavenly Eye instead. Yi Yuan naturally did not want to let him off. Even if did not kill, he also wanted to inflict serious wounds, making him unable to recover within a short time. Otherwise, being targeted by a Diva Realm powerhouse all day, Yi Yuan would find it hard to eat and sleep. The two people, one chased and one fled. They arrived at the foot of the mountain in a blink of an eye. Brat, hide in 8 Void Mountain for all your life if you have the capability. As long as you leave 8 Void Mountain, this diva will definitely tear your corpse to pieces. Upon exiting 8 Void Mountain, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye suddenly became light, fleeing like flying. Before leaving, he even left behind harsh words. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said to Riverward, "Senior, lend the bow to me." Chapter 2259, Substituting Arrow with Sword. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye fleeing 8 Void Mountain was akin to the tiger returning to the mountains, a fish entering the seas. As long as he recovered slightly, with Yi Yuan's bit of strength, he could just wait to be slaughtered, unless he could attain Dao in 8 Void Mountain. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Riverward's expression changed, and he said, "The limitless god-killing bow's power is extremely strong, but your strength." Yi Yuan said, "Relax. I have a score in my heart. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is too strong. I can't let him leave." Riverward's gaze glimmered and he said with a nod, "Okay, you be careful." After talking, he did not hesitate either, taking out the limitless god-killing bow. He passed it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not say a word, removing the restrictions on the bow in no time flat. A terrifying surge of power engulfed the wildness. The entire 8 Void Mountain was stunned by the limitless god-killing bow's horrifying aura. Dao artifact. It's a Dao artifact. What terrifying power. No wonder the three of them pursued until here. When someone saw the limitless god-killing bow, even the pitch of their voice changed. A terrifying backlash force gushed out of the limitless god-killing bow, wanting to kill Yi Yuan like killing those heavenly emperors. But right then, an even more majestic and imposing aura suddenly released from Yi Yuan's body, suppressing the limitless god-killing bow's power. That was the pressure of the lesser heavenspan mountain. Dao artifact. The reason why it was called Dao artifact was that the powerful Dao accumulations hidden inside were akin to heavenly Dao personally descending. But any Dao artifact still paled in comparison when in front of the lesser heavenspan mountain. The limitless god-killing bow's haughtiness that had just shown its head was thoroughly suppressed by Yi Yuan. All this was quietly completed in the instant that Yi Yuan gripped the limitless god-killing bow. Bystanders did not detect it at all. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help turning pale with fright. Riverward even had a look of astonishment. Such a precious treasure, there was simply no way of controlling if one's strength was not up to par. But Yi Yuan actually did not suffer the least bit of backlash when holding it in his hand. In fact, he felt fear, this emotion, from the limitless god-killing bow. This made him feel extremely absurd. Why would a Dao artifact fear an Empyrean? But the more he denied it, the stronger this feeling got. Yi Yuan gripped the limitless god-killing bow in his hand, his aura instantly skyrocketed to the peak. It was as if the enormous 8 Void Mountain only had him alone left. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, countless divine essence gathered over from all directions, forming a light sword. Bow arched, sword notched. These movements were completed in one go, akin to floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth. 8 Void Mountain's powerhouses were already dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually substituted the arrow with a sword by condensing a sword with the power of source. Every element was not something that should happen to a martial artist at Yi Yuan's realm. Yet, these impossible things gathered onto his person alone. Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit poured into the limitless god-killing bow crazily. However, a Dao artifact was a Dao artifact after all. All the strength in Yi Yuan's body was virtually depleted in an instant. While he merely only pulled an extremely small angle on the limitless god-killing bow. But just this extremely small angle was sufficient. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, fingers letting go slightly. The light sword disappeared with a swoosh. A breath later, an astonishing loud boom came from the distance. Talking about it was slow, but actually, from when Heavenly Eye left to Yi Yuan chasing after, then to drawing the bow and releasing the arrow, it was merely several breaths' time. With Heavenly Eye's current speed, it was merely a distance of several million miles. This distance did not count as far at all to a Dao artifact's arrow. Yi Yuan's divine sense was constantly locked hard onto him. With this arrow tearing across the sky, it arrived in an instant. A Dao artifact coupled with Yi Yuan's sword of source, how astonishing was the power. No need to look, Yi Yuan also knew that Heavenly Eye would have to recuperate for more than 1,000 years even if he did not die this time. The entire mountain was silent. Everyone put down the things in their hands and looked at this young man who was a nobody. In several days, among the 3 great Diva realm powerhouses, 2 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. This proud battle achievement was sufficient to be written in the annals of history. Thinking back now, everyone also felt like they were dreaming. Just what kind of freak is this boy? This emperor has comprehended on Dao at 8 Void Mountain for many years and it simply can't compare to his measly few days. Not only is his comprehension ability exceptional, but he can also even suppress Dao artifacts and comprehend the source of Sword Dao. How can there be such a monstrous person in this world? This boy clearly has a Dao artifact in his hands. But why do I actually not have the desire to snatch it over? Dealing with him must have a surefire plan. Once you can't kill him, the consequences will be catastrophic. 8 Void Mountain was the holy land of the formation path, the hidden lucky chances were countless. The powerhouses that come here to comprehend formations and excavate treasures were too many to enumerate. Even high-level heavenly emperors were not in the minority too. It was just that these few days, Yi Yuan and Heavenly Eye 2 parties sent the 8 Void Mountain into a tizzy. Seeing Yi Yuan cut down Diva realms overwhelmingly, this kind of impact was seriously too strong, resulting in the treasure being in front, but they did not dare to have designs on it. A few days ago, the people who had designs on it had all already turned to dust. Even Diva realm powerhouses died, let alone them. Of course, there were quite a few people who saw that Yi Yuan was debilitated, their gazes revealing murderous gleams too. But no one dared to come forward. The place where Yi Yuan was located was at the fringe of the restrictions. He could enter 8 Void Mountain at any time. Inside restrictions, Yi Yuan was close to invincible. The high altitudes of 8 Void Mountain naturally had several Diva realm experts hidden too. Originally, the fight here had nothing to do with them, they could not be bothered either. But that instant when Yi Yuan took out the limitless god-killing bow, there were still quite a few people who were moved. It was just that there was still nobody who dared to take action. The overturned cart in front was a warning for those people behind. Ruining one's cultivation base for a Dao artifact was not worth it. Go, up the mountain. Yi Yuan threw the limitless god-killing bow back to riverward and swallowed medicinal pills himself, rapidly restoring his physical strength. But leaving 8 Void Mountain at this time was clearly not a wise move. 8 Void Mountain's powerhouses were too many, rashly leaving without recovering to peak state was equivalent to a lamb walking into the tiger's mouth. Right now, everyone was looking at him. It was hard to guarantee that people would not be moved. Being stimulated by Yi Yuan previously, quite a few middle and late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses all went straight down the mountain and comprehended on Dao from the beginning. At this time, there were quite a lot of powerhouses at the foot of the mountain too. As for those with weak strength at the foot of the mountain, they were currently quaking in their boots. After all, Dao artifact this sort of thing, the power was truly too great. Yi Yuan holding the limitless god-killing bow in his hand earlier, there was even a misconception that he could shoot through this sky. That arrow earlier, people reckoned that even a first firmament Heavenly Emperor would find it very hard to receive. This arrow also let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of how terrifying Dao artifacts were. No wonder so many people would be moved. Yi Yuan brought the 2 people and went straight up to 2,800 miles. It was only to see him repeatedly snap his fingers, the power of restriction suddenly erupted. This scene gave everyone a fright. What's he doing? Committing suicide? Someone cried out in surprise. But, in the next instant, 8 Void Mountain's spiritual energy suddenly surged, gathering over toward Yuan this side. At the 3,000 miles area, a Diva Realm formation path expert had a stunned look as he said in shock, "This 8 Void Mountains restrictions can still be played like this. Looks like this Diva was really ridiculously wrong these few years." It turned out that the 8 Void Mountains restriction that Yuan triggered was actually a spirit gathering grand array. Chapter 2260, sorry about it. It can still be used like this. I never knew that 8 Void Mountains restrictions can even trigger a spirit gathering grand array. A spirit gathering grand array above 2,800 miles, the power is extraordinary. This boy is going to break through. 8 Void Mountain had always been synonymous with danger. Under the powerful restrictions here, no idea how many powerhouses fell here. But they had never heard that the restrictions here could still be used as a spirit gathering grand array. They suddenly discovered that Yuan was already not comprehending array formation. He was playing with array formations. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. Clearly, Yuan comprehending Dao here already gained the true essence of the 8 Void Mountains formation path. On the contrary, they were cautious in taking every step here, akin to treading on thin ice, fearful of setting off restrictions. What they comprehended was just extremely superficial formation Dao. Around 2,800 miles and above spirit gathering grand array, the spiritual energy was incomparably abundant, forming a thick fog around Yuan. He brought Riverward and Wild Blade to a safe place outside the fog and said, "You guys help to guard me." After talking, he entered inside the fog. Under such thick spiritual energy, Yuan's strength that was drained was in the midst of rapidly recovering. He sat within the restrictions, both eyes tightly shut. He was comprehending the formation Dao comprehensions along the way. Yuan fought his way up to 2,800 miles all the way from the foot of the mountain. The things acquired were not just exterminating Diva realms. 8 Void Mountains grand arrays were like a vast ocean. The more he navigated, the more unfathomable he felt. With Yuan coming up all the way, he had a lot of comprehension and needed time to digest a bit. While at this time, the chaos world within Yuan's body finally could not hold back and started expanding once again. Within Yuan's body, his cultivation method started operating on its own. He started advancing toward the late-stage chaos realm. All of his mind and body were put into comprehending formation Dao. This comprehension was 7 years long. In 7 years' time, Yuan finally fully comprehended the formation Dao in 2,800 miles. Unknowingly, already reached late-stage chaos realm, there's only a step away from grand completion chaos realm. Looks like I absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy during these 7 years. Yuan removed the restriction and scattered the fog, everything returned to tranquility. Suddenly, he discovered one resentful gaze after another currently looking over towards him. "MN, all looking at me like this for what? I didn't seem to have offended them, right?" Yuan said with a curious look. Wild Blade had a strange expression as he said, "Young master, you didn't offend them. These 7 years, this mountain, full of powerhouses have all been offended by you." Seeing Yuan have a blank look, Riverward added on with a bitter smile and said, "Your array formation virtually plundered all the spiritual energy. These 7 years, the powerhouses on the whole mountain were unable to cultivate. Yuan only cared about closed seclusion back then and did not think that much. During these 7 years, he absorbed more than a significant amount of spiritual energy. The array formations above 2,800 miles, their power rivaled Diva realm. Such a spirit-gathering grand array, how horrifying was the power. Yuan's current realm was roughly equivalent to peak 8th firmament Empyrean. He also did not think, with the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's freakish refining ability, being able to let him break through 2 minor boundaries in a row, how great the capacity of spiritual energy did that require. 8 Void Mountain's spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Furthermore, the further up, the thicker the spiritual energy. Yuan's spirit-gathering grand array was too unreasonable. The spiritual energy above, it could not snatch any at all. So it only snatched the spiritual energy below. The major powers who comprehend formation Dao here, those were all calculated with tens of thousands of years. They cultivated while comprehending Dao here. But Yuan drained the spiritual energy that they cultivated dry, how could they not be resentful? But these heavenly emperors did not dare to offend Yuan either. afraid that he would smite them with a bolt of lightning. There was no choice. They could only endure and hope that he would finish cultivating soon. Who knew that this guy was really shameless? The moment he cultivated, it was 7 years. These 7 years, the cultivation of the powerhouses below 2,800 miles virtually did not make the slightest improvement. The resentment of the mountain full of powerhouses grew increasingly heavier. Riverward and Wild Blade almost could not bear it anymore. If Yuan still did not wake up, they almost could not resist taking the initiative to wake Yuan up anymore. Yuan yawned and said with cupped fists, "Seniors, sorry about it." This Yi was comprehending Tao here and forgot the time for a moment, truly sorry. Said that he was sorry, Yuan completely did not have an apologetic appearance. He relied on his ability to see spiritual energy. So who did he bothered? This 8-void mountain was not opened by someone, right? Who set the rules to prohibit cultivation here? Yuan was not an overbearing person. It was not worthwhile for him to blame himself for this sort of thing. Breaking through 2 minor realms in 7 years, he was still very satisfied. On 8-void mountain, the group of heavenly emperors dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. Fortunately, it was only 7 years. If Yuan comprehended for 80 to 100 years here, they might as well go down the mountain. At this time, a figure slowly walked down from on top of the mountain. It's Heavenly Emperor Yuan. What's he finding that surnamed Yi for? Heavenly Emperor Yuan is 8-void mountains legend, an existence above 3,500 miles, even more fearsome than Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. Could it be that he's looking for trouble? Hey, there's a good show to watch now. Want to find trouble, he would have long gone for it. Why would he wait for that surnamed Yi to finish cultivating? The moment this figure came out, it immediately caused a stir. Heavenly Emperor Yuan was a terrifying existence above 3,500 miles, his cultivation being terrifying to the extreme. Existences the likes of Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had to bow their heads in submission in front of him. 2. Heavenly Emperor Yuan slowly walked to the vicinity of Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "This old man is Yuan. Little friend Yi finished cultivating. So are you going down the mountain?" Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I'm Yuan, offering greetings to Senior Yuan. What Senior said is right. This Yi is just about to go down the mountain." Yuan said, "Little friend Yi's formation Tao can move the gods, making this old man admire endlessly. I wonder where little friend Yi was taught. This old man wants to find a time to go and exchange views with little friend Yi. I wonder if I can." The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Heavenly Emperor Yuan, what kind of proud existence was he? He actually humbled himself in making acquaintances. Furthermore, his tone did not seem like addressing a junior, but like he was talking to a peer. Clearly, he felt that Yuan already had this qualification. Toward such existences, Yuan was long already used to it and naturally would not feel any feeling of being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. At once, Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "This Yi came from southern borders Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. If Senior Yuan is interested in coming, I'll naturally feel greatly honored by your gracious presence." "Alright, this Yi still have important matters. I'll take my leave first." Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Southern borders Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, is it? Okay, this old man has noted it down." At this time, he suddenly said in a clear voice, "If you all covet little friend Yi's Tao artifact, it's becoming enemies with this diva." This voice instantly spread throughout 8-void mountain. The heavenly emperors who had formidable strength were actually eager for action in their hearts already. After all, the allure of a Tao artifact was too strong. Furthermore, as long as Yuan left 8-void mountain's powerful restrictions, he was just a measly little Empyrean realm brat. With their late-stage heavenly emperor strength, why would they care about an Empyrean? But this sentence from Heavenly Emperor Yuan immediately dispelled their thoughts. Yuan could be offended, but Heavenly Emperor Yuan, they could not afford to offend the latter. Chapter 2261, Certain Death Scheme. With Heavenly Emperor Yuan's awe, Yuan swaggered out of 8-void mountain and left just like that. But even if there wasn't Heavenly Emperor Yuan, he would not care either. 3 great Diva realm powerhouses pursued him for 1,000,000,000 miles and failed to make him stay, let alone a few heavenly emperors. Presently, his strength made great improvements. Even if he was not a heavenly emperor's match, escaping did not pose a problem. Heavenly Emperor Yuan naturally understood this as well. It was merely offering a convenient favor. That was all. At least, His one sentence could save Yi Yuan quite a bit of trouble. When the three people left Eight Void Mountain, Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said to Riverward with clasped hands, "Senior, this Yi has other important matters and will take my leave here. If Senior is free, you can also come to Southern Border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find this Yi." He and Riverward were chance acquaintances. Yi Yuan saving him was also just happening to be present on the occasion. Presently, Shui Yuan 3 people, 2 were dead and 1 seriously injured. It was impossible to find trouble with Riverward within a short time. Riverward was a 9th firmament heavenly emperor powerful existence. Even if he was presently crippled, he had the ability to protect himself too. It was naturally not nice for Yi Yuan to overstep his boundaries. If it was too deliberate, Riverward would even think that he had some devious thoughts. Riverward's expression was complicated. Finally making up his mind, he handed the limitless god-killing bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Little friend Yi, this limitless god-killing bow, I'll give to you." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Riverward practically died, with his Tao dissipating, for the limitless god-killing bow. But now, he actually gave it to him. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. I didn't save you for it." But Riverward insisted, "Little friend Yi doesn't have to worry too much. If you covet it, you didn't need to save me at all. You could have just killed me back then. I'm giving it to you, firstly to thank your life-saving grace. Second, it's that I'm already crippled. Wanting it is useless too. So might as well give it to you." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "All right, then this Yi won't be pretentious and accept it first. In the future, when Senior's strength recovers, I'll return it to you." Riverward smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "I employed the power of my small world to escape with my life and already damaged my foundation. At present, my small world is already in ruins, becoming a dead world. How can I still recover my strength?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured. Heaven doesn't cut off all roads. Leave your injuries to me." Riverward trembled all over and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You have a way." Yi Yuan nodded and said, 100 over years ago, this Yi had once experienced a great battle, with my small world being completely devastated. Later, this Yi gained enlightenment on Tao and created the Chaos Samsara pill. That was how I recovered. Senior's injuries are largely identical with this Yi's past injury, albeit having some minor differences. After this Yi breaks through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, as long as I find suitable rank 8 spirit medicines, you can naturally recover." Riverward's eyes were originally gloomy. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he immediately had a hopeful look. This, truly, heaven doesn't cut off all roads. Being able to meet little friend Yi, heaven truly didn't forsake me. Heaven truly didn't forsake me, Riverward said with an agitated look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If Senior doesn't have anywhere to go, why not go to my Heavenly Eagle and become a permanent resident?" Riverward nodded his head repeatedly and said, "I'm all alone by myself without a tie in the world. So I'll go together with you." Finished talking, the 3 people set off once more, heading toward the southern border. Returning to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, it was already several months later. Yi Yuan ordered people to settle Riverward and Wild Blade down, and then he went to find Bai Tong. The reason why he came back was that he received Bai Tong's summons. "Brother Bai, what happened?" Yi Yuan asked. Bai Tong's expression was rather ugly. Handing a jade slip to Yi Yuan, he said, "You see for yourself." Yi Yuan's heart sank, having a foreboding premonition. Sure enough, after he looked through the things in the jade slip, his expression became extremely ugly. Ning Tianping was captured. Yi Yuan heard Ning Tianping say before, his master, Mo Lifei's enemy, was called Li Zhaoqing, and was at the eastern border's Skyfame great imperial capital. But this Li Zhaoqing had merely a peak true god cultivation. Even if he broke through to Empyrean realm, with Ning Tianping's present strength, dealing with him should not be a problem. Before leaving, Yi Yuan gave Ning Tianping quite a number of Empyrean spirit treasures. Even if he could not win, running away should not be a problem. But did not expect that Ning Tianping was actually captured. The jade slip said that Mo Lifei was already killed and Ning Tianping was imprisoned. This was nothing much. What was strange was that the other party made Yi Yuan bring 50 ranked 7 divine pills to go and redeem him. Furthermore, it could only be Yi Yuan alone. Who the other party was, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue. But Yi Yuan was certain that it was not Li Zhaoqing. Just the likes of him did not have this ability. Yi Yuan dug deep within and thought of many possibilities, but also did not think of who it was. What do you think? Yi Yuan asked Bai Tong. Bai Tong had clearly already thought it over and said in a solemn voice, this is definitely a trap. Furthermore, the person who laid down the trap understands you very well. In my view, the medicinal pills are just a cover. Their real objective is you. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Tianping has followed me for so many years, I know his disposition. Even if he dies, he also won't reveal any information about me. I'm afraid that right when Tianping left the city, he was already targeted. Bai Tong's face fell, and he said, no way, right? Could it be that we have a spy among us? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Heavenly Eagle developed too quickly these few years. Although the cohesion is very strong, wanting to watch over every aspect is clearly not too likely. It wasn't a secret that Tianping and I left Heavenly Eagle. It's also not strange that people knew. They don't dare to take action against me. So they naturally thought of a plan for Tianping. The other part clearly knows me very well and definitely laid down an inescapable net, waiting for me. Bai Tong's expression changed and he said, Then what to do? Don't go. Yi Yuan gave Bai Tong a glance. The latter's face turned red. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to not go. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping were master and servant in name, but brothers in reality. Back then, Yi Yuan killed people in a rage for Zhang Ming, who was a nobody. Now, his brother was in trouble. So how could he sit by idly and remain indifferent? Relax, the reason why they don't dare to take action against me is clearly that they don't have confidence. Moreover, I made great harvests going out this time. These are all outside of their expectations. But before this, I have to make some preparations, Yi Yuan said. Bai Tong was worried about his safety. He naturally would not blame Bai Tong. I'll go together with you, Bai Tong said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you can't go. There are definitely their informants inside and outside the city. Once they discover that you aren't in the city, they will definitely kill the hostage. Bai Tong's brows furrowed, clearly being quite worried about Yi Yuan going alone. What he was worried about was if the other party had Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. With Yi Yuan's current strength, forget about saving people, he would get captured himself too. As for spatial law, it was already something that everyone in this southern border knew about. The other party would definitely seal off the space around the area and not give Yi Yuan the chance to escape. This trap was a complete and utter scheme. You had to come whether or not you wanted to. Furthermore, the enemy was in the dark and Yi Yuan was in the light. This was virtually a certain death scheme. Chapter 2262, A Stroke of Genius. Skyfame Great Imperial Capital was not the same as other cities, with endless streams of horses and carriages, being so crowded with people. Yi Yuan arrived outside the city gates and could not help being taken aback. A girl was standing there, already welcoming him. The girl, greeted with folded hands at the lower right side and smiled brightly as she said, Ziyu has been waiting here for a long time. Sir seems to be very surprised to see Ziyu. This woman was none other than the Rong Ziyu who he happened to meet once before. Rong Ziyu was Southridge 10 Nations Cloudjade Imperial City's princess, who later entered Linghua Pavilion. Back then, she instigated behind the scenes to have people frame Zhang Jadehel. Later, under Yi Yuan's compelling power, Rong Ziyu had no choice but to come over and extend a formal apology. Yi Yuan did not expect that it was actually this woman controlling everything at the back. What deep scheming! Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, you're of the divine race. At that time, Yi Yuan knew absolutely nothing about the divine race and did not detect Rong Ziyu's abnormality. Meeting again now, he recognized it with one look. This time, it was Rong Ziyu's turn to be surprised. She was first taken aback, and then she immediately smiled and said, Sir actually knows about the divine race. Then Ziyu needs to reintroduce herself. Divine race's hidden lineage's divine daughter, Rong Ziyu, pays respect to Sir Yi. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Yu Mengli being captured was to be this whatever divine daughter. He did not expect that he would actually encounter another divine daughter. A surge of killing intent immediately gushed out. Rong Ziyu was rather surprised by Yi Yuan's reaction. It was still alright previously, but upon mentioning, divine daughter, 2 words, Yi Yuan's expression immediately changed. Hidden lineage, looks like the divine race being suppressed in the abyss world, your hidden lineage escaped a calamity. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Rong Ziyu said in surprise, looks like Sir knows a lot about the divine race's secrets. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, not just no, but this Yi even almost killed a divine son in the profound lineage's ninth elder. Hope that you aren't so unlucky to end up in my hands this time. Rong Ziyu opened her mouth wide, a look of shock as she said, profound lineage's ninth elder. Impossible. The 9 elders are the strongest people in the race. With your strength, you can't even survive one move under his hands at all. Rong Ziyu naturally knew what kind of figures the 9 elders were. So in her view, Yi Yuan's boasting was a little too big. Yi Yuan said coolly, is that so? Isn't the two worlds passageway about to link up soon? You can find Ninja Origin to confirm it, see if I'm bragging or not. Also, you all have an ancestor called Dameld. An arm was cut off by me. I don't know where he ran to now. Rong Ziyu's face was full of shock. Those were all the divine race's legendary class figures out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Especially Dameld, that was a peak powerhouse of the previous epic. Absolutely not just anyone knew about these things. Furthermore, with her understanding of Yi Yuan, it was impossible for her to talk through her hat. Could it be that he really did it before? This was too scary. She drew a deep breath, her expression slightly awkward as she said, Sir, please follow me. Yi Yuan followed Rong Ziyu into the city but discovered that the people in the city were few and far between. Furthermore, the people here were all very strange, a murderous aura faintly loomed on each person. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly recalling something. These people are all from the Death Soul Gate. The Death Soul Gate is your divine race's organization. Yi Yuan suddenly paused his footsteps and asked. Rong Ziyu raised her eyebrows and praised, really can't hide anything from Sir. Yi, that's right. The Death Soul Gate was single-handedly established by our hidden lineage. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, in that case, the ones who attacked Heavenly Eagle back then and wanted to bring me away, those were your people too. Rong Ziyu did not hide it and nodded her head and said, that's right. It was single-handedly arranged by me. Yi Yuan's fury loomed and he said in a cold voice, looks like this Yi's grudges with the divine race are really quite a lot. Rong Ziyu smiled sweetly and said, Sir Yi, rest assured. These grudges will be resolved very soon. Yi Yuan looked at her and said, looks like you're very confident in being able to keep this Yi here. Rong Ziyu smiled and said, in order to capture Sir, Ziyu paid a considerable price. If this can't keep Sir as well, Ziyu this divine daughter can't carry on anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then let's wait and see. Yi Yuan followed Rong Ziyu and arrived at the City Lord Manor. Upon entering the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan detected that the nearby space was already thoroughly confined, unable to teleport at all. It seemed like what Rong Ziyu said was right. She really schemed for a long time in order to deal with him. Arriving in the hall, an old man slowly came up and bowed to Rong Ziyu and said, Your Highness, divine daughter. Rong Ziyu nodded slightly and said, Uncle Song, Sir Yi has already been invited, but what surprised this divine daughter is that he actually understands our divine race very well. This makes things a little difficult for me. Uncle Song was slightly surprised and said, since that's the case, kill and be done with it. Rong Ziyu shook her head and said, Sir Yi is someone who is born in response to the general trend of situation. He is bound to be part of that group of people who decides the Heavenspan world's direction in the future. If such a person can be utilized by me, he shall be a great aid to our divine race trampling the Heavenspan world. Sir Yi, do you know why I had to invite you over? Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly and he said, why? Rong Ziyu heaved a sigh and said, actually, our mission is to take over the extreme nether bodhidharma without a sound. But you rose too quickly, and you completely stirred up the waters of extreme nether bodhidharma. Resulting to the current situation, the southern border became your world alone. The divine race's plans in the southern border were all disrupted by you alone. However, this divine daughter admires you greatly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, I want to see Ning Tianping. Rong Ziyu smiled and said, bluffed you, Ning Tianping isn't here at all. You can't see Ning Tianping. As long as you stay in Death Soul Gate and do things for this divine daughter, he'll be fine all the way. But, if you insist on opposing the divine race, then, apologies. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, is that so? Then I wonder, Your Highness divine daughter's life and Ning Tianping's life, which is more valuable? He. Sir Yi really loves to joke around. You seem to have forgotten, this place is my territory. Rong Ziyu laughed until she shook with laughter. It was as if she heard a very hilarious joke. A cold cry came over Rong Ziyu's laughter abruptly stopped. Yi Yuan rushed toward Rong Ziyu like an arrow that left the bow. But right at this time, Dao marks inside the hall glimmered, and they actually cracked Yi Yuan's heavenly Dao true word in an instant. Uncle Song's figure flashed and directly clashed with Yi Yuan. Behind him, Rong Ziyu kept giggling away and said, "Sir Yi underestimates Ziyu too much. Your heavenly Dao true word is famous throughout the southern border. So how can Ziyu not guard against it? Without the heavenly Dao true word, you're like a tiger without teeth. I want to see how you'll capture this divine daughter." But right at this time, there was a blue blur before Uncle Song's eyes. It was only to see countless swords appear in front of him, filling the entire hall. Uncle Song's pupils constricted and he cried out in shock, "Sword formation." A sword formation formed with 1,000 Empyrean spirit treasures. Chapter 2263, What you grasped was merely the past me. Within the hall, countless swords interwove to form a tight web, enveloping over toward Uncle Song. Empyrean spirit treasures were nothing in front of heavenly emperors. In fact, their casual blows could annihilate Empyrean spirit treasures. But a sword formation formed out of 1,000 Empyrean spirit treasures was absolutely an unprecedentedly grand occasion. 1,000 absolute extinction sword formation, kill. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, soul force pouring out frantically, controlling the flying swords to charge toward Uncle Song. This was one of the trump cards that Yi Yuan prepared. After 7 years of enlightenment, Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments already shocked even Diva realm powerhouses. How powerful was the sword formation that he comprehended? This sword formation was formed by thousands of peak Empyrean spirit treasures. Its power was even more extraordinary. Presently, Yi Yuan sat on 60% of the southern border's profits, his wealth rivaling a nation. Before coming, he spent a huge sum of money and bought 1024 flying swords from the Myriad Treasure Tower in one go through Empyrean Flutterfeather. At that time, it scared Empyrean Flutterfeather badly. This trump card could be said to be Yi Yuan's strongest ace in the hole at the moment. This move fused formation Dao source and sword Dao source. The might of its power could already rival heavenly emperors. 1,000 flying swords turned into one streak of light after another. 8 mark heavenly Dao realm, how powerful was it? Dao marks glimmered indeterminately on Uncle Song's body, who already unleashed all of his abilities, attempting to rush out of the sword web. But he could not charge out at all. Although his attacks were powerful, this sword formation was like a quagmire. His strength was instantly cut into countless pieces. Formation Dao source plus sword Dao source was not so easy to crack. If this move matched up against Empyreans, it was basically an instant kill. No matter how monstrous your strength was, there was also absolutely no possibility of surviving. In virtually an instant, a berserk power leveled the entire City Lord Manor to the ground. Heavenly Emperor level battle was not what an Empyrean level City Lord Manor could contend with at all. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, directly circling around Uncle Song, and charging over toward Rong Ziyu. It was quicker than words could convey. From Yi Yuan suddenly making a move to releasing the sword formation, then to Yi Yuan sneak attacking Rong Ziyu, it was merely a matter of an instant. Rong Ziyu thought that victory was within grasp but did not expect that Yi Yuan broke through Uncle Song in a blink of an eye, and arrived in front of her, scaring her until she turned pale from fear, and turned tail and ran. However, Rong Ziyu's contingency was clearly more than just this. In the instant the City Lord Manor turned to dust, 3 powerful to the extreme auras appeared once more, arriving with a howl. 3 human heavenly emperor powerhouses. These 3 great heavenly emperors were all the Death Soul Gate's upper echelons, all summoned by Rong Ziyu to deal with Yi Yuan. But they had not made a move yet and Yi Yuan already struck first to gain the advantage. The nearby space was sealed off. They were unable to teleport over and instead had Yi Yuan take the initiative. Getting caught in one's own trap was talking about this, right? But heavenly emperors were heavenly emperors after all. With the 3 people's speed, they were swift to the extreme, virtually rushing over in a blink of an eye. The 3 people each unleashed a big move. Terrifying power directly sent the houses within a radius of several miles all flying. 3 great heavenly emperors relieving the besieged by besieging the besiegers, attacking the key points that Yi Yuan must defend, only to strive for a bit of time. Yi Yuan was in space and unable to save himself at all. He could only forcefully withstand this blow. But right then, a golden bow suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hands. The momentum in the field changed again. An aura of great Tao made the group of heavenly emperors change expressions abruptly. Tao artifact. The three great heavenly emperors as well as Rong Xiyu were all extremely shocked when they saw the limitless god-killing bow. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation, crying out loudly, "Sword come!" A terrifying surge of power instantly thrashed out. Presently, Yi Yuan already broke through to become an 8th firmament Empyrean. His divine essence reserve was more than 10 times stronger compared to before. The power of this arrow was also formidable to the extreme. What was even more fatal was that the three great heavenly emperors were too close to Yi Yuan. In the past, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was several million miles away and was even seriously injured by this arrow, let alone these three people. It was only to hear a loud bang. The three great heavenly emperors spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figures directly being blasted flying out. But Yi Yuan borrowed the recoil force and flew even faster towards Rong Xiyu. Only to hear a dragon roar, the spirit of a true dragon suddenly descended, a foot stepping down. Rong Xiyu hurriedly turned around to block, but with her strength, how could she be Yi Yuan's match? This foot directly kicked her until she spewed fresh blood wildly. Yi Yuan hurriedly caught up, hands moving like lightning, thoroughly sealing Rong Xiyu away before letting out a long sigh in relief. From him making a move until now, merely 2 breaths of time passed. Everything developed too quickly. Yi Yuan virtually used all of his trump cards in an instant. Trapping the divine race, defeating heavenly emperors, imprisoning the divine daughter. All of the actions were completed in one go. Yi Yuan dispelled the sword formation, his entire person already like he was hauled out of the water, long already drenched completely. These 2 breaths of time practically exhausted all of his strength. Rong Xiyu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, her face not daring to believe it. How did he do it? An Empyrean realm powerhouse defeated 4 heavenly emperor experts in a blink of an eye and captured her. This sort of thing was really too inconceivable. Uncle Song looked at the ghastly wounds on his body and drew a cold breath. A human Empyrean used a sword formation and hurt him. Before this, Her Highness Divine Daughter said that one must not lower their guard when dealing with Yi Yuan, and they had to bet it all on one throw. Hence, Rong Xiyu redeployed 3 of the Death Soul Gate's heavenly emperor experts from various places. Toward Rong Xiyu's way of doing things, he still felt very disdainful at that time. Just a mere Empyrean brat, with him around, was it worth kicking up such a big fuss over nothing? However, Rong Xiyu told him that the clan was currently in need of manpower. Otherwise, she would deploy 2nd Firmament Heavenly Emperors, even 3rd Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse is over. But earlier, Yi Yuan used 2 breaths of time to tell him that their kicking up of a fuss was still not enough. This human was completely different from the humans in his impression. I still underestimated you. Your strength improved too quickly. Rong Xiyu said with a bitter smile. She had always paid a lot of attention to Yi Yuan, and she could be said to know all about him. Yi Yuan made a grand display of invincible might at the southern border, fighting until the southern border alliance threw away their helmet and coat of mail in utter disarray. So how could she be unaware? Spatial law, heavenly Tao true word, so on and so forth, she knew all about it. Therefore, she made meticulously done preparations to lure Yi Yuan over this time. But it still failed. Yi Yuan captured her alive under the besiegement of 4 great heavenly emperors. Yi Yuan's terrifying sword formation as well as Tao artifact far exceeded her expectations. She wanted to capture Yi Yuan, but she did not expect to throw herself in. Yi Yuan's palm pressed at the back of Rong Xiyu, and he said calmly, "Actually, before I came, I didn't have confidence either. But after seeing you, I felt confident in my heart. You want to show off in front of me, and wash away the humiliation of yesteryear. You thought that you grasped everything and understood everything about me, but you don't know that my strength is improving every minute, every second. What you grasped was merely the past me." Chapter 2264, Secret of the Divine Race. Someone like you is too dangerous. Looks like I shouldn't have thought about soliciting you. Rong Xiyu's face was full of bitter smiles. Her estimation of Yi Yuan was already as high as possible. One could say that even a heavenly emperor powerhouse would find it hard to escape her control too. But who could have thought that a measly Empyrean defeated 4 great heavenly emperors in an instant, and took her prisoner? Too late. Bring me to go find Ning Tianping. Yi Yuan said coolly. Rong Xiyu shook her head and said, I've already imprisoned him in the clan. You can detain me here and have Uncle Song bring him here. He wanted to use Ning Tianping to blackmail Yi Yuan, and then to render him for her use. Therefore, she had the idea of imprisoning Ning Tianping long-term and sent him to the clan. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "No need. I'll go together with you all." Rong Ziyu's gaze turned sharp and she said in a cold voice, "Impossible. My hidden lineage has been living in seclusion for as long as 1,000,000,000,000 years. No outsider has ever gone in before. If you go, I'll be the hidden lineage's sinner." But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "There's always an exception. Since your hidden lineage has already come out of seclusion, how long more can you remain hidden? At this point, going or not isn't up to you anymore." Finished talking, Yi Yuan tapped on Rong Ziyu's back, the latter involuntarily opened her mouth and Yi Yuan directly threw a medicinal pill in. "You." Rong Ziyu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of shock and anger. "This medicinal pill is called Adversity Life-Chasing Pill. It is a poison that I specially refined. This poison is akin to bone-festering maggots. It will burrow into every inch of your flesh after entering the body, unable to be purged at all. Furthermore, after your body is completely necrotic, it will even take effect on your divine soul, making your soul disintegrate, never to reincarnate for all of eternity. You should know my alchemy Dao strength. If you don't, believe me, you can give it a try," Yi Yuan said coolly. Making Rong Ziyu swallow the poison, Yi Yuan did not care about her anymore. Her life and death was already in his control. Rong Ziyu smiled coldly and said, "You think that I'll be threatened by you? Even if I die, I also won't bring you to the clan." Yi Yuan stared at Rong Ziyu, looking until the latter felt her hair stand on end. Suddenly, Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Looks like you still haven't given up. Your divine race only has one divine son and one divine daughter for every lineage. They are all existences that will become 8 marks heavenly Dao realm and above in the future. Your divine race, you are few in population to begin with. Even though you've recuperated and built up energy for many years, it's probably less than 1/10,000th of the human race too, right? I wonder how great an impact a divine daughter dying will have on your hidden lineage. If there was no battle with Ninyorigin, Yi Yuan also would not know so many things about the divine race. Divine sons and divine daughters were extremely hard to come by, they could be said to be the lineage's future. Some inklings of this could be seen from Ninyorigins' attitude toward Yu Mengli. Therefore, Yi Yuan was certain that the hidden lineage definitely would not sit idly by and watch Rong Ziyu die. Sure enough, Rong Ziyu's expression turned stiff, and she was immediately like a ball that deflated. "All right, you win," Yi Yuan said. "I also want another person. Li Zhaoqing should be a member of the Death Soul Gate, right?" This Skyfame Great Imperial Capital already became the headquarters of the Death Soul Gate. Very clearly, Li Zhaoqing was a member of the Death Soul Gate. In fact, Yi Yuan suspected that Mo Lifei and Li Zhaoqing's grudge back then was sowed when the Death Soul Gates moved out back then. Mo Lifei died, his Dao dissipating, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul and escaping. Rong Ziyu nodded and said, "Uncle Song, you take care of this matter." Uncle Song was helpless and could only comply. Middle Realm, Windri's great imperial capital. This was a great imperial capital under Heavenly Emperor Zion's command, a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. It was incomparably flourishing. Yi Yuan followed Rong Ziyu and arrived at the busiest inn in Windri's great imperial capital, arriving at the best room. Rong Ziyu took out a jade ornament and pushed the door and entered. Yi Yuan felt himself pass through a thin membrane, and it was another world in front of him. This scene made Yi Yuan click his tongue in wonder. Capable people hope to rely on the surrounding environment to forget about worldly affairs, well deserving of being the hidden lineage, indeed have a knack. Yi Yuan marveled with admiration. With his spatial law and formation Dao attainments, he did not even discover that a small world was hidden behind this door. Most likely, it was even less likely for the Heavenspan world's major powers to know that the powerful divine race was hidden right under their eyelids. Rong Ziyu shot him a glare and said in a chilly voice, "For 1,000,000,000 years, you're the first human to enter this place. But you don't be happy too early as well, the small world's entrance changes frequently. Since you entered, this entrance won't open anymore in the future. Your divine race is so powerful. Why would there be a hidden lineage like you all?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Although the divine race is powerful, propagation is too difficult. Many powerhouses completely don't have progenies after living for 1,000,000,000 years. In order to maintain the propagation of the race, an ancestor of our divine race proposed to start another lineage outside of the 8 lineages, which is the hidden lineage. The significance of our hidden lineage's existence is for the sake of the propagation of the race. Rong Ziyu did not conceal it either as she said. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he asked, propagation? Isn't it very difficult for your divine race to propagate? Could it be that starting an independent lineage can multiply? Rong Ziyu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, our divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Apart from our own propagation, there's still a portion that comes from the heavenspan world's various races. Human race, demon race, fiend race, and other races all have an extremely small chance of giving birth to a divine race member. It's just that this chance is far too low. Some people won't even awaken all their life. Our hidden lineage's mission is to find these people and make them awaken, obtaining Heavenly Tao's recognition. Back then, when you returned to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, my divine race bloodline had just awakened not long and was chosen to be the hidden lineage's divine daughter. That's why my strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing what Rong Ziyu said, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Rong Ziyu was very surprised too. In her impression, Yi Yuan was always calm and composed. Even when facing the besieging of 4 great heavenly emperors, his expression did not change too. What was with this now? How can it be? How can it be? Yi Yuan muttered to himself, battered out of his senses. What's wrong with you? Rong Ziyu asked curiously. Yi Yuan trembled all over. Grabbing hold of Rong Ziyu, he asked fiercely, could it be that divine race powerhouses will also be born in small worlds? Rong Ziyu nodded and said, that's of course. Although this chance is extremely low, in a trillion small worlds, the living things can't even be calculated in quadrillions. Such a large cardinal number, there will naturally be countless divine race powerhouses born every day. It's just that in small worlds, the lifespan of martial artists is too short. And our divine race's numbers are scarce, our energy limited, and are simply unable to attend to it. Otherwise, how can our divine race's status be what the human race can shake? Yi Yuan's finger joints clenched until they creaked, his entire body trembling. He had always been curious, why Ninjarigen would settle on Yu Mengli and choose her as divine daughter. It turned out that Li Er was actually really a member of the divine race. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt lost, his entire person like it was drained empty. Chapter 2265, Who was more lowly? Yi Yuan and Li Er had always marched forward hand in hand, and he naturally knew her background. He completely did not believe that Li Er was part of the divine race. She was clearly a human. So how could she possibly become a divine daughter of the divine race? But Rong Ziyu's words completely subverted Yi Yuan's understanding. Soul and flesh fusing into one. Could it be soul and flesh fusing into one? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth and said, that's right, a distinguishing trait of the divine race is soul and flesh unification. But the compatibility of soul and flesh unification is different, the physique will be different too, and the cultivation potential will also be different. The higher the compatibility, the more one can get Heavenly Tao's recognition, and the faster the cultivation speed too. The divine race doesn't cultivate the world, we only cultivate Heavenly Tao. See cough. Rong Ziyu said. Suddenly, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, choking Rong Ziyu's neck firmly. An unrestrained killing intent instantly burst forth. What dogshit divine race? You all are merely humans too. It's just that the cultivation method you cultivate is different. Having a high and mighty appearance all day long, do you think that you're very impressive? If I want to kill you, it's the same as killing a dog. See cough, cough, let go of me. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were blood red. A berserk killing intent pressured Rong Ziyu until she was virtually unable to breathe. She did not understand why Yi Yuan would suddenly become like this. A berserk killing intent billowed to the sky, alarming the powerhouses in the small world very quickly. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerful auras appeared at the entrance area. They were shockingly all 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm divine race powerhouses. When everyone saw a human actually clutching the neck of Divine Daughter, with a murderous look, they could not help being alarmed and furious. A divine race powerhouse said in a chilly voice, insolence. A lowly human dares to act atrociously on my divine race's territory. Quickly let go of Her Highness Divine Daughter. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial ground. One powerful aura after another locked onto Yi Yuan firmly. As long as he acted rashly without careful consideration, they would immediately kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head and stared fiercely at that 8 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouse. That was just an initial stage 8 marks heavenly Dao realm, his strength similar to Uncle Song. Lowly human, hoo-hoo, divine race's major power, let this Yi take a look at how much capability you have, to dare talk wildly like so. Yi Yuan did not say another word. Over 1,000 flying swords instantly came out, rushing over towards that divine race powerhouse. In virtually an instant, that divine race powerhouse was swept into the sword formation. Yi Yuan controlled the flying swords, transforming them into a sword rain that filled the entire sky, rending apart frantically. When the other divine race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was wildly in shock. An Empyrean realm human actually fought with the divine race's 8 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouses until neither could gain the upper hand. What a powerful sword formation! What thick divine essence! Such astonishing soul force! There is still such a powerful existence among humans. How is it possible? Our divine race is the supreme race among the heavenspan world's myriad races. How can a lowly human possibly be so strong? Yi Yuan's realm was naturally beneath their notice. But the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made them all draw cold breaths. If Yi Yuan was in the same realm as them, killing them would merely be a matter of raising a hand. No need to be in the same realm. Even if it was a realm lower, they also did not dare say that they could be Yi Yuan's match. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed was this formidable, powerful until it made these divine race powerhouses endlessly terrified too. Suddenly, the few of them exchanged a look, all revealing a hint of killing intent. But at this time, Rong Xiyu finally caught her breath and hurriedly yelled, "Clan elders, you mustn't kill him." A late stage 8 marks heavenly Dao realm powerful existence frowned and said, "Your Highness divine daughter, what happened? Why did you bring a human to the false divine world?" Rong Xiyu bit her lips lightly and said with a bitter smile, "Uncle Ming, he's called Yi Yuan. He's a human alchemy Dao powerhouse. I originally set up a trap, wanting to solicit him. Who knew that he actually captured me alive under the pincer attacks of Uncle Song and 3 human heavenly emperors. Now, I'm inflicted with his poison and can only be at his whims." What? Those divine race powerhouses all cried out in surprise, their faces not daring to believe it. Uncle Ming said in shock, 4 rank 8 powerhouses. There's even a divine race among them. How did he do it? Heavenly emperors were invincible. This was not just common knowledge in the human world. It was similarly the common view of the divine race. It was impossible for 7 marks heavenly Dao realm to defeat 8 marks heavenly Dao realm. Even if it was a divine son or divine daughter, it would not work either. Yi Yuan rivaling an 8 marks heavenly Dao realm was already sufficiently shocking. But Rong Xiyu said that he captured Rong Xiyu alive under the pincer attacks of 4 great heavenly emperors. This battle achievement was seriously too astonishing. At this time, an old figure slowly walked out. Rong Ziyu's expression changed, and she bowed down. Ziyu admits her error and asks 3rd Elder Ru Feng for punishment. This old person was the rank 3rd powerhouse among the hidden clan's 9 elders. "Your Highness divine daughter, you were too reckless this time," Ru Feng said. Rong Xiyu nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Xiyu will ask for punishment from head elder." But Ru Feng's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his gaze radiating a brilliant light. Clearly, this human's power greatly exceeded his understanding. Yi Yuan's battle with the divine race powerhouse, the scales were already gradually leaning toward Yi Yuan's side. Under the frenzied attacks of Yi Yuan's sword formation, the other party's strength was already somewhat faltering. Defeat or even being killed was something inevitable. In the battle with Uncle Song previously, Yi Yuan's sword formation only wanted to trap him, and he did not deploy full strength. Furthermore, at that time, Yi Yuan was multitasking, and he also had a large amount of energy held up. It was naturally impossible to go all out. But even so, Uncle Song was still injured. But now, under Yi Yuan's sullen anger, his combat strength was fearsome to the extreme, completely unleashing the power of the 1000 absolute extinction sword formation without holding back in the slightest. How astonishing was the power! Ru Feng's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a clear voice, "Young friend, please stop, we can talk things through." Yi Yuan completely ignored him. Instead, his mind stirred and the power of the sword formation became even stronger. Ru Feng gave a cold snort, pointed a finger out, Dao marks flashed. A terrifying power assaulted Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently going crazy when suddenly, alarm bells went off, and he hurriedly urged the sword formation to block. A myriad sword lights coiled around before barely managing to block this burst of power. It was also Ru Feng who did not dare to overly offend Yi Yuan. Otherwise, his one strike, Yi Yuan would die without a doubt. The sword formation dispelled. The pressure on that divine race powerhouse eased up, and intense pain came from his body. At this time, the clothing on his body was long already shredded into ribbons by the sword lights. He was covered in bleeding wounds from head to toe. Although it was not fatal, the injuries were not light either. Realizing Ru Feng was there, that divine race powerhouse could not help turning red. He, an exalted divine race's 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, actually lost to a human Empyrean realm martial artist. This matter would probably become a standing joke in the clan. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sneer, "Divine race's powerhouse, you're a major realm higher than me, but you can't even beat me, this lowly human. If I am so, then what are you considered then?" That divine race powerhouse wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Yi Yuan's words were really too sarcastic. Chapter 2266, Bullying the Divine Race for Having No One. Face slapping. A blatant face slapping. Yi Yuan viciously dealt a slap in front of a group of divine race 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses. The divine race was incomparably proud and completely did not place other races in their sights. But now, there was a human that they looked down on who jumped a major realm and defeated a divine race powerhouse. What else was more ironic than this? Ru Feng's expression was very ugly, and he endured his anger as he said, "This young friend, no matter how heaven-defying you are, you're also merely just at the Empyrean realm. It's still not your turn to come and act wildly in my divine clan." Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, "You're one of the 9 hidden clan elders, right? Stop posing in front of this Yi. It's not like this Yi hasn't exchanged blows with someone like you before. Wasn't he still forcefully knocked down a major realm by me and almost died?" Yi Yuan was not someone who liked to flaunt his prowess, but his heart was currently very tumultuous, with his belly full of evil fire with nowhere to give vent. He needed to find an outlet to vent out. The divine race was the best relief outlet. Let alone that what he said was the truth. Even if it was the 9 elders, what qualifications did they have to posture in front of him? When he fought with Niniorigen was at his peak state but was forcefully knocked down a major realm by Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan's strength was no idea how many times stronger than that time, at the risk of seriously damaging his small world, it was not like he had no chance of finishing Ru Feng off. How exalted was Ru Feng's status? When had he been opposed by people like this before? He gave a cold snort and said angrily, "Brat, it's got to go through your head when you're bragging too. If not for having misgivings with regards to Divine Daughter, you'd already be a dead man now. Come, men, bring that imprisoned human here." "No need, I'll go personally," Yi Yuan said coldly. Ru Feng said in a cold voice, "No way. How can my hidden clan's sacred land be blasphemed by you, a human?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's not up to you." Ru Feng was angered until his beard billowed, and he glared as he said furiously, "Brat, don't think too highly of yourself. Could it be that you think my divine race doesn't have alchemists?" Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, "I'll give you a chance. You bring Rong Ziyu to go and detoxify the poison, and I'll go and meet Ning Tianping. If you can resolve Rong Ziyu's poison, what's the harm in me and Ning Tianping staying here?" Showing contempt, Yi Yuan was bullying the divine race for having no one. Ru Feng said with a cold smile, "Ignorant and impudent. This old man will let you die wholeheartedly convinced. Kong Ming, you bring this boy to go meet that human, I'll bring Divine Daughter to go detoxify the poison." Kong Ming bowed and said, "Yes, Third Elder." Rong Ziyu looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not knowing why he would suddenly have a great change in temperament. She could feel that Yi Yuan was extremely averse toward the divine race. Furthermore, he had even fought with divine race powerhouses before. Could it be that he had his closed ones die in the hands of the divine race? Sending Yi Yuan away with his eyes, Ru Feng said to Rong Ziyu, "This brat's arrogance is even greater than his strength. This old man hasn't had killing intent aroused for so many years. It's the first time, today." Rong Ziyu smiled bitterly and said, "He originally wasn't like this. No idea why just now, he suddenly became like this." Ru Feng waved his hand and said, "Doesn't matter anymore. Either way, he's already a dead man. Come, go with me to detoxify the poison. After talking, Ru Feng brought Rong Ziyu and returned to the clan. The divine race had many alchemy powerhouses too. Logically speaking, Rong Ziyu should be very confident. But no idea why, she kept feeling that it would not be so easy. For Yi Yuan to dare come with her, it showed that he was very confident in this poison. Was Yi Yuan's alchemy strength really even more formidable than those 8 marks powerhouses in the clan? A hidden clan's medicinal hut. It was the place where the hidden clan's alchemy path powerhouses normally studied medicinal pills. The divine race's alchemy path was a unique school of thought, but they were mostly from various races. Hence, the essence of alchemy path was mostly the same. At this time, inside the medicinal hut, the hidden clan's numerous 8-star alchemy gods were gathered together, planning on detoxifying Rong Ziyu's poison. Even though Yi Yuan considered everything and everyone beneath his notice, his strength was placed there, Ru Feng really did not dare to underestimate. Therefore, those he called over were all the hidden clan's alchemy bigshots. Lin Yi, you're the most proficient in detoxifying poison. You help Divine Daughter to take a look. Ru Feng said to an old man. The old man nodded slightly and said with disdain, leave it to me. A human Empyrean realm child, what powerful poison can he refine? Third Elder, I think that you can go and execute that punk right now. I heard that that punk was very arrogant. Ru Feng frowned and said, better take a look first. Divine Daughter said that this boy is very formidable. It is best to be careful. Lin Yi had a disdainful look and placed his hand on Rong Ziyu's wrist, and he started reading her pulse. Everyone quietened down, casting their gazes toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face originally had a look of contempt. But gradually, even he did not notice that his look of disdain gradually faded away, and what replaced it was a solemn expression on his face. Following that, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, becoming heavily wrinkled. The mood of the surrounding crowd also became increasingly more tense along with his brows. How can it be? How can it be? Lin Yu repeatedly shook his head and said. Seeing Lin Yi let go, even though he knew that there was no hope, Ru Feng still asked. How is it? Lin Yi shook his head and said, this poison is so formidable. This old man can't cure it. This toxicity has already fused into one with Her Highness Divine Daughter's fleshly body. Unless Her Highness Divine Daughter abandons her fleshly body, otherwise, there's no way to cure it at all. At this time, an old man who was sitting at the side said with a disbelieving look, what a joke. Can there still be a poison that can't be cured in this world? No matter how powerful the poison, there's a method to cure it. After talking, he also started to diagnose Rong Ziyu's condition. When Lin Yi saw this, he said, Zhao Cheng's medicinal path is extremely strong. He might have a way. Ru Feng nodded his head and could only wait for Zhao Cheng's diagnosis. But the change in expression on his face was virtually cut from the same cloth as Lin Yi's. Finally, it turned into a long sigh and he shook his head and said, this poison, this old man can't cure it. Ru Feng naturally did not give up and had these alchemy experts take turns to diagnose Rong Ziyu. But the final outcome was exactly the same. Toward this poison, they were all at a loss on what to do. In the beginning, Ru Feng was still brimming with confidence. But later, he finally understood how terrifying this poison was. The poison that a human Empyrean refined, no one in the entire hidden lineage could cure it. He was previously still pledging in all solemnity in front of Yi Yuan, who knew that he had his face slapped in a blink of an eye. Rong Ziyu's expression also dimmed. But compared to the rest, she was mentally prepared long ago. Having these people look was merely looking for psychological comfort. She knew that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were already hiked to a sky-high price in the southern border. The price was even higher than Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. Even rank 8 divine pills were not as valuable as Yi Yuan's medicinal pills too. How could the poison that such an alchemy expert refined be easy to resolve? If it was really easy to cure, would Yi Yuan be silly enough to take the initiative to come to the hidden clan with her? Ru Feng's expression was very dark. At the thought of Yi Yuan's gloating face, he almost wanted to vomit blood. He gathered the alchemy powerhouses in the entire clan, attempting to slap Yi Yuan's face. Who knew that in the end, he was slapped resoundingly. Chapter 2267, Taken Down. Seeing Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan's anger that had just subsided surged up with a whoosh again. The current Ning Tianping was nailed onto a cross by 4 nails. The 4 nails emitted powerful undulations, they were clearly not ordinary objects. Ning Tianping was covered in blackish-red bloodstains from top to bottom, without an intact spot. Feeling the murderous aura coming off of Yi Yuan's body, Kong Ming went on alert. He had witnessed before Yi Yuan's strength. Once this boy went berserk, he would really be not easy to handle. However, Yi Yuan did not explode. Instead, he walked in front of Ning Tianping step by step, and pulled off the nails on his 4 limbs. Yi Yuan carried him on his back and slowly walked out. Seeing this scene, Kong Ming's heart eased up slightly. Luckily, this brat knew to be scared. Leaving the dungeon, Kong Ming said, "Now that the person is already handed to you, you can go and remove the poison in Divine Daughter's body already, right?" Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned. Kong Ming was startled inwardly, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Inside the dungeon, a series of tragic cries suddenly came over. Kong Ming's expression changed wildly, and he yelled angrily, "When did you, damn it?" He rushed in to take a look. Miserable screams lingered in the ears inside the dungeon. Countless flying swords were wandering around inside the dungeon. The flying swords seemed to have eyes, killing people on sight. There was no way to avoid them at all. In just this short while, the guards and prisoners inside the dungeon were already pretty much dead. 1,000 over flying swords. How many were there to be enough for Yi Yuan to kill? Below Heavenly Emperor, no one could block Yi Yuan's one sword at all. In a blink, Yi Yuan killed off the divine race members inside the dungeon, sparing none. When he just came out, Yi Yuan quietly hid the flying swords inside the void with a spatial mystic art. With Kong Ming's spatial law attainments, he was unable to detect it at all. After they came out of the dungeon, Yi Yuan suddenly activated his sword formation and killed off all the people in the dungeon in a blink of an eye. Finished massacring, the flying swords flew out of the dungeon obediently. Kong Ming gave an angry roar and bellowed, "Impudent thing! Do you really take it that this old man doesn't dare to kill you?" The divine race's members, each one, was extremely precious. The hidden lineage had searched in the heavenspan world for no idea how many years, and they were very meticulous and careful, akin to treading on thin ice. That was how they acquired such a number of powerhouses. What a terrific fellow! Yi Yuan killed several hundred clan members in one go, so how could Kong Ming not be furious? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Sorry about that. With the likes of you, you really don't have this ability. Just take this today as a bit of interest. My scores with your divine race still have yet to be settled." Done talking, Yi Yuan took a step and directly shuttled into the void. Kong Ming's gaze turned intent, his expression becoming incomparably ugly as he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "What profound spatial law. This boy's means are really a lot." Done talking, his figure moved, chasing after. Yi Yuan arrived in the clan, but he just happened to see Ru Feng bringing Rong Ziyu out. As for the rest, they had already left respectively. Yi Yuan had a cold look, carrying Ning Tianping and walking by them, heading straight in the direction of the medicinal hut. Ru Feng could not help choking. This boy directly treated them as heir. Suddenly, Ru Feng was startled and said, "Where's Kong Ming?" His voice had yet to fade when Kong Ming rushed over, his expression ugly as he said, "Third elder, this brat he. Ru Feng's face fell and he said, "What did he do?" "He secretly hid flying swords in the void. After we exited the dungeon, he released the flying swords and killed all of the clan members in the dungeon." Kong Ming said with uncontrollable rage. "What?" Everyone cried out in shock. Immediately, Ru Feng's fury billowed to the sky. A powerful to the extreme pressure enveloped Yi Yuan firmly. "Boy, could it be that you really take it that this elder doesn't dare to kill you?" His figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path as he said angrily. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance. A strange curve suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth. Not knowing why, Ru Feng's heart suddenly thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. While right at this time, a young man dressed in the appearance of a medicine boy ran over and exclaimed in alarm, "Third elder, things are bad. Master he's poisoned." As that medicine boy said, a cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from his body, then he fell to the ground, convulsing endlessly. Before long, he kicked the bucket. Seeing this scene, Ru Feng only felt a chill run down his back. The medicine boy's master was none other than precisely Lin Yi. Lin Yi was poisoned. Before he could react, another medicine boy ran over, and he said roughly the same words as the one before. In a blink, he also fell to the ground and croaked. Ru Feng's head suddenly exploded and he roared angrily at Yi Yuan, "What the hell did you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, Those who take the adversity life-chasing pill, every inch of their skin and flesh will be poisoned from head to toe. And she will become a source of poison. For those who have had physical contact with her before, the poison will spread to that person through the skin. And once it spreads, the toxicity will become 100 times stronger than the poison source. Furthermore, the toxicity will spread through heaven and earth's spiritual energy. You rest assured, with the physique of the divine race, middle stage 8 marks heavenly Tao realm and above will be fine. But for those below, this, was akin to a sledgehammer, smashing onto Ru Feng's chest. He suddenly came to a realization. Yuan was deliberately provoking him previously, making him find people to cure Rong Ziyu's poison. It was for this very moment right now. The toxicity could spread through heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Furthermore, it was colorless and tasteless, even a powerhouse like Lin Yi did not notice it. This poison was simply too terrifying. This elder will kill you. Ru Feng roared angrily and was about to make a move and kill. But Yuan said coolly, each additional second you delay here, the hidden lineage will have many more people die. Moreover, if you have confidence in curing the poison, you can very well take action. Ru Feng's palm smacked down, smashing a large pit beside Yuan, dirt and soil flying everywhere. Yuan's eyelids did not even bat, he just looked at Ru Feng indifferently. Ru Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Consider yourself ruthless." Done talking, his figure moved, vanishing from where he was. Yuan was expressionless, continuing forward, walking in the direction of the medicinal hut. To Yuan, he could find the whereabouts of the medicinal hut even if he closed his eyes. Rong Ziyu's complexion was ashen pale. Only then did she know how terrifying of a figure Yuan was. Her brain must have short-circuited, to provoke an existence like this. At the behest of supernatural powers, she followed Yuan to the medicinal hut. Yuan entered the medicinal hut, placed Ning Tianping on the table, and started looking for spirit medicines inside the medicinal hut with familiarity, like in his own home. Ning Tianping's injuries were severe, very severe. Those 4 nails were 4 Empyrean spirit treasure-level treasures, continuously wrecking and torturing Ning Tianping. But it would not let him die. Ning Tianping hung in there with one breath all the way until now. Luckily it was Yuan. If it were others, even if they rescued Ning Tianping, he would be a dead man too. However, with Yuan's means, bringing him back to life also needed to expend considerable effort. Fortunately, spirit medicines were the least lacking in the medicinal hut. Yuan started nursing Ning Tianping's injuries with utmost care. Chapter 2268, One Person Suppressing the Divine Race. Why, Your Excellency? Why are you here? When Ning Tianping opened his eyes and saw Yuan, he was incomparably surprised. He was about to struggle and get up, but Yuan hurriedly held him down and said sternly, "Lie down properly. Don't move." Ning Tianping just woke up. The injuries on his body were still far from well. This time, Ning Tianping was severely injured and was only hanging in there with one breath. It was naturally impossible to get well quickly. When he saw Rong Ziyu, Ning Tianping realized what happened very soon. Ning Tianping's expression dimmed and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, I've caused trouble for you." He came to take revenge for his master this time. Who knew that he burrowed into the Death Soul Gate sphere of influence all of a sudden? Mo Lifei also got killed in order to protect him. After he was captured by Rong Ziyu, he was grilled endlessly. They wanted to dig out more information about Yuan, but he did not say a single word. Yuan said coolly, "It's good that you're fine. Now, let's avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges." Suddenly, Ning Tianping discovered Rong Ziyu by the side. This shock was by no means trivial. "Your Excellency, she's of the divine race. This place is the divine race's hidden lineage's small world. You don't need to worry, they are very busy right now," Yuan said coolly. While talking, the front door of the medicinal hut was pushed open. Ru Feng walked in with a grim expression. Clearly, he had bustled around for the greater part of a day and finally controlled the spread of the poison. He expended a Herculean effort and completely froze the entire hidden lineage's heaven and earth spiritual energy. That was how he controlled and curbed the poison's infectiousness ability. Apart from this, he had no other way. It was just that like this could only treat the symptoms and not the root. In the end, he could only beg Yuan. Only after this struggle, did Ru Feng realize how terrifying this poison was. In just a short while, the speed of the poison spread far exceeded his expectations. Even though the divine race was few in population, the hidden lineage had gone through countless years of accumulation. There were still a considerable number of divine race powerhouses residing in this small world. His reaction was already very fast, but there were still thousands of clan members who died. Powerhouses whose strength reached 7 marks heavenly Tao realm could barely manage to hang in there and not die. But they could not hold on for too long either. As for 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, even though the poison could not kill them, they would probably have to spend the remainder of their lives with this poison. The vast majority of their energy would have to be put on suppressing the toxicity. This poison was too fierce. Boy, hand over the antidote, Ru Feng said with a grim expression. Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, is this your attitude of pleading with people? If I were to give you the antidote, wouldn't it make me seem very lowly? Ru Feng discovered that this boy was like a hedgehog, unable to chomp down at all. The hidden lineage had lived in seclusion here for countless years and had always been calm and tranquil. But this punk came for less than a day and turned the entire hidden lineage upside down. The crux was that he could not even do anything to this guy. Although killing Yuan was easy, once this toxicity spread, the entire small world would probably become a death zone. At that time, there could only be them, these high-level 8 marks heavenly Tao realms, remaining. Ru Feng gritted his teeth, his tone finally turning gentle as he said, young friend Yi, this little friend's matter, we're very sorry. After this matter passes, I'll definitely think of ways to compensate you. Please hand the antidote to me. When he said this, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Who was he? One of the hidden lineage's 9 elders. How revered was his status? He was actually being so soft-spoken and submissive towards a human. Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, tone is still a little curt, but it can already sink in. However, you're not qualified enough yet. Ru Feng's face changed and he said in a chilly voice, boy, don't you reach for a yard after taking an inch. Yuan said coolly, have head elder come, he's barely qualified enough. Ru Feng's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, how exalted is head elder's status? It's impossible for him to come and apologize to you. Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, then you can kill me right now. With these tens of millions of divine race members being buried with me, it will be a break-even situation for us brothers. Also, you can rest assured about one thing, you definitely won't find the antidote on my body. Several tens of millions of divine race members sounded like a lot, but when compared to the human race and demon race, it was a single hair strand from 9 oxen. Ru Feng wished to pounce forward and choke this guy to death. How much effort did their hidden lineage expend before accumulating this bit of assets? Yuan killed all of them with poison in one go. Of course, there was still one way, which was total migration. But right now, at this juncture, the human race's major powers were already waiting for a chance to cause trouble. Such a large-scale migration, there was no way to avoid their eyes and ears at all. At that time, it was still the outcome of death. Before this, Ru Feng completely would not have thought that the exalted divine race would actually have to lower their heads to a human. Humans should prostrate at their feet. Ru Feng's face flickered indeterminately. Suddenly, he gave a cold snort, turned around, and left. By the side, Rong Ziyu and Ning Tianping were long already dumbstruck with amazement. Such a supreme powerhouse did not even dare to let out a fart in front of Yuan. Ning Tianping thought that he was dead for sure this time. Who knew that the moment His Excellency came, he directly suppressed their entire divine race until they lowered their heads. Barring no accidents, head elder still had to come personally. Otherwise, if these tens of millions of divine race members died out, they all, these heavenly emperors, would become lone generals without an army. But just as Ru Feng went to find head elder, Uncle Song detained Li Zhaoqing over. When Ning Tianping saw Li Zhaoqing, his 2 eyes spewed fire. Li Zhaoqing's complexion was ashen. When he saw Rong Ziyu, it was like he saw a straw to clutch at, directly hugging her leg and sobbing bitterly, Holy daughter, save me. This lowly one has served the Death Soul Gate for several 100,000 years and made meritorious service in work. You can't leave me in the lurch. Li Zhaoqing completely did not know about whatever divine race. Rong Ziyu's identity on the surface was the Death Soul Gate's holy daughter. Rong Ziyu smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I'm not saving you, but I can't even fend for myself right now. You, hope for the best. After talking, she turned toward Yi Yuan. A cold light flashed, Yi Yuan sliced off a corner of the table. The sword moved like the wind, forming the appearance of a memorial tablet very soon. It was only to see his fingers move slightly and actually inscribed words onto the memorial tablet out of thin air. Finished carving, he placed the memorial tablet on the table and said to Li Zhaoqing, "Kneel down." Li Zhaoqing's face changed and looked towards the memorial tablet, only to see, "Deceased Master, Mo Lifei's memorial tablet," on it. Li Zhaoqing's entire person felt dizzy. He did not understand. It was just dealing with a brat who just entered the Empyrean realm. Why was he captured without rhyme or reason? Could it be that the powerful Death Soul Gate was actually scared of an Empyrean realm brat? Just the Death Soul Gate's heavenly emperor powerhouses were as many as more than a dozen. Li Zhaoqing did not have the least bit of hesitation, directly kneeling down. "Kowtow and offer an apology," Yi Yuan said coldly, his words carrying a prestige that allowed no doubt. "Why, Your Excellency, spare my life. All kowtow, all kowtow, Brother Mo, I was acting under orders. It really had nothing to do with me." As he said, Li Zhaoqing kowtowed frantically toward the memorial tablet without ceasing. Ning Tianping felt touched in his heart. If not for his excellency, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge in this lifetime, right? Chapter 2269, I Want a Lucky Chance. Hidden Lineage's head elder, Ji Ling, requests an audience with young friend Yi Yuan. Li Zhaoqing was currently kowtowing when a hoary voice suddenly came from outside the door. Even though the person outside the door did not deliberately give off pressure, Li Zhaoqing could detect that the two auras outside were powerful to the extreme. This kind of existence was close to heavenly Tao. How could such characters be so respectful toward an Empyrean? Not daring to even directly enter. Just who was this young man in front of him? Li Zhaoqing suddenly discovered that he provoked an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, all his hopes were dashed to pieces. He knew that he probably would not survive this time. "Come in." Yi Yuan sat up straight and said coolly. An old man in white robes pushed the door and entered, his body emitting an aura that made people's hair stand on end. A peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm existence did not need to intentionally go and show anything and would have an imposing momentum close to heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of the divine race's might. Peak existences like Ji Ling and Ru Feng were probably what even one or two human diva first blight powerhouses could be a match for. However, the human race's powerhouses were too many. One could not beat, two could not beat, I could beat with 50, right? That was right, the number of heavenly emperors was indeed extremely few with regards to the entire human race. But the human race's numbers were put there. Even if a heavenly emperor emerged out of a billion people, the number of heavenly emperors was also not what the divine race could compare to. Ji Ling entered the door and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Young friend Yi, the matter this time, it was my divine race that has affronted you. We're willing to compensate. We only request young friend Yi to lift your hand high up in mercy and hand the antidote to us." Li Zhaoqing's eyes went wide. At this time, with Ji Ling standing in front of him, the aura exuding off of his body virtually made him unable to lift his head. He was incomparably sure in his heart that this old man must be a late-stage heavenly emperor terrifying existence. But such a powerhouse actually paid such solemn respects to an Empyrean, extending a formal apology. This scene seriously subverted his worldview too much. When could Empyreans be awesome to such a degree? Yi Yuan gave Ji Ling a glance and said coolly, "Oh. Wonder what head elder will use to compensate." Ji Ling clearly came prepared, saying, "My hidden lineage has also stored some heavenly emperor spirit treasures these few years. If young friend Yi takes fancy on them, you can freely choose. Additional, cultivation method, spirit medicines, divine essence stones, we can give compensation." Li Zhaoqing drew a cold breath. How great an enmity was this, to actually use heavenly emperor spirit treasures to pay it off. Furthermore, it was to be freely picked. When did heavenly emperor spirit treasures become so worthless? How could he know that the hidden lineage had lurked in the heavenspan world for a full epoch? The human powerhouses that they killed numbered God knows how many. Heavenly emperor spirit treasures, this sort of thing, there was naturally quite a number accumulated. Not enough. Yi Yuan was expressionless and just lightly spat out two words. Ji Ling's brows furrowed and he said, "Young friend Yi, this old man examined my conscience and felt that I'm already very sincere. Could it be that you're really going to force mutual destruction?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, your divine race's life is life, my brother's life isn't a life. Ji Ling said, but he didn't die. Yi Yuan said, but his master died. Ji Ling was very disdainful in his heart. How could a lowly ant be mentioned in the same breath with the noble divine race? But now, he really had no way about it. This poison, he could not cure it. Ji Ling said, what the hell do you want? Yi Yuan said coolly, I want a lucky chance. Ji Ling frowned and said, the divine race's lucky chances, you can't force it. Yi Yuan said, that doesn't need head elder to worry about. Also, don't keep on having a high and mighty appearance. What your divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. What my human race cultivates is also heavenly Tao. Moreover, in my eyes, your divine race is also nothing impressive. At least in front of me, you all don't have the capital to be high and mighty. Yi Yuan's words did not save the slightest bit of face. Ji Ling and Ru Feng's faces were both very ugly, but they could not find a word to refute it. A human Empyrean could jump over a major realm and defeat the divine race's 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. What qualifications did they have to consider themselves superior in front of Yi Yuan? Ji Ling's brows furrowed even tighter. Pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, fine, this old man promises you. Now, you can hand over the antidote, right? Yi Yuan did not say another word, taking out a bunch of powder from spirit medicines from his storage ring. Then, his fingers moved slightly. An incomparably complex array formation formed very quickly. Ji Ling's pupils constricted. This kind of inconceivable array formation, it was still his first time seeing. Below the array formation, a medicinal pill condensed and formed very quickly. Dissolve this medicinal pill in water and let those who are poisoned drink it, it will be able to suppress the toxicity and won't spread anymore, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ji Ling's brows furrowed and he said, suppress the toxicity. What this old man wants is the antidote. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, does head elder take me to be a fool? Curing the poison now, can I still walk out of here? Oh, forgot to tell you, the time that this medicinal pill can last is only 1 month. 1 month later, the toxicity will erupt once more. No need to be anxious. What I have is time, I'll be a guest here for a period of time. Ji Ling and Ru Feng almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This brat was still continuing to stay and not leaving. They had lived for countless tens of thousands of years, it was still their first time seeing someone who dared to be so arrogant in the divine clan. Yet, Yi Yuan had this confidence. These two people did not dare to dawdle either, immediately bringing the medicinal pill and going to resolve the poison. At this time, monstrous waves already stirred up in Li Zhaoking's heart. Divine race. What race was this? Never heard before. But he seemed to have been this race's lackey these few years. He suddenly turned to Rong Ziyu and questioned, you guys. Who the hell are you all? Rong Ziyu was expressionless as she said, don't you already know? We're of the divine race. The supreme divine race. In the future, we'll also be the divine race that destroys your human race. Li Zhaoking's complexion was ashen, seemingly seeing a huge conspiracy. Why, your excellency, I didn't know anything. It was all of them. Everything was all instigated by them. Li Zhaoking repeatedly kowtowed toward Yi Yuan and complained tearfully. Yi Yuan was expressionless as he said coolly, is that so? While they are the ringleaders, have you never committed crimes before? These several hundreds of thousands of years, how many people have died at your hands? Mo Lifei's entire family died at your hands. Even my brother almost died at your hands. Do you feel that you're not guilty? Yi Yuan enunciated each word, directly announcing Li Zhaoking's death sentence. He drew a long sword and passed it to Ning Tianping's hand, and then he said coolly, your master's grudge, you avenge it. After he finished talking, his palm pushed out. An incomparably powerful strength transmitted into Ning Tianping's body. Ning Tianping's essence, energy, and spirit immediately recovered a lot and could already barely manage to stand up. He took over the sword from Yi Yuan's hand and walked over toward Li Zhaoking. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Li Zhaoking's gaze, and his figure suddenly erupted, charging towards Ning Tianping. Even if I die, you'll also have to be buried with me. A hint of smugness flashed across the corners of Li Zhaoking's mouth. He was too close to Ning Tianping, the others did not have time to save it all. However, Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Li Zhaoking seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, and froze in midair just like that, unable to move a muscle anymore. His gaze revealed an extremely shocked look. doing his best to shake off this constraint. But everything was to no avail. With Yi Yuan's strength, casting time freeze on him, he would not be able to move even the slightest for half a day. Ning Tianping limped over just like that, arriving in front of him. Chapter 2270, Heavenly Tao Incarnation. Ning Tianping placed Li Zhaoking's head beside the memorial tablet and knelt down. Master in heaven, your disciple Ning Tianping personally killed the enemy, and have finally avenged you. If your spirit is in heaven, you can rest in peace. After talking, Ning Tianping kowtowed 3 times solemnly. For so many years, Mo Lifei treated Ning Tianping like a son. Ning Tianping's feelings toward him, it was second only to his feelings toward Yi Yuan. This time, the impact of Mo Lifei's death was tremendous to Ning Tianping. However, the Yi Yuan by the side, his eyes flashed. He sensed that kind of fluctuation again. This fluctuation was intangible and formless but was exactly the same as his father back then. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Mo Lifei's soul had clearly already disintegrated. Right now, a hint of undulation was actually produced above his memorial tablet. This undulation made him even more certain that the last time was not a hallucination. But the others present were completely oblivious. Ning Tianping finished kowtowing and kowtowed to Yi Yuan as he said, "Tianping thanks your excellency for granting my wish." Yi Yuan received it calmly and said, "I'll naturally let you fulfill your filial piety. All right, lie down. Your injuries are very severe and need around half a month before you can recover." Ning Tianping nodded his head and carefully put away Mo Lifei's memorial tablet and lay down once more. Half a month later, under Yi Yuan's meticulous treatment, he finally recovered completely. Then, Yi Yuan ransacked the hidden lineage's medicinal stores under Ru Feng's company. Watching Yi Yuan push one stock of incomparably precious spirit medicine after another into his storage ring, the muscles on Ru Feng's face were twitching. These spirit medicines, the hidden lineage had collected them for no idea how many years. Many of them were even close to extinct. "Boy, that's enough. The spirit medicines that you're currently taking have already virtually emptied out a bodhidharma," Ru Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan turned to look at him, smiled broadly, and collected the whole stretch with a whoosh. It turned out that he was just picking and collecting. Now, he directly collected in piles. Ru Feng's expression choked up and almost could not resist smacking Yi Yuan to death with one slap. Ru Feng endured his anger and said, "See, consider yourself ruthless." Finished scouring the spirit medicines, Yi Yuan arrived at the treasure vault to choose Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. Yi Yuan picked 13 swords in one go, leaving 12 for himself and gave one to Ning Tianping. With 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures added to the sword formation, the power of the sword formation would be even stronger. This time, Ru Feng became wiser. Even though his heart was still dripping blood, he endured all the way without speaking. Otherwise, this punk might move the entire treasure vault away. In addition, Yi Yuan even collected a large batch of divine essence stones. Other people's things, not taking would be wasted. As for cultivation methods, martial techniques, and whatnot, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at all. These things already did not have any meaning to him. In the end, Ru Feng brought Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping and arrived at the hidden lineage's sacred ground. Entering the sacred ground, an incomparably sacred aura hit them head-on. On an open field, 8 enormous mountain-like stalwart statues of gods stood toweringly. This holy aura emitted off of the divine statues. When Ning Tianping saw these 8 divine statues, he actually knelt down involuntarily. Yi Yuan pushed his palm out. A surge of aura suddenly fired out, supporting Ning Tianping up from under. Ning Tianping felt ashamed and said, "Your Excellency, such strong heavenly Tao aura." But by the side, Ru Feng's pupils constricted. These 8 divine statues were god-like existences. Even if it was the divine race, the first time entering here to receive the baptism of gods, they would also be brought to their knees by the aura of Tao. But Yi Yuan was not only completely fine, he even helped Ning Tianping overcome this psychology effortlessly. This guy's comprehension towards Tao already reached an extremely deep level. Ru Feng thought so in his heart. But he did not know that titanic waves similarly surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The aura on these gods' bodies was actually extremely similar to the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Even though the aura of these gods were far less profound than the lesser Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan could be sure that it was the same kind of aura. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering something that possessed the same kind of aura as the lesser Heavenspan mountain. What was the origin of these idols? These 8 divine statues are the incarnations of heavenly Tao. In the last epoch, they had once imparted Tao to the divine race's 8 progenitors. Later, the 8 progenitors attained Tao. They took materials from the Heavenspan mountain and carved the incarnations of heavenly Tao. Each divine race member has to undergo the baptism of these 8 divine status before they can become official divine race members. This is my divine race's Tao. You can't comprehend it, Ru Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan swept his gaze past and discovered that many divine race powerhouses were all comprehending Tao under the statues. The divine race cultivated heavenly Tao. It turns out that it came from this divine race's 8 progenitors. Could Dameld be one of them? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Ru Feng's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, You've seen before progenitor Dameld. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not expect that this Dameld's background was actually so great. He nodded his head and said, that's right, he was suppressed in Shinra Ghost Region's Asura Blood Sea, and just broke through the barrier and came out not long ago. The moment Ru Feng heard, he could not help saying joyfully, ha ha ha, the progenitor coming into being, our divine race's revival is nigh at hand. Gratifying, celebratory, such a joyous occasion, I have to quickly tell head elder. Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, what are you happy about? After he came into being, he was seriously wounded by a Tao artifact and also had an arm severed by me. Right now, he's hiding at God knows where to recover his strength. What, you severed one of progenitor Dameld's arms? That isn't possible, Ru Feng said in alarm and anger. Yi Yuan said coolly, if he was at his prime, it's naturally impossible. But if he's in the same realm as me? Ru Feng's expression turned stiff, his complexion ashen. Yeah, this boy was too monstrous. Invincible in the same realm was not said for fun. Ancestor being suppressed for an epoch, his strength had long been pretty much worn down. After coming into being, he was also seriously injured by a Tao artifact. How much strength was there to still fight with Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan was an ordinary Empyrean realm, even if Ancestor only had Empyrean realm strength, he could casually need him too. Yet, Yi Yuan's combat power was 100 times more daunting than divine race members of the same realm. Ancestor suffering a big loss did not seem hard to understand. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 idols, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of amusement, and he said smilingly, Heavenly Tao incarnation, interesting. Wonder when I can witness a true Heavenly Tao incarnation. Tianping, you go and comprehend the 8 statues. How much you can comprehend counts. Ru Feng smiled coldly and said, the legacy of the 8 divine statues, only humans whose souls and flesh fused into one can receive it. If he goes and comprehends them, he'll be directly crushed by the statues, heavenly Tao pressure. Ning Tianping himself also felt the powerful pressure and said with a bitter smile, Your Excellency, I'm afraid that I can't. Yi Yuan said coolly, scared of what? I'll protect you. This is what the divine race owes you. Since it's given to you, grasp it well. When Ning Tianping heard that, he immediately mustered up the courage and said with a nod, Yes, Your Excellency. Done talking, he walked over toward the divine statues with large strides. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, seemingly sensing the 8 divine statues coming to life. Their gazes were all focused on him. A terrifying heavenly Tao aura suddenly descended. Chapter 2271, Keeping Watch. The 8 idols seemed to be spiritually linked. They were clearly all dead objects, but they gave people a feeling of being almost lifelike. The moment their gazes looked over, it was like the world looked over. Ning Tianping's mind shook heavily and he spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough. But right at this time, a gentle aura hit from behind, enveloping him inside. Ning Tianping looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and discovered that Yi Yuan was cool as a cucumber. It was as if nothing had happened. You just need to comprehend it. You don't need to care about other things. No matter how strong they are, they can't hurt you either, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Tianping nodded slightly, relaxed his mind, and started comprehending the Tao. But the Tao was not so easy to comprehend. Ning Tianping's strength had long already surpassed all others among peers. But he did not tread out his own path. Only those who attained Tao could reach the apex. But wanting to take this step was arduously difficult. Ning Tianping's talent was decent, but he was only born in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If it was the normal trajectory, he would at most merely be celestial deity realm. Now, breaking through to become an Empyrean, rather than say that it was because of Mo Lifei's devoted teaching, might as well say that it was because of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. It was Yi Yuan's medicinal pills that cleansed his marrows, causing him to continuously surpass his limits. But to tread out one's own path was not that easy. The Tao could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended his own Tao, he was unable to tell the people around him and let them gain enlightenment on Tao too. But these 8 idols possessed the same aura as the lesser Heavenspan mountain. It was just that they were also not as unfathomable as the lesser Heavenspan mountain. To Ning Tianping, this was the best place to gain enlightenment on Tao. Of course, based on his own strength, it was totally impossible to gain enlightenment on Tao. This was the Tao that the divine race's 8 great progenitors tailor-made for the divine race. The bodies of humans were unable to withstand it at all. But Yi Yuan could borrow the power of the lesser Heavenspan mountain and help Ning Tianping neutralize a portion of the power, letting him gain enlightenment on Tao in a peaceful environment. The Tao lies in the heart. Follow your own heart. The setbacks that you've encountered in your life are too few. Experiencing life and death this time is precisely the time for great enlightenment. Open up your heart and accept your inner self, and find the great Tao that belongs to you. Yi Yuan's words reverberated in Ning Tianping's ears. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, his eyes gradually becoming brilliant. Gradually, his entire mind and body relaxed, quietly accepting the baptism of Tao. Originally, this was the most dangerous step. How great was the power of Tao? How could it be what ordinary people could endure? Once the Tao heart collapsed, all the cultivation would be forfeited entirely. But Yi Yuan helped him to withstand the vast majority of the impact force. He could comprehend his own Tao very comfortably. By the side, Ru Feng's heart shook wildly. This boy actually doesn't fear the divine race imprint amidst the great Tao. How did he do it? Also, his Tao has already gone so far. I'm afraid that even ordinary heavenly emperors haven't gone as far as him. Freak, truly a freak. How could such a freak appear in the human race? A hint of killing intent flashed across in Ru Feng's eyes. At this very moment, he had an impulse to finish Yi Yuan off. The threat that Yi Yuan brought to him was too strong. Someone like Yi Yuan being born in the opponent's camp truly made people feel too dangerous. But thinking about it, he still suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He could kill Yi Yuan, but in return, it would cause tens of millions of hidden lineage clan members to be buried in death. This transaction was too not worthwhile. The divine race was about to come into being. The era of great struggle was about to arrive. These were all the divine race's backbone combat power. At this time, Ning Tianping walked in front of the first idol and sat down cross-legged. Yi Yuan smiled knowingly and secretly nodded. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. The events this time helped Ning Tianping achieve his aim instead, making him have a great awakening. Mo Lifei's death let Ning Tianping suffer an unprecedented blow but also helped him. Ning Tianping already entered the state and could take the first step of Tao enlightenment very soon. All things were difficult before they were easy. The comprehension of Tao, the first step of entering Tao, was the most difficult. Many people were unable to take this step in their entire lives. Mo Lifei, you can rest in peace. Yi Yuan said in his heart. Only between life and death could one have a great awakening. However, what Yi Yuan did not know was that for Ning Tianping to be able to take this step, it was not merely because of the life and death trial this time, it was more due to his teaching by example. For so many years, he followed by Yi Yuan's side and witnessed Yi Yuan's miraculous rise from the perspective of a bystander. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was the southern border's #1 alchemy master, the priest temple's second sage. But no one knew how much he paid for this. The difficulties that Yi Yuan experienced were unimaginable for ordinary people. But Yi Yuan would never fear and would never shrink back. How firm his Tao heart was, Ning Tianping was someone who personally experienced it. Even though Mo Lifei was his master, the one with the greatest influence on Ning Tianping was Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping viewed Yi Yuan as his most sought-after goal in his life, and he was unknowingly imitating Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's words and actions were all constantly affecting him too. Otherwise, with Ning Tianping's temperament, there would be no way of recovering from the blow of Mo Lifei's death so quickly. In fact, he would be devastated. Actually, after all these years, Ning Tianping's heart had already unknowingly become very strong. Had to admit, Yi Yuan had this kind of magical power. The people around him would always be infected by him. Time passed day by day. Ning Tianping's eyes became brighter and brighter, while the Yi Yuan by the side was constantly withdrawing his aura, letting more great Dao aura land on Ning Tianping's body. The aura on Ning Tianping's body became stronger and stronger, the great Dao power that he could withstand also grew more and more. However, Yi Yuan did not go and gain enlightenment on Dao. This was not his Dao. These idols were just Daos that 8 progenitors carved. If it was the real incarnation of heavenly Dao, he could comprehend it a bit. Yi Yuan felt that that was the true path. As for these idols, he held them in contempt. 3 years later, he suddenly stood up and made some very strange postures. These postures were precisely the postures of these god statues. It was very hard for Ning Tianping to learn. In the beginning, he was unable to perform it at all. In fact, he would vomit blood the moment he performed it. But he was not discouraged, attempting it over and over again. After 10 years, he could finally perform the first posture. Another 5 years passed, he performed the second posture. 30 years later, he finally performed all 8 poses. While Yi Yuan guarded beside Ning Tianping for 33 years, suddenly, the entire sacred ground's aura became different. A terrifying power of law suddenly descended. Sea of Law. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. Ning Tianping's improvement far exceeded his expectations. He truly had a great awakening, gaining enlightenment on his own Dao. Sea of Law descending. It caused a great sensation in the entire sacred ground. Those people gaining enlightenment on Dao were all startled by this scene and gave up on comprehending. Each and every one looked toward Ning Tianping in shock. Chapter 2272, Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Ning Tianping walked out of the Sea of Law and bowed deeply to Yi Yuan 3 times. The current Ning Tianping had sharp eyes and was full of energy, akin to a sharp sword out of its sheath. He was giving people a feeling of having acquired a completely new outlook. His gratitude toward Yi Yuan was expressed with these 3 bows. With several decades of guarding, Yi Yuan gave up cultivating. He only spent his time comprehending Great Dao. Yi Yuan praised him, life and death Great Dao, not bad. Not bad, starting from now, you've truly stepped onto the path of a powerhouse. By the side, Ru Feng was long already shocked speechless. A human really gained enlightenment on Dao in their divine race's sacred grounds. If not, for seeing it with his own eyes, he would definitely feel that it was absurd nonsense. How could lowly humans possibly comprehend the divine race's Dao? Furthermore, during these several decades' time, Yi Yuan completely lacked interest in these 8 god statues these several decades. He did not even want to take a look. Ru Feng originally thought that the lucky chance he was talking about was for himself. In the end, it was only for Ning Tianping. He looked down on even the divine race's sacred grounds. Someone as powerful as him also felt a sense of frustration. I said before, what you all comprehend as heavenly Dao, what humans comprehend as heavenly Dao too. Nobody is noble or lowly. Now, do you believe it? Yi Yuan said coolly. Ru Feng's face was black, suddenly having a feeling of getting slapped. Even though he was not willing to admit it, he still felt that if Yi Yuan went to comprehend the god statues himself, he would definitely comprehend some things easily. But he was disdainful. Under his escort, Ning Tianping comprehended his own Dao. Life and death Great Dao was also a kind of extremely strong Great Dao already. From now on, Ning Tianping would fly to the sky with one bound, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Returning to the clan, Yi Yuan refined another batch of medicinal pills, threw it to Ru Feng, and said coolly, these medicinal pills, let them consume it once every 10 years. It can suppress the toxicity for 50 years. After that, you all send Rong Ziyu to find me again. I'll give you all the antidotes. When Ru Feng heard this, he said in a great rage, boy, we've already satisfied all of your demands. You're still playing this with this old man. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, if I give you the antidote now, can I still walk out of here? Or, I'll be killed off by you guys as soon as I leave this place. Ru Feng's face fell. This lad was astute and crafty. He was really hard to deal with. Done with these, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and left the hidden lineage. Seeing Yi Yuan leave the hidden lineage, Ru Feng also let out a long sigh in relief and hurriedly cast the secret art to completely seal off this passageway. Finally we sent away that plague god. Head Elder, I feel that this boy's threat is too great. Should we send someone to kill him off? Ru Feng said viciously. Ji Ling shook his head and said, "This brat is too shrewd. Furthermore, he's proficient in spatial law. He's not what the average person can finish off. We might even get the skunk stink all over us. Her Highness Divine Daughter's issue is the lesson learned. Want to kill him, it has to at least be late stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm. But at this juncture, appearing in the Heavenspan world is too sensitive." Ru Feng said gloomily, "But this boy is too monstrous. I keep feeling that he poses a huge threat to our divine race and must be eliminated." Ji Ling nodded and said, "I naturally know that. But he can't wait until the day he grows up. Progenitor Damold has already come into being. Before long, the two worlds passageway will definitely collapse entirely. At that time, in a battle at the level of progenitor, he won't have the qualifications to intervene at all. Before that, we'd best accumulate strength and act a little safer." Ru Feng's expression turned somber and he nodded his head. Returning to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, Yuan started closed seclusion cultivation. He had collected a large batch of spirit medicines in the hidden lineage. They were sufficient for him to cultivate to peak chaos realm. Moreover, it was not like he did not do anything for so many years in the hidden lineage's sacred ground. He mutually corroborated the god statues with the lesser Heavenspan mountain and had a deeper understanding of the chaos Heavenspan canon. The outline of the next realm also gradually formed in Yuan's mind. He went into closed seclusion cultivation more to comprehend the next realm. Yuan himself was also very curious. His cultivation system was completely different from ordinary martial artists. What kind of level would he achieve if he kept cultivating the Chaos Heavenspan canon? Diva, Tao Ancestor. Since he knew that Tao Ancestors were not truly invincible under the heavens, then he should also have hopes of reaching this realm, right? About 20 years later, Yuan exited seclusion. His current realm already reached the peak Chaos realm. It was just that he still did not have a mature idea with regard to the next realm. Currently, his world was a mass of chaos. Then the next step would definitely be developing a real world. It was just that evolving a world was clearly not such a simple matter. His chaos world was totally different from ordinary small worlds. The method to hew it open was naturally too complicated as well. Ordinary heavenly emperors grasped Tao marks after obtaining heavenly Tao's recognition. While he opened up his own path and developed a world, there was an intrinsic difference between these two. Looks like got to make another trip to the Heavenspan mountain. Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The Heavenspan mountain was the source of myriad life, the foundation of heavenly Tao. Only there could he feel the most fundamental source of power and could help Yuan open up his own world from there. Yuan exited seclusion and discovered that Jimo was already waiting outside. Seeing Yuan, Jimo's pupils could not help constricting. The current Yuan actually gave him a feeling of beholding a great mountain. That sort of feeling was akin to some kind of existence above the firmament. But clearly, Yuan was just a peak Empyrean. He discovered that each time he saw Yuan again, he would give him another level of shock. The strength of Second Sage could be described using changing with each passing day. "I offer greetings to Second Sage." Jimo gave a bow respectfully. Yuan looked at Jimo and was also rather surprised, saying with a smile, "I was just about to go and meet Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I didn't expect that you came first." "Finding me for," Jimo said. Myriad Region Alchemy Conference organized a Myriad Region Alchemy Conference and invited the Heavenspan world's various alchemy holy lands countless elites to the Medicine Ancestor Bodhidharma. Lord Sacred Ancestor was also on the list of invitees. He had me come to invite you and to go along together. Yuan could not help being slightly taken aback when he heard and immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Medicine Ancestor finally can't hold back anymore." Jimo also smiled and said, "Second Sage's one remark reveals heaven's secrets." Lord Sacred Ancestor said that the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time is actually organized for you. By the side, Bai Tong and the rest were shocked. Hearing the Medicine Ancestor's invitation earlier, each and every one of them still felt honored. After all, this was the terrifying figure standing at the summit of the Heavenspan world's alchemy path. Being able to receive his invitation, it was absolutely an extremely honorable thing. But when Jimo said this, all of them were shocked. The Medicine Ancestor ramping up for a fight like this, stirring up the entire Heavenspan world, it was actually for Yuan. He was merely a 7-star alchemy god. The others did not understand it. Only Jimo understood that Yuan's alchemy Tao already peaked right at the source, reaching the level of Tao Pill. If Yi Yuan was an old monster who had already been famous for a long time, the medicine ancestor naturally would not get into a fight. But Yi Yuan was too young. His youth would impact the medicine ancestor's status. Chapter 2273, Respectful Without Fear. Senior Ji Mo, how can an existence like medicine ancestor organize such a grand alchemy summit for His Excellency alone? Yun Yi could not resist asking. In the heavenspan world, for all alchemists, the medicine ancestor was a god-like existence. In the path of alchemy, nobody could surpass the medicine ancestor. He was like a totem, even making people not dare to profane. Even though Yi Yuan was similarly a god-like figure in the hearts of Yun Yi and the rest. But he was just a 7-star alchemy god after all. They had never doubted that Yi Yuan would reach the realm of medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest in the future. However, it was not now. The current Yi Yuan matching up against the medicine ancestor, wasn't it equivalent to strike a rock with an egg? Ji Mo smiled coldly when he heard that and said, the medicine ancestor is indeed aloof from the masses. He isn't even inferior to Tao ancestors in the hearts of alchemists. Only a short while ago, my lord's sacred ancestor also viewed him like a god. But, ever since after, ask not, Lord's sacred ancestor threw away all of these emotions. It's true that the medicine ancestor is powerful, but he's narrow-minded and doesn't have the capacity to accommodate people. Lord's sacred ancestor had once been decadent for several tens of millions of years after, ask not, and was almost unable to recover from the setback. If not for so, his current strength might not be inferior to medicine ancestors. This is impossible. The expressions of Yun Yi and the rest changed wildly. They were seriously unable to accept that the god in their hearts was actually such a person. The medicine ancestor was the totem of all alchemists. When this totem collapsed, people's first reaction could only be disbelief. Power and status could conceal many things sometimes. He was strong, so he was right in everything. Even if sacred ancestor high priest talked about medicine ancestor's faults everywhere, he would only be thought of as babbling nonsense, intentionally slandering medicine ancestor after defeat. Now, Ji Mo saying such words, the reactions of Yun Yi and the rest was this. Ji Mo just smiled and did not speak, not explaining things. But Yi Yuan said coolly, nobody is perfect. No matter how strong deity realm powerhouses are, they aren't true gods either. They still have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even though the medicine ancestor is the supreme lord of alchemy, unfortunately, he's such a person. I know that it's very hard for you all to accept, but I believe this fact shouldn't be far off than the medicine ancestor that I know in the, ask not, chess game. Yun Yi and the rest had faces of being at a loss on what to do, feeling like their 3 views were about to collapse. Ji Mo said coolly, so this so-called Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is actually to destroy Second Sage's faith, to crumble the Tao in his heart. This way, Second Sage won't be able to impact his status anymore. Yun Yi and the rest all looked over towards Yi Yuan, shocked expressions on their faces. They were still feeling honored earlier because Yi Yuan was invited. But now, they could not help worrying about Yi Yuan. If they had to choose between the medicine ancestor and Yi Yuan, they would naturally stand on Yi Yuan's side without the slightest hesitation. Your Excellency, why not? Let's not go to this alchemy conference. Yun Yi said carefully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, ever since I entered the heavenspan world, I've always imagined fighting against the medicine ancestor one day. Now, this opportunity is in front of my eyes, how can I possibly miss it? But that's the medicine ancestor. Yun Yi said. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what if medicine ancestor? Yun Yi, only by not having a god in your heart can you become a god. If you regard your master as a god, you won't ever surpass your master. Your talent, willpower, and character are all superb. But, if you can't overcome the fear in your heart, you'll forever only be my disciple. In the hearts of powerhouses, there's only respect, no fear. In the hearts of powerhouses, there was only respect, no fear. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, giving people a feeling of enlightening the benighted. Even Ji Mo's entire body trembled too. He did not have a revering heart towards the medicine ancestor, but he held sacred ancestor high priest in awe and veneration. This kind of awe and veneration was deeply imprinted in his bones and had already been over tens of millions of years long. Surpassing master, this sort of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. He suddenly remembered those words that Wing said to him, and finally understood why Yi Yuan would have today's accomplishments. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, I once said before that I'm Sacred Ancestor High Priest's opponent. That wasn't some arrogant remark, but it was that I have the conviction and courage to surpass him. My strength is inferior to him, so what about it? I'll do my utmost best to make myself become stronger. Even if I fail, I won't regret it too. I think that Sacred Ancestor High Priest's thinking should be the same as mine, he's waiting for me to become stronger. I respect Sacred Ancestor High Priest not because he helped me before, but because he's an opponent worthy of respect. But the Medicine Ancestor isn't. Ji Mo was shocked speechless. The words that Yi Yuan said were virtually identical to what his master said. Could it be that this was the tacit understanding between the strong? His master said before, he was not afraid of failure. What he was afraid of having no opponent. Even though Yi Yuan's current strength was still worlds apart from master. But Yi Yuan's might already made people unable to look directly at it. By the side, Yun Yi's mind shook heavily. He understood that his master was teaching him to become a true powerhouse. This kind of education had nothing to do with skills. It only cared about the heart of a powerhouse. Only by not having a god in your heart can you become a god. He had always thought that awe was a term. But only now did he discover that he was wrong. Respect was respect, fear was fear. Respect, but do not be daunted. Yun Yi sucked in a deep breath and nodded his head solemnly as he said, Master, I understand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you understand, cultivate your heart well. Talking about it is easy, but doing it is as hard as ascending to heaven. Ji Mo got up and carried out the etiquette of a disciple, bowing respectfully toward Yi Yuan and said, thank you for second sage's pointers. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and said with a smile, as the Medicine Ancestor taking action because of the Chaos Samsara pill. Ji Mo nodded. Yi Yuan continued, refining the Chaos Samsara pill, I seem to have touched the source of alchemy Tao. That seems to be another realm that surmounts Ancestor realm. Looks like Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest they all are at this level. Ji Mo thought about it and asked, how confident is Second Sage in this battle? Yi Yuan directly shook his head and said, not even 10%. Everyone's expressions changed, but then they heard Yi Yuan say with a laugh, but for Medicine Ancestor to want to borrow this to attack my Tao heart, he's probably thinking too much. Alright, you go back first then, I want to take a trip to the Heavenspan Mountain. After I break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, I'll go to the Priest Temple. Ji Mo bowed in salute and took his leave. Yi Yuan was very confident, but he was not blindly confident. The opponent this time was the Heavenspan world's alchemy path's #1 person. This person had stood at the apex of the Heavenspan world's alchemy path for trillions of years, no one had been able to shake it before. His might did not need words to explain at all. Being the first meant having to accept endless challenges. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was just one of them. For the Medicine Ancestor to be able to persevere and not fall, that was battled out with absolute strength, and not being touted by others. Facing such an opponent, Yi Yuan did not have any confidence at all. He, Yi Yuan, would never give up. Chapter 2274, Make You Make an Exception. Coming to South Fu Town again, it had been over 2,000 years. Coming here again, Yi Yuan felt a sense of ru. Back then, he was unable to break through to the Divine Vortex realm. Rushing hastily into danger and arriving at this place, he received the drunkard's care. That was how he broke through his realm. Looking back, when he saw those Divine Lord realm little scamps around him again, Yi Yuan felt like he was suddenly worlds away. He concealed his aura along the way in order to not draw too much attention. Not seeing him for years, I wonder how the old drunkard is doing. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and entered the town slowly, arriving at the guardian's place. Old drunkard was still lying there in an unsightly manner. Clearly, he was very drunk. Discovering that somebody came in, old drunkard directly threw a wooden plaque over and said drunkenly, hurry up and get lost, don't disturb this old man from drinking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Huvu, senior drunkard is still so overbearing. Old drunkard suddenly startled awake, turned his head to look, and could not help getting a shock. He sized Yi Yuan up and down and said approvingly, not bad, not bad. Lord Dustless's vision is indeed good. You already cultivated to the peak Divine Lord realm in 2,000 years' time. This speed is considered pretty good already. Back then, Lord Immortal Grove was also no more than this. You came this time in order to break through to Celestial Deity realm, right? With Yi Yuan's current realm, if he intentionally concealed his cultivation, forget about old drunkard, even if it was an ordinary Empyrean realm, it would be hard to see through his depths too. Yuan smiled and said, considered so I guess. Senior drunkard, how have these few years been? Old drunkard's eyes flickered, and he switched to a smiling face as he said, good, very good. I'm guarding this Southfoot town. What can be wrong, ha ha ha. He thought that he hid it very well, but how could his emotion fluctuations hide from Yuan's eyes and ears? But Yuan did not expose him. Since he did not want to say, forcing him served no purpose either. The two people meeting, it naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. But while talking, old drunkard always seemed to vaguely be wanting to chase Yuan away. Yuan was aware of this in his heart and also thanked him for his hospitality. He then returned to the residence to rest. The next day, it was the day to climb the Heavenspan mountain again. Old drunkard watched Yuan enter the passageway before turning back to Southfoot town. After he returned to the guardian's manor, there was already a room full of people inside. In the middle, a young man sat on his seat, his gaze when looking at the old drunkard was filled with scorn. Behind the young man, there were even two maidservants massaging his shoulders, fragrance lingering in the air, merry and carefree. Bastard, why haven't you knelt down when you see this young master? Behind the old drunkard, a martial artist suddenly kicked out, directly kicking onto the back of old drunkard's knees, breaking his pair of legs, kneeling to the ground. The young man's expression was apathetic as he said coolly, old drunkard, do you know your crime? Old drunkard did not care. He took out his wine gourd, drank a mouthful of wine, and said with a cold smile, what crime does this old man have? The young man said coolly, got to look at the owner when hitting a dog. This young master sent Lin Shu here to be your deputy, but you killed him. How do you plan on explaining this matter? Old drunkard snorted coldly and said, was Lin Shu here to be a deputy? The moment he came, he relied on young master's power and directly turned this old man into a figurehead. Never mind this old man is happy to be idly too. But, in the 10 years that Lin Shu was in power, disregarding that he demanded ridiculous prices, he even tainted and killed hundreds of female cultivators. This old man had urged him many times, but he went from bad to worse, and even wanted to kill this old man. This old man killed him in a moment of rage. What crime is there? Old drunkard was filled with righteous indignation as he said it, but the young man's face remained calm and collected all along, and did not have the slightest fluctuation. As if those female cultivators who died unjustly were just a bunch of animals. To talk about these few years, the old drunkard had passed it comfortably too. But all this changed 10 years ago. These 10 years, old drunkard simply spent each day like it was a year. That Lin Shu was a pervert. Female cultivators that were even slightly attractive could not escape his evil hands at all. Disregarding that he tainted them, he even butchered them afterward. He was righteous and looked down on this kind of despicable action the most. These 10 years, he simply wanted to explode from anger. However, Lin Shu was this young master's cousin. Relying on this young master's power, he did not place him in his eyes at all. Old drunkard was just a true god realm in the end. He was naturally incomparably powerful in the eyes of these divine lord realm martial artists. But in the eyes of this one, he was akin to an ant. Helpless, he could only persuade many times. But, not only did Lin Shu not listen, he went from bad to worse, and became more and more abominable. Finally, old drunkard could not resist making a move to stop Lin Shu. But under this guy's frenzy, he actually wanted to kill old drunkard. He thought that old drunkard did not dare to fight back. But who knew that under old drunkard's sullen rage, he struck him dead with one palm. Lin Shu had his body hollowed out by alcohol and lust. So how could he be old drunkard's match? It was just that like this, it startled young master. Old drunkard knew that young master was coming these 2 days, so he did not want to drag Yuan in, that was why he did not mention this matter. Just a bunch of ants. Lin Shu favoring them as their blessing. Is it your turn to be a busybody? Young master said with an indifferent look. Toward this remark, old drunkard seemed to have long expected it. He just drank a mouthful of wine and kept his mouth shut. Tang Yucheng and Lin Shu were simply jackals of the same lair. No matter how much he said, it would also be hard to escape death. Those present today, just the Empyreans numbered quite a few. There was no chance for him to escape. Seeing old drunkard keeping his mouth shut, Tang Yucheng said coolly, looks like you already have some awareness. Send him on his way then. Qing He, from today onwards, your Southfoot town's guardian. By the side, one of Tang Yucheng's subordinates had a look of pleasant surprise and immediately bowed and said, "Many thanks for young master's appreciation." Tang Yucheng waved his hands, indicating for his subordinates to do it. An Empyrean walked out slowly and came before Old Drunkard. Old Drunkard laughed loudly, opened his mouth, and drank wine, incredibly unrestrained. The Empyrean did not say a word and smacked a palm down. But just as his palm was about to land, a ray of sword light seemed to come from beyond the sky. That Empyrean was directly sliced into pieces, deader until he could not be more dead. A figure slowly walked in from outside the house and came right in front of Old Drunkard. Tang Yucheng's subordinates all retreated, not daring to come into contact with Yi Yuan at all, directly opening up a path. Old Drunkard looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment, shocked speechless. He did not even see clearly how he attacked and this Empyrean was one-shotted. Could it be that Yi Yuan's current strength was not Divine Lord Realm? No, wait, he had clearly already seen him enter the passageway. Why did he come back again? Old Drunkard struggled to open his drunken eyes, attempting to see Yi Yuan clearly. But no matter how he looked, he could not see clearly too. It was as if what was standing in front of him at this very moment was that fleeting and ephemeral heavenspan mountain. Yi Yuan, you. Old Drunkard stammered for a long time and did not speak. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Drunkard is treating me too much as a stranger. Relax. With me around, they can't touch you." Tang Yucheng drank a mouthful of wine calmly and said coolly, "Can't touch him. When I, Tang Yucheng, want to kill someone, there has never been anyone who can stop me." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Then sorry about it, I'll have to make you make an exception today." Chapter 2275, My Dad is a Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan, I don't know how strong you are right now. But he isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Quickly leave, don't worry about my affairs. Old Drunkard finally recovered from the shock. But his first reaction was to have Yi Yuan hurry up and leave. Because Tang Yucheng's status was high, Yi Yuan could not afford to provoke him at all. He tried to push Yi Yuan out, but he discovered that he could not budge him at all. Tang Yucheng slowly got up, came before Yi Yuan, and said with a light smile, "Punk, do you know why he's so scared of me?" Yi Yuan said rather interestedly, "Oh, why, because I'm the son of a heavenly emperor." When he said this, Tang Yucheng had a smug look. Clearly, he felt very proud of this identity. "My father is Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain. The 30 million miles area at the foot of the Heavenspan mountain is all under my father's jurisdiction. Therefore, do you know what's the outcome of you offending me?" Tang Yucheng's face was almost planted in front of Yi Yuan's, a proud look on his face. Yi Yuan revealed a guileless smile and said, "What outcome I have, I really don't know, but I know your outcome." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura billowed to the sky. The terrifying pressure directly sent the guardian manor flying. Tang Yucheng was caught off guard and directly overwhelmed until he knelt on the ground by this horrifying pressure. Those true God realm guards were directly crushed into meat pancakes. The few remaining Empyrean realms were crushed until they lay prone on the ground, unable to even move an inch. Yi Yuan's pressure carried a strong power. If he intentionally released it, it was not what these initial stage Empyreans could resist at all. Old Drunkard's heart shook wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief. He never even dared to dream that in a short 2,000 years' time, Yi Yuan's strength actually turned out to be so terrifying. He had not made a move yet and directly pressed the Empyrean realm powerhouses unable to move on the ground. He previously still thought that Yi Yuan was here to break through to the celestial deity realm. Thinking about it, it was simply a joke. He could clearly feel that Yi Yuan's current strength was likely even stronger than the heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove back then. Just 2,000 years. In just 2,000 years, from a rookie who could not even break through to be a divine lord, growing into a peak Empyrean sovereign. He suddenly somewhat understood the meaning of those words that Dustless said back then. Lord Immortal Grove's successor was truly incredible. It was just that, behind Tang Yucheng was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Under the heavy pressure, Tang Yucheng had a contorted look on his face. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "You dare to touch me? You dare to touch me? My dad is a heavenly emperor. You're dead, you're dead." Tang Yucheng himself was an Empyrean powerhouse too. But he was weak like a 3-year-old child in front of Yi Yuan. Old Drunkard was also shocked and said, Yi Yuan, quickly go. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain dotes on this son immensely. If he knows that you made a move against Tang Yucheng, he won't let you off. My affairs, I don't need you to care. He was not afraid of dying himself, but he was afraid to implicate Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan was currently peak Empyrean, it was also impossible to be a Heavenly Emperor's match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm going to intervene in your affairs. The sounds of swords clanging sounded out, a dozen over sword energy around Tang Yucheng, the sword energy threatening. Yi Yuan rapped on Tang Yucheng's head and said, Come, repeat your words just now again. Sensing the chilly air coming from the tip of the swords, Tang Yucheng's face changed wildly and he hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't dare anymore. Why, Your Excellency, I don't dare anymore. Then tell me now, did Lin Shu deserve to die or not? Deserved it, deserved to die, he courted death himself. It's not Old Drunkard's fault. Really, I don't blame Old Drunkard at all. He's my cousin. When my aunt heard that he died, she was extremely enraged. That's why I had no choice but to find trouble with Old Drunkard. Actually, I admonish his actions and behavior a lot too. Like this, huh? In that case, you're a good guy. A good guy. I'm really a good guy. Yi Yuan seemed very satisfied with Tang Yucheng's answer. Patting his shoulder twice, he smiled lightly and said, Since you're a good guy, then I've wronged you. You can go. Tang Yucheng was akin to being granted amnesty, scrambling out in a panic. But Old Drunkard's face changed and he said, Yi Yuan, can't let him go. You believe in this sort of nonsense too? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Yeah, why wouldn't I believe? Old Drunkard had an appearance like he expected better of him and gritted his teeth and said, This brat is a silkpants. After you humiliated him like this, he'll definitely go and tell Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain to come and kill you after he returns. Quickly leave, it will be too late otherwise. In his view, even though Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying, he was too young and believed in people too easily. He was somewhat perplexed. With this kind of personality, how did he survive until now? But Yi Yuan avoided the topic and said with a smile, What plans does Senior Drunkard have in the future? Old Drunkard's expression turned stiff and he said with a bitter smile, What plans can I still have? Asgardians all have a wisp of divine soul imprint in the hands of Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain. Even if I run to the ends of the world, I can't escape his pursuit either. Rather, it's you, it will be too late if you still don't go. Hurry up and leave. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Like this, huh? Then just nice. After Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain arrives, I'll have a good talk with him and take back your divine soul imprint. Old Drunkard was anxious until he almost wanted to jump up. This guy really would not shed tears without seeing the coffin. We're Heavenly Emperors whom you could reason things out with. But if Yi Yuan did not leave, he really could not do anything about it. Yi Yuan's present strength already made him unable to influence the former. He tried his best to persuade Yi Yuan to leave, but Yi Yuan just refused to go. It was not that Yi Yuan was deliberately hiding from Old Drunkard, but that if he said that he could deal with Heavenly Emperors, Old Drunkard would not believe it either. Yi Yuan helped Old Drunkard heal his wounds and took out a heaven-seizing good fortune pill for Old Drunkard. Old Drunkard was shocked speechless. After consuming this heaven-seizing good fortune pill, he broke through to the Empyrean realm without any surprise. This step had blocked him for hundreds of thousands of years. He thought that he could not take this step for life. He did not expect that Yi Yuan resolved it with a medicinal pill. But not long after he broke through, Tang Yucheng led a large contingent of troops over. A pair of husband and wife slowly walked out, looking at Yi Yuan coldly. Old Drunkard's expression changed wildly and he cried out in shock, even Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance came as well. I asked you to go, but you refused to leave. Now, you can't leave even if you want to. As he said, Old Drunkard revealed a hint of a bitter smile. This couple was precisely Tang Yucheng's father and mother. They were Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance. These two were both First Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Ha ha ha, you fool, you're actually really still here. Father, mother, it's this punk who almost killed me. You have to avenge me. Tang Yucheng said sobbingly. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance felt her heart ached and hurriedly consoled, Chang-er, don't cry. Mother's heart hurts. Don't you worry, Mother will definitely cut this punk into little pieces and avenge you. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's brows furrowed and he looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, Brat, it's you who made a move against xianxia and even killed this heavenly emperor's subordinates. Chapter 2276, Still remember those two paths. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yucheng and said with a look of surprise, I trusted you so much, and yet you actually sold me out. Tang Yucheng laughed loudly and said, if I didn't say that, would you let me go? What a fool, you got fooled by me with a few words. Yi Yuan had an expression like he had resigned himself to fate and said with a sigh, why did you have to do this? Tang Yucheng said smugly, a measly lowly ant, do you really think that I'd take it to heart? This heavenspan world has too many ants. My cousin toyed with a few ants, what does it matter? But old drunkard killed him. That violated heavenly law. Tang Yucheng was a so-called proud son of heaven. He was birthed by two great heavenly emperors. Furthermore, his roots were excellent. He was an Empyrean realm super powerhouse the moment he was born. In his eyes, those below Empyrean realm were all ants. How could this kind of silk pants think anything of the life and death of mere divine lord realms? Tang Yucheng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, you think that you can be lawless and unruly with just a peak Empyrean cultivation. This young master tells you, in front of my father and mother, you're likewise an ant. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze cold as he said, heard that? In front of a heavenly emperor, all are ants. Punk, are you ending yourself, or do you want this heavenly emperor to take action? Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Tang Yucheng and said smilingly, but in my eyes, you're an ant too. Tang Yucheng laughed loudly when he heard that and said, so what if I'm an ant? In front of my parents, can you still kill me? Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yucheng like looking at a fool and said with a smile, still remember the two pats that I patted you with before you left. Tang Yucheng's expression changed, and he said in horror, why you're scaring me? Not just Tang Yucheng, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's and Heavenly Emperor Phoenixtense's expressions changed wildly, looking over toward Tang Yucheng subconsciously. Yi Yuan snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, countless sword energy poured out of the body. Tang Yucheng was directly sliced into countless chunks by the sword energy. Those two pats were sword energy left within Tang Yucheng's body. As long as Yi Yuan activated it, it would erupt crazily. It was just that with Tang Yucheng's strength, he was unable to detect it at all. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and Heavenly Emperor Phoenixtense, two people stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at this scene in disbelief. Their own son was killed in front of them just like this. His corpse could not even be assembled back fully. Old drunkard also had a thunderstruck look. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so crazy, to actually kill the son of heavenly emperors in front of them. Looking at it now, it was not that Yi Yuan was ignorant of worldly affairs. But since he planted sword energy inside Tang Yucheng's body, why didn't he threaten the two great heavenly emperors with this? He discovered that he could not understand the way Yi Yuan did things at all. But Yi Yuan did not care. Like he did a trivial thing, he smiled and said, inviting the two of you here is to ask you two for something. Return old drunkard's divine soul imprint to me, okay. Two terrifying forces rushed straight for Yi Yuan like sharp swords. Divine soul imprint, heh, you killed my son, this emperor will definitely grind your bones to dust to vent the hatred in my heart. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixtense bellowed shrilly. Tang Yucheng was important in her heart. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixtense doted on him to the extreme, unable to bear letting him suffer at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually killed him just like this. So how could Heavenly Emperor Phoenixtense not be furious? She vented all of her wrath on Yi Yuan. After being stunned, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was similarly enraged to the extreme and said in a cold voice, very good, punk. You've got guts. Very soon, you'll regret having come to this world. Not waiting for Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain to take action, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixtense already teleported in front of Yi Yuan and suddenly smacked a palm down. Dao marks flickered. The terrifying energy undulation made the expressions of everyone present suddenly change. The attack of a Heavenly Emperor in anger, how terrifying was the power. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But right at this time, over 1,000 flying swords suddenly flew out. A terrifying sword formation suddenly lit up. In an instant, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixtense was trapped by the sword formation. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixtense came in anger, but at this time, she was extremely alarmed and furious. Being trapped inside the sword formation, whatever Dao marks, whatever heaven and earth pressure, it all could not stand up to a single blow in front of the sword formation. At present, Yi Yuan was already faintly going to break through to the next realm, virtually standing at the peak of Chaos Realm. Regardless of whether it was divine essence or soul force, it climbed to an unattainable peak. The power of the sword formation was significantly stronger than when at the hidden lineage. At that time, this sword formation could already overpower the divine race's powerhouses, let alone a mere first firmament heavenly emperor. In other people's view, heavenly emperors might be very powerful. Old drunkard's pupils constricted, the shock in his heart unable to be any greater. He never thought that Yi Yuan's strength could actually already contend with heavenly emperors. This is simply too astonishing. He clearly only has Empyrean realm cultivation, but he can rival heavenly emperors. Even Lord Immortal Grove is far inferior to him too. Old drunkard initially felt that Yi Yuan having peak divine lord cultivation in 2000 years was already astonishingly talented. But he discovered that Yi Yuan's growth already completely exceeded his cognition. In just 2000 years, from an origin deity realm brat, growing into a leviathan who had the ability to rival heavenly emperors. This sort of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. He finally understood why Yi Yuan did not care about Tang Yucheng's identity in the slightest. Because he totally had this strength. Over there, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, Sword Dao Source. Formation Dao Source. Just a breath's time, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance's world domain was already compressed by Yi Yuan's sword formation significantly. Before long, this sword formation would be able to breach Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance's defenses. At that time, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance could only face a dead end. How could he still hesitate? He shouted, Wife, I'll come and help you. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain took a step and circled out the sword formation, charging straight for Yi Yuan himself. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, the sword formation would naturally collapse on itself. It was just that, how could Yi Yuan let him do as he wished? All of a sudden, half of the flying swords in the sword formation pulled back, directly matching up against Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain. Both sides fought fiercely without rest. The terrifying energy fought until the surroundings were full of pits and holes. Yi Yuan battling two great heavenly emperors with his power alone, he was not the least bit afraid, and faintly showed signs of suppressing the two people instead. The subordinates that Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain brought over were already dumbfounded. This brat that popped out from no idea where, his strength was also too fearsome, right? Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain currently had a bitterness that he could not articulate. He thought that Yi Yuan dividing the forces to save himself, with their two great Heavenly Emperor's strength, they would naturally be able to crack the sword formation. But, Yi Yuan merely used half the flying swords and trapped him already. He unleashed all of his abilities and was barely able to fight to a draw with Yi Yuan. But fortunately, the pressure at Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance that side fell sharply, and she could resist the sword formation presently. Yi Yuan controlled the sword formation and still had the strength to spare as he said coolly, me letting him go was already giving him a chance. Yet, he called the two of you over, that's him courting death. Not educating the son is the father's fault. The two of you brought up such a son, you're also no better yourselves. Since that's the case, I'll send you guys on your way then. Chapter 2277, I'll explain it myself. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and his wife felt shocked. They already fought to this extent. Could it be that Yi Yuan was still holding back measures? Seemingly confirming that they were thinking in their hearts, more than 10 streaks of sword light flew out again, instantly replacing more than 10 swords in the sword formation. These dozen flying swords were precisely the 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures that were plundered from the divine race. The hearts of Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and wife shook wildly. The moment he made his move, it was 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. This boy was really loaded as hell. In the entire Heavenspan world, those who could be so bold and unrestrained were not many either. But Yi Yuan was still merely an Empyrean brat. The moment 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures joined in, the power of the sword formation immediately skyrocketed. Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures were not some ordinary goods. Their power was God knows how many times stronger than Empyrean spirit treasures. These 12 flying swords as the eye of the formation could make the power of the sword formation increase significantly. Very soon, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and wife were getting somewhat overwhelmed, their defensive circle quickly shrinking. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's mind trembled strongly and he hurriedly cried out in alarm, Fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The two of us husband and wife are under Heavenly Emperor Sword Time's command. We are the Heavenspan Mountains Passageways, administrators. Maybe you haven't heard of Heavenly Emperor Sword Time before, but he's a Diva 4th Blight Sovereign powerhouse. This matter was all the two of us husband and wife's fault. It was the two of us who failed in discipline. That's how Tang Yucheng, this unfilial son, happened. Fellow Taoist killed him well. The two of us husband and wife have nothing to say. Fellow Taoist, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let the two of us leave. The voice at Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain this side had yet to fade when they heard a roar from Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance that side came over. Tang Swifttrain, you coward. The enmity of killing my son is irreconcilable under the heavens, and yet you're actually lowering your head to the enemy. Want to leave? You leave. This old lady will fight it out with him. After talking, she turned to Yi Yuan again and screamed, "Boy, kill me if you have the capability. Killing an administrator without permission, Heavenly Emperor Sword Time won't let you off. Come on, kill me." The current Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance was an out-and-out lunatic. She knew that she was not Yi Yuan's match. She was actually threatening to take revenge with her death. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's expression changed drastically, and he was just about to explain but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Is that so?" "Then as you wish." Heavenly Emperor True Word directly came out of his mouth, immobilizing Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance dead in her tracks. Then, hundreds of flying swords turned into countless sword lights, shuttling past in the air, slicing Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance into countless pieces. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's mind shook fiercely. He did not think that Yi Yuan still had such heaven-defying means. Sword formation coupled with Heavenly Emperor True Word, killing Heavenly Emperors like killing dogs. Fellow Taoist, this woman is already crazy. You don't stoop to her level. She and that unfilial son provoked fellow Taoist. It was them who sought death themselves. But my identity is different. You can't kill me. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was really afraid. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made him shudder with fear. Currently, Yi Yuan could control all of the flying swords to set up the sword formation. With his strength, he absolutely could not block it. He currently wished to piece Tang Yucheng together and slice him up again. Just what kind of existence did this punk provoke? But Yi Yuan smiled brightly and said, "Indeed, father and son, even the methods used are cut from the same cloth. After I let you leave, you'll probably call for reinforcements again, right? Just now, your subordinate already transmitted a communication talisman. So, you're buying time." Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was extremely shocked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had time to observe his men when controlling so many flying swords. Misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. That was all that subordinate acting on his own. After Lord Xinyu arrives, I'll explain to him. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain resorted to sophistry. No need, I'd better explain it to him myself. Just nice, I can find him to take back old drunkard's divine soul imprint. Yi Yuan said it nonchalantly, but his divine sense suddenly controlled the flying swords and swept over towards Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain. The complete sword formation coming together, the power immediately soared crazily. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain unleashed all of his abilities and could not resist Yi Yuan's attacks too. "Ah, punk, killing me, you'll die too. Lord Xinyu won't spare you." Amidst the miserable screams, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was also sliced into countless chunks. In a blink, two great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses fell. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's subordinates were all shocked and speechless. Two great Heavenly Emperors, died just like this. Old drunkard muttered to himself, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Heavenly Emperors were invincible. This was the irrefutable fact in everyone's hearts. But today, Yi Yuan used his formidable strength and shattered this fact. With a wave of a hand, cutting down two great Heavenly Emperors in a row, suppressing the four directions. Yi Yuan looked at old drunkard and said with a faint smile, "Heavenly Emperors are people too. As long as they are people, they will die, what's strange about it?" Old drunkard had a strange look and said, but that was a Heavenly Emperor." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "It will be fine once you're used to it. The great era is coming. Ordinary Heavenly Emperors are also just cannon fodders." Just as he was speaking, an even more terrifying pressure suddenly descended. A figure stepped out of the void, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan coldly. Lord Xinyu came. "This punk is dead for sure. Lord Xinyu, this brat killed Lord Swifttrain and Lord Phoenixdance. His sins are heinous. Lord Xin Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a frown and exclaimed in surprise, "An Empyrean killed 2 heavenly emperors." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's right. They were killed by me. You should be Heavenly Emperor Sword times subordinate, right?" This Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu's strength was extremely strong. He was a 3rd firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. However, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously. This kind of powerhouse, he had seen before far too many of them. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu was very unhappy and said in a solemn voice, "So what if yes? Aren't you going to give me an explanation for today's matter?" Yi Yuan slowly took out a token. An aura of great Tao suddenly released. "Wonder if this explanation is enough or not," Yi Yuan said coolly. When Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu saw the token, his mind shook fiercely and he cried out in surprise, "Priest Temple's token. You're the Priest Temple's 2nd sage." Yi Yuan put away the token and said coolly, "It's precisely this Yi." Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu woke up from the shock and said in a solemn voice, "Even if you're 2nd sage, if you don't give an account for today's matter, it still won't pass." Yi Yuan shrugged and briefly recounted the entire sequence of events and said, "Wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation. These 2 people came to kill me and were killed by me because their strength was lacking. It's just like that." Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu listened until his brows furrowed hard. He did not expect that such a thing actually appeared under his jurisdiction. If it was an ordinary time, then forget it. Yet, they provoked the Priest Temple's 2nd sage. Sacred Ancestor High Priest status was not worse than Heavenly Emperor Sword time. Yi Yuan is the 2nd sage, his status approached Sacred Ancestor High Priest status. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and his wife, they wanted to kill Yi Yuan in the first place. This was blasphemous to begin with. Being killed by Yi Yuan, they could only blame them for being unlucky. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "This matter was Xin Yu who failed in disciplining them. Offending Lord 2nd Sage, Xin Yu apologizes here." Everyone turned to stone. Chapter 2278, Younger Brother Drunkard. Lord Xin Yu actually apologized to this Empyrean. In the hearts of these subordinates, Lord Xin Yu was an existence who was too lofty to reach, controlling the life and death of all life. Such an existence actually apologized to an Empyrean. The key thing was that this Empyrean even just killed 2 of his own heavenly emperors. If Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and his wife were to come back to life at this time, they would probably be angered until they died again. They fully thought that Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu would avenge them when he came. But Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu came to apologize. The Heavenspan Mountain was too far from the southern border. With these subordinates level, they completely never heard of what status this 2nd sage had. But by the side, Old Drunkard was shocked again and again. A 3rd firmament Heavenly Emperor Super Sovereign actually admitted his fault to Yi Yuan. From just now, he was stunned by the series of turn of events. He thought that Yi Yuan killing Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was already the limit that he could understand. But Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu's apology subverted his understanding once again. "Forget it, they are already dead. Let's leave this matter at this. Rather, this old drunkard is this Yi's old friend. This Yi asks Brother Xin Yu for a favor and to take back your divine soul imprint. There's no issue, right?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xin Yu gave Old Drunkard a glance. Old Drunkard's entire body turned stiff. Being stared at by a 3rd firmament Heavenly Emperor Supreme Powerhouse, he really had a feeling of heart palpitations. "Piece of cake," Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu said with a smile. Old Drunkard had an astounded look. He took back his divine soul imprint so easily. He had been struggling here for 10 years, wanting to leave, but also not daring to leave. He did not expect that Yi Yuan settled it with a word. Actually, what Tang Yucheng said was right. In the eyes of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they were ant-like existences. The thing that he felt was most difficult was merely a matter of a sentence in the eyes of the true big shots. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already entered this level. Old Drunkard looked at Yi Yuan, attempting to overlap him with that weak youth 2,000 years ago. He discovered that the person was still that person, but the feeling he gave him was already totally different. Not that Yi Yuan changed, but that his mentality changed. "Lord 2nd Sage coming here, is it possible that you're going up the mountain to gain enlightenment on Tao?" Xin Yu asked. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, precisely going up the mountain." Xin Yu said, "Since 2nd Sage wants to go up the mountain, please follow me to Green Lotus Town then. This place is the Tao Enlightenment entrance of Divine Lord Realm martial artists." Yi Yuan said coolly, No need, I'll just go up from here. Xin Yu was taken aback and said, second sage can't enter from here. Yi Yuan smiled and did not follow up. He said to Old Drunkard, Senior Drunkard, you take a trip with them. After taking back your divine sense imprint, just wait for me to come back here. Finished talking, not waiting for everyone to react, he arrived at the passageway entrance in one step. Yi Yuan walked up slowly and went straight into the passageway. The Heavenspan Mountain did not have the slightest reaction. Xin Yu's pair of eyes stared like wide saucers. How is this possible? Disregarding the Heavenspan Mountain's rules, this can only be done by Diva Realm powerhouses. He's only at the Empyrean Realm. Could it be that his Tao already reached this kind of level? But since he already reached such a level, why is he still going up the mountain from here? Xin Yu said in shock. A belly full of questions shrouded Xin Yu's heart. He discovered that the mysteries on this young second sage's body were really too many. Only after a long time did he smile bitterly and said, that's right. If not for possessing this level of strength, how could he be honored as second sage by the priest temple at a young age? Finished saying, his gaze turned towards Old Drunkard, and he said with a smile, Brother Drunkard, is it? Hoo-hoo, being able to follow Lord Second Sage, you've really cultivated 8 lifetimes of fortune. Cherish this opportunity well. Old Drunkard was in fear and trepidation and repeatedly said dare not. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu actually addressed him as his brother. His words exuded warmness. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu laughed loudly and said, there's nothing to be afraid of, this is your great lucky chance. Speaking of which, this Heavenly Emperor has to curry favor with you now too. Old Drunkard's face changed and he almost knelt down, saying in fear and trepidation, Lord Xin Yu, stop joking with me, this Old Drunkard can't bear it. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu smiled and said, that's because you don't know who he is. The Priest Temple's second sage, the alchemy world's upstart, his status is extremely revered. Now, everyone is saying that he'll become the next medicine ancestor. One of his medicinal pills is hard to get even with a mountain of gold. If he was still in the Empyrean realm, this emperor naturally wouldn't say this sort of words too. But looking at his appearance, coming to Heavenspan Mountain to gain enlightenment on Tao is probably in order to break through to be a heavenly emperor. Do you know what the act of him breaking through to become a heavenly emperor means? Old Drunkard had a lifeless look, his mind somewhat being overwhelmed. Medicine ancestor. What level of existence was that? This level of existence, he did not even dare to think about it. Heavenspan world, even if one was Heaven Glimpse or Grotto Profound Realm, they would also know the medicine ancestor's great name. He was the well-deserved alchemy world's #1 person. Yi Yuan actually already reached this kind of terrifying realm. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu knew that Old Drunkard's level was too low and did not know about the terror of Yi Yuan's identity at all. He ignored his shock and continued, once he breaks through to be a heavenly emperor, it signifies becoming a rank 8 alchemy god. At that time, the entire Heavenspan world's heavenly emperors would all have to curry favor with him. He hasn't truly risen yet currently, so this heavenly emperor is naturally happy to be able to form a good relationship with him. Brother Drunkard, these few days, you go to my place and we'll have a nice catch-up. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu dragged Old Drunkard and left with a big smile. Swift-Train's subordinates were all shocked speechless. Only then did they know what kind of existence Heavenly Emperor Swift-Train provoked. Tang Yucheng, this fool's action was indeed damning. Entering again the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan felt another wave of thoughts and feelings. Even if it was below 10 miles, there was an additional trace of different flavor in Yi Yuan's eyes too. The first time he came, his realm was too low and completely unable to experience the profoundness of the Heavenspan Mountain. Below 10 miles also contained extremely rich power of great Tao source. Yi Yuan affirmed these source power with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain one by one, continuously revamping and perfecting the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Yi Yuan went up the steps one at a time, his mind revolving rapidly. You guys, look, that kid keeps walking up and actually doesn't know to stop and comprehend on Tao. What can he comprehend like this? Hoo-hoo, reckon that it's a fool. Maybe he's a genius. The things that you use several years before you can comprehend, he can comprehend after stopping a while. Towards Yi Yuan's actions, many people scoffed in derision. When everyone comprehended Tao, they would occupy an area and desperately go and comprehend. Keep going up like this, lapping up information without digesting, one could not comprehend anything at all. It was just that they did not know that Yuan had long already fully comprehended the Tao below 10 miles. The things that he entered this time to comprehend were totally different from them. As he walked, Yuan entered straight into the realm fog. Chapter 2279, Above 10,000 Miles. He walked into the realm fog. Could it be that he came to the Heavenspan mountain to commit suicide? Ah, I remember it now. He's that person. Suddenly, a gray-robed man in the crowd cried out in surprise, seemingly recalling something. Many people who were comprehending Tao were all startled awake by his startled cry, all glaring at him. But the gray-robed man was completely oblivious. Someone said disdainfully, "Who is it, kicking up a big fuss over nothing?" He entered the realm fog. Could it be that he can still not die? The gray-robed man nodded his head like a realm fog and said, "Really won't die. I still didn't notice it previously, but when I saw him enter the realm fog just now, I suddenly remembered that 2,000 over years ago, someone also entered the realm fog before, and even came out alive. That person just now was that person who entered the realm fog the last time. However, his temperament changed greatly. I didn't recognize him for a moment." "What? This is impossible." The gray-robed man smiled coldly and said, "What's impossible about it?" The people who saw this scene at that time were not just me alone. During that while, it was seething with excitement below 10 miles. But after we went out and talked about it, nobody believed it at all. At that time, I was just a third firmament divine lord. Over 2,000 years passed, and I finally broke through to 9th firmament divine lord. But looking at his appearance, I wonder what kind of realm he has already reached. Somebody said curiously, "Could it be that he isn't at the divine lord realm? But I can't see through his depths." The gray-robed man said, "Heh, with this person's talent, how can he possibly just be divine lord realm after 2,000 years? Most likely, he's already true god realm." Somebody immediately said disdainfully, "Keep bragging, you. How can true god realms possibly enter from here?" The gray-robed man smiled coldly and said, "What the hell do you know? That person can't be gauged using common sense at all. Back then, when he entered the Heavenspan mountain, he was only origin deity realm. He entered to break through to the divine lord realm. He's currently true god realm, entering from here and re-comprehending again. I see no reason why not." The gray-robed man's words subverted everyone's understanding of the Heavenspan mountain. However, many people still did not believe it. After all, the things that the gray-robed man said were seriously too inconceivable. Inside the realm fog, blue electricity glowed indeterminately. Yuan walked inside the fog and allowed those heaven punishment lightnings to land on his body freely. These heaven punishment lightnings did not pose the least bit of threat to the present Yuan. But Yuan could feel the Heavenspan mountains Tao through them. After careful understanding, Yuan became more and more enlightened in his heart. Following that, he slowly walked out of the fog and arrived above 10 miles, the domain of celestial deity realm. The martial artists cultivating below were startled by this guy who suddenly appeared. It was impossible for anyone to come out of the realm fog. Those who entered all came in through the passageway. But now, there was actually a guy who emerged from the realm fog. How could they not be alarmed? However, Yuan completely ignored their surprise, continuing to go up on his own. Yuan had never been to this level before. After Yuan came up, he instantly had another feeling. From below 10 miles to above 10 miles, integrating his cultivation method as well as the lesser Heavenspan mountains Tao, Yuan discovered that everyone was wrong. His path was the correct path. Opening up a world after origin deity was tantamount to weaving a cocoon around oneself, blocking all possibility of making progress. In contrast, divine lord realms were more than a level worse than his divine vortex realm. Disregarding law comprehensions, under the same realm, his divine vortex realm was more than a magnitude stronger than divine lord realm. Even though it was just a reference, but actually, Yuan's divine vortex realm was stronger than divine lord realm regardless of whether in terms of quality or quantity. And this gap widened further at celestial deity realm. According to Yuan's inference, this gap would widen more evidently with each major realm in the future. Therefore, even though he was currently only at the peak chaos realm, but actually, his strength was no idea how many times stronger than ordinary peak Empyreans. Maybe it was not as good as first firmament heavenly emperor yet, but it was also not far off one. Therefore, that was why he could cut down two great heavenly Emperors under the circumstances where he was behind in all aspects. What this relied on was not just the power of source, there was also his powerful cultivation realm as a backing. Yi Yuan continued upward step by step, continuously verifying his comprehension. But his appearance already completely disrupted the cultivation above 10 miles. Where did this guy pop out from? This old man has cultivated for so many years, but I've never heard of anyone who could come out of the realm fog before. Who on earth is he? Looking at his appearance, he wouldn't be directly entering the realm fog above 100 miles, right? Everyone speculated one after another. Yi Yuan did not let them down either. Under everyone's gaze, he walked into the realm fog above 100 miles. Following that, it was above 1,000 miles. The places that Yi Yuan passed by were bound to cause a commotion. This guy came out of the realm fog every time. But the realm fog was the forbidden land of all martial artists, nobody could enter and still come out alive. After Yi Yuan left, those martial artists below could not cultivate anymore. They really wanted to see whether or not Yi Yuan could come out from inside. Then, in the entire Heavenspan Mountain, everyone stopped cultivating, all talking about this person. Of course, curiosity killed the cat. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the realm fog, there would always be someone who could not restrain their curiosity. They would follow him in. The result naturally went without saying. With Yi Yuan walking all the way up, quite a number of people attempted to imitate him. But after entering the realm fog, they discovered that this was completely not something that they could learn at all. Except, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Yuan was not aware at all of his thoughts were already immersed in the enlightenment of Tao. This was the holy land to gain enlightenment on Tao, a Tao comprehending holy land even stronger than the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. To Yi Yuan's Tao heart, it was a re-tempering. And his aura also grew stronger and stronger. Inside the chaos world, wind and clouds surged. Tao marks were flickering incessantly as if brewing some massive changes. Above 1,000 miles, True God Realm. Above 10,000 miles, Empyrean Realm. Arriving above 10,000 miles, all the Empyreans looked at Yi Yuan with stunned faces, all extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's body even still had the burnt traces left behind by heaven punishment lightning. Electricity flashed on his body, giving people a hair-raising feeling. And all this was reminding everyone that he came out of the realm fog. Yi Yuan did not care at all, his cultivation method was already about to be perfected. As long as he walked until he reached above 10,000 miles, his cultivation method should be pretty much perfected. At that time, he would be able to open up his own world. A great world that belonged to him. That was right, what Yi Yuan was cleaving open was a great world. A great world virtually identical to the Heavenspan world. His great world was naturally not comparable to the Heavenspan world in terms of scale. But in terms of quality, Yi Yuan felt that it was not inferior at all. Why Yi Yuan? Suddenly, a weak voice sounded out, interrupting Yi Yuan's thoughts. One not far off as in raw power, no laws, no formation. Chapter 2280, Creation of the World. Yi Yuan did not hear this voice. Currently, he already entered a mysterious realm. Walking along the way, his comprehension grew deeper and deeper. His consciousness already merged into the Heavenspan Mountain's laws. Currently, in Yi Yuan's eyes, the Heavenspan Mountain was no longer the Heavenspan Mountain but constructed out of one thick line after another. The moment these thick lines went out of the Heavenspan Mountain, they became thin threads. The thin threads interwove, spreading out, reaching into the distance. Yi Yuan fused his soul into Tao and saw this scene clearly. The thick lines and thin threads were in a very organic operation. It was as if operating according to some rule. The entire Heavenspan world was like an enormous running machine, and the Heavenspan Mountain was the core power for this machine's operations. The Heavenspan Mountain was operating internally, then spurred the entire Heavenspan Mountain to operate. Everything was running on its own according to some pattern. These thick lines should be the power of source, right? These thin threads have the power of source spreading out, it should be the various kinds of law powers. Power of source is the root of the Heavenspan world's operation, dominating all life in the world. And the further up, the more complex these powers of source. With my current realm, I'm unable to comprehend it at all. However, I don't need to comprehend these powers of source currently, my world is created by me. Climbing to Heavenly Emperor, overlooking the world, how my world should be created can basically be decided already. Enlightenment gradually emerged in Yi Yuan's heart. Regarding how to create a new world, he had a clear outline too. Hence, he took a step forward and walked over towards the realm fog. Where did this guy pop out from? Is he going to enter the realm fog? He should be going to breakthrough, right? Could it be that he's going to pass through the realm fog and reach the realm of Heavenly Emperor that's above 100,000 miles? What a powerful guy. Even Heavenly Emperors don't dare to pass through the realm fog, he actually can. The span of Empyrean realm was very large, ranging from 10,000 miles to 100,000 miles. Yi Yuan walking out of the realm fog already caused a great sensation in the entire Empyrean realm region. Hence, his every action attracted much attention. Now, he was about to step above 100,000 miles, it naturally caused an even greater commotion. There had never been anyone who sought a breakthrough using such a method on the Heavenspan mountain. In the crowd, a beautiful figure dressed in a light blue veil kept watching Yi Yuan, her entire body shaking endlessly. Her words reached her mouth many times but were swallowed back down again. 1,000 over years was not long, but to her, it brought many changes like what was once the sea has now changed into mulberry fields. It was just that she did not expect that when she saw Yi Yuan again, it would be at such an occasion. The current Yi Yuan had clearly already entered an extremely rare state of epiphany. Once interrupted by her, he might waste all the previous efforts. Hence, she did not open her mouth. Only all the way until Yi Yuan's vanished completely into the realm fog did the tears in her eyes finally fall quietly. No idea how long had passed either, she suddenly smiled brightly, like flowers blooming. A hint of resolve flashed across in her eyes, and she quickly turned around and went down the mountain. Above 900,000 miles, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had already been comprehending Tao here for more than 100,000 years. Living for 10 million years already, he already cultivated to the realm of 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. 10 million years of bitter cultivation, he finally reached peak 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. Entering the Heavenspan mountain this time, he finally broke through the final profound hurdle and achieved the supreme existence of 9th firmament. Heavenly Emperor. Ha ha ha, this Heavenly Emperor finally broke through. Finally broke through. This Emperor's Diva Blight tribulation will be arriving very soon. Breaking through to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor, my success rate will increase greatly. Absorb for me. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright raised his head to the sky and roared excitedly. Cultivation method revolving, he absorbed heaven and earth spiritual energy frenziedly, breaking through this final layer of shackles. Above 900,000 miles, how thick was the heaven and earth spiritual energy? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright swallowed like a whale swallowing seawater, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy frenziedly. But all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. What's going on here? Why did all of the spiritual energy run down the mountain? Not good, the rate of loss of spiritual energy is too fast. It's already insufficient to support my breakthrough. Which damn fellow is doing this kind of depraved thing? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. He was right at the critical juncture of breakthrough. In the end, he discovered that the heaven and earth spiritual energy was gone. This kind of situation was simply removing firewood from under the boiler. 100,000 miles to 1 million miles, such a huge area was the Heavenly Emperor region. Even though the area was vast, when Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were placed in this vast region, it appeared very sparse. This region might not produce a breakthrough every tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Now, things were good, he finally managed to break through, but was forcefully interrupted by someone in the end. After persisting for a while, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright finally could not hold on anymore. He got to his feet, face black as the bottom of a pot, and went down the mountain seething with killing intent. I want to see who isn't afraid of death, to dare snatch this Heavenly Emperor's heaven and earth spiritual energy. I can't take action on the Heavenspan mountain. So when this Heavenly Emperor goes out, I'll definitely dice you into pieces and vent the hatred in my heart. When Yi Yuan walked out of the realm fog, reaching the Heavenly Emperor region above 100,000 miles, he immediately had a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. Everything suddenly became clear. Inside of the world within Yi Yuan's body, that region of chaos suddenly started trembling. The next instant, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon suddenly revolved. This time was more intense than any instance in the past. The heaven and earth spiritual energy above 100,000 miles gathered over toward Yi Yuan here frenziedly. Every one of Yi Yuan's pores was working at full power, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy and converting it to divine essence. Currently, within Yuan's body, it was like there were trillions of rivers merging into the sea. The incomparably berserk divine essence poured into the chaos world like a tsunami. The chaos world was expanding crazily. Currently, the chaos world was like a balloon. The berserk divine essence seemed to be pumping air inside. In a very short time, the circumference of the chaos world rapidly increased. From 100,000 feet to 200,000 feet, 500,000 feet, 1 million feet, 10 million feet. In a short while, Yuan's chaos world expanded 100 times. Crack, 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 all of a sudden, the chaos world suddenly fissured from the middle. Splitting into two, the top half became taller and taller, higher and higher. The lower half became lower and lower, increasingly lower. A figure suddenly appeared in the chaos world. It was precisely Yuan, only to see his palm face the sky, and suddenly smack a palm out. At the same time, his feet stomped fiercely. The two discs of chaos separated further and further, becoming more and more distinct from each other. No idea how long had passed either, these two sides finally stabilized. Looking at this brand new world, Yuan's face revealed a trace of a knowing smile. Chaos dividing into yin and yang, separating heaven and earth. One is heaven, one is earth. This realm, I'll call it the world realm then. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.